and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsloop.
And it is Murph and Marcus. We had that all week long. I'd say, well, no, it's not. Marcus is in New York watching the Yankees. We got Brooksy. No. He's back. You can see him on your YouTube, on your Twitch. Back from New York, Waterboy. Welcome back, buddy.
Murph, good morning. First things first, blank the Dodgers.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to be back in the Bay Area this morning, back on the airwaves.
The Dodgers, blank the Dodgers, blank the Dodgers, blank the Dodgers.
Had to make sure that was crystal clear before I hop back on the airwaves. Good to see you. Good to see my guy, John Joe Curley. And, of course, the young, good-looking young Tony behind the glass. Glad to be back, boys.
I think, if anything, in the week you were gone, young Tony's star has grown even more because I was out and about in the last couple of days, and somebody hit me with that young Tone. He's like, it's all about young Tone. I was like, all right. But you missed the visit from the high school kids, in which he was he was sought out.
Oh, I was going to say, I bet young Tony was a star for the high school kids.
Well, he read his mantra to the kids.
Wow, the mantra.
I made him stand in front of everybody and read the mantra.
Wow, now were half the kids looking down at young Tony when they read the mantra?
He said,
look at that. I'm back for 2 minutes taking shots at Tony for being short.
He stays cool, though. Listen as twice as much as you speak, know your role, do your job, that whole bit. But yeah, one of the chaperones, Mr. Swift, wanted to meet young Tone. But anyway, somebody else recently just said something to me about young Tone.
Well, it's probably good that young Tony was here and I wasn't, because I'm not really a great influence for the younger generation. Young Tony's a model citizen. He's back there with his quarter zip on.
Is true.
That's what we want the next generation to turn into.
Well, you can inspire the ruffians. Those kids who are like cruising around the back parking lot with a cigarette looking for a fight. That you could, if those kids were here, you'd be like, I could be like Marcus one day.
You know, I actually did have to do a couple of those talks when I was younger. When I was in 8th grade, my PE teacher sat me down and like, Marcus, I need you to talk to one of these 6th graders that's a troublemaker. We've seen you get in troublemaker before. Maybe we can put him on the right direction.
Marcus is the mentor.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, wait, I just got suspended a couple of weeks ago. Are you sure you want me talking to this kid?
There was a documentary called Scared Straight back in the day where ex-cons would talk to the up-and-coming cons.
They're like, you don't want to turn into the water boy. Look at him in 8th grade fighting for his life.
Look at you, as we frequently say, look at you now.
Oh, dude.
Look at you now.
Unbelievable the life I live.
Yeah, including New York. And I know we got to get into, obviously, the Warriors got a win last night. And obviously, it's NFL trade deadline. Yeah. And nothing else is happening today. No. But before we get into that, I need the review of the trip. Obviously, listen, we talked to you the day after, which was great. Mm-hmm. That was a great hit. I guess probably first and foremost, the most important question I have is, when we left you on those streets, it was after the Yankee win, the Volpe Granny, the whole deal. Did you get to John's on Bleecker?
Oh, Murph, it was the #1 spot on the destination list that Thursday. We went down to Ground Zero, checked out the museum and everything.
Did you go to the museum?
Yeah, went through it. Man, oh man, what an experience that was.
You need several hours afterwards to gather yourself.
Yeah, and luckily I went down to John's of Bleecker after to kind of rinse my palate a little bit, but unbelievable pizza, unbelievable experience, just walking down in the village, walking around the neighborhoods. New York is a different monster. I thought my world was different when I moved to San Francisco. Man, oh man, New York makes San Francisco look like Lafayette, Indiana.
Without question.
It makes it look like a small town.
It is. There's only one place in this city, in this country. It's New York City.
Yeah, there is nothing like it. And man, oh man, what an experience it was just walking around, getting the slices of pie and just living that really New York kind of experience.
You know, Marcus, some people say if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere.
I've heard that before, Murph. I've heard that.
Others say hungry jungle where dreams are made of. All right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Others say big city of dreams. But everything in New York ain't always what it seems. We're going the
city that never sleeps, right?
You can do any of those, buddy. So what'd you guys order? I just need your order on John's.
Just went straight sausage and a straight pepperoni.
Okay.
I went simple.
No cheese, though. The baseline cheese is always a good way to go.
See, I thought about going with the cheese, but I was like, ooh, if I'm picking out 2 pies here. And at first, my brother and dad were like, we need 2 different pies. I'm like, trust me, we'll get 2 smalls. The slices are nice and thin, light. There was actually a guy next to us who had to order a whole pie by himself that had cheese. They had to offer up some of his pie because he couldn't finish himself.
Did you guys get some?
So I got a trio. I got pepperoni, sausage, and cheese.
Who was the...
got to try the whole trinity.
And then just the atmosphere inside, just those wooden booths and the carvings on the walls.
The autographs and everything. Which, by the way, I don't know, are you allowed to carve in your own initials?
I guess if you're Bruce Springsteen, you can.
Yeah, I was going to say, because a lot of people carved them in. I was like, I'm just some nobody. I can't be carving my name in.
And just that whole West Village scene down there, or East Village, I should say. And then just in Empire State Building.
So Empire State Building was awesome. Took the tour of that. Went all the way to the top with my pops. Did the Did the photos with King Kong at the top and everything. So that was extremely fun also.
And Yankee Stadium.
And then Yankee Stadium, Murphy, just popping up out of the subway and seeing
you guys took
the
the subway.
glory. Oh, yeah, we had to
Yeah,
take the subway. And by the way, it was on my dad's bucket list, not just to make it to Yankee Stadium, but to also hop the turnstile. My dad was out here just avoiding fares, hopping the turnstile at the New York subway. Yeah, he did it.
That's
and
awesome.
I followed the lead. Like, my brother looked like a sucker, was paying for a ticket. My dad hopped it, and I hopped it right after him. So we got on the subway.
Glad you guys didn't get chicken winged by some NYPD guy.
Yeah, lucky we didn't. And we also stayed off from subway surfing. They had to have signs up on the subway encouraging kids not to surf on top of the subway,
bro,
Murph.
dude.
Because there are people literally riding the subway. There's been a couple like tragic deaths. But these kids are out here acting like it's some iPhone app, Subway Surfer, or something like that.
Morons.
So that was a crazy experience. And then we had the guy dancing on the subway on the way over, tipped him a couple bucks. Hopped out.
Got the full experience.
Dude, the whole New York experience. You see Yankee Stadium.
4 train, right?
Yeah, 4 train all the way down to
Straight
the stadium.
shot. Straight shot.
Super cool walking out and then seeing where old Yankee Stadium is. That now there's a couple ballparks out there.
Little like rec fields.
Yeah,
right?
little rec fields, but just like knowing like, oh, this is where old Yankee was. This is a new Yankee. And then hitting up the bars before and after. Shout out to Billy's and to Stan's. Just overall, man, what a day it was.
We are the flagship of the Giants. I am a Giants fan. Let's be honest. Yankee Stadium's a different animal, right? Yankee fans and a Yankee game and a Yankee atmosphere is a different animal.
And I'll say this because definitely postseason versus regular season is a different atmosphere. Now, I say this as a man that went to 72 different Giants games this year. Those were all regular season games. And, of course, I'm not going to compare to a World Series atmosphere. I have been to one other playoff game in my lifetime, Dodgers-Giants, game 1 of the NLDS. And that was great vibes, great atmosphere also. But, man, from the first pitch, from the guy that looked like Triple E putting Mookie Betts in an armbar trying to rip the ball out of his glove. I mean, the place was packed. The place was popping.
Yeah.
The place was locked in on every single pitch.
Let me ask you a question.
It was an unreal baseball
Let me ask you a
experience.
question. At any point, did anyone behind you say, sit down?
No.
Sit down.
Not even close. I mean, that's the thing, Murph.
Of course not.
I spent thousands of dollars on these tickets, and so did everybody else, and nobody really used their seat because everybody was standing for damn near every
Trying to
pitch.
create communal
every
energy and
inning.
vibe, dude. That's why, don't get me started.
And then
Don't get me
like,
started. I already am started.
yeah, and then like the communal energy and vibe, like that was probably my biggest takeaway. Obviously, being out there with my dad, who was a lifelong Yankee
Such a
fan,
great story.
who is the reason why I love baseball so much, and like seeing him interact with the different generations of Yankee fans, whether it was the old heads or the young kids, and my dad just kind of having a moment and talking to another Yankee dad with a young fan saying, look, this was my kid at some point in my life, and now he's here buying me World Series tickets. It was a full series moment, really a bucket list moment. And yeah, they didn't win a World Series, but at least I got to see a World Series game win.
Yeah.
I got to see
I would have
win.
hated for you to be there for the 5th inning of the next night.
Oh, bro.
Dude,
That's a fifth inning that's going to haunt me in my nightmares.
Bro, they'll write
for
books
years.
about it. They'll write movies. They'll do movies about it. They'll do documentaries. They'll do 30 for 30s, the whole deal. I mean, that thing that, granted, you guys win the game. You're still down 3-2 and you got to go back to L.A. But we've never seen, I don't think anybody's ever seen that in the highest level of baseball.
I mean, a 5-run collapse from Aaron Judge straight up taking his eye off the ball after he made a great defense play earlier in the game, which was really a bummer. Judge should have caught that ball. Volpe should have made a better throw. Jazz Chisholm could have picked it.
Could have picked it.
Our guy Matt Chapman probably picks that at third base. Shout out his Gold Glove.
Hey, now.
And then, of course, Garrett Cole,
The legendary
our
player.
guy Murph, not getting over to first base. Inexcusable. Like, there's no excuse. I'm sure you probably talked to Mike Kruko about this last week.
Yeah.
Like,
we should
Garrett
probably play
Cole,
that stuff for
in that situation, bro, you
Marcus.
got to get over. You got to cover first base.
Of course. That said, there was a part of my brain, of course, and I said it's on Cole. The majority's on Cole. It wouldn't have hurt if Rizzo came up maybe looking to go to the bag instead of treating it like it was the 6th inning of a game against Cleveland in June. You know what I mean? Like, attack the bag. And also, I feel bad that Cole had been pitching his ass off that inning, and with the bases loaded and nobody out, had struck out Gavin Lux and Shohei freaking Ohtani. I know Ohtani's hurt, but still, getting those 2 strikeouts, that was so clearly a case of like the situation was so huge and the stress was so giant. He was clearly gassed, and when he sees the ball go off of Betts' bat, I think his brain was like, I'm out of the inning. And that's all it took, that 1 second of his brain to say, I'm out of the inning, for that whole thing to break down. Now you still a 5-1 ball game, and you got 2 strikes on Freeman, and he threw him way too much of the plate on that. Left the ball way over the plate. Now it's 5-3. The funny thing, it's after all that, the Yankees retook the lead.
Yeah, and then they went up 6-5.
You had the lead.
And then they blew it again.
And then Canely Just did not have it.
Well, that's what happens when you throw 60 straight changeups. I think the other team knows what's coming.
Were you confident in Canely when he came in?
No, I wasn't confident after the 5th inning. Like, I knew, like,
even when you took the lead?
Inning, even when we took the lead, when they let the Dodgers back into the game, I said, this is pointing towards a loss. And it felt like that.
I think it was so frustrating. And what symbolized everything was the Dodgers, when the bases loaded, nobody else, they didn't try to do too much. They hit 2 sac flies and didn't try to roll one over or do pull with, It was the classic Dodger base. They just executed at a high level. Are you upset with Joe Kelly now just dropping bombs all over you?
Yeah,
now?
apparently he's talking S.
Talking S.
I've kind of dug my head in the dirt a little bit. Like, I don't want to watch any of like the World Series parade or anything. The only clip I saw from the parade was Dave Roberts dropping it for Ice Cube. Which was weird.
A little weird.
Dave Roberts should not be dropping anything at his age.
We also we play. It's a good thing you weren't here yesterday. We did play some in the cooler content.
Good.
Is Kike Hernandez still coming after Fat Joe?
Come on.
And some guys telling jokes about Aaron Judge dropping the ball on New Year's Eve at midnight on Times Square, and all that. So anyway, well, great to have you back. We can put that in the past. We can look forward to the GM meetings right now with Buster Posey, San Antonio, Texas. Buster's down there right now. We got McCaffrey on the practice field. That's a huge deal. We can talk about that. We saw the Bucks play last night. By the way, Chiefs in overtime in a coin flip. Here we go. Who got PTSD last night? I did. I literally did. I was like, well, here we go. Chiefs in overtime. They're going to freaking win again. And then, of course, the Warriors, which we'll call in on the other side and get into it. Great to have Marcus back. It is, of course, Tuesday, November 5, 2024. Anything else going on? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest on the morning show. We are giving away a $100 Pacific Catch gift card. And I'm here to tell you that the holidays are coming, and if you're planning a celebration, look no further than your local Pacific Catch. Lobster's back on the menu with craveable comfort foods like clam chowder and our new green curry bowl. It is the perfect winter destination. Book now at pacificcatch.com. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, not now, but when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Pacific Catch. It is the perfect winter destination. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The interchange to Poole with a good look at a three, and he got it. So a close and run for Washington. From down 15 to within 6. There is Steph to Draymond to Kuminga. The tic-tac-toe executed perfectly. That is an aerial assault. Drop it in a three. If you sleep, that man is your worst nightmare. That step back is the best in the league, bar none. Warriors with the shot clock off do not need to shoot it. Steph plays 24 minutes, and he scores 24 points. And the Dubs now have won 4 in a row. They start the season 6-1. They're 2-0 on the road trip, and they're heading into a buzzsaw.
All right, Warriors last night doing their thing. We had Fitz on yesterday. It was pretty good. And
Yes,
we had,
sir!
Yeah, we had Fitz and Brooks University reunited. Yes, and they got that dub, and we'll talk about that in just a second as we welcome Marcus back from his week-long trip out to Yankee Stadium, and John's on Bleecker. We got a guy calling in, though, saying he was in New York last week also, so I want to get him in. You call early. John in San Rafael. Looks like he was on the same schedule as Waterboy last week. John, good morning.
What's up, John?
Good morning. I was somewhat on the same schedule. I've been here for 30 years. I raised my kids as Giants fans. But long ago, I grew up in Syracuse, New York. Stopped in to see Mom and got down to Manhattan on Wednesday. The vibe pregame was tremendous. I wasn't there for the game, but I was there during the game. So much good energy, some super long faces afterwards Wednesday night. But to your point on New York, it's Gotham. I mean, there's nothing bigger, right? It's an amazing city.
They don't call it the small. They don't call it the small apple, right?
They do not. And I got to say, I know with pizza, I'd argue Ben's of Soho.
Okay.
Ben's of Soho on Spring Street will compete with John's.
Yeah, and I'm not going to argue with you, John. That's the one thing I've learned is that there's like between 1 and 100 of the 100 best pizza spots in New York. There's really no difference between 1 and 100. You know.
There's no question. I went up the street and had Joe's just as good.
Yeah, Joe's is. You're right, Joe's. Others say there's a place right near Lombardi's is right near John's. Some would say they'd walk right past John's to go to Lombardi's. Or is it Lombardi's?
I walked from Ben's to Joe's and had one of each.
Smart man.
Hey, I'll give you one last little tribute to Paulie Mack. I spent the last 2 nights at the Brooklyn Bowl catching the Grateful Shred. A little nod to Paulie.
All right,
Nice,
very
dude.
good. Speaking of pizza, there you go.
I was definitely thinking about Paulie when I was at
Well,
John's.
to be honest, Paulie turned me on to John's.
He turned us all on.
Yeah, and it turned us all John's on Bleak. Did you get a shirt, by the way?
No, I
Thank
did
you,
not
John,
get
for
one
the
of the
call.
shirts.
I got it for my kids. My kids wear those shirts all the time. Like, they think they're cool.
Yeah,
Like, Declan wears it to high school.
Paulie Mack used to rock that hoodie on a
Yeah,
daily
that hoodie
basis.
all the time. Yeah,
all the time.
I had known my New York pizza a little bit, but he recommended that place, and that's when I think Canizaro was the first guy to say, I go to Lombardi's over John. See, and even Chris Kelly, our buddy, the Saturday Night Live stage manager, he'll say, yeah, but, and he'll offer a couple other places too. The point is like, there's really no wrong answer, right?
I mean, it's New York pizza,
Yeah.
and also shout out to the New York bagel, Murph.
Dude.
The bagel scene was
Stop
unreal
right there.
also.
Stop right there.
Delicious
Great call.
bagels.
Nobody talks enough about the bagels.
Oh, give me a bacon, egg, and cheese.
Don't eat a bagel outside of New York City either. Yeah, and we wound up going to the same place, you and I was there this summer, Best Bagels on West 35th, and Candace loved them. And we had them 3 mornings in a row, and then we just read the New York Times, just wrote them up. It's one of like the top 20 bagel spots in New York.
That's great because I literally just went on a Google search and I was like, what's the best bagel in Manhattan? And because the name of the restaurant or the name of the cafe is Best Bagel, it was the first one that popped up. Turns out it really is one of the best bagels.
Genius marketing because you Google search it there. So anyway, well, now I'm getting I'm jonesing. I want to go back. Anyway, yeah, start singing your Alicia Keys and your Sinatra. Okay, so we just played the Warriors coming back. And Marcus, since you left, the Warriors didn't lose a game. They keep winning, bro. And this is without Steph.
I was going to say, not only am I back this morning, so was Steph Curry.
Well, there's a lot of returns. Steph Curry, Christian McCaffrey, Marcus Boucher. Power ranked the 3.
It's a big day, Murph. Some would say it's a huge day in American history.
Some would say, I'm trying to stay away from
I know, I threw out the bait.
I did. Well, we did it yesterday. We opened the show by saying, it's a huge day. It's a huge time in this nation. It's a huge time in Western civilization. Will Christian McCaffrey play this Sunday? All the lame jokes, right? Today, the other ones you see all over is decisions will be made today that will affect the future of man. And I'm talking about the NFL trade deadline.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is at 1 p.m. today.
Coming up.
And already this morning, just to digress from the Warriors for a second, some action's going down. Zadarius Smith, one of the prized pass rushers who's believed to be on the block from Cleveland, got sent to the Detroit Lions, who, by the way, are loaded.
Yeah.
Loaded.
Watch out for the Motor City
That
Kitties.
performance in Green Bay, and now they add Zadarius Smith. And they got him for a 5th and a 6th rounder.
Yeah, Zadarius was a name that I was looking at for the 49ers because it seems like the Cleveland Browns are in sell mode. I know a lot of people are throwing out Myles Garrett's name. I don't think Garrett's going to be moved, but Zadarius Smith for that price I thought would have been a great move for the 49ers.
Yeah, we'll get into that. I did want to focus strictly on the Warriors here for just a second because we got to call it in, first of all. And second of all, like I said, you left, Steph went to the sidelines, and they won 3 games. They beat New Orleans twice when you were gone. They went down to Houston, which is a decent young team on the rise, and beat them. And then they went up to Washington to face Jordan Poole, and they beat them. So I think literally since you left, I think they went 4-0.
Damn.
Since you left.
I should probably take another vacation.
No, you're good. You stay, buddy. And we called it in. You had Bruce Q. Frazier walking around the Washington Monuments last night, calling it in. Silver said, wait a minute, do you guys win again? Are you guys? He said, that's right, skinny boy. It's the new Mike Dunleavy Gangster Warriors. Put it in the books. Golden State Warriors 125, Washington Wizards 112. Woo!
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy. And you know what? Since you were gone, Lindy had a big game in one of the New Orleans games.
That's crazy.
And people are starting to, he's turning into a little baby cult hero. And my buddy Jeff, who runs the merch for the Warriors down at Chase Center, he said that the 2 jerseys that are flying out of the store, Buddy Hield and Lindy Waters. That's crazy. Dude, people and so Young Tone here, as we say good morning to Young Tony,
People
hop on the mic, kid.
buying Lindsey Waters jerseys.
Dude, he said, I was going to buy a Lindy Waters jersey to wear to my next, EDM show to be cool.
Yeah.
I said, bro, it may not be cool. It may not be offbeat. There's going to be a lot of Lindy Waters jerseys. So,
too many people are going to have that jersey now, Tony.
what's going on, buddy?
Good morning. No, I don't think so.
I
43.
You just heard from Jeff that they're flying.
We'll see.
Wouldn't you if you had to buy a jersey, wouldn't you buy Lindy Waters?
Well, first of all, I'm shocked that they're even printing them out at Chase Center.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like that would be like one where you have to put in a custom request. I didn't know they would be hanging up his jersey like
For the 13th guy?
Yeah, in the team store. Like,
Yeah.
that just surprises me already. The fact that anybody has one of his jerseys outside of that girl in Oklahoma City.
By the way, he had a big,
That's crazy.
She picked it up off the floor.
Yeah, she got more than a jersey.
He hit a huge 3 last night when the Wizards actually made a move in the 4th quarter. He hit one of the 3s that created distance. So this guy's actually out here. Once again, they played 13 guys last night. And Steph came back, scored 24. The bench it's all about the bench, brother. 60-33 on bench scoring last night. But everybody was wondering if it was going to be some Jordan Poole drama. My kid came running out to tell me, Dad, there's drama between Draymond and Jordan Poole. I watched it. That's pretty, on a scale of 1 to 10, that was like a 2.5. Jordan Poole hit a 3 and pointed at Draymond. And then Draymond dished it to Curry, who hit a 3, and he pointed at Poole. That was it.
A lot of finger pointing.
That was it. And then after the game, it was like a love fest. Curry hugged Jordan Poole. Kerr hugged Jordan Poole. Draymond gushed about Jordan Poole after the game, saying he's letting the game come to him now. He's not pressing as much. So, I don't know. I'd say on a scale of, in terms of this time, it's personal. It's pretty low level.
Wow. So you're saying after the game they threw a pool party?
It's a pool party!
That Mavericks lost last night, too. I still keeping an eye on Clay. He's starting down there. He's playing pretty well. Mm-hmm. Shooting the ball pretty well.
Well, it's funny. I think I mentioned to you the other week that my KNBR fantasy basketball team name is Clay's Private Pool Party.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Because I have Klay Thompson on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
I have Jordan Poole on the roster. I even have Chris Paul of the San Antonio Spurs on my roster. My roster is essentially the Warriors castaways, so I'll be keeping tabs on all three of those guys throughout the entire season.
You are the Warriors past, is what you are. Okay, let's get the guest list from Tony on a Tuesday, November 5, 2024. Every time I say that, I flinch. Tuesday, November 5. Ooh, I just flinched again. Big doings today. Wear your sticker, everybody. Go do your duty. Good morning, Young Tone. What you got?
Good morning. Big day. NFL trade deadline. Marcus is back. Christian McCaffrey's back. Nothing else going on.
Nothing going on other than bagel and pizza reviews. Yes. What do we got, bud?
All right. Well, coming up early in the show, we will talk to Mike Krukow. We will get his thoughts with Marcus on the World Series. He hasn't had a chance to interview with Marcus since the World Series final.
I don't know if we need to talk about it. 24-hour news cycle.
Dude, doesn't losing the World Series suck?
It does.
It sucks.
And I'm actually glad I
You're
had a
talking to a
couple
guy
days just to dig my head in the dirt.
Talking to a guy whose team's lost the Super Bowl twice in the last 4 years. It sucks.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's the old argument. Is it better to get there and lose, or is it better to not get there?
I don't know. Feels pretty bad losing.
Open for debate.
Yeah, it feels pretty damn bad.
Yeah.
By the way, last Chiefs overtime game, the Super Bowl.
Oh, come on. Why you got to bring up the Chiefs?
I honestly did get a little PTSD last night.
And they received. They wanted the ball. Different
This time,
rules,
yeah.
regular season.
Yeah, different rules. Baker never touched the ball. Yeah.
Baker was distraught, too, by that
The big
coin
thing
toss.
is why didn't Todd Bowles go for two is the big thing.
That's facts.
At 24-23, you're in Kansas City in the rain, and you got a chance to stick a knife in them. Go for it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get into that in the big hit at 7:50. Cooler content 8:30. A great day to talk to Mike Silver at 8:50. Obviously, NFL trade deadline going on. And then
check it out.
we got the book.
Why is everything?
How about that?
Why am I holding this book? Because I got my copy.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. I actually started reading it, too. It's good. It's got some juice.
That thing is thick.
It's got some dirt.
And why do I still not have a copy myself?
You didn't beg and cry and whine like I did.
Now we can extend the bit from Murph to me.
Are you saying this is thick? THICC? Is that
Yeah,
what you're saying?
very thick.
all
Yeah,
right.
dude.
Season that.
You can ask Mike Silver about the your copy at 8:50 this morning, and then Marcus Thompson at 9:30 to close us out.
All right, we're talking about comebacks. We got Steph Curry's comeback. We got Marcus Boucher's comeback. And next, we discuss Christian McCaffrey on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Great to have Marcus back from his trip. It's better to talk pizza and bagels than it is to talk what happened on the baseball diamond. But we're already looking ahead to 2025. The GM meetings are underway in San Antonio. Ooh. Buster Posey down there. I read the John Shea story this morning in the Chronicle. He the return of the Boosh is what it is here. Is that Johnny Shea is like being such a great old school reporter. Buster Posey checked into the JW Marriott in San Antonio at 5:10 p.m. wearing an athletic zip-up top, a ball cap, jeans, and Nike ones or something. Like, he described the whole, but like with a roller bag. I'm like, oh, man, he's putting me there. So Buster now the GM, and Buster's like, I don't know. I've never been to one of these things before. We'll talk about it as the morning goes on. But anyway, it's great to have you back. Great to have Buster in San Antonio. Of course, Steph back with the Warriors getting the win. And, of course, the one we'll talk about right now, Christian McCaffrey. But Steve Kerr does join Tolbert and Copes at 3:30 this afternoon. So that's something to look forward to, too, as the Warriors go to Boston tomorrow night, which should be pretty intense. So we said among the returns, Curry, Boucher, and McCaffrey. Man, oh, man. So, listen, here's some of the timeline in case you forgot. Early August is when we first heard they were going to sideline him with some soreness. He came back to practice September 2 before the opener against the Jets. It didn't go well. September 14 is the day they put him on IR for 4 weeks. He went to Germany shortly thereafter. And now yesterday was 51 days since they put him on IR that he returned to the field. In between then, John Lynch on our show let slip that it was bilateral Achilles tendonitis, meaning both Achilles. We're going into this thing. I mean, dude, fingers crossed, toes crossed. I mean, Christian McCaffrey makes these guys obviously a contender to win the NFC. But Christian McCaffrey running on the edge of a possible Achilles injury does not. So I'm excited, but trepidatious, as the great Don King would say. But he was out there. What do you think, Marcus?
I think that everything is headed in the right direction. The reports have been there have been no setbacks for Christian McCaffrey. This is the kind of timeline that we've been talking about for multiple weeks since he was put on the IR. After he missed week 1 of the NFL season and Kyle Shanahan said, yeah, you know, if this was a playoff game, CMC would have been out there.
Did say that.
Then they had to pump that statement back a few times, end up putting him on IR, and to your point, John Lynch reveals that he's dealing with bilateral Achilles tendonitis, and that kind of put a major red flag in everybody's minds. And look, we've talked about the worst case scenarios. We've gone down the road with other players who have dealt with Achilles, whether we're talking Dre Greenlaw, whether we're talking Kevin Durant, and we know that there's a worst case scenario out there. But the best case scenario is you're getting the Christian McCaffrey that you traded for a couple years ago at the trade deadline. And on a day where it is literally the NFL trade deadline day, you have the possibility of adding Christian McCaffrey back to this roster, to a 4-4 team, to a team who historically over the last couple seasons has been extremely productive post-bye week. It seems like everything is turning the corner in the right direction. I'm with you. I'm a little cautious about the full workload that Christian McCaffrey could get if he does play this weekend, which I think is a great benefit of having Jordan Mason and Isaac Guerrero and getting those guys a little bit of rest after the bye week. So again, I think everything is headed in the right direction. There's still some, cautiousness around the full Christian McCaffrey workload coming back, though, in my opinion.
Here's simple stats here. 22-4 when McCaffrey starts, 4-5 when he doesn't. Okay, so that goes back to my running bit about like how the Niners going to do this weekend. I don't know. Is McCaffrey playing? That would be my big question. Their offense statistically has fared pretty well. It's second in yards. I think it's sixth in points. So like top 10 in all the important categories except for one, red zone. Yeah. They're 28th in the red zone, and you can almost draw a direct line from that to Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah,
so that's like a connect the dots. 2 + 2 = 4. No McCaffrey equals 28th in the red zone.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey's coming off a season where he scored 21 touchdowns. 18 of those came in the red zone. So obviously he's a huge factor, whether we're talking about the red zone percentage, whether we're talking about third down conversion rates, whether we're talking about this offense and the style that Kyle Shanahan has been running with Brock Purdy, taking more shots downfield and not taking those easy checkdowns because Christian McCaffrey's not back there.
Purdy's numbers are down across the board. Like his completion percentage is down, his passer rating is down. Now his numbers were extremely high last year, so it's getting hard to do that again. But they are down. And you can draw that. You can draw a line from McCaffrey to that too. The reason why his completion percentage is down, the reason why his passer rating is down. It could be other factors too, but those are That's a gigantic factor. So super excited now. We're not the only ones excited. Trent Williams, one of the best left tackles in the history of the NFL. He spoke yesterday about seeing Christian McCaffrey out on the practice field.
Oh, yeah, it's such an amazing feeling to see that 2-3 out there doing his extensive warm-up and, a million high knees he does before practice. It was great seeing him.
Stupid question, but what could that do for this offense?
Offensive player of the year. So really could probably put him in any offense. It's going to make him better. So, obviously our offense is kind of tailor-made to him and some of his strengths. So it's definitely going to be a tremendous lift for us.
There it is, Trent Williams. Just a million high knees. Yeah. They had him break down the huddle at practice yesterday. By the way, also Juwan Jennings out there yesterday, which is huge. And that's going to lead to the big question we want to get into today, probably in the next segment and the big hit, which is, do the 49ers need to make a trade in your opinion? Do they have to, or do they not? Because the other theory is the John Lynch, and you asked how Lynch was last week, and I was trying to remember. It was so long ago. It was like a week. It's like, what a million things have happened in this life, including the Dodgers winning the freaking World Series. But is that he said, I kind of view our guys coming back as trade deadline acquisitions. Now, this was the Farhan Zaidi theory, remember? Yeah. Robbie Ray's coming back. Alex Cobb's coming back. There are trade deadline acquisitions. We have the best rotation in baseball. Farhan currently looking for a job. So can you say that Christian McCaffrey coming back, Juwan Jennings hopefully coming back, and then the big one, Dre Greenlaw, which is a big ask, by the way. My big thing on Greenlaw is, first of all, it's not happening anytime soon. It's not happening this week. And, great. If it happens in December, that's still good. But, man, oh, man, that's a big ask for him to come back from that injury and be peak Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, and that's one thing we should point out. With Christian McCaffrey and Juwan Jennings back on the practice field yesterday, Dre Greenlaw was spotted with his helmet on, running on the practice field, obviously a ways away from actually opening up his practice window. And that's why I think defensively they need to go out and make a trade. I'm looking right in the middle of that defense. That defensive line, to me, is a position of need that they need to address today. Offensively, I think they have enough firepower and enough weapons, and then you throw in the reinforcements of a Christian McCaffrey. Even without Brandon Ayuk, I think with Debo, Juwan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall, I think you have enough depth at the wide receiver position.
That's an interesting take. We briefly discussed that yesterday with Rod, and that was, do they need to beef up the receiver room? Because my instinct was yes, even though I like everybody they have, but they're missing Ayuk. Yeah. It's like, that was a big part of the team that's gone, and you're just going to cruise along. It's a big ask for Pearsall to step up. Maybe he can, but that's a decision you make. I saw the Niners linked to an offensive lineman. Did you see that?
Ooh.
Again, it was just a rumor.
What are we talking? Tackle, center, or
a
guard?
Yeah.
So moving over Aaron Banks. Huh?
I don't know if they were looking for depth or perhaps they were looking at center. I don't know.
That's curious, too, especially with John Feliciano being back in practice window.
Again, just people throw things on Twitter. It was a fairly reputable source, too. So, anyway, that's what we'll ask you guys at 808 KNBR. Do the 49ers need to make a trade, or does the return of McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, perhaps John Feliciano, and then ultimately maybe Dre Greenlaw, is that enough to surge past them? One of the things we talked about yesterday, Marcus, when you were gone, is that the playoff picture is starting to take shape. There's a long way to go. There's still 8 weeks to go, but it's November now. We played the John Facenda November. We found this old NFL things where John Facenda talked about November. Young Tone, actually, for the 641 crowd, the 642 crowd, it was really funny because, we're now in November, right? And I was like, I found this thing on Twitter. I was like, this is classic. This is how November is treated by NFL films back in the day.
Super Bowl dreams that glowed in the summer sunshine flicker and fade in the autumn shadows. And hopes that were high in the heat of September can wilt and die in the chill of November. November can be cold and gray. November can be surly, with bitter rain upon the world and winter coming early. Do you fear the force of the wind, the slash of the rain? Go face them and fight them. Be savage again. The palms of your hands will thicken, the skin of your cheek will tan. You'll grow ragged and weary and wet, but you must do the best you can.
Damn, them go beat the Tampa Bay Bucks, right? Yeah, how about that? So that was really funny. It's November, right? It's
November just feels like football weather.
Yes, although not here. We've got a mild week ahead, but man, that makes you feel like, oh, now you got to start winning. So my point is I start looking, based on John Facenda's poetry there, I start looking at the standings. And the one thing that's becoming clear, and we discussed this yesterday, and you could, it's likely only one team from the West goes. Like, there's probably not a fallback plan here. Yeah. You got to win the West because the NFC North is looking like they're getting 3 teams in. And even in the East, you got Washington and Philly taking up parking spaces. I think there might only be one parking space for the NFC West.
Yeah, and that's the question I guess moving forward is, can the 49ers win the West? So, in my opinion, the answer is yes.
So that's my question. And we'll put it out there for you guys next at 8:08 KNBR. If indeed the only path to the playoffs is winning the West, which currently I think that is the path, do they have enough with McCaffrey and Jennings and perhaps Greenlaw coming back, or do they need to make a trade today? Will you rage with profanity at 1 p.m. today if John Lynch doesn't make a trade? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. By the way, people might be raging with profanity for other reasons today. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And hopes that were high in the heat of September can wilt and die in the chill of November.
We have a trade. The trade deadline is off and running. Sources say the Detroit Lions have traded for Browns standout edge Zadarius Smith. At long last, the most rumored trade we've had really over the last several weeks. The Detroit Lions, who of course lost Aiden Hutchinson, have been looking to fill that void over the last several weeks. They now land someone to do exactly that, a veteran pass rusher, probably the top pass rusher available.
Well, there's a lot going on here. First of all, welcome back, young to Marcus. Lots of things that went on as you were gone. And one of the things when you were gone was an OO's Friday. But we did not play the Backstreet Boys in this, and I have no idea why young Tony's playing this right now. None.
Is it because Backstreet is back?
Is it for him being back?
Everybody's back.
Okay.
Everybody
all right.
Backstreet's back.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
No, it's all right, Murph. I was trying to figure out, too, because I'm not a big Backstreet Boy guy myself.
Well, I wanted to tell you the OO songs we played when you were gone. All right. We opened with Eminem, Lose Yourself.
Oh, easy.
Right?
I hope Declan didn't think it was too cringe.
That's good. You know which one got everybody, the two that got everybody excited? Khalees Milkshake.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Her milkshake does bring all the boys to the yard, Murph.
And the one that got a surprising hit was Flow Rida Low.
Wow.
That got everybody going.
They got low.
Of course, we had to hit Natasha Bedingfield Unwritten was hit too, for sure. Had to take care of Baby Huey and hit Green Day American Idiot.
Of course.
That was good.
I didn't get no Little John and the East Side Boys from the windows to the walls.
No.
So the sweat drops down these,
As I say to everybody who complains, there's another OO's Friday in 3 weeks.
Stay tuned for the rotation.
We had to hit, of course, the most downloaded song of the 2000s, Mr. Brightside by the Killers. We had to hit Empire State of Mind for you guys, too. That was an 09er. And then the one that and that caused Rod Brooks to have just a shockingly neutral, if not anti-reaction, was Taylor Swift Love Story. It's a love story, baby, just say yes. And he was like, I don't know who this is. Wow. Rob was like, I don't know who this is. We're like, wait, what?
Wait, you don't know who Taylor Swift is?
He was like, who sings this song?
No way.
Did he not say that,
That must have been a bit.
What did Rod Brooks learn today?
No way, Rod.
He did. He said he didn't know who it was.
That's
it was
hilarious.
unbelievable. So anyway, that was an OO's Friday. We did not, Backstreet Boys were a candidate, but we're not included. So we have a 10s Friday coming up. That's when I think I may have to, I'll suggest a couple, but it may be up to you guys to take it from there. But anyway, should be fun. And then we'll go back to an 80s and a 90s and an OOs and a 10s. It's been a fun way to go on Friday. So good to have Marcus back. He's back. Backstreet's back. Christian McCaffrey is back. And Steph Curry is back. We already called in the Warrior win. They play at Boston tomorrow night. That should be a juicy one. By the way, any fireworks? We talking about Draymond, Jordan Poole fireworks? How about Steve Kerr, Jason Tatum fireworks?
Yeah.
Right?
I think there's going to be a little bit of finger pointing on the bench between Jason Tatum and Steve Kerr tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, fans will let Kerr have it.
Oh, absolutely.
I told you guys, I happened to be in Boston after our summer trip to Cooperstown and everything. We went to Boston for 2 nights, and that coincided with the exact moment that he was benching Tatum. And we were going to bed, and there's a family in the hotel room, put on the local news, which you never do, watching the local NBC News, and they were, like, the lead story was, what is Steve Kerr doing to Jason Tatum? We talked to Celtics fans on the streets.
What is he doing?
Everybody's like, what's he doing, man? He's killing, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's a nut. They're like, he's getting revenge. He's mad. He's jealous. Yeah, so there will be some bad blood tomorrow night in Boston.
And real quick, let me just double check that Jason Tatum won an NBA Finals and won the Olympics over the summer, and Boston Celtics fans are mad at Steve Kerr.
You know Boston, buddy.
Yeah, I know Boston. Bunch of massholes.
They're pissed at all times. Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So our question to you guys is, do the 49ers need to make a trade? Or are they, as currently constituted, good enough to win the NFC West, host a first-round playoff game? Because that's the bonus. If you win your division, even if you have a worse record than the wild card teams, you host a game. That's the path, Marcus. We were talking about it yesterday. The Arizona Cardinals are 5-4. They're in first place. And their schedule is soft, bro. Their schedule is soft. So I don't know how seriously you want to take them. We made the Rams hum babies yesterday because here they come, right?
3 straight wins now, right?
I think it was just 2, but still, Cooper Kupp, 11 catches, 104 yards.
Yeah,
Stafford.
He's not getting traded today.
How about that?
Yeah, remember that? A couple
2
weeks ago, we were talking about Cooper Kupp being traded.
2 weeks ago. And then they were like, should the Niners go get Cooper Kupp?
Yeah. I mean, there was a rumor that the Kansas City Chiefs were linked to Cooper Kupp. Instead, they went with DeAndre Hopkins, who made one hell of a debut last night for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and he caught a touchdown. And didn't remember the Titans dance? You see that?
Oh.
In honor of him being with the Titans.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. And yes, guys, if you're asking, I did get freaking PTSD watching the Chiefs go into overtime and win the coin toss, unlike the Super Bowl where they lost the coin toss. And watching him march down the field. It was so freaking inevitable, wasn't it?
You just know when Mahomes has the ball with the game on the line, he's going to win.
That's it.
I hate to say it. It's a fact.
That's it.
At least it feels like it.
I agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree. That's why I think Todd Bowles should have gone for 2. They scored that dramatic touchdown late to make it 24-23. But it's so funny, dude. The Ravens are out here destroying teams. The Lions are out here destroying teams, and yet there's one team that's 8-0, just sitting there putting. Did you know that the only 2 teams they've beaten by double digits are the Saints and the Niners?
Oh.
One of the things I said last night as that game was going on, I walked in, I said, look at the Bucs giving a better fight in Arrowhead than we did at home. Yeah. What's going on?
You're not wrong about
There's
that.
major ownage There's gigantic ownage going on with Reed, Mahomes, and the Niners. They walk in, they're like, "Oh, here's our little baby bro. We're just gonna slap this guy around a little bit, and then go on our way."
Oh, cute little Levi.
And here's the Niners looking at, "Oh, here's our big brother. They own us, man. We better take this L and move on."
Here comes another swirl.
They play their worst against the Chiefs all the time. Oh, that said, they had fourth quarter leads in 2 of those Super Bowls.
Yeah,
so.
And the craziest thing is, to your point, the Chiefs aren't blowing everybody out of the water.
Barely.
And they're undefeated, and they have a soft schedule. It looks like they might go undefeated this year.
Unbelievable. But, I mean, you'd think they're ripe for the take, especially the way the Ravens are playing right now. But again, it's November, the cold, surly rain of November. We played John Facenda. 623 writes in, the surly, cold November rain of the Arizona Cardinals? I know, right? Inside the dome in Glendale.
What the hell was that?
What would John Facenda say if he had to narrate something about that team? An airport hangar in the desert with plenty of parking. You know what I mean? It's like there's zero romance. In that narration that we played, there's grass stains and mud everywhere.
The artificial turf of Arizona.
Exactly. Near a Chick-fil-A and a P.F. Chang's, I mean, my God. 831 says, O-line, O-line, O-line. He says, how do the Lions get Zadarius Smith for a 5th and a 6th? We need to talk about this. Trade deadline value is insanely low for the buyer. For example, the Dallas Cowboys got Trey Lance for a 4th rounder, and that was actually considered expensive. It's like the moment a player begins their NFL career, their value depreciates so dramatically. Zadarius Smith is a great pass rusher. And the Lions just got him for a 5th and a 6th. And also the Lions got a 7th in this too. We'll have to ask John Lynch about that. I don't know if he'd tell us, but why don't you think that's a low price?
I thought it was extremely low for Zadarius Smith. And I think it's a great move that they went out and made this trade because obviously the Lions need a pass rusher to fill in for Aiden Hutchinson. But looking back, I guess from the opposite side of the perspective is you just brought up the Trey Lance trade. That was a 4th rounder from the Dallas Cowboys. Well, the Niners took that draft pick and turned it into Malik Mustafa. And so now if you're looking at it from the perspective of John Lynch, who has made trades year in and year out, whether we're talking Trent Williams, whether we're talking Christian McCaffrey, whether we're talking Jimmy Garoppolo, Emmanuel Sanders, the list goes on and on and on. But you also look at the list of draft picks that he's hit on in the 4th, 5th rounds, whether we're talking Fred Warner, whether we're talking Demo, whether we're talking George Kittle. So I know a lot of fans are just like, oh, just throw away a 4th, throw away a 5th rounder. But I think especially with the future of Brock Purdy taking up so much cap space, I think these draft picks are more valuable than ever. And John Lynch has come off a season where he had a fantastic rookie draft. So I think this year specifically, with the future of Brock Purdy in question, I think he's going to play maybe the cards a little bit closer to the vest and maybe not be willing to give up some of those draft picks.
Interesting. Hey, Frank and Hayward at 808 KNBR. Do the 49ers need to make a trade by 1 o'clock today? Or if they don't, are you okay? I'm getting flashbacks to the Farhan era, by the way. Frank and Hayward, you're on KNBR. Good morning, Frank. How are you?
What's up, Frank?
I'm good. I think the Niners haven't been able to make that push to win the Super Bowl, actually, since they traded away DeForest Buckner.
Oof.
So I think to break that curse, I think they should bring back DeForest Buckner.
Dude, I mean, on paper, that's an incredible idea, and I'm with you. But the people who have talked about that say that his salary next year is expensive and that the Colts aren't looking to move him. Also, I read he has a high ankle sprain. He's out for a few weeks. But, I mean, so there's a few hurdles there, Frank. Like, apparently he's expensive next year. And also, I'm not sure the Colts even want to trade him.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, Frank, your heart's in the right place.
Yeah.
Somebody ran like a 2019 highlight the other day, and that D-line with DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead and all. I mean, it was just like it was banging, you know?
Yeah, and Frank, to be honest with you, DeForest Buckner is the number one guy on my list also. Like, that's the biggest pipe dream. If you can go out and trade for Defoe, automatically you go out and make that trade. And it was Diana Rossini who reported a couple weeks ago that the 49ers were one of the teams that were interested in the service of Defoe and bringing him back to the Bay. Now, a couple days later, we asked Ken Inman about that, and he said, yeah, salary-wise, everything does not match up. But if you're going all in, if you can pull a trigger and make a trade like this, yes, this would easily be the number one move that they could make. I just don't think it's a move that they will make because of that salary cap situation.
Yeah, Frank, I appreciate it, though. Thanks for the call. We appreciate you. The guy, the name that's been linked, and again, back to Rossini, who's doing a really good job reporting, Devon Godshaw of the New England Patriots is more attainable, perhaps, because the Patriots are in full. They're playing for nothing. You know, they're in full sell mode. So I think we're all in agreement. If we had to power rank the position that if you only get one position, it's D-line.
Yeah.
There's no argument. I mean, I continue to bring this up, and I'm getting crushed by people for it. But the wide receiver, I wouldn't mind adding a receiver. I wouldn't mind. I mean, you know, they lost Ayuk. The room got significantly worse.
Yeah, but are you looking for a big-name wide receiver or like a role player? Like a guy like Kendrick Bourne? I've seen his name pop up a few times with the Patriots.
Well, you get him for a song,
Like, you can get him pretty damn cheap. I just don't think they're going to be out here trading like a third-round draft pick for a Tyreek Hill.
We brought this up yesterday with Rod. Is Jennings ready to be number 2? I mean, I think he can, but his career has been as a number 3 in the slot. You know, all of a sudden it's a different deal playing the X or the Z,
yeah,
right?
To me, the bigger question would be, is Ricky Pearsall ready to step up as the number 2? Then you can leave Juwan Jennings in that number 3 role. Wow. I think if Ricky can step up and run some of those routes that Brandon Ayuk was running and really wasn't that productive in the first 6-7 weeks of the season, I think that's a huge piece moving forward. Ricky looked like he had his best game before the bye, and he's obviously getting his legs and everything back underneath him. So I think with Ricky, Debo, and Juwan Jennings, they still have enough depth at the wide receiver position.
209 with a cynical text said, hey, Frank from Hayward, when they had Buckner, they still didn't win the Super Bowl.
Not wrong about that. Also, we should point out, though, since we are talking about the defensive line, we talked about Zadarius Smith earlier. A name that I've been hearing pop up is Cam Jordan with the New Orleans Saints, looking like they're selling some pieces. That's a guy that was a Cal Golden Bear, obviously has ties to the Bay Area. But we should also point out that it sounds like Gross Matos will have a chance to return in the next couple of weeks. And we keep on hearing stories about Hargrave potentially returning for a postseason run, despite the fact that he did tear both his triceps.
By the way, just you mentioned the Saints. Did you hear this incredible stat that Dennis Allen becomes the first coach in NFL history to be fired from 2 different jobs with the same quarterback? Bro, that's so tough.
That's a hell of a stat.
We made the Michael Thomas, Derek Carr thing a bum baby yesterday because it was so ugly.
I saw MT wasn't too happy with Derek Carr.
Dude, he went man on the street. He was driving around interviewing parking lot attendants about Derek Carr. And then Derek had to go high road. I got love from Michael. I don't know why he's saying all this stuff. Where are you at right now with Derek Carr? Do you still miss him?
Well, Derek Carr would be better than any quarterback currently on the Raiders.
Yeah.
We saw DoorDasher Desmond Ridder get in the game last weekend for the Raiders.
By the way, another stat for you. When they fired Luke Getsy over the weekend, that's the 4th time in the last 5 seasons the Raiders have fired either a coach or a coordinator mid-season.
Great job, Mark. You're doing a great
Davis
job, Mark.
Is not necessarily, it's not like his Las Vegas Aces out there.
No.
And I also saw, how about this one? So you want a fun one for you? And let's do 808 KNBR Raiders talk here.
Yeah, sure.
Should you guys trade for Bryce Young?
Why the hell not? I mean, if you can get him for cheap, if the Panthers going to give him up, like, they're out here rolling the dice on Desmond Ridder. I mean, you just got to take a shot in the dark.
Sam Darnold when he went to the Jets and flamed out and just became a castaway. Are the Panthers ready to cut loose their number 1 pick from just 2 years ago?
Yeah, and if you can get him for a 5th or a 6th rounder, sure, I'll kick the tires on that.
He's so tiny though. He'd run out there in his little Raider. He'd look like a little
small.
He'd look like a Raider doing a punt, pass, and kick competition, dude. Back in the day.
Mascot out there.
Here we go. 707 says defensive line in the middle. You need a run stopper, guys. 818 says, let's trade for Reuben Foster and Javon Kinlaw. He's being a goof. 831 says, Amari Cooper would have been a priority, only $800,000 this year. Let's go back out to the phones at 808 KNBR. Our buddy Jose in Oakland is checking in. The question is, do the Niners need to make a trade, or At 1 p.m., if they don't make a trade, I'm taking you back to Farhan on July 31st. Would you lose your mind, or are you okay if they don't make a move? Because they've made moves in like 7 of the last 8 years. They've made significant moves. So, Jose, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Happy Halloween, even though it's Pazu, and happy upcoming Thanksgiving in case I don't get to talk to you guys.
Hopefully we'll talk to you before Thanksgiving, Jose. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Look, if they don't make a move, it's all good. I mean, there's nothing much we can do. Honestly, the only move that I think would really make a big change would be bringing in Max Crosby. But, I mean, everybody keeps saying the Raiders will never trade with the 49ers. How about if you go out, make a big splash and offer them 3 first-round picks? You don't think they will let him go? I'm pretty sure they will let him go.
Do you want to offer 3 first-round draft picks?
And we gave up 3 first-round drafts for Trey Lance, and we didn't get nothing out of it.
And while we've dodged a major bullet with Brock Purdy, I don't think anybody's looking to do that again. Because we have talked about this, Jose, about depth on the Niners and how you're starting to feel the effects of those Trey Lance picks you traded away.
Nah, not really. You know what? To be honest with you, John Lynch, most of the big, the better draft picks that he's got, they've been late round draft picks. For some reason, it seems like they kind of, excuse the expression, they kind of suck at picking on the first and second round.
Well, I hope Ricky Pearsall's going to be a good first-round pick, right?
I hope so. I hope so. Like they say, even a broken clock, is right at least once a day.
Oh, man.
But to be honest with you, I mean, Max Crosby, that would make a big difference. That would get us over the hump. Kind of like Von Miller did it for the Rams. And you know what? It would be worth it. I don't think the Rams are feeling sorry about giving up all the draft picks. They have that trophy out there.
Yeah, blank them picks, said Les Snead. So, all right, Jose says trade first-rounders for Max Crosby. Thanks for the call, buddy.
It's going to take 2 to 3 first-rounders. There are reports that teams were offering the Raiders first-rounders for Max Crosby, and they turned it down. And I wouldn't think that the Raiders would be dumb enough to trade away a franchise pass rusher, a guy that's maybe on track to go to the Hall of Fame. But this is also the same Mark Davis that signed off on trading away Khalil Mack. So anything's possible, Jose. Anything's possible.
And hired your boy Josh McDaniel.
Yeah. That was an issue, too.
By the way, 747 says, hey, who's the Mark Canna of the NFL? Let's make it happen. Oh, boy.
Were they going to bring in Adam Thielen?
That's a pretty good one there, too. Let's see here. Other people checking in. Greg in Corte Madera is next up on 808 KNBR. Greg, do the Niners need to make a trade? Or, conversely, are you okay if nothing happens at 1 o'clock? Greg, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen, and good morning, Tony. I would say, what are the rumors or what are the possibilities about bringing back Chase Young? Do we want him? Do we not want him? Ohio State boys?
Yeah, Greg, personally, I think that's a tough move to make when you saw the lack of effort by Chase Young last year. And he's put up some decent performances with the Saints this year and really flashed in the beginning of the season. But when you saw him quitting on plays in the middle of the NFC Championship game last year, I think he kind of made his own bed there.
Good point. Good
point.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg. He's with the Saints now, who you'd think would be dismantling.
Yeah.
Right now, it's the Saints, the Giants, the Panthers, and the Raiders and the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like the 5 teams jostling for the 1 pick.
Yeah.
So you got to go picking through their scrap heap right there. Chase Young right now. Let's see. He played last week against. No, he did not play against Carolina for some reason. His previous game against the Chargers, he had a pass defense. He had a half a sack. He had 2 quarterback hits, so he's been active. He's had quarterback hits in almost every game. He's got 2 sacks. He's playing a little bit better, but you're right. It was weird. He would flash on occasion, but then he would not flash on occasion.
Yeah, and I think when it's questions about your effort overall, especially when this team has had, I don't want to say questions asked about the lack of effort or tackling or missed tackles, I just don't know if Chase Young was ever a great fit.
831 says if the Niners do not make a move, they will lose in the divisional round. Well, it's like if it's listen, a lot can change between now and January, but it's tracking that they would host a game probably against one of the NFC North runners-up. And that would be a tough game.
Mm-hmm.
It could be the Vikings. It could be the Packers.
Just don't go back to Minnesota.
Yeah, well, you would host if you win your division.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing that you would not have to go back.
They haven't won in Minnesota since God was a little girl.
Since I was alive,
Oh, my God. So, it's true. True story. Speaking of 90s Fridays. Yeah. All right, Wise. Well, there you go. There's our question. Kind of a preview of the big hit, too. If you didn't get in, come back at 7:50. Do the Niners need to make a trade? But with Mike Krukow coming at 7:35, we got to talk about where Buster Posey is right now. We got to talk to Marcus about what happened when he was gone. Buster in San Antonio? Why? Next on the Sports Leader.
them picks. We'll use them to go win more Super Bowls.
The half-baked Amici's pizza. I love them. And I'll be honest, I'm kind of late to them. It was only in the last year or so that I started discovering the half-baked pizza. Because usually you get a pizza, you give me my pizza cooked, right? It makes sense. But here's what makes even more sense. Getting it half-baked, and then you can eat it when you're ready. You slide it in the oven when you're ready. And I'll tell you this. There's a difference between having a pizza delivered by Amici's, which is great. No knock at all. But the difference is when you pull it out of your oven, 5 minutes, that thing is crisp, crackling, bubbling. It's a 10 out of 10. I'm thinking the half-baked may be almost exclusively the way to go. Now, maybe you don't want to spend 5 minutes in the oven. You can get a fully baked one. That's great. And, of course, you can get wings and pasta and salad and all that stuff. But I'm just telling you, consider the half-baked pizza, particularly for you families with busy kids and busy schedules and practices and drop-offs. So, you're welcome. Restaurant quality pizza in your own kitchen, timed to fit your family's lifestyle. Amici's delivered.
I just want some pizza.
I like the back rejoins today from Young Tone. God, yesterday we had a Quincy Jones day, which, by the way, led to an incredible bonding moment between me and Young Tony over George Benson, Gimme the Night, which was a incredible one of Quincy Jones's thousands of epic songs. And then late last night, I was on Twitter, and somebody put out the video, which I had forgotten features George Benson on rollerblades.
Ooh.
Dude, how about that, Young Tone, playing that Gimme the Night vibe
Just
on
like
rollerblades?
Skating down the beach, playing a guitar, being so casual, rollerblading down the freaking boardwalk.
Just give me the night. Anyway, you're back.
Wow.
Marcus is back, everybody, for the 717 crowd. We told some Yankee Stadium stories early in the first segment. He's back. He ate bagels. He ate pizza. Yankees didn't win the World Series, as it turns out. No.
I like to apologize for all the Giants fans out there that were hoping the Yankees would stop the Dodgers from reaching their 8th World Series title, which I believe now ties the San Francisco/New York Giants.
Is that right? I thought we had 9.
I believe it's 8 apiece.
Is it the A's with 9? I lose track. Because, are we really going to count the 1922 ones?
Yeah.
Actually, if you ask Yankee fans, they do.
Yeah.
They count those ones.
They all count, Murph.
Yeah, they do. Well, mostly, I saw that stat. Did you see? I'm getting on a slight digression here, but there was a. You ever follow that Twitter account called Codify Baseball?
Oh yeah, Codify,
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's they did now the length of time between a team's last World Series title and now. So the Dodgers are obviously at 0, right? Dodgers are at 0, but you start going on teams that haven't won one in a while, and then you go back like the Giants are at 10. But if we're talking about ancient history, you know who's currently rocking the longest drought and still forever will look 76 years for the Cleveland Indians/Guardians. 76 years. Next up at 45 years are the Pittsburgh Pirates. And by the way, Dave Parker's on the final list of on the Veterans Committee. Would be pretty cool. And then at 41 years, the Baltimore Orioles, and at 40 years, the Detroit Tigers. So those are all the ones. 40 years or longer. Detroit Tigers, Baltimore Orioles, Pittsburgh Pirates, Cleveland Indians, Guardians. And then you got 4 teams that have never won one, including the Milwaukee Brewers, the Colorado Rockies, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Seattle Mariners, and the San Diego Padres, who should have knocked out the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And they didn't. See, Dave Roberts said in some podcast yesterday, the Padres were his World Series.
Yeah, I saw those comments. I also saw the same comments from Dave Roberts that said, I really didn't want to face the Yankees in Game 5 back in L.A. So Dave Roberts can drink a warm glass of shut the hell up. How about that?
Or resume twerking, right?
Yeah. What is he doing? Dropping it on Ice Cube.
Is that what you say, dropping it?
Well, I don't know. The lyrics where I can make that blank drop.
Oh, yes, okay.
And Dave
all right.
Roberts dropped it.
So.
Definitely did not drop it like it was hot.
Buddy, since we were gone, you know what happened? Buster hired a GM.
Look at that.
How about that?
How happy were you, Murph?
Well, I'll tell you the story. So, as always, I was taking a nap because when you snooze, you lose. And I would lost once again, but my shoes were on, which was a good thing.
That's a win.
So, when I woke up, I looked at my phone. I said, the Giants hired a GM, Zach Manassian. I was like, okay. I probably should know who this guy is, but I don't. So, I looked him up, and it said he was brought to the Giants by Farhan Zaidi in 2019. And immediately, I was triggered. I was triggered right away. I was just triggered. I was like, wait a minute, we stayed in-house? So what are we doing here? And that's all pretty much I saw. So I immediately sent out a tweet, which probably shouldn't have done because you'd probably be more thoughtful. I didn't send a rampaging tweet. I said, well, the idea of getting a fresh start doesn't really catch on if you're staying in-house. But dazzle us, kid. What do you got? Then I did a little more research and readings. You find out this guy's a baseball lifer and comes from this baseball family where his dad was Tommy Lasorda's homeboy. I mean, homeboy. To the point where Lasorda had him as a teenager as a clubby up in Ogden, Utah, for players like Bobby Valentine, who we had on yesterday in 1968, where Zach Manassian's grandpa ran the banquets and catering at the Ambassador Hotel in L.A., where Lasorda used to hang out. Turns out the Manassians and the Lasordas are like freaking... They're like, I don't know, what am I trying to say here? Who are the families that hang out together? Who's like, I don't know. Who are the two families? The family you go on vacation with.
I don't know, the McCaffreys and the Darnolds.
Did you? There you yes. No, like George Kittle and Brock Purdy in Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
There it is, Murph.
You see that Instagram over the weekend?
I did see that clip.
By the way, you ever go on vacation with another family?
No, I don't think I ever have.
How about you, Young Tone? Do you guys ever do that? Vacation with another family?
No, not really. No.
How about John Joe Curley? You ever vacation with another family? Yeah, okay.
I'm guessing you got some stories.
Well, youth baseball forces you to, when you go to tournaments, rent houses together with other families. So if that counts as going on vacation, it's kind of funny because you start seeing these people that you know from the baseball diamond and from pickup at school and all that. All of a sudden, you see them in their pajamas walking around. You're like, hey, look at that.
And then you see mom and dad at the hotel bar, and you're like, what's going on over there?
Or you just hear some guy, maybe the guy's got gas. You didn't know that. The guy's like, oh, you're really, at night, you're making noises. You know what I mean?
That's where the vacation's going on for too long.
Then you're like, oh, this guy starts drinking at noon.
Yeah.
This guy, all right.
My kind of guy.
You start learning about people. Anyway, so then you start reading more about this guy, Zach Manassian, and you find out that he is not a propeller head, not a nerd. He's a scout. Now, he never played the game at a high level, but he comes from a scouting background. Then we find out in the Brewers, he was involved in some major acquisitions of CC Sabathia, Josh Hader, Francisco Rodriguez. There's a couple others I'm forgetting. Big trades that the Brewers made, and you're like, that's what we're looking for. So then John Joe Curley booked Doug Melvin, who was his GM in Milwaukee, and we had a good conversation with Melvin. And Melvin was like, of course, because that's his guy. He wasn't going to come on here and rip Manassian, but he was like, no, he's a people person. I think one of the knocks on Farhan was behind closed doors that wasn't necessarily warm and fuzzy. Yeah.
I would agree with that assessment. And there was actually a part of Buster's Zoom call from last Friday where he talked about not having a big role, like having a face in the locker room. He said sometimes the players just want to play and they want to separate the front office from the locker room and from the clubhouse. And it seems, as we now know, whether it's Gabe Kapler or even Bob Melvin last year, that Farhan Zaidi had a huge impact of what happened in that locker room because he was sending down lineups himself. So he had a huge impact. So I think this is Buster's way of maybe going in a different direction. Even though it was an in-house hire, this comes from the scouting department and not exactly the analytical department, even though there will be kind of a mix and a blend of both.
Yeah. So then the stuff more we learned about him was that that he obviously, the connection with Lasorda was so much so that he's his godfather. And that Lasorda, when Manassian took the job with the Giants, started introducing the guy as Benedict Arnold. Right? So there is a little bit of too much Dodger in there. But
are you saying this is another Dodger undercover spy?
But we were saying this when you were gone, with Brooksy when you were gone, is that this is Buster Posey's first major decision. Yeah. And if it is in Buster you trust, then you got to, you trust Buster's judgment, you trust his instinct. This is why you want him here, because he's a winner and a good reader of people. So here's Posey, cut M, Tony, on why did he choose Zach Manassian. After thinking we were going to go outside and bring in somebody new, he stayed in-house. Buster.
Yeah, I mean, I said it, in the press conference that I thought somebody with a scouting background was important. And, Zach most definitely has that. Also, not that other people out there didn't have this background as well, but I thought it was important that Zach had spent time, in other organizations and had a chance to see how things were done. And also, him being here for the last 6 years, I think was important as well to me, that he's got a good feel and a good sense of how people are operating and probably will help me navigate maybe where some strengths are, but also weaknesses as well. From the start, the first time I sat down with Zach, I felt like there was a really strong connection, and ultimately made the decision to go with him, and again, couldn't be more excited about tackling this with him.
Yeah, and Posey admitted, and this was pretty good admission, that Manassian was not on his list, and people in the industry told him, "You should talk to this guy. You should talk to this guy." So he listened to other people, opened his mind, brought the guy in and was like, no, I think this kid's got something.
Yeah, and I was kind of surprised when I saw that quote from Buster this past week, that he really wasn't even in the conversation until he was suggested by people outside of the organization, which I don't know if that should be considered a red flag, because it doesn't seem like the biggest ringing endorsement when you didn't even have this guy in the conversation, in the picture of the plans and how it played out. But it sounds like trusted sources from around the league said, look, if you're not going to hire this guy, there's a good chance that somebody else from around the league might hire him. So it is going to take some trust in Buster Posey here. but a little bit of a head scratcher that he did go with someone in-house that he wasn't thinking about when he accepted this job of president of baseball.
That was my first
operations.
instinct, but the more I learned, like the 15 years in Milwaukee matters, and what he did there is interesting, and the fact that he's not an analytics guy. Or, I mean, I'm sure he's going to look at analytics, but it's not his primary background. Here's a couple from Manassian before we get out to Mike Krukow, and we'll get to the big hit with the 49ers at 7:50 today on trade deadline day. So cut end, Tony. So Zach Manassian, here's your roster. What do you like?
As far as areas I feel confident, really excited about a lot of the young players that we have coming. I think everyone saw a glimpse of that throughout the season. And also don't want to lose track of the veteran players that we have either. You know, someone like Logan Webb's one of the best pitchers in baseball. Someone like Matt Chapman, I think epitomizes who we want to be as an organization. Leadership. He cares. He wants to be out on the field every day, plays hard, our fans can connect with. So those are all things that I'm excited about going forward.
Okay, fairly vague saying I like young players and I like Webb and Chapman. Yeah. Okay, I could have said that.
Yeah, I like those guys too.
I said that. So let's ask him about the gaps on the roster. So where can the Giants get better? Cut O, Tony.
You know, as we kind of wrap our arms around this thing, it's still something that's very fluid. We're going to continue to talk about. And you know, Buster said this, and I feel the same way. Obviously, you know, we're not here to not build a winning team. So obviously, you know, there are gaps. As we get to know each other better and better, communicating more and more about exactly what those are, but still feeling out that process and then get a sense of the market and how we can navigate it.
Okay, that was very vague too. So, you know, we'll talk. We'll talk.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's a veteran. He knows how to do this. So we talked about this. Just shortstop's number one, right? And Hassan Kim now, I'm hearing he might not be ready to play next year.
Yeah, with that shoulder injury.
And that's a guy most people feel like was a lock. His friendship with Jung-Hoo Lee, his relationship with Bob Melvin, staying on the West Coast. And all of a sudden now that becomes a question. Now Willie Adames is out there, but I've seen some Spot Track did their guesses of what contracts would be. 6 for $160 was out there for Adames. Would you do that?
I mean, Willie's going to get paid. He hit over 30 home runs again this year, had over 20 stolen bags. I mean, he gives you power, gives you speed, gives you good defense. He's the best shortstop available on the market. So if they're looking to make a move, I don't know if they're going to get a Juan Soto or a Pete Alonso. I don't know if we should even go down that road, but it does seem like Willie Adames is more of a realistic option.
Yeah, if all else fails, Marcus, Nick Ahmed's out there. You know what I mean? So, thank you very much. I needed to do that. Anyway, we'll get more into it later as the week goes on. Check in maybe down in San Antonio. But it's time to talk to Mike Krukow. And then the big hit, 49ers fans at 7:50. It is trade deadline day. Do the Niners need to make a move? Cue up your takes and give us a call. But Mike Krukow's next on the Sports Leader. All right, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. So, Steve, good morning. We want to talk about what to do if you have unfiled or unpaid taxes.
This situation affects so many people. A lot of people just don't file tax returns. And the number one reason they don't file is just because they don't have the money to pay. Then the next year goes along and they say, well, how can they pay year 2 when they didn't pay year 1? And becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. Always looking over your shoulder, worried if the day the IRS is going to get you. You don't have to live like that. And if you don't have your records, you don't have the accounting, we get all the records the IRS and state has on you. We can do your accounting if you need it, or clean it up if you need it. Or what if you say you filed your returns, but you just can't pay your taxes? I know you feel frustrated. I know you feel like you're 1,000 feet underwater. But there's so many good solutions. Whether we make a deal that you just pay part and they forgive the rest, or pay in monthly installments you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We explain everything to you. And then if you want us to, just say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Well, there it is. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All righty, every Tuesday and Thursday. A lot happened since we last talked to Mike Krukow. The Giants hired a general manager. A couple gold gloves got handed out too. And Marcus returned from Yankee Stadium. So lots of fun stuff to get to with Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Marcus Boucher is back from Yankee Stadium. The result did not change. The Giants hired a GM, and a couple gold gloves got handed out. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good. Really good. And did you guys vote?
Not yet. I'm moving right after the show. Right after the show, my wife and I, we make a little ceremony out of it. We like to go together. Yes.
I'll tell you who I voted for.
Okay.
Barry Bonds. I voted for Barry Bonds.
Long overdue, Mike.
Well, we'll see how
that's the way I look at it. You know, I'm gonna vote for him every chance I get. Every time I vote, I'm writing in.
How about if we say we're going to vote for Kruk and Kipe in the Ford Frick Award? That's what we're going to do.
Well, do me a favor. Vote for Kipe, will you?
Okay, well, all right. And he'll tell us to vote for you. Then we'll cancel each other's vote out. That's a problem. All right. Well, listen, Mike, the biggest one is the Niners. I mean, the Niners, gosh. The Giants hired a general manager. So we haven't had a chance to talk to you since then. His name is Zach Manassian, and he comes from a big-time baseball family. His dad was the longtime clubby in the Texas Rangers. His brother Perry is the general manager of the Angels. His other brother Calvin is the clubby in Atlanta. His grandpa was tight with Tommy Lasorda. Lasorda is his godfather. There's a lot going on here, Mike. What's your take?
Well, do you guys know him?
Haven't met him yet. Sad to say.
Well, he's a guy that literally started from the bottom. I mean, he was a clubhouse kid.
Yeah.
And just had a true passion of the game. And he realized that, you know, he was a good little player, but he had no chance to be a player to get to the big leagues. And he wanted to stay in the game. And he found a job and a start from the clubhouse, and then he went right up to the clubhouse, kind of like a Mario Alioto story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he started from the bottom and then got to the top. And, you know, if you meet this guy, I mean, you realize that A, he's a lifer, and B, he's a gym rat. I mean, he's a get there early, leave late guy. And you're affected by the glow he has, because there's no other place that he'd rather be than in baseball. He's a perfect complement to Buster Posey. And you know, a president of baseball ops like Buster and a general manager, they have to be close because they're going to spend a lot of time with each other. And they're kind of opposite in a lot of ways. Manassian, he's just effervescent. There's just no task that he doesn't feel that he can accomplish. And he's extremely thorough. And, you know, Buster sees things, you know, he evaluates things. He moves at a little bit of a slower pace, very calculating. And I just, when we knew that the general manager job was up, we had hoped that Zach Manassian would get an interview, and we had hoped that he would be the guy, and lo and behold, here he is. So I'm really excited for him because he's a really, really good fit, and he'll be a really, really good source of energy in this organization.
And of course, this is Buster Posey's first big move as president of baseball operations. He spoke openly at his press conference about going in a direction of hiring a GM with a scouting background. So what do you think of Buster's decision to go in this direction, Mike?
Well, I'm not surprised by it at all. I mean, look, he was raised in a scouting environment with Brian Sabian. I mean, Sabian was a scout, one of the best scouts ever. And he was surrounded by people that saw the game, that could evaluate talent. And then as the game evolved into, analytics, baseball, which shouldn't be a surprise, they jumped in with both feet in the deep end with analytics. And now they're starting to climb back out. But what they learned with analytics is that it's applicable to an everyday evaluation of your team and your opponent. So, you know, they're going to, as they go forth, it'll always be part of the equation that they use to evaluate. But I think that a step backwards into the world of scouting, I think, is much needed. Because, look, you're getting a very biased opinion from me. I think that you know, a scout goes into the stands, and he's not just looking for a guy that throws 98. He's not looking for a guy that's got, you know, power. I mean, he's looking at this guy. He's looking at his fingernails. I mean, is he a nail biter? Is he a guy that, you tell a lot by a guy's hands. I had a scout tell me that. I had a scout tell me that he looks and sees for the kid's parents to see how big they are. How tall is his mother? How big are her feet? Because this is going to be a way you watch this kid progress from an 18-year-old high school prospect into a big leaguer that can absorb the workload of a starting pitcher. They look at everything that is not on a spreadsheet. So I do think you have to have the combination of both. And I think that with Buster, taking a step backward into the world of scouting, I think is a good thing.
Talking to Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line, and we do it every Tuesday and Thursday, and the general manager meetings are underway in San Antonio, Texas, of all places, and Buster's down there. John Shea wrote about it in the Chronicle. He chronicled his checking into the JW Marriott at 5:10 p.m. in denim jeans, an athletic zip-up top, white baseball cap, and Air Max 1s. Johnny Shea leaving no stone unturned as he tracked Buster through the lobby. But what do you think, Mike? Buster says to him, he says, it's a new experience. He says, I'm going to take it in and listen a lot. He says, I'm excited to be here for the first time. He goes on to say, I wouldn't say I'm nervous. I'm more interested to see how the time is spent. He says, I'm used to a very structured schedule my wife keeps me on, so we'll see how it goes. And then it says, his makeup is important. I want to try to target people who have intangibles that I saw throughout my career. And then at the end, when the elevator door was closing, I guess he said to Johnny Shea, let's go. So what's your take on Buster at the GM meetings walking around like, wait a minute, this is an executive meeting? I'm a player.
Well, I can only relate the story as to when we first saw Buster in 2009. And, he was a rookie. He was tired. He was obviously everybody was looking towards as to how he was going to unfold into his career. And, he didn't make a big splash in September of 2009, but he damn sure did in 2010. And the one thing that really caught our minds, and it jumped off the page, was this guy walked into the clubhouse, and it wasn't long before he was accepted by the veterans as a player that had an opinion that they respected and they would listen to. I haven't seen that happen very much in my life. Usually rookies come aboard and they just stay silent for a couple of years. And if they are chirping, they're just chirping to make noise. But when a guy comes in like Buster did that had opinion as to how to play the game and an opinion that was respected by veterans, that's rare. So I expect him to go into this job the same way, with a knowledge of instinct, with a knowledge of baseball because of his experience as a player, and then, trusting people that he's met along the way, trusting a formula that he was exposed to by Sabian, by Bochy, and use all those intangibles of knowledge that he had along the way, things that impressed him, and that's what he's going to look for. And I expect him to hit the comfort zone rather quickly, despite the fact that he doesn't have a lot of experience in the front office. And that's a very difficult thing to say about anybody, because the front office is a different world. It's a completely different world than the clubhouse, a completely different world than the field. And but I think he's up to the challenge. We all do, and that's why we're all excited about this step that he's taking. So I'm looking forward to see how he matures as an exec.
Few more minutes with Mike Krukow here on the UMA guest line this morning. And Mike, we got to ask you about some hardware that was handed out over the weekend. Matt Chapman earns his 5th Gold Glove on his 3rd different team, and Patrick Bailey takes home his first Gold Glove. What were your thoughts on those two and those two cornerstones of the defense heading into next season?
Yeah, I'm really excited for both guys. It just, for Chapman, I mean, it just gives him another layer of credibility with his glove, and we all agree, one of the more unique third basemen we've ever seen. And just, the chance we get to see this guy play every day is, it's a gift. And then when you have a young player get it for the first time, you're really excited because of what it means to him. From now on, the rest of his life, he'll always be introduced as Gold Glove winner Patrick Bailey. And that reputation holds weight. That, I think, is one of the most coveted awards that every everyday player wants to have on their mantle. They want to have a Gold Glove, because that is true acknowledgement that you are indeed a great defensive player. And for Bailey, I mean, that's his deal. And the other thing, as we discussed this a couple weeks ago, as to what my opinion of him is, I think there's room for improvement. I think he's only going to get better. And the other thing too about a Gold Glove handle, when you have that label on a player, they expect it every year they go out there. They expect to win another one, and I think that makes them a better player. So I'm really, really happy for Patrick Bailey. And if you know him, and if you know his personality, you know what this means to him and his family, and he's just a great guy. So good for him. I'm happy for him, for them both.
Well, Mike, it's going to be an interesting offseason, and, here's Buster at the GM meetings, and here's, the winter meetings are coming up in December, and we'll see how Buster handles this stuff. I think one of the things, and just kind of leave it at, do you think the Giants want to be more assembled or have decisions more finalized earlier in the process this time than the last few years where they've had to wait until, like particularly last year, where they waited until February?
Oh, hell yeah. I think all of baseball wants to see more deals done early. I thought what happened last year and what Boris had orchestrated with 4 players really locked up the whole market, and I was just pissed about it. And I think everybody else was. I just think that there's no need for it. I think that has to get done, and I think that he did an injustice not just to the game of baseball, and I'm talking about Boris. I'm talking about the 4 people that he represented. And I think it really, really affected 2 guys, and they were the pitchers. I think that Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery really were handicapped by what happened last year in the negotiation process. So hopefully we all learn from it. I don't think it's going to change. I think that's just the way Boris is. I think it's his arrogance that chooses that the way that he negotiates. I think that's just the way he does it, and I don't see it changing, but I hope it does.
Right. We all agree. It's just so much more fun. They got to learn from other sports. It really gets everybody talking and interested in the sport instead of frustrated.
Well, it's going to happen when they get to the next basic agreement. This is going to get negotiated, and this is going to get changed. That's how big it is.
Well, Buster. Well, we know Buster's in San Antonio. We know he's wearing jeans and sneakers and a cap, and we know that he's saying "Let's go." So it's very exciting. He and Zach Manassian, who is a baseball lifer, who's now with the Giants. So fun stuff, Mike.
Yeah. One thing about Buster that's different.
Yeah.
He's going to the meetings, and he's got his cup on.
Every meeting he takes is in the crouch. Yeah. All right, Mike. Well, listen, good vote for Bonds, and we're proud of our votes for you and Dwayne. So have a great election day. We'll talk to you Thursday.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Krukow every Tuesday and Thursday. Yeah, Buster's wearing his cup to the meetings.
I like it.
Very good. All right, hey, the big hit is on the other side. By the way, we're still giving away that $100 Pacific Catch gift card. Tony loves giving stuff away. Mm-hmm. Tony loves hopping on the mic saying, we have a wonderful prize for our loyal listeners. Yesterday, Brad in San Jose won it. So we'll do that, but the big hit is trade deadline day. Guys, we're getting down to it now. It's only 5 hours away. John Lynch has not made a move. Moves are being made across the NFL. Let's discuss the moves that are made, and we want to hear from you guys. Can the Niners win the West without making a move because of the quote-unquote return of the injured guys? Or do you need a move to get where you need to go? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Niners are the big hit next on the Sports Leader.
Come on, one thing about Buster that's different is he's going to the meetings, and he's got his cup on.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away this $100 Pacific Catch gift card. Not now, but we are going to give this thing away in the 9 a.m. hour. So the holidays are coming, and if you're planning a celebration, look no further than your local Pacific Catch. Lobster's back on the menu with craveable comfort foods like clam chowder and our new green curry bowl. Book now at pacificcatch.com. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. Like I said, we are giving this gift card away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, not now, but when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR and you will win. This is all brought to you by Pacific Catch. It is the perfect winter destination. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Marcus Boucher back from New York. And after eating all that pizza and bagels, trust me, I'm looking for the secret to losing weight. And that's why I'm here to talk to you about the Abundant Life Weight Loss Agency. Because if you've been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I was on this program for 3 months, and guess what? I lost 25 pounds. Might need to drop 5 more after my trip to New York. But if you want to figure out how I did it without sweat, without counting calories, without any prepackaged meals, you can go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, this is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, welcome to the Big Hit, everybody. After I remind you that it was fun talking to Mike Krukow, and he is, of course, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. We do that every Tuesday and Thursday with Mike Dwayne Kuiper. Tomorrow, we'll see what Buster Posey and Zach Manassian cook up. We're trying to chase down Zach to come on our show later this week, so stay tuned to that. And speaking of people coming on KNBR, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 3:30 this afternoon. And speaking of people being on KNBR, Marcus Boucher is back, everybody.
Hello.
Welcome back, Marcus. Dude, it was a great trip. I know we won't go over the boring, or I shouldn't say boring, but the gory particulars of what happened. The less we talk about the Dodgers winning the World Series, the better. All right, dude?
Blank Murph.
But welcome back, buddy. Welcome back. And now you step right into a huge day. This is the stupid joke going around. It's a huge day in our country. Decisions will be made that affect lives for generations. And should the 49ers make a trade at NFL trade deadline day? Hey, there it is, guys. So, well, it is true. Honestly, what will have more impact on your life? Because, I mean, I could riff here for a little bit. I'm just riffing. Mm-hmm. But in reality, whoever the president is, whether it's Abe Lincoln or Frank Roosevelt, does that have any effect on your life? Whether or not McCaffrey plays Sunday has more effect on my life.
For guys like me and you, Murph, McCaffrey definitely has a bigger impact on our life.
Let's talk about what's more impactful. Because will the 49ers, they got to go to Tampa Bay this Sunday, which we just saw the Buccaneers go into Arrowhead Stadium, and I'm going to get PTSD even saying this. Lost in overtime to the Chiefs. There they were. The frickin' Chiefs in overtime. This time they decided to win the toss for a goof. And
just for kicks.
And you, like you said it earlier, Mahomes with the ball in overtime, it's done.
It just feels automatic.
It's almost like he just kind of says, okay, I'm just going to will my way down the field and score a touchdown, right? Was there a single person in the world who doubted they're going to score a touchdown?
It almost feels like it's scripted for him to win, Murph.
Very good. So that leaves the 49ers playing a Buccaneers team on a short week. It's a good team. Don't look past this. I know what are they, 4-5 or 4-4 right now? What are they?
Yeah, it feels like it's a team better than their record, especially after the performance that they put up last night against Kansas City, when Baker Mayfield, who I believe leads the NFL in touchdown passes this season, is out there
mid-segment read
without Mike Evans and without Chris Godwin. He's still out there slinging it.
Yeah, so they're playing for stuff too, and they are in that NFC South that we talked about that is in the same situation as the Niners, which is looking for that parking space in the playoffs, which the NFC North is hogging the parking lot, and so are the Commanders and the Eagles in the East, and that leaves the Tampa Bay Bucks now at 4-5, 2 behind the 6-3 Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
So they're kind of slipping away. The Bucks need this, so they're going to be kind of in desperation mode on Sunday. The 49ers are a game behind Arizona without the tiebreaker over Arizona, although they do get another crack at the Cardinals. Last game of the season in January of 2025, bro.
Wow.
That could be... It could come down to that.
Absolutely. And we might be looking at the situation, the playoff standings on that January 5th with that traffic jam that you're talking about. And shout out to the traffic jam that we always have in the KNBR parking lot. Can John Lynch be our Oppo? Can he get our car out safely? Can he get the 49ers to the postseason? Can John Lynch be our guy, Oppo?
For people who know Oppo, he's our Turkish parking lot attendant. And by the way,
he's the best.
He's damn good at his job.
Oh, he's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's really good.
I mean, the way that guy can move cars around, like he should be making trade calls at the deadline today.
Now that leads us to our big hit. 808 KNBR. Does Oppo, the parking lot attendant, or John Lynch need to make a trade? Do the 49ers need to make a trade to win the West? Or the other question is the return of Christian McCaffrey, the return of Juwan Jennings, hopefully. He was at practice yesterday, but we don't know if he can play on Sunday. And maybe the mythical return of Dre Greenlaw, who we all now know. Well, we already knew, but we're just reinforcing our thought of how important that guy is to the Niner defense. They are different without that cat out there. And when he comes back, how effective can he be? Now, we should catch you guys up on what's going on the trade deadline circuit. Big move this morning. If you missed it while you were sleeping or getting your breakfast, the pass rusher that everybody kind of wanted, Zadarius Smith from the Cleveland Browns, got traded to the Detroit Lions, guys. Lions right now, stock through the roof. Point differential of plus 110, huge win at Lambeau Field. They've now, I wouldn't say they've replaced Aiden Hutchinson, but they've certainly helped replace Aiden Hutchinson. The Niners didn't get this guy. Now, here's the thing, Marcus. The cost was essentially nothing. The Browns are sending Zadarius Smith and a 7th rounder. Lions are actually getting a pick out of this, and the Lions are sending a 5th and a 6th. Dude, does that not seem doable?
That Absolutely seems doable, and it seems like a move that hopefully the 49ers were involved in, at least making an offer, because Zadarius Smith was one of the names that I had at the top of my list this morning, looking at all the potential trade targets. And, of course, with the Cleveland Browns just shipping off Amari Cooper, Deshaun Watson's done, sounds like their season's over, which is why they're sending out some of these top names now. But to get a pass rusher like Zadarius Smith, who just a couple years ago was an all-pro player with the Baltimore Ravens, a guy that you could put on this defensive line with Nick Bosa, I would have assumed that the 49ers would have been in on those trade discussions, especially at that price point.
This feels like a miss, really, unless they go and make a move and get a D lineman between now and 1 o'clock. And I think we've all come to an agreement that if we all had one choice to make, D-line is our choice. Now, I've brought up receiver before. I'm just thinking, you lost Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, you can't just say, oh, yeah, we're fine. Everybody seems to think they're fine. Maybe, we're getting McCaffrey back, but the idea was to have McCaffrey, Kittle, Debo, and Ayuk with Ricky Pearsall. Now you've missed Ayuk. Everybody's acting like losing Ayuk's not a big deal. All right, listen, and I got caught yesterday in a discussion with Rod that was sort of misinterpreted by the viral people. No, I love Juwan Jennings. I do. I freaking love him. I'm just wondering, are the Niners ready to slot him in at the 2 next to Debo? And are they enough? And Ricky Pearsall, is that enough? As your 3 receivers plus Kittle and McCaffrey? Probably.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't hate taking another receiver.
And this is my explanation of why I'm fine if they don't go out and trade for a wide receiver. Now, we mentioned the possibility of maybe a small move, maybe bringing in a guy like Kendrick Bourne who knows the system. But I think when you're looking at the top 3 targets, the 49ers are kind of set. And I know it's hard to kind of digest when we're talking about Ricky Pearsall, who's only played a handful of games now since returning from his injury. But I'm looking at Ricky Pearsall as a first-round draft pick, a guy that can step up in place of Brandon Ayuk. I don't think he's going to put up BA-type numbers or the numbers that we saw last year from BA, but look at the first 6-7 games of the season when Ayuk was out there. And really, the 49ers offense hasn't had a healthy wide receiver core the entire season. Whether it was Debo out for a couple games, Ricky obviously out for the beginning of the season, and now BA going down and even missing Juwan Jennings. So I think when you have a $25 million wide receiver in Debo Samuel, that's your wide receiver 1. You invested a first-round draft pick in Ricky Pearsall, you're going to need him to step up as your number 2. Then you can leave Juwan Jennings in that third wide receiver role, and then you throw in Kittle over the middle, who's playing like the best tight end in football right now. I still think there are enough offensive pieces. Then you sprinkle in a Christian McCaffrey on top of all of that, and that's why I think they're fine offensively moving forward.
Which is, I guess this gets back to the night they drafted Pearsall. It was basically saying we're going to stack the receiver room in anticipation of losing Debo next year?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. So anyway, okay, well, fine. I could buy that.
Yeah.
I'm not dying for another receiver. I'm just saying I wouldn't hate another receiver. Also, D-line is more pressing. And who's out there? Well, Devon Godshaw is pretty much the guy. He's a New England Patriot D lineman. Some people have brought up DeForest Buckner. Seems unlikely given his salary, but I don't know. You can make things like that happen. And are the Colts looking to trade DeForest Buckner?
Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the bigger question. I know they're coming off that Sunday Night Football loss, but you look at teams like the Colts. I know people are out there with Max Crosby and Myles Garrett at the top of their wish list. I don't know if those teams, even though they might be sellers today, like if you're looking for a wide receiver, I've heard Jacoby Meyer's name pop up on the trade block also. But when you're looking at cornerstone pieces, franchise pieces, I don't think guys like Max Crosby and Myles Garrett are going to be moved today.
All right, this is what we're asking you guys. Do they need to make a move to get where they go? In other words, we're 5 hours away. It's 8:01 right now. We're 5 hours away from the trade deadline. And I feel like I'm getting Farhan vibes here where I would have very strong opinions about whether or not Farhan should make a move. And right now, John Lynch has stayed quiet. Now, I anticipate him making a move based on what they've done. And now you see that Zadarius Smith, I don't want to say they got Zadarius Smith for a song, but they kind of did. A 5th and a 6th rounder, and you got a 7th in return, too. Not a 7th round into a player. So if that's the going rate, you can go get Devon Godshaw from the New England Patriots for, I don't know, a 5th or a 6th. Now, you know what else has happened on trade deadline morning this morning? The Cowboys have become more of a joke again because they just made a trade for wide receiver Jonathan Mingo of the Panthers. You're like, wait, Jonathan Mingo, who's he? You're like, well, he was a draft pick in 2023, 2nd rounder, but he hasn't done really anything in the NFL. Last year, 43 passes for 418 yards. Okay, fine. This year, 12 catches on the entire season for 121 yards. He's been passed on the depth chart. The Cowboys sent a 4th rounder for him. Seems like a dramatic overpay. And it's like just more Cowboy bungling here.
How about them Cowboys? The same Cowboys team that sent a 4th round draft pick to Trey Lance a couple years ago, which turned into Malik Mustafa. And that's something that we talked about earlier also with John Lynch and the 49ers front office. The fact that they've made trades at the deadline 5 out of the last 6 seasons, they have been extremely active, to your point. But I do have a theory that when you look at the future of this franchise and how much of a portion of the cap space that Brock Purdy's eventually going to get, I believe Matt Barrows just did an article this past weekend expecting him to get $65 million per year. Well, when you're paying a quarterback that much money, you're going to have to hit on draft picks. And you're looking at this 49er roster with George Kittle and Fred Warner and Deommodore Lenoir and all these guys that were 4th and 5th round draft picks. Throw Dre Greenlaw into that conversation also. And you look at the draft class that John Lynch had this year, and you start thinking about what the future of this team is going to look like when you're talking about maybe guys like Charvarius Ward being a casualty of the cap space this offseason and how important these draft picks are going to be. That's why I think John Lynch might play it a little closer to his vest today with these draft picks instead of making the moves that we've seen over the last couple of years, despite the fact that they're still in that same Super Bowl window.
It's interesting, man, because he's been so active, and yet here we go. Some action's going down on the trade deadlines, and they have not been part of it. But you got 5 hours, guys. You got 5 hours. This will happen during Papa and Lund today. All right, 808 KNBR is the phone number. The Golden State Lumber and Builder Materials text line is 415-808-5627. 831 says, I think Lynch will make a splash, but let some beloved guys go. 408 says, wait a minute, did you just say no move too small? Haha, very good. 408 says, the last time the Warriors, for some reason this person brings this up, the last time the Niners won a championship, Waterboy wasn't even born. I don't know if that's true. You were born in what year?
Wait, they said the last time who won a championship?
The Niners won a championship.
Oh, I was alive. I just don't remember it. I was born in 92. I just have no memories of it.
Yeah, no. There you go. A lot of people are asking about Dexter Lawrence of the New York Giants. Now, that's a big name. He signed a 4-year, $87 million deal. I'm not sure if that's within the Niners' parameters. 916 says, yes, the 49ers need to make a trade. They do not have enough on defense to stop the run and create pressure. Go get DeForest Buckner and an edge rusher. DeForest Buckner has been brought up a few times, and it's obvious. I mean, there's really nothing to dislike about bringing DeForest Buckner in. Other than, are the Colts looking to move him? Probably not. And second of all, is his $13 million number next year when you have to pay Brock Purdy, is that going to affect when your Brandon Ayuk's contract kicks in, et cetera?
Can I just say this about DeForest Buckner? And maybe somebody can explain it to me like I'm 5, 808 KNBR is a number. But how did it make sense trading away DeForest Buckner because you didn't want to pay him that contract? And then the very next offseason, you gave Hargrave $20 million per year, which is essentially the same contract that DeForest Buckner ended up getting.
And we should ask John Lynch.
Yeah, I mean, that was a confusing move. Like, that was just kind of rearranging chairs on the Titanic deck. I know it wasn't like that big of a shocking move at the time, but it's like, you paid this guy the same contract that Buckner got. Why didn't you just keep Buckner the entire time?
I don't know. Ask John. We'll have to get back into that thing. Maybe there's some sort of financial situation there. I'm not sure. All right. 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627. Forrest says, without question, the biggest return is Christian McCaffrey. In fact, we should probably get that Trent Williams sound out there. We should probably tell everybody, McCaffrey was back in practice yesterday. If you didn't know, there he was. And the Niners have opened his window. And Adam Schefter has reported that he is on track to play this Sunday in Tampa Bay. Now, they're off today. They'll hit the practice field tomorrow. Shanahan will talk. This is obviously going to be something that tracks throughout the week. It's not going to be something you're not going to get your answer on Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. You're probably not going to get your answer until Sunday morning when you wake up and check your phone and check your Schefter tweets or check your Jay Glazer Fox pregame. But here was Trent Williams thinking this is a good thing, seeing McCaffrey yesterday.
Such an amazing feeling to see that 2-3 out there doing his extensive warm-up and, a million high knees he does before practice. It was great seeing him.
Okay, so he's a happy guy seeing those high knees. I guess McCaffrey broke down the huddle, too, and did the thing, too. All right, 808 came at 4-1. More text pouring in. 408 says, John Lynch got rid of Buckner and gave Ayuk $30 million. Are we sure he went to Stanford? Oh. All right, says 831 says they need a move on defense for sure. There's no guarantee Greenlaw will be the Dre we remember right away. And other than Hufanga, nobody is coming back as an impact player. I am, Dre Greenlaw is a very big mystery. You've even heard Shanahan kind of use cautious language, and he's like, there's a lot we can't totally expect from him. You go back and look at last Wednesday, Tony. Marcus missed John Lynch last Wednesday, but he did talk to us about, and he has said this, the trade deadline isn't, their trade deadline could be getting players back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Farhan said that to us in July.
Yeah,
He
but
said-
it feels different. Even though the 49ers are a 500 team right now, we can obviously look at the difference between these two rosters. And the 49ers roster is littered with superstars and all-pro players, and they're coming off a season where they just went to the Super Bowl. So I buy that argument more from John Lynch and the 49ers because we've seen this team have success. We've seen the success this offense has had when they traded for Christian McCaffrey at the trade deadline a couple years ago. I did not see that same success with A.J. Pollock and Mark Hanna, so that's why it's different for me. I know a lot of people are having some of those same flashbacks to what Farhan said for all these years, but the Farhan San Francisco Giants and the John Lynch San Francisco 49ers are worlds apart.
Well, here was Lynch last Wednesday. You asked what Lynch said when you missed him in the bye week about going into the trade deadline and getting players back.
I think when you're looking at a trade deadline, we've taken advantage of it in a number of the years in which we've been here, and it's been really good to us. It's just got to be a fit, and you're always calling and receiving calls. This year is a little bit different in that we've had I look at this list, and it's McCaffrey, Feliciano, Jennings, Greenlaw, Yetur Gross-Matos, Talanoa Hufanga. There's a lot of really good players that we can get back to strengthen this team, and we loved our team coming into the season. Not where we want to be. We're 4-4, but we've got a lot in front of us, and we're just going to take it week by week. And one thing this team has shown the ability under Kyle to do is get better throughout the course of the season and play our best ball when it matters most.
Okay, so that, again, everything a GM says around the trade deadline you have to take with like 10 grains of salt. But he just listed, he said McCaffrey, Feliciano, Jennings, Greenlaw, Gross-Matos, Hufanga. He listed 6 guys that theoretically can come back. And then he pumped up Kyle's second half record, which, by the way, I recently in a Jock blog wrote about. Dude, in the last 3 years, his November, December, and January regular season record is crazy. It's like 23-4. I have to go back and look at the exact record. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Like, you can point to different factors.
Mm-hmm.
Trading for McCaffrey a couple years ago is one of them.
Huge.
I think they went 10 in a row when McCaffrey came from the Chiefs.
I believe the stat is over the last 2 seasons post-bye weeks, they're 16-2 in games played after the bye week.
Yeah, so he's talking about that. So in other words, that would give you, and I'm just throwing this out there, and we can go to break and come back and continue this thread, but that would give you a sense of like, you don't have to make a trade, that they're getting these guys back, and they play better in the second half. Now, the schedule's out there at Tampa, at Green Bay, at Buffalo. Detroit's coming here for a Monday nighter. Listen, it's the freaking NFL. I'd rather have the Cardinals schedule, trust me. Cardinals already played the Packers, Vikings, and I think they only have like one of the NFC North teams left. The Niners, I think, have 3 of the NFC North teams left.
And the
Packers, Bears, and Lions.
And the Cardinals already have a win over the 49ers.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that.
The freaking Cardinals, and then they're squeaking out these stupid games. They're winning these games on field goals and squeaking them by. I mean, they blew out the Bears this past weekend, but I got to feel like I have no institutional fear of the Cardinals. Come on.
I'd be interested to
chase
see
down the Cardinals, right?
What are the Cardinals going to do today at the trade deadline? Because that's a defense to me that still has a lot of holes and a lot of issues. I don't think they're good enough to win the NFC West, but here they are on trade deadline day, first place in the NFC West.
Yeah, I Jock blog last week about the 49ers after getting that win, about how the NFC West is there. Dude, they're 23-5 in November, December, and January regular season games the past 3 seasons.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're telling me the 49ers are a cold weather football team.
November is a surly rain.
After all the criticism we get on the zesty West Coast.
We'll play the John Facenda November thing for you just to get psyched. Okay, we'll continue this on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's trade deadline day, man. Do they have to make a trade, or do you buy what John Lynch just had to say there? You don't have to. You don't have to. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away this $100 Pacific Catch gift card. We have not done it yet. So let me tell you, the holidays are coming, and if you're planning a celebration, look no further than your local Pacific Catch. Lobster's back on the menu with craveable comfort foods like clam chowder and our new green curry bowl. Book now at pacificcatch.com. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give this gift card away, a $100 Pacific Catch gift card in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, not now, but when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win a $100 Pacific Catch gift card. It is all brought to you by Pacific Catch, the perfect winter destination. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look at young Tony today getting creative here. Fleetwood Mac, name of the song is?
Never Going Back Again.
Okay, there it is. All the songs about back. Backstreet's back and Return of the Mac. All this stuff. It's all for Marcus Boucher's back.
But
Good
the
to
name
have
of the song
Waterboy here.
is Never Going Back Again, but here I am back at the KNBR studios this morning.
It's where you make your bread and butter, buddy.
So I guess I am back again.
It's where you get paid because you're working hard for the bread. You're working hard for the money.
That's it.
Marcus is back. It's good to see him. We won't talk about the World Series. Less said, the better.
John Joe Curley actually said it's a 24-hour news cycle. That was a week ago. We cannot talk about the World Series.
But we can talk about John's on Bleecker Pizza and the best bagel on West 35th, too.
Pizza and bagels, man. Ooh.
The Abundant Life is back in the building here after the carbs.
I got to find that secret all over again, Murph.
Well, it'll be good then because now we've gone through your weight loss with those reads. Now a little weight gain. Now we can go through another loss.
That's it. I'm back on the program. I'll go on a nice 2-week diet before we take off to Hawaii in a couple weeks.
Holy moly.
Ooh.
Well, you can eat healthy in Hawaii.
Oh, I'll be eating everything in
light
Hawaii.
Fish and fruit and all that.
Give me some Hawaiian barbecue.
Yeah. Oh, there's that too. All right, guys. Well, it is obviously, and yes, we can do the stupid dad jokes. Today's a very big day in the country, son. Today, lives will be affected. And by that, I mean, will the Niners make a trade by 1 p.m.? I get it. I know. Somebody actually got upset at me for saying this is a very serious day. Bro, you don't get me started, bro.
Yeah, bro,
Don't
come
get me
on.
started.
This is a sports radio station.
Do
Let
not
us
get me
riff.
triggered
Let
about
us
this
riff.
election.
Let us
Do not
riff.
get me triggered. Let's just stay on the trade deadline, which is at 1 o'clock, by the way. Every minute that passes, Marcus. I said this at 8:01. There's no trade. It's 8:19. There's still no trade.
I had a riff about trading a certain player from the 49ers, but I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it, Murph.
Actually, we had a funny one. No joke. Well, no, let's not go there. All right. See? Look at how much I've matured through
Look at
the
the
years.
self-contained of
Look
us.
at that. Sometimes the best, they say sometimes the best, what do they say? The best trade is the one you don't make. Sometimes the best riff is the one you don't make. There you go. But John Lynch came on the Tim Kawakami podcast. Shout out Kawakami for landing Lynch this week. And he asked him about, does making a move give that locker room that jolt? Because, like, theoretically, let's say 1 o'clock comes and goes and there's no trade. So all the guys walk in the locker room, they're looking around, they're like, we didn't get anybody. There will be some people that will be ticked about that. Or the converse is like, hey, our guy believes in us. It's always the spin. You can spin it as, you make a trade, you believe in the team that they can make a run, you've added juice to the locker room, you've added a new energy, you've added a new body, and he's done that so many times. The other spin is, I didn't need to make a trade because all the guys coming back are so good and we believe in our team. So you can spin it either way.
Yeah, and my question would be, does this locker room need the juice, specifically if making one of these big blockbuster trades, when they're going to get the juice and lifeblood of Christian McCaffrey walking back to those doors?
I mean, I don't even want to, I hate putting this in the universe, knock on Formica, but, you know, how reliable is it that he finishes the season from here on out? I know.
Don't mention that, Murph. Don't mention that.
I know.
And that's like, even if he does have a chance to play this weekend, which does seem like a very high likelihood, the guy's got to be on a pitch count. And they now have the luxury of having Jordan Mason and Isaac Orendo, two younger running backs who have proven this season that they can handle some of the workload. I would not be surprised to see Christian McCaffrey on a snap count this weekend.
We actually asked him that from last Wednesday when you were gone. We asked Lynch about, is he on a snap count? Yeah.
I think with a guy like Christian, I think regardless whether we had guys that could spell him or not, he's, you know, you do what's right for the player. That's what we'll always do. There's been a really good plan in place this whole time. And, you know, we're not there yet. We got to get there, but those things will start to be, you know, okay, here's what he's done in practice. Here's how much volume, provided he's ready to play, that we feel like he can play. And then you're right. We do have the depth where we feel like we can do that. And it's certainly anytime. I think if you have Christian out there for 5 plays, you're a better team. There's a reason we put all that draft capital into trading for him, and I think it's been a good deal for us. I think everybody would say that. So we just want him back on the field, and we'll figure it out from there.
Actually, that cut was from you. It was 2 weeks ago. That was not from last week. That was from 2 weeks ago. 925 says, am I missing something? The 49ers defense is not good. They need another pass rusher. It's not rocket science. There's a pretty stark trade right there. Is the 49ers defense not good? 808 KNBR.
I wouldn't call them a bad defense, but it's definitely not been the dominant defense that we've seen over the past couple seasons, if that makes sense.
Yes.
They're not playing at the level that we've seen during the Super Bowl window.
You want to go by those DVOA rankings? I mean, again, what does that mean? You know what I mean? It's like
DVOA.
It's like when I first learned WAR in baseball. I remember getting into it with some of the analytics nerds on Twitter. It was the early days of Twitter before I kind of understood the landscape. That's kind of like, I was like, what the hell's WAR? They're like, hey, you're such a moron. That's why you should never talk about baseball. I'm like, really? Well, what's WAR? They're like, that's why you're... And I was like, you still haven't answered my question.
You still haven't
WAR?
explained it.
It's wins above replacement, you dinosaur. It's like, well, yeah, and what is that? I'm watching the ball game. What do you mean? Where's the WAR out there, dude? You know? So, I mean, there's part of me that's still like, I don't know what to make of it, right? So if you go defensive DVOA, which is what people like a lot, the 49ers are actually 5th in the NFL.
Wow.
Now, again, take that for what it's worth. It's Minnesota 1, Houston 2, Detroit 3, Kansas City 4, 49ers 5, Chargers 6, Broncos 7. Those are all really good defenses. Yeah. So the analytics are kind to the Niners. 925's text is not kind to the Niners.
Well, I will say this from a more traditional analytics approach. If you're just looking at the simple stats that simple guys like me like to read, when it comes to opponents' points per game, this 49er defense is allowing 22.8, which ranks 16th in the NFL.
Okay.
If you're looking at opponent yards per game, they are allowing 314, which is 10th in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I think that's maybe where you're looking at this defense as a middle-of-the-pack type defense, not a top-5 defense as we've seen the last couple of years.
And I think we're all in agreement that if I'd like to see a trade for a D lineman. I would.
Yeah.
If they don't make it, well, you're counting on your Tur Gross-Matos, and you're counting on Dre Greenlaw, and those are two unsure things.
Yeah.
You know?
And look, we've had questions about this defensive line since last year in the postseason, after both the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions had a lot of success running against this defensive line.
I just got shivers thinking about that.
So they decided this offseason to revamp and bring in guys like Malik Collins and Gross-Matos, and it sounds like Hargrave has a chance to maybe make a postseason run with those torn triceps, but I just don't know if it's enough, which is why I think everybody that's a 49er fan or covers this team thinks that the move that they need to make today is for one of those defensive linemen.
You know, it's funny, Marcus, when you were gone, we did a special What Did Young Tony Ask Today Halloween edition.
Ooh, spooky.
It was funny. And one of the questions is, what's the scariest sports performance you've ever seen? And you could interpret it any way. I went with the 2014 World Series 9th inning Game 7 when Alex Gordon's ball skipped to the wall and Juan Perez and Gregor Blanco started playing hacky sack with it. And I saw white. I blacked out. I almost passed out as Gordon was rounded second and Gunnar round third. And I almost puked all over the place. And they finally held him up. But you know what actually just came to my mind now? You know what is a close second? That freaking first quarter in the NFC Championship game last year where the Lions obliterated the Niners. And I was like, should they be even in the same stadium with these guys? Oh, my God. It was about 15 yards a pop.
Dude, 3 rushing touchdowns in the first half alone.
Was it the first quarter?
It might have been.
Oh, my God. So that's another scary one.
Yeah.
Brooksy went with a positive one, said Tim Lincecum against the Braves there.
I would have said Aaron Judge with a bat in his hands in the postseason. It's a pretty scary sight, Murph.
You could have said anything from that 5th inning, brother.
Yeah, that whole 5th inning
ground
was
ball
a
to the right
disaster.
side,
oh, man.
and Garrett
Cole just pointing at first base.
Or a pop-up to Aaron Judge in center. People call that a line drive. I wouldn't call that a line drive. I thought there was an easy... It was a fly ball,
It's
really.
an E8. That's what it is.
It's
an
easy
air. No doubt about it.
It's just so hard.
What a,
Anyway, we said we weren't going to talk about
Yeah, come on.
Let's talk about that pizza. John Lynch went on Tim Kawakami, and here's the question about does making a move show belief in the team?
I think that's not the reason you make moves. Sometimes that's a byproduct of making moves. It excites the clubhouse. But I do believe that our team, our locker room, our leadership believes we've got everything we need, and they think a lot like me. When we start getting the Christian McCaffrey, he's a game changer. Dre Greenlaw, he's a game changer. Hufanga, when we can start getting these guys back, I think there's a lot right there. I do watch other sports though. You think like the Dodgers who just won it all, like Tommy Edman, that was a really good move under the radar. And sometimes those under the radar, we've made really good moves, big splash moves like McCaffrey, Trent Williams in an offseason, that not at the deadline. But then sometimes you think some of the better moves we've made is a guy like Charles Omenihu, who we got some value for the year we traded for him, but then his deal went on to the next year, and Charles played some good football, turned into a comp pick for us. So there's a lot of different variables you look at. You always want to try to make your team better. There's things that have to fit. And, we do, have to be mindful that there's some tough cap realities coming in the future. And so that plays a part in this as well.
Okay. So there it is at the very end. First of all, we did not need the Dodger digression in the middle of that.
We literally just got done saying we were done talking Dodgers.
And he's like, yeah, Tommy Edman, good pickup.
Come on, John.
NLCS MVP.
Your Padres should have beat him, John. Your Padres should have beat him.
Your Brooksy went viral. He went on a rant on the Padres his first day here. And we actually had a guy call from San Diego to try to take on Brooksy. And it was such a soft call. He was like, I really don't like what you said about the Padres, man. And we were like, yeah. And he's like, yeah. And, we were in it. And you shouldn't have said that.
You were in it.
So somebody's like, the text line blew up. The soft San Diego call, dude. Somebody said, did that call come from a paddleboard? You know what I mean? So
That soft San Diego air.
But anyway, the point is, he said there are cap realities. So listen, with each minute that passes, no trade is made. We're down to 4.5 hours.
Yeah, and that's the last thing I'll say about this, Murph, before we hit the break. I do think the cap kind of realities are setting in of that $60 to $65 million contract that Brock Purdy's going to get, and the importance of draft pieces moving forward and the success that they've had in these middle rounds, which is why I don't know if John's going to go out and be as active on the trade deadline as we've seen in the last couple of seasons.
All right, guys. Well, there we are, man. There's your extended big hit. Do the 49ers need to make a move? It seems like most of you say yes on the defensive line. The question is how upset you will be if they don't make a move. All right, that's all coming up. But you got the cooler of content, Mike Silver, Marcus Thompson. It's a fun day, Tuesday, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
There's some tough cap realities coming in the future, and so that plays a part in this as well.
Hey, Underdog Fantasy, the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. I'll just share a little anecdote. Last night, I said have some fun. Just having some fun. I went on to the Monday night game. Travis Kelce, 61.5 yards higher. Got it. And then the weird, it's so much fun at Underdog. You can pick really fun stuff. Baker Mayfield, will his longest completion be 35.5 yards higher or lower? I took lower. And hey, it was a fun Monday night. So that's just the kind of thing you can do. Listen, they got all your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from. Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out. I mean, full slate of major NFL and NHL and NBA games for your enjoyment. So, Underdog's running a special promo or bonus almost every single day. Like profit boosts, pump up your winnings in just a tap. Discounts, you get adjusted projections on certain player stats, give you a better shot at a big W. Free picks, they're basically a sure thing. Player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that pick to win. All new users get a free pick. So download the app, sign up with the promo code Murphy, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Murphy. You must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Hey, you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler. You are not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Good to have Marcus the Water Boy Boucher back from New York, big city of dreams. Where everything in New York ain't always what it seems, like a World Series. We tried to say we weren't going to talk too much about it, but unfortunately the Cooler of Content still has a bunch of stuff left over.
What the hell is this?
I know.
We got expired material in the Cooler.
It's up to you to find some new content for us so we can get on from this. But there is stuff out there that we can hit. There's also other stuff we can hit too. But anyway, Marcus is back. Mike Silver's going to join us at 8:50. Of course, trade deadline, 1 o'clock, man. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to hold this up for the video out there. Look at that. I got my book.
Look who finally got his
book. I whined and cried, so where's my free media copy? Mm-hmm. There it is. You got Steve Kerr to give a pull quote on the back there. There you go. There you go. Anyway, I started reading it. It's really good. And it's got some Kyle dirt in there, too. Ooh. It says, describe Kyle as, ready for this? Prickly.
Ooh,
prickly.
Spicy.
Like a cactus.
Prickly.
Yeah.
Like his beard he grows out.
What's it like working with Boucher? I go, he's prickly.
Very prickly. I think you would leave off the L-Y. You would just describe me as the other 5 letters.
That's a good old-fashioned word, isn't it? Yeah, it is a good fashioned word. Okay, so this original video, that's 1:28, though, Tony. That's too long, this Monster Mash thing. This is the banger thing, 1:28. Isn't that too long? No? Yes, no?
Not if it's a
banger. Come on the air.
It's really funny.
I mean, if it's a banger, it's a banger.
So let's explain this. Well, you know what? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do the Dodger stuff first so that Waterboy's in a foul mood, and then we'll put him in a good mood with that at the end. How's that for an idea?
That's it.
Okay, so this guy, Joe Kelly. I remember when Mike Kruger was riffing on him years ago. He goes, who is this guy? He goes, he looks like a high school science teacher who runs marathons on weekends when he had those goggles on and everything. And didn't he stick out his tongue at the Astros?
Yes, he did. He's a pest on the mound. Like, he will talk his S, which I kind of respect, but I really don't want to hear Joe Kelly this morning.
Well, he was on something called Baseball Isn't Boring, a podcast.
Oh, good YouTube channel.
A week later, and you like to say talk yo S. Joe Kelly's talking his S about the Dodgers scouting report on the Yankees.
We were saying every single game, just let them throw the ball to the infield. They can't make a play. I mean, you saw Shohei got an extra base going to third on sloppy Glaber play. It's well known. We all knew. I mean, we're the Dodgers. We know every little detail. But I mean, past that, it was a fun series. I mean, they almost snagged a couple wins. You know what I mean? But I mean, if it was like the NCAA, like basketball, baseball, hockey, or football, I mean, like it was just a mismatch from the get go. Like, we had a playoff re-ranking. Like, they might be ranked 8th or 9th best playoff team. You know what I mean? Like, you're putting the Padres ahead of them. You're putting the Phillies ahead of them. You're putting the Mets ahead of them. You're putting the Braves ahead of them, and the Braves just got unlucky because they had to play that doubleheader. You're putting, I mean, the Guardians played like crap, but the Guardians played better baseball around.
Is he still talking? That felt like that clip went on forever.
Well, I mean, what's your reaction?
On and on and on. That's a lot of talk from a guy who plays for a team that should have been down 3-2 headed back to L.A., if we're being honest with you, Murph.
But the reason they're not is the exact reason he was citing, that you guys play bad defense.
Because the Yankees biffed it, and they play bad baseball, and there's no excuse.
Base running, too.
The base running's been bad. The defense has been bad. Aaron Boone has been bad. Where do you want to start?
Well, unfortunately, we have more.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
Don't worry, we're going to get ended on a good
What a
mood.
great welcome gift. Welcome back, Waterboy.
Hey, man, you know.
I got to wear it.
You do. So
I understand.
Again, if we had found other stuff, we didn't find this stuff specifically to dog
What
you.
the hell are these boys doing behind the glass?
I know.
This
they
sounds
don't.
from like a week ago.
Yeah. No, this is from yesterday. This is from yesterday.
He's still talking, huh?
It's fresh. Yep, here's Joe Kelly on Baseball Isn't Boring. Here's more. Here he is, just tap dancing on the Yankees here.
It was just a complete mismatch, and it's kind of the same feeling from 2018 when we had to go play the Dodgers. Like, the Red Sox were just a way better team. So all we knew is that we just had to play regular Dodger baseball. We didn't have to play out of our butts. We didn't have to do anything crazy, and we were going to win the World Series. It's facts. Like, just look at the team, look at the talent. Re-rank the teams, and they're ranked 8th, and they played against the number 1 seed. So, but like I said, everyone knew. We go through numerous scouting reports, videos, like, hey, look at this is sloppy play. Like, I mean, we pay attention to every single detail. You know, we have a lot of big superstars in our clubhouse, but the superstars also care and aren't lazy and play hard. So that's the difference and the biggest separator.
Well, now this affected me as a Giants fan.
Yeah.
That these Dodgers are like, yeah, we're the Dodgers. We do whatever. I mean, so Buster Posey's down in San Antonio in his sneakers and jeans. He's got to figure out a way to beat these guys.
Well, maybe he should spend $1 billion this offseason like the Dodgers did last year.
One of the other things I said. At one point when it was slipping away and it was like, well, they spent over $1 billion. What do you expect? You know what I mean? I know it was just on 2 guys, Yamamoto and Shohei. By the way, how about Shohei speaking English at the parade?
Was he really?
Yeah, we brought that in yesterday.
Wow, I did not see that.
Yeah. Here's another one.
And what the hell happened to Ipe, huh?
I know,
How much
exactly.
money did he have on the World Series?
Exactly.
That story just slid away, didn't it?
One last one. Dave Roberts, like luxury. Looks like he's wearing loafers and shorts. He's like a little too comfortable on the couch, too.
A little too comfortable.
He's with Mookie Betts, who, by the way, again, I'm still advocating for a 100-year penalty for the Red Sox for trading Mookie Betts. 100-year probation.
The best player involved in the Mookie Betts Dodgers-Red Sox trade was playing left field for the New York Yankees this postseason.
Made the last out.
Alex Verdugo. What the hell, Doogie?
Here he is. He's talking about the NL. Dave Roberts saying that it was the Padres all along here.
Then you got San Diego, and they really kicked their ass all year.
All year.
So how were you feeling about it? From your perspective?
I felt from my perspective that was the World Series. I felt that at that moment in time, when we started the postseason, they were 1 through 26, the best team.
100%.
And when you play a team as much as we played those guys, the novelty, the awe factor, that was all gone. They were no longer afraid of us. We're familiar. They beat us up in the regular season, so they were hungry. They hadn't won a championship, so I felt that was going to be our biggest challenge, especially in a short series.
Well, that just makes the Padres sound even worse. They had them 2-1 at home. By the way, in that Game 4, Freddie Freeman didn't play, and the Dodgers went with a bullpen game. Come on, bro.
Yeah, that's why I have a simple message for San Diego.
Go yourself, San Diego.
There you go, buddy.
That goes for the Dodgers, too. Both go blink
couple more fun ones. Nebraska's head coach, Matt Rule, football. We got off the World Series now. We're off.
Thank God.
How about my Bruins? I thought it was hopeless. They've now won back-to-back road Big Ten games.
You lost faith, dude.
Trust me, dude. And
How
that
dare you.
super fan in particular has a history with Nebraska. I won't bore you with that one. It's too long of a story. But we went to Nebraska and beat the Nebraska. I know they're not awesome, but that's a tough place to play. And UCLA got the win, and Nebraska's offense was not too good. I just loved this sound because Matt Rule, he's doing his presser with his little Nebraska writers. This answer, I think, could apply to a lot of things in life. Listen to this. A reporter asked him about their offense.
From your perspective, what do you feel like is not working with the offense?
It's a great question.
I'm going to be like that, from your perspective, why did the 49ers lose to the Rams? That's a great question.
It's a great question.
Yeah. Next time we have one of these meetings with our PD, Mike Holler, he's going to be like, why are the ratings so low?
It's a great question.
It's a great question. I don't know.
I need that one more time. Give me the whole thing all over again. Yeah.
From your perspective, what do you feel like is not working with the offense?
It's a great question.
I could do this all day.
You know what? Tomorrow, based on what happens tonight across the country, somebody will be like, how you feeling about last night?
It's a great question.
That worked out good. That worked out good. The Monster Mash thing, you want to hit it? Okay, so this is this thing we found on TikTok where the guy goes, "This is not a banger. This is not." And so we thought this was pretty funny. Young Tony, you said you did some research. You found this?
This actually was just popped up in my feed on my timeline. The original video, we played the clip multiple times. This is not a banger, and I know bangers. This is the original video that apparently has been out for a while.
Okay.
Every time I hear Monster Mash, I'm like, this is not a banger. This is not a banger. And I know bangers. I know bangers. I used to DJ in the early 2000s. Ever been to Canada? Yeah, if you have in the early 2000s, that's probably me playing them bangers. And every single time I've ever heard Monster Mash, I'm like, nah, my guy, that's not a banger. Nobody ever wants to hear Monster Mash. And if you play Monster Mash outside of Halloween, you're a psycho. If Monster Mash has ever made a playlist that's not for Halloween, you're weird. You're freaking weird. Stay away from me, dude. I've heard it enough. I've had my fill of freaking Monster Mash. We've all had our fill of Monster Mash. Monster Mash. It was a graveyard smash. Freaking 19,000 times I hear it was a mash. It was a monster mash. It was a mash. Nobody wants to freaking hear that, dude. Monster Mash sucks.
Great find, dude. That thing is gold. Wow. It's laden with gold. This is the one in the middle. Just, nah, my guy. That one, too. He goes, nah, my guy. That is not a bag. And by the way, who knew that it was Monster Mash that triggered this guy?
I had no idea the origin story about this is not a banger because I know bangers is about blank and Monster
Which
Mash.
we played on Halloween when you were gone.
And he's actually right. That's probably the only time you should play the Monster
Pretty
Mash.
much, yeah. I had this on a 45 when I was like 5 years old. This was like my song. I thought it was cool. But my guy said, nah, my guy. That's what he said.
This is not a banger.
That's really funny. Young Tone, great find. All right, there you go. There's your cooler contest. Yeah, I told you we'd ended on a positive note.
Yes, thank you.
And by the way, why did the Yankees lose the World Series? That's a great question.
Yeah.
All right.
They definitely weren't bangers in the World Series, Murph. And I know bangers.
All right.
And I know bangers.
Mike Silver's a banger. Next. Talking football and trade deadline. Next on the Sports Headline.
Nah, my guy. That's not a banger.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union, helping you score big with your savings. Yeah. Check out Pick a Term certificates from Provident Credit Union. You can lock in a fantastic 4.25% annual percentage yield with a Pick a Term certificate. So whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is ideal for hitting your short-term savings goals. So grow your savings and earn a guaranteed rate for the term of the certificate. Earn 4.25% today with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term certificate. If you need help getting started, the Provident team can walk you through the process and make your savings journey simple and successful. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. Hey, don't sit on the sidelines. Maximize your savings now and watch your money grow. This rate is effective as of October 7, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
Faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
Look at young Tony keeping his welcome back rejoins for Marcus Boucher, who's back from his wild trip to New York. We'll get into that. I'm surprised he didn't go with the Mace remix of this.
Ooh.
Even I know that.
Stay tuned. Maybe next rejoin.
All right, there you go. Look what I'm holding up, guys, in the camera right now. Mike Silver, I am holding up for the massive YouTube audience, the massive Twitch audience, the massive Twitter audience, my gorgeous copy of The Why Is Everything by Michael Silver. I want to thank you, my brother. I've already cracked it. I'm into it. It's a great read. It's modern NFL football from one of the great modern NFL writers. My guy, we did it.
Murph, I'm so glad you have a copy. I think you're going to love it. And The Why Is Everything is available everywhere books are sold in what is still a free country.
Very good, buddy. Very good. I would say that if you're a football fan and you have a football fan on your Christmas list, that's an easy gift right there. Mm-hmm. An easy gift. So
even a non-football fan, I think, will dig it.
Okay, that's a bold statement.
Takes you into the world.
Hey, just a fun one. Just even from the book jacket, you know, I know you don't write the book jacket, but when they write the little summaries, you know, they use the word prickly for Kyle Shanahan. Are you okay with that?
You know, I've written book jackets before, so I'm trying to remember. I don't think I wrote this one because my editor is a good writer, but yeah, I'm thinking, but prickly's fine, you know. Like, here's the thing with Kyle, like, you know, there's a lot of adjectives, but also like brilliant, and all that.
The book says the cerebral, prickly Shanahan presides over a juggernaut.
I mean, prickly is better than another word that sounds like that, right? So
we talked about that, yes.
I can be prickly.
Well, yeah, we can all be a little prickly, right? Can't we? All right, we are 4 hours and 6 minutes away from the NFL trade deadline. That is not obviously the only thing going on today, but that is, of course, the most immediate thing going on for our listeners. The 49ers have not made a move. Zadarius Smith, a pass rusher, went to the Lions. The Niners have not made a move. So, Mike Silver, you're John Lynch, you're Kyle Shanahan. Do you have to make a move to get where you need to go, and if so, where?
Well, John Lynch has a track record, right, of making moves. McCaffrey obviously was a season-changing and program-changing move. Chase Young and Randy Gregory, you know, he took some swings on the pass rush. I think defensive tackle, as I've been saying, is the most glaring place they feel they need to improve. Would they take help at other positions? Presumably, yeah. But I think the one that they're stressing on is interior defensive linemen in Hargrave's absence. And you're probably not going to get another Hargrave who can really push the pocket on passing downs, but you can get some help against the run. The wide nine is kind of susceptible to the inside run inherently. Obviously, having Fred Warner and eventually Dre Greenlaw helps clean some of that up. But so, you know, they talked about trying to get DeForest Buckner back in. That would have been a bold move. I don't think that's happening. They talked about trying to get DJ Jones back in. He's on the Broncos now, part of that 2019 line, that really great line, glue guy. And there's a guy in New England, Devon Gotcha, who, you know, signed an extension before the season. The Patriots are somewhat in fire sale mode. It's a really good player, veteran. And, you know, the question is how much would they give up to get him? I think the Patriots are trying to get maybe a 4, and the 49ers would rather not come up that high. So, you know, I know John Lynch is probably, you know, going down multiple paths, but that's one example of a guy who can help them, and it's just a matter of how much they want to give up.
Mike, is there a feeling in the 49ers front office with the looming Brock Purdy contract that draft picks are going to be now more valuable than ever?
Yeah, I mean, I think they always think draft picks are valuable, but they've also had a ton of them recently, right? They're the kings of the compensatory picks in the latest Rooney Rule tweak, where you get rewarded for developing and minorities who then go on to become head coaches or GMs elsewhere. They've worked the free agent comp pick formula part pretty well. So to me, like, if you're as good as they are roster-wise, like, you always have a ton of picks, and some of them hit, some of them don't. But, you only have room for so many. Now, yeah, that will change once Purdy gets paid, for sure. Now you have a bigger chunk devoted to one player. You can't pay as many guys, and you have to go younger and cheaper in more places. But, I think they're trying to win in 2024, as they should. They're not completely junking 2025 and beyond, but I think they're thinking about this year today.
Mike Silver is the voice you hear. He's the national football columnist for The Athletic, and obviously trade deadline going around. The big one is the Lions got Zadarius Smith, the pass rusher from Cleveland. They got him for a fifth and a sixth. Does that seem like a low price, Mike, or are there contract issues we don't understand? Like, that seems low. They also got a seventh in return with Zadarius Smith. I don't know. Is that low?
I mean, sometimes these trade deadline things are like, we get excited about the name because they've been good, but it's a reflection of how the team that has them feels about them, right? So if you're the Browns and you're going nowhere, you might like Zadarius Smith right now, but you'd probably rather have the pick and just, figure it out next year because you're not going to pay a veteran next year, based on where you're going. Then that's kind of what happened with DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, the Titans really have no use for him. So then you go, well, how can they just give him to the Chiefs and now all of a sudden he's good again on the Chiefs? Well, there's a lot that goes into that, including the person throwing him the football and the person designing the plays. So, I think a lot of times, like, getting Randy Gregory and Chase Young sounded really good. And then when you had to watch Chase Young try to set the edge in a playoff game as a fan, you were like, oh, I get why they were just dumping him. So there are people who are still good. And obviously the McCaffrey trade was a glaring example of how someone still really good. Now, there was risk because he'd been injured a lot, but someone really good can transform your team. But a lot of times these trades are not transformative, and I don't know that will be transformative for the Lions, although they're so good in other areas that he may have a chance to just do his thing and make an impact.
Interesting. Mike Silver, the national columnist for The Athletic and the author of The Why is Everything, about Kyle Shanahan and his cohorts in the last 10 years of football, the revolution underway here. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, Marcus.
And Mike, circling back to the Cleveland Browns defensive line, we've got a lot of texts this morning from listeners asking about the availability of someone like Myles Garrett. We've also got a bunch of texts about someone like Max Crosby with the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, these are two cornerstone franchise-type players, so not asking specifically for the 49ers, but in general, do you think there's a possibility that either of those pass rushers could be moved today?
I think it's unlikely. You'd have to give up a ton, right? And so would the 49ers rather have Myles Garrett or a first-round pick next year? Probably Myles Garrett, right? So my guess is it takes more than a one. But I don't believe that the Browns and Raiders, respectively, are trying to do that. I mean, the Raiders are presumably of the mind that once they get a quarterback, they can compete. That's a debatable statement, and we don't know if Antonio Pierce will be back next year. They just fired their offensive coordinator, et cetera, et cetera. But the Raiders are definitely of the belief that they'll draft a quarterback next year and it'll get a lot better. The Browns, whose defense was number one in the league last year, they obviously have a massive problem with Deshaun Watson and his contract. So I could see how they would listen on Myles Garrett, but it just feels highly unlikely to me. Now that I've said that, it'll probably happen while I'm still on the air. But I'm saying no on that. I did not think the 49ers would get McCaffrey 2 years ago, so I've been wrong before. And I definitely don't think the 49ers will get Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, but that would be amazing.
Well, we're only 4 hours away now. Marcus and I came on the air at 6 a.m., and it's no trade in the last 3 hours. The Cowboys went and got Jonathan Mingo, a wide receiver from Carolina.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, wow.
I know, right? I know.
And by the way, wow, the Panthers got, a 4? Like, it's like the Panthers will draft someone next year that you don't even remember, and the Cowboys will have this guy number 5 on their depth chart, and you'll be like, yeah, Mingo. I don't know. And then again, DeAndre Hopkins is out there winning Monday Night Football games, looking like a beast.
And doing his Remember the Titans dance, too. Mike, a few more minutes here. Niners had the weekend off, obviously, and so we look at the NFC West. The Rams played the Seahawks in a little epic game. Geno threw too many picks. Seattle probably could have, we can get into the particulars of that game, but the Rams kind of stole one and ran for the exits. And then Arizona wins. They beat the Bears. They're in first place. So I guess my question is, I know it's only November 5 and we have until January, but right now it's looking like there's only one parking space in the playoff lot for the NFC West. Looks like the North might get 3, the East might get 2. So, as you assess the Niners versus the NFC West, what's your handicap going forward?
I mean, it looks pretty even, right? And even would trend toward, I'd take the Niners just off track record and roster. On the other hand, they've blown 2 games to NFC West teams already, which is a bad way to start. So they did beat the Seahawks on the road, which is nice. But if we're handing out trophies for the first half, you'd say, the 49ers are in a real battle here with the other 3 teams. It's anyone's for the taking. We like to believe that the 49ers, as we know them, are better than those teams. And this is also why I don't think if you're the 49ers, you get into this season's not going to happen mode until mathematically eliminated, because I just don't think this division's that good.
Mike, you mentioned the potential return of Christian McCaffrey this weekend. How did he look at practice yesterday, and what do you think his status is for this weekend's game against the Bucs?
Well, evidently he looked amazing, and I wrote about it in The Athletic. Brock Purdy, told me that he went to hand the ball off and then, kind of was like, and had to lean forward because McCaffrey was on it so fast. And, it was fun talking to a guy like Ricky Pearsall who hadn't really seen it much and was like, whoa, yeah, it's different. So my biggest takeaway, though Christian didn't want to talk on the record, my biggest takeaway is that guys said that he seemed happy, which, he's really hard on himself. This has been absolute torture for him to first, rest for a while and then not be playing and try to ramp it up. He's, maniacal, and it kills him when he can't be out there. So the fact that he's back and seems happy tells me a lot. Doesn't mean, he's happy today. We don't know how, everything responded and all that, but it seems like it's trending well. And if he can avoid unhappy days, then maybe even Sunday we'll get to see him. And then, then we all just live with the fear, right?
Right.
And it's part of life. But, ideally, he'll look like him and he'll keep it going all season.
It's like sending off your kid to drive, man. When they get their driver's license, you're like, I'm just going to trust the process here, I know. Hey, Mike, before we let you go, now that you're the national guy, and I got to say, so if you follow Mike's career, and I have closely, there was a time when Jared Goff was on the outs in L.A., Mikey might have been the last guy standing with Jared Goff and got roasted by a lot of people. Jared Goff got sent to Detroit to rot. I mean, Mike, he got sent there to rot and waste away and never be heard from again. And my goodness, I was calling him the Novato knife. 82% completion percentage over his last 6 games is the best 6-game stretch in NFL history. 140 passer rating in his last 6 games is the best passer rating in NFL 6-game stretch history. Dude, they're chanting his name in Detroit as a symbol. I mean, how you been? I mean, I know he's got to remember that you were like the only guy standing with him. And what's your take on this, man? Are they far and away the NFC favorite? And how did this guy salvage everything, man?
Am I supposed to say I told you so now?
Yeah, you're allowed to. You're that,
one thing I've always known about him, having met him when he was 18 or whatever, is he handles adversity at an incredible level and stays cool. And I always joke with him that he handled the big game defeats way better than I did. But early, think about his freshman year. They go up to Oregon. It's raining. But he can't really throw the ball the way he wants. He gets pulled out of the game. They get killed. To the point where at his pro day, you had coaches dipping footballs in water so he could prove with his small hands that he could throw the ball in the rain or throw a wet ball. And now it's their first outdoor game of the season. It's raining in Green Bay, and he has another insane completion percentage, a great game. There's some stat, I don't know if it's 6 games or fewer, but in the last so-and-so games, he has more touchdown passes than incompletions. I think that's good. I'm not sure. I'm not like a big numbers analytics guy, but I think if you have more touchdown passes than incompletions over a long stretch, you're doing okay in the NFL. But, I'm really happy for him. And by the way, in the book, you're going to see there are a lot of details about how bad it got in L.A., including at one point Jared Goff is standing there waiting for, at the line of scrimmage, waiting to receive a snap, and he hears Sean McVay saying to the headset, "This will work if Jared doesn't bleep it up." And maybe Sean thought the microphone had been turned off, or maybe Sean was just venting. But that's a pretty jarring thing when you're a quarterback about to receive a snap in an NFL game and you hear your head coach say that. So, Sean got the guy he wanted, got a Super Bowl ring. Jared got to a place where he's a lot happier. And they look really good. That offensive line is tremendous. They lost, their best defensive player at Aiden Hutchinson, but they're still a very, very good team.
Boy, it's pretty hard to listen. Obviously, I'm a Niner fan for life and everything, but it's pretty hard to hate the Detroit Lions. This is a team that's never made a Super Bowl, a downtrodden franchise, the forgotten city. I mean, man, oh man, if he can deliver this thing. Of course, we want the Niners to beat him, but if they can't win it, it'd be pretty tough to root against Dan Campbell and Jared and that whole story. So we shall see. Maybe they'll be the ones who finally beat Mahomes. How about that, Mike? I got PTSD seeing a coin flip with Mahomes last night.
Well, Brady beat him when he had no offensive line. That got ugly.
That's true, too, yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think the only time, if you're an opposing fan and you're playing against the Lions, that you love Dan Campbell is when he makes one of those decisions where you're like, oh, my God. Like, hey, it's 4th down. I said we're going for it. Hey, we're going to go for 2 to win the game. Hey, we just false started. Now we're at the 7. I said we're going for 2. We're still going for it. But he is consistent. I will say that.
And he did that in the NFC Championship. One of his gambles backfired. So
Twice.
Yeah.
Twice.
Mikey, you're the best. Everybody read the Why is Everything, a story of football, rivalry, and revolution. And thank you for my copy. I can't wait to devour. And he is, of course, a national columnist for The Athletic. Mikey, I want it, and I'll try to leave this as neutral as possible because we don't want to inflame, but just I hope you have a good day. All right, bud? I hope you have a good day.
Same to you, and I hope everyone exercises his or her right to be heard and vote and participate in our democracy.
There it is. Mike Silver on the UMA guest line. Marcus Thompson at 9:30, everybody, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have yet to give away this $100 Pacific Catch gift card, and I'm here to tell you that the holidays are coming, and if you're planning a celebration, look no further than your local Pacific Catch. Lobster's back on the menu with craveable comfort foods like clam chowder and our new green curry bowl. Book now at pacificcatch.com. So how do you qualify for the gift card? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give the gift card away in the 9 a.m. hour this morning, so at some point in the next 49 minutes or so. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, not now, but when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Pacific Catch, the perfect winter destination. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. The Marcus Boucher Waterboy is back. Rejoins continue. Aerosmith back in the saddle. Can't beat that. Dante Whitner joins Papa and Lund at 12:30 this afternoon. That'll be 30 minutes before the trade deadline. Who knows? No trade just yet. All right, so it's kind of a busy Tuesday, obviously. Some things going on. But Warriors got a win last night. We called it in. Adam Silver, skinny boy, had to write it down again. The Warriors beat the Washington Wizards 125-112. Steph came back. Steph wasn't coming back until Marcus Boucher came back.
That's it. I'm back. Steph back. Sounds like Christian McCaffrey could be back this weekend, Murph. It's a big, big day in America.
He went with Steph scored 24, Buddy Hield scored 20, and Jordan Poole got 24 in a losing effort. Warriors bench 60-33. They're at Boston Wednesday night. Should be very juicy. And I've already told you, we'll probably talk about this tomorrow. And that is that Steve Kerr's walking into a lion's den, man. I was in Boston this summer when the Tatum benching in the Olympics was going down. They want a piece of Kerr, I'll tell you that.
Cry me a river, build a bridge, and get the hell over it, Boston.
The other thing I would say is that Buster Posey is in San Antonio with Zach Manassian, the new GM, and that happened when you were gone. We talked a little bit about that earlier in the show. If you missed that, you can always podcast the show. And we talked to Mike Krukow. We did talk to Mike Silver, but we talked to Mike Krukow about that. We'll talk to Kipe tomorrow. We'll also try to chase down maybe John Lynch, and maybe Zach Manassian might come on the show later this week. So we'll see what the Giants do. But the pressing concern is, of course, the NFL trade deadline. 1 o'clock today. Now, we started at 6 a.m., and there's still no move. Now it's 9:17. Now, Papa and Lund, or who's in today? Young Tone, hop on the mic to Danny Dunn. Who's working with Danny Dunn today?
Brody Brazil.
Brody. I do want to digress from the NFL trade deadline for 1 minute to say I thought that was a very funny and clever thing that Brody and JD did last Friday. Brody took his Giants citizenship test.
Wow. I like that.
That's pretty good.
I like that, Brody.
It was funny. I only got to see one clip, though. I wanted to hear more. Now, I can't listen because I'm taking my nap, but they gave him the trivia question was, it's been from 1976 to 2009, the Giants threw one no-hitter. Who threw the 2009 one? He got it. Wow. Johnny Sanchez.
Wow. Good knowledge, Brody.
Young Tone, did he pass his Giants citizenship?
Test, yeah. Yes. Wow.
Here's the joke. Does that mean he can vote today? All right, there you go.
Took the words right out of my mouth.
So there you go.
Vote for Posey.
For Posey. I wonder how he did. So you're saying he passed? Yeah. Well, you know. Would you pass an A's citizenship test?
I don't think I would pass any test, Murph. Whether it's A's, Raiders, Giants, Niners.
C's get degrees, bro.
C's get degrees,
as
baby.
we know. Anyway, the trade deadline, we've been here. So the Cowboys got Jonathan Mingo from the Panthers. You heard Mike Silver's reaction. He's like, whoa, big freaking whoop.
Which,
right?
by the way, I'm just realizing it as I'm watching the graphic on the TV above us, that the Chiefs got DeAndre Hopkins for cheaper than the Cowboys just got this dude Mingo for. Cowboys give up a 4th-round pick.
Yes.
Kansas City got DeAndre Hopkins for a 5th-rounder.
And the Lions got Zadarius Smith for a 5th and a 6th. I know it's 2 picks versus 1, but yeah, that's why people are laughing at the Cowboys all over again. Like, even when the Cowboys try to make a move, they biff it. I mean, listen, we made them bum babies. Are we burnt out on just trampling on the Cowboys? Should we just forget about them?
No.
File them away with the Carolina Panthers and the New York Giants? And the Raiders.
Uh-oh.
Sorry about that, bud.
No, it's fine.
And the Patriots and all the other teams that are playing for next year already. The Saints.
No.
who fired their coach
I
yesterday.
think that star is going to continue to burn and burn out like one of those shooting stars.
Well, as long as I'm driving in and I'm listening to ESPN Get Up, I'm going to hear about the Cowboys.
Absolutely.
Freaking Greenberg. The D stands for. I'm like, the D stands for. I'm gonna die if
Stands
you keep
for
talking about this.
delusional.
Yes,
like
exactly.
Jerry Jones still thinking they have a chance now that they've put Dak Prescott on the IR. Also, I'm surprised they weren't talking about maybe whether or not they should trade away Michael Parsons today.
Well, I heard Schefter say 3-5 is not a death sentence. Like the Cowboys could make a run.
Oh, run where?
I know, right? All right, so we listen. I think we're all in agreement. Now, I'll just say this, and I know.
Say it.
And there's nuance to this take. I'm not trying to. It's not a black and white take here. So just be patient with me here. I wouldn't hate getting a receiver. Now, does that mean that they have to get a receiver? No. Does that mean that I would pay a big price for a receiver? No. But the fact of the matter is they lost Brandon Ayuk. Mm-hmm. And everybody's acting like it's not a big deal. That's kind of the weird thing I'm hearing from most people. Now, I'm listening, and Brooksy sat there yesterday, and you sat there today, and both said that with McCaffrey back and with Kittle revving at a high level, he's having a great year, and with Ricky Pearsall's emergence, that the 49ers, quote-unquote, have enough. So I guess I should accept that. I guess I should. There are plenty. I mean, Juwan Jennings is the guy you're looking to kind of step up, and believe me, he's on my fantasy team. I would like to have it. But he's never been the number 2 guy. He was for that one game, and he got like 12 balls for 600 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Hell, the first 3-4 weeks of the season, you could have made the argument that he was the number 1 wide receiver on this team. Debo was dealing with injuries. Brandon Ayuk was still trying to get his legs underneath him. Obviously, Ricky wasn't on the field, and Juwan was the one stepping up on a weekly basis. And so now you're in a situation where obviously Brandon Ayuk is done for the year. Debo Samuel is still a $24, $25 million wide receiver. He's paid like a top 10 wide receiver. So in my opinion, he's got to go out there and perform like one. And when you invest a first-round draft pick on a wide receiver, the rookie's got to get out there. I know Ricky has had a difficult path just to get on the field. But the last couple weeks he's played, he's actually looked pretty damn good with those routes over the middle. So if he can step up, be that number 2, leave Juwan Jennings in that 3 role, I do think they have enough depth even without Brandon Ayuk.
408 says, I actually think Ricky Pearsall will take up the slack of Brandon Ayuk. And there's Jacob Cowing, too, and Chris Conley. So then our eyes turn to the D-line. And everybody wants a D-lineman. Everybody thinks they need a D-lineman. Everybody thinks they are not stout enough on the edge. I mean, Leonard Floyd's a guy right now who, it feels funny. I've seen Leonard Floyd catch some criticism, but it feels, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at every snap and analyze everything, but he's been in the backfield on occasion.
Yeah, I would say he's definitely been serviceable, but I don't think he's made that big impact that people are expecting when he's the bookend for Nick Bosa.
Right. And I mean, maybe he's a guy who in the second half, he's had good second halves, as I recall. Now, we do this thing about like how bad is the Niner defense, or how, I don't know, is the Niner defense bad or is it good? We went into DVOA, which is the analytics way. It's like the baseball war way of analyzing NFL defenses, and by analytics, the Niner defense is top 5 in the NFL. It's 5th, up there with really good defenses like Minnesota, Houston, Detroit, and Kansas City. They're ahead of the Chargers and the Broncos and the Steelers. I mean, so take that for what it's worth. I mean, so you can take DVOA, or you can take, do you trust this defense to stop a team in the second half when they've blown all those leads in the second half? I mean, the last time we saw them, they were up, 23-3 on the Cowboys?
Yeah.
And then it was 23-17, and it took Dak being Dak for the Niners to win the game.
I mean, that's the funny thing when we sit here this morning and talk about the 49ers in the second half of the season and how the last 2 seasons post-bye weeks they've been 16-2, and how great Kyle Shanahan teams are in the second half of seasons when they've been bad in the second half of games this year.
Yeah.
That's been the bigger issue. So whether or not they can close it out offensively in the red zone or even defensively, I will agree that this is not the same defense that we've seen carry this team to the NFC Championship in the Super Bowl in the last couple of years, but it still is a serviceable defense. I don't think anybody's claiming that the sky is falling and it's the end of the world because Nick Sorensen's not putting up that same defense that we saw with Saleh, D'Amico, and even Steve Wilkes last year.
One of the things that's really difficult to bring up is the story that happened when you were gone, and was the death of Charvarius Ward's daughter. Yeah. I mean, it's just unspeakable. Mm-hmm. There's nothing we can say. And I hate to even feel awful even like bringing this up, but you have to wonder, as a human being, can he get back on the football field? And so, believe me, it's all about his family and it's all about what he needs to do. But if we're talking about this defense, he was having a tough year as it was. I don't know how this affects anybody. And obviously, he gets as much time as he wants.
Of course.
Yeah. But that is something that we as sports fans, we kind of gloss over sometimes. I mean, we say, God, that's awful, and oh my God, it's horrible, and you send condolences, but that's going to have a ripple effect, too, around the team. When you see these football players are very, very close because of the violence that they subject themselves to every week and the risks they take for their family, and then that happens. I mean, that could have a serious ripple effect.
Yeah, this is the brotherhood that we hear so much about. And when something as tragic as this happened, it's like losing one of your own family members.
Yeah, so anyway, I mean, again, now it's hard to come out of that and talk 49ers football, but I wanted to bring that up as something that's like a real effect in the locker room. Can Ward play this Sunday? I don't know. But we asked Lynch about it last Wednesday. He said he just gets as much time as he needs, which is the right answer. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't, I think the reporters didn't see him on Monday, which is, fine. I mean, we've talked about this. And human beings, we lose people all the time in our lives. Everybody's lost somebody close to them. And how did you react? Did you want to go to work the next? Some people want to go to work. Yeah. Some people don't. So it's up to him. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that again and again send our deep condolences because it's just profound. But again, you say this stuff and you're in sports talk radio and then you move on like, oh, they're playing the Bucs on Sunday. But anyway, just wanted to make sure we remember that. Let's make sure before we get to Marcus Thompson, we do have a phone call. So that'll get us. The name is Sunflower in Sutter Creek. I kind of like that handle. Sunflower in Sutter Creek. Hey, Sunflower, good morning.
Good morning, Murph. How are you, man?
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Hey, I just wanted to talk about something that was kind of overlooked by, I think, everybody. I don't think, in regards to the trade deadline, I don't think you're necessarily competing with other teams. I think you're competing with the compensation picks that the team would get from at the end of the year. And let me give you an example. Zadarius Smith at the end of this year is a 32-year-old, 33-year-old edge rusher. Compensation-wise, once he signs with another team, it might get you a fifth or maybe a sixth compensation. Then you look at someone like the Giants, Azeez Ojulari. You're not trading him for anything near a fifth or a sixth because at the end of this year, at 24 years old, being an edge rusher, coming off probably a double-digit sack season, the compensation with picks would probably be a third and a fifth. So it's not like the Niners are competing with the Lions and the Ravens for an edge rusher and trying to figure out the best trade and the Giants can take the best trade. You're more or less competing with what that player would get you at the end of the year compensation-wise. Do you understand that?
Yeah, a little bit. So you're saying I have to be honest with you, though, Sunflower, is that I'm not totally boned up on comp picks for free agents who leave. Does every free agent that signs with another team get you a comp pick, or is it only certain players that are certain?
It's value. It's based on contract value, and also not just what you have going out, but what you basically brought in too. So, like if a team spent $100 million but also lost $100 million in free agents, they're not going to get much compensation. But if a team lost $100 million in free agents and only brought in 20, they're going to get a ton of compensation for that.
Yeah, comp draft picks, and just a quick search, extra draft picks awarded to teams based on a formula that considers the quality and number of key free agents they lost compared to the free agents they gained. So exactly. If a team loses more high-value free agents than they acquire, they are likely to receive comp picks in the upcoming draft.
So if I'm the New York Giants, because I'll be completely transparent, I'm a Giants fan all year round. I'm a San Francisco Giants and a New York Giants fan. I'm not trading Azeez Ojulari until someone matches what his compensation would be. And these guys are deep in the game. They know exactly what he's going to get at the end of the year.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, hey, if he's going to fetch a third and a fifth from the NFL, never mind from a team. The NFL is going to give you a third and a fifth based off of him signing with some other team.
Right.
Why would you trade him now for a fourth-round pick?
All that winds up with you saying the Niners should go or should not go and get Devon Godchaux from the New England Patriots.
I think it depends. What is he? How old is he?
Good question. I'll find it out for you.
Hey, before I let you go, I wanted to say one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
The newest soundbite you have, it's by far the funniest.
The banger or the which one?
It is an absolute. It's the one where that chick goes, Wendy Waters the third, and. The guy goes, oh, man, crazy.
So we'll play that. By the way, Godchaux's 29 years old. So you know the background on that was a couple on the street, and they submitted to this man on the street interview? And the guy
I
asked
actually
him,
saw that before you guys ever played it. So when you guys played it, I was beside myself. Like, oh, man, this guy, he's getting blown out. Like, he must feel like the ultimate cuck.
Total humiliation. Total humiliation right there. And his only reaction is to kind of default into this, like, sweaty forehead. Like, all I can say right now is that's crazy. Because he's getting blown away, like, right there. He doesn't even know what to say. Here it is right here. Yeah, take a listen.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Sunflower, man. Hey, don't be a stranger.
Yeah,
you got
call.
knowledge, you got takes, you're good. All right, buddy, have a good day.
I appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
Also, I always got to love a good landline.
Oh, crystal clear.
Fantastic. All right, that was good stuff. Thank you, Sunflower. Marcus Thompson from The Athletic, next on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
More back rejoins for Marcus Boucher, who's back. Here he is. Get Back. The lengthy Beatles documentary on Hulu has a great video of how the origin story of this song. Paul's just jamming one morning. He's just jamming, and it just starts to happen. He just finds the riff and then just go. It's really fun. It's like, oh, there's the freaking Beatles. Although Quincy Jones dropped bombs on the Beatles in a Vulture interview. It's true. It's pretty funny. Let's go. We can talk Warriors beating the Wizards and Jordan Poole, or we can talk 49er trade deadline. Can do it all with Marcus Thompson, who is, of course, the lead columnist for The Athletic on the UMA guest line. Marcus, welcome back, brother. How are you?
Yeah, what's up, Marcus?
What's up, homies? How we doing this week?
We're doing all right. We got Marcus back from New York, and, we're trying to keep our mind on this, not the other stuff going on in the country, and trying to keep us sane, keep everybody sane. And then we're like, dude, we're 3.5 hours away from John Lynch making a trade. He hasn't made one. Marcus, he going to make a trade?
I would think so, but maybe not. It's wild watching DeAndre Hopkins ball for Kansas City, right? And looking like, what did that take there? I don't know. You would think it would be done by now, especially a team that's 4-4 entering the bye, but maybe the prices aren't great. Maybe nobody's trying to help the 49ers get better. Yes. I thought a trade would be an easy way to bring a jolt to the season after the bye, but maybe not.
Marcus, do you think the team's going to get a big enough jolt from the return of Christian McCaffrey and eventually the return of Dre Greenlaw where they do not feel like they need to go out and make a move today?
I do think that's possible, except in the meantime, in between time, as the OGs would say, we don't know what you're getting from McCaffrey and when Greenlaw's coming back. And they're coming off injuries, both Achilles related, where you can expect when they do come back, it's going to be at a limited capacity, or you at least want to be careful with it. So that could make you feel a little bit more comfortable about not, pulling off a trade, but it still doesn't answer like some of the holes that would be nice for them to address. Basically, they're still a good team. They're loaded. They're deep. Like, they're good. If they play to their potential, they should be fine. But if you're looking at what Detroit's doing, right, you're looking at like the difficulty of trying to pull off what they're doing, getting back to the Super Bowl again, it would be nice to make a move, I would say.
Talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. So let's pivot to the Warriors, who now are 6-1, dude. Again, who's the idiot who looks at the Western Conference standings on November 5th? I'm raising my hand right now. They're 6-1. They're second in the West. Marcus, this has gone smashingly well for Mike Dunleavy and Steve Kerr and Joe Lacob so far. What do you make of it?
Yeah, this is insane, right? Look, you don't win a title in November, but you definitely set a tone. You definitely do. Remember this time, was it last year or the year before, when they couldn't win a road game?
Yes.
Right? Like you have the ability to kind of thwart a season at the beginning. And they had every opportunity to go in the hole, losing Steph for 3 games, and they haven't lost since. So I think this entire season has been about getting off to a good start and being viable. And so by that metric, like, you couldn't ask for a better start. And even the game that they lost, they probably should have won, the Clippers game. So, like, obviously they had a good schedule. It worked out well for them. The schedule guys hooked them up, but taking advantage of it was important. And they have. Like, they're going into some tough games now, but you're not like, hey, if they win, you wouldn't be shocked. I think they'll lose, but still, like, if you get through this and you come back sitting pretty, you could be in worse positions. So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Marcus Thompson is a voice here this morning on the UMA guest line after the Warriors come off a win last night against the Washington Wizards. And Marcus, it feels like every time Jordan Poole and Draymond Green are on the court together, it's going to be a story. So what was your breakdown of the back and forth and the finger pointing that we saw between the two last night?
Yeah, I mean, much you do about nothing. It was very minor. I mean, look, we've seen far more drama from them two, right? So that was pretty mild, and it almost was like a sign of moving forward. Like, if they would have been out there icy, not talking to each other, then that's one thing. But they didn't go, like, Jordan Poole wasn't going crazy, and neither was Draymond. There was one part, to me, the I guess more interesting part was when Draymond early had Jordan Poole in the post, and Poole is getting posted up. It's just like just starts pushing Draymond, like getting him off the block. And he got called for the foul, and Draymond just tapped him in the chest, like, good defense. And it was like, oh, okay. That's what I knew it wasn't going to be like a thing. But if JP hit off 5 in a row and then start talking head, then we'll see. But to me, it was a little tame. I wanted a little bit more fireworks if you're going to do it. Maybe when he comes to the Bay.
And and Draymond was very complimentary after the game, too, of both the Wizards team and Jordan Poole's progress. So it was definitely, I agree, not much fireworks at all. Now, we talk to you every other week, Marcus, so we'll probably ask this every other week. But Draymond Green, off to a wonderful start emotionally. I mean, saying all the right things, being a leader, playing good defense, complimenting Jordan Poole. I don't know. Saying he's going to get less than 10 texts. You have a PhD in Draymond. Has this Tiger changed his stripes?
I don't know if the Tiger has changed his stripes, but I do think the situation is different. The Tiger isn't like starving in a cage by himself. I think the fact that everybody on the Warriors know after 2 years of like, we're going to get back, we're the Warriors, watch us do our thing. After 2 years of that being under that pressure, this year is like just be as good as you can. And I do think that helps a lot. It changes the entire paradigm of how you approach it. So now if they lose some games, it's like, okay, nobody was expecting them to win. And for the first time in a long time, since maybe 2013-14, maybe you could say 2014-15, like they're playing as underdogs. They're playing like a team who is expected to not go out there and dominate. And I think that's a refreshing role reversal for like Draymond, who's trying to prove he's still a defensive player of the year. Like they have something to prove. The team, Steph and Draymond got 4 championships, and they have something to prove. And that's how they built this, was having something to prove. So they're kind of back in that mode. I also think the chemistry of the team and how they're operating is really good. I think they have a good spirit about them, which is probably even more encouraging than the 6-1 record. Like they seem to like each other. Everybody's playing well. They've had a couple opportunities for this thing to go south, and Jonathan Kuminga handled it well. Moses Moody handled it well. Brandon Podziemski handled it well. Like, so guys are just, they got a good vibe in the locker room of mix of young and old. So I think all of that is helping Draymond stay in a good place. Not to mention he has done some work over the offseason to be just in a good place to change perspective. It's all about perspective, Murph. It's all about how you see the world. That's why after this election tonight, I don't know.
I'm going to call you after and get some perspective. All right?
Well, Marcus, let me ask you what your perspective is right now on Buddy Hield, because he's came in and he scored 20 points in 6 out of the 7 games. The only game he hasn't scored 20 is the one game that the Warriors have actually lost this year. So tell us about your perspective of Buddy Hield and whether or not he can be this consistent from behind the 3-point line.
Yeah, he can. Like, they're not asking Buddy Hield to do much. Like, man, go out. This is perfect for Buddy Hield. Go get buckets, bro. And not only that, we're gonna get you the rock. He wasn't good at Philly, but he's standing out there waiting for Embiid to get him the ball. And Tyrese Maxey to get him the ball. The Warriors are like, we're going to run sets for you. We're going to put you in some Steph Curry actions to get you shots. And if you ever get open, shoot it. Like, this is paradise for Buddy Hield. Like, he can't ask for better. And he doesn't have the pressure of being like, hey, carry us. Because you still play next to Steph and Draymond and Wiggins, right? Kuminga. So he looks free. He looks like he's in great shape. I don't know if he's going to shoot 49% from 3, but he's going to get a lot of open looks. And the one thing about Buddy Hield, that dude is not scared. He will shoot it.
Yeah, he does.
He will get them things up.
And he shoots it beautifully. It is funny. My buddy Jeff Knepp, who runs the merch down at Chase Center for the Warriors, said that the two jerseys that are flying out are Buddy Hield and Lindy Waters.
The shooters. It's a tradition. I'm telling you, it's the Bay. The Bay is, like, you know how the 49ers are known for quarterbacks? That's going to be the base. If you can't shoot, don't come to town. Even Draymond dropping that 3-ball like crazy. Like, it's Splash Bay. That's what it is now, right on the water.
I feel like Lindy Waters is like a cult symbol, like, because it was like the first move after Clay, and it was like, wait, what? And then there was that video of that gal in Oklahoma saying that he was her dream hall pass. And then he's kind of got this story, and then he's just like, he wasn't Clay. Turns out he's a pretty good player. It's like, you know what I mean? Does he have a little cult status,
Oh, yeah. Lindy Waters taps into a history of being a Warriors fan, like pre-dynasty.
Yes.
Warriors fans love these type of players, like the players who come out of nowhere, who earn their stripes, who are better than what you think. I mean, you could put him in the legacy of, of some of our all-time favorites, Keith Mr. Jennings, right?
Ooh.
Or old boy kids. Warriors fans have always loved those type of players. Brian Cardinal, the ones who you don't expect to do anything, but they go out there and ball. Like that's a part of when you didn't have anything else to root for. That's what you rooted for.
Yeah,
so there's a spirit of that with the Warriors that will never go away. That you love the underdog player who produces above expectation, and that's Lindy Waters. Like he fits perfectly. Not to mention, can we just talk about the Native American swag?
No question.
You know what I'm saying? Like that matters out here. Like we understand. We understand who had this land first and who was here. Like we got this. So I think he fits the culture of diversity, of appreciation, and then he go out there and hoop. I saw him after the last game, and he was the last one out the locker room. I'm like, Lindy, you ball like that, you got to get out the locker room first so you could go celebrate balling like that. His response was, "No, I gotta work on my body," and I was like, "Oh yeah, you'll be just fine here."
I'm telling you, man. I think that's a great answer. You touched on some good stuff there, and also, by the way, just for people who don't know, he is an enrolled member of the Kiowa tribe, whose headquarters are in Oklahoma, and he's also part of the Cherokee Nation too. So he's got that blood in his veins, man. Really, really good stuff. Hey, can't let you go without one pop culture. Marcus was gone yesterday. Brooksy was in, but we did an entire day of Quincy Jones rejoins, and I know you're
great. By the way,
I know you're old. Oh, cool! I'm glad you heard some of that. I know you're old school, and whether we want to go, you can go as big and obvious as Michael Jackson Thriller, or as old school as Frank Sinatra at the Sands with Count Basie. In between, whether it's George Benson or Soul Bossa Nova, I mean, he had to have played some kind of role in your playlist.
Quincy Jones, what? Oh man, like where do you even begin with Quincy Jones? That's the part that's difficult. But I'm gonna go way back. I'm gonna go off music, and I'm gonna go into another lane. I bet most people don't know that Quincy Jones is responsible for the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
You know what? Brooksy brought that up yesterday. He did. I didn't, but he said he was like a producer. Is that right, or what?
Yeah, and so Will Smith in his book talks about how Quincy Jones basically ran the whole play and called him to some party and was like, "Hey, I want you to just impromptu act for these people." And he's like, "Hey, I found a guy. This is my man." And Will Smith is like shook, and he's at this Beverly Hills party, and he performs, and Quincy Jones is telling everybody what to do. He's just like telling them, like, "Hey, yeah, this is a guy. You need to talk to this guy." And this is how Will Smith got discovered in Hollywood. Like Quincy Jones has delivered him. So it was like, yeah, it's correct. Quincy Jones he was the man in multiple fields. Color Purple too. I think he produced that one.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. I only have one anecdote. It's not like a monster anecdote. So Candace, my lovely bride, was the music writer at the San Jose Mercury News. They had some money back in the late 90s, and there was a Frank Sinatra tribute in Las Vegas, and she convinced her editors to send her, and I got to go. It was black tie. So I wore a black tie, and I'm a huge Sinatra fan. It was right after he died. De Niro spoke, the whole deal. But we got to go to the rehearsal, and we walked into the MGM ballroom at like noon, and Quincy Jones was running the orchestra, and the couple up there was singing. Now, this is old school. This is from like my parents' generation, Steve Lawrence and Edie Gourmet, the old school vocalists. And Edie Gourmet was up there singing, and she was going through her song, and then Steve Lawrence walked in, and Candace and I were just standing on the wings. And she just said, all we heard her say was, Stevie, come say hi to Q. Come say hi to Q. And we were just like, oh my God. Steve Lawrence, Edie Gourmet, Quincy Jones. I can't believe we're witnessing this. We just kept our mouths shut and stayed in the wings, man. So anyway, that's my brush with Q. And there was Sinatra, who's the guy who started popularizing the Q. He said, he told him when it got the song Fly Me to the Moon, he goes, Q, I need a little swing. And you hear those horns now in Fly Me to the Moon. That's Quincy Jones. So anyway, 91 years old, bro.
Good. I didn't know you was that old. That's crazy.
And then his daughter was in The Office, Rashida Jones, among other things, right?
Rashida Jones is connected to who? Marcus?
Rashida Jones is with a rapper. It was Nas? Was it Nas?
Tupac.
Who'd Nas marry? We had Khalees. We had Khalees, right? Was it Nas and Khalees?
Yeah, Nas married Khalees.
But
Tupac got killed. He was with Rashida Jones.
But the night she was there that night. Oh man,
yeah, she was in the hotel.
Okay, that's heavy. Good knowledge. All right, I needed some Quincy Jones from you. We got it. Off you go. Thank you, Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
You're the man. Now time to give out the $100 Pacific Catch gift card. The holidays are coming. If you're planning a celebration, look no further than your local Pacific Catch. The lobster's back on the menu with craveable comfort foods like clam chowder and our new green curry bowl. It's the perfect winter destination. Book now at PacificCatch.com. Call John Joe Curley. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. Caller number 10. Doesn't Curly have the vibe of a guy who would come to your table and tell you the fish specials that day? Because he's kind of that organized guy. He's like, guys, I have some great offers for you.
Yeah, what's the fish of the day, Curly?
Because he comes into our studio in between. It's almost like he's our maitre d' and waiter. He's like, here's what we're going to do, guys. We're going to have some lobster. We're going to have some whitefish. You know what I mean?
I can see him with that giant pepper thing where they're just twisting pepper.
Well, because he does his job around here is he always helps out.
Just tell me when to stop, sir. Tell me when to stop.
Oh, man.
Oh, keep going.
I used to not like pepper on my, and now I said, bring me that S. Bring me that pepper.
Especially if they're putting pepper on for you, just pepper it up.
Pepper it up. Yeah, give me some.
I don't even want pepper. I just want to see you pepper it up.
Just keep going. I want to hear that grind.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out Gabe Kapler's ASMR.
We'll hand it over on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. What, voting season, football season, basketball season? Bigelow Tea will get you through that season. Hey, it's the number one tea in the Bay Area. One of the first things we do here at KNBR is we all walk into the break room and say, hey, look at that Bigelow Tea. English breakfast, chamomile. Shout out Gwen Stefani. Shout out the cranberry apple. Shout out the Earl Grey. We love all the different flavor options, and it's perfect for those of us who make a living behind the microphone. So what we urge you to do is grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go, Tone. I asked for this because today is Bill Walton's birthday. And I saw it on Twitter and it hit me. Damn, man. That was a tough loss because what a spirit, what a just energy, what a personality, what a great American Bill Walton was. And he's missed so much. And, we've lost so many from Willie Mays on down, right? That you forget Jerry West or on and on and on. But anyway, I saw that on Twitter and I said, hey, Young Tone, throw me a little ripple for Big Bill and hopefully. Also, college basketball started last night and it was on TV all over the place. He would have been doing a game.
Absolutely.
He would have been going, oh, here we are again.
It's my favorite time of the year.
Might have been riffing on something like, I heard John Joe Curley serving mahi at Pacific Catch. I don't know. He just would have said anything. You know what I mean? And we would have seen him maybe in Hawaii because he would. We were on Maui. We did the trip to Maui a couple years ago. He would be there for the big Maui invitation. Anyway, we miss you, Big Bill, and that was a tough one, man. Yeah.
Where is the offense?
But he sat in with Crook and Kipe. They weren't scoring a lot of runs back then. No, that was even during the World Series years. You've heard Buster and Zach Manassian both say, pitching and defense, so get ready.
Yeah, but where's the offense?
Right. Well, remember, even in the Sabian years, you would have to, the parades obscured a lot of things. They were not offensive juggernauts.
Yeah.
Those were not offensive juggernauts. So, all right, we found something that young Tony learned. Yeah, let's go.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, so we were doing, and it was young Tony's idea to have welcome back rejoins for Marcus. He's back. Welcome back, Marcus. Great to have you, buddy.
Thank you.
And you hit all sorts of them, whether it's Back in the Saddle, Aerosmith, or some other, some of the ones you played early on were
a bunch of bangers. Back in Black, AC/DC.
Yeah.
But the one that got me, I was like, welcome back, Cotter. I said to John Joe, I was like, welcome back, Cotter. What was that show called? This is the theme song. What was that show called? He's like, welcome back, Cotter.
Yes.
Yeah, you got it.
And it was a vintage sitcom from the 1970s that launched the career of John Travolta, who you now know. Well, would he even know Travolta? Staying Alive, etc.?
Would you know Grease?
Yeah, of course.
Saturday Night Fever? Okay, all right.
Pulp Fiction?
Yes.
You got it.
There you go. Anyway, you had Juan Epstein, the Puerto Rican Jew. That's right. Roses are red, violets are blue. My kid wants to date a Puerto Rican Jew. Back in those days, you could have the Puerto Rican Jew as a character. You had Arnold Horseshack going, oh, in the front row, all that. They were the sweat hogs, young Tone. It was a bunch of the guys who were, quote unquote, a little slow in school being taught by one of their old alums, played Mr. Cotter.
Yeah.
And they were the sweat hogs. So shout out. And then it led to, you didn't know Mace did a rejoin of it.
It's a remix.
A rejoin remix, pardon me. You know this.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
This might be my go-to welcome back rejoin, Murph.
When you were behind the glass, you think you dropped it a couple times?
Oh, a few times. That quarter went into the jukebox multiple times.
It's one of those surefire, feel-good summer barbecue. I don't think anybody dislikes the Mace welcome back Cotter
Not
rejoin.
at all. Might have been a producer or two involved in the song that people don't like, but we'll leave that for another day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
We got to get a year on that so we can put it on 2004. We can have it in our OO's Friday coming up.
Bang,
so
add it to the roto.
Well, there you go, everybody. There you go. Welcome back, buddy.
Thank you.
Have a good day, whatever the hell happens, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, go vote, everybody. Go vote.
We will be here tomorrow?
Sounds like it. I can't even guarantee who will be alive on Sunday, Murph.
Very good. Sponsored, it's time for a change. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
From your perspective, what do you feel like is not working with the offense?
It's a great question.
Monster Mash sucks. Nah, my guy. That's not a banger.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
prepare yourself.
Prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Line.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
I don't know about anticipating. I think it always comes down to fit. You're trying to buoy your team where you may have some, not holes, but you feel like you could be a little better. I think the thing that's unique about this year is I keep looking at, our short-term IR list and some of the guys coming back. I can tell you as we're filming, Christian McCaffrey will open his window here today at practice. John Feliciano will do the same. Yetur Gross-Matos might not be far behind him, behind those guys. So, you start to get some of those named with Greenlaw and Hufanga coming off. I think that's the best way you can bolster your rosters, just getting healthy. Those are really good football players. So, but that's not to say that something won't come together. The phones have been active. You're always listening. You're asking, you're fielding calls.
Yes. I had to do that because it's Brody Brazil. And man, do you look good.
Thank you.
Really good.
I just had to adjust my volume. I had to adjust my volume on that. It's lighting, it's color temperature. I definitely am not really this tan in real life. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Production value, my friend. How are you, John?
Figure that out, man. I'm pasty and white and terrible background. You have colors and plants and mixing, and man, I'm far behind. Good morning. Papa is not here. It is the great, and I do mean great, Brody Brazil for the next 4 hours with us. It is election day. It is trade deadline day. Warriors win. Macklin Celebrini is back. There is no more Oakland in A's. I don't want to make you cry, but that sucks. We got a sorry, I shouldn't have brought that up in the open, but it is great to be with you. And I mean that from a listener standpoint and from a Brody Brazil standpoint. And just for those who don't know, just a quick background. When I first got here, I don't know, 13, 14 years ago, you were one of the first people to actually be nice to me, and I thought, man, what is this going to be like? And I would walk into the NBC Sports Bay Area or whatever it was called, CSN back then, and go in, and you were always so cool, and you'd be sitting at your desk, and I didn't know what I was doing. I'm some jackass looking at the camera, picking my nose, and looking at the wrong camera or whatever, and you were just awesome and great, and we created a friendship over these years, and we've all been busy and crazy in pandemics, and it's gone all sorts of different ways. But, man, you are one of the best around. And I know that everybody knows it because every time we ever did a show back in the day in a previous edition, the text would come in and the tweets would come in and all the different stuff, and even back then maybe a fax.
Telegram,
phone call, from prison or something. But it was cool, man. And we did the iPod, which I hope we're doing again today. And Taylor Swift does a whole new meaning now, and who would have known? And I mean, it's just cool, man. And so I'm excited to do the next 4 hours because you are a true professional. You are a lot of fun. You're funny. You're opinionated. You're professional. You're all the things that everyone's supposed to be, wrapped into one, and it's just going to be cool, man. I was excited like it was Christmas morning today because it's been cool, man. You're just one of the best, and I'm really excited to do this show with you.
A couple things, John. Game recognized game, and that's what I saw in you. And I don't even remember how long ago, you came here, like you just said, 13, 14 years ago. Yeah. Did you come here from Utah? Where was it?
Oh, my God. My career. Well,
you were all over the place, but I don't even remember where you came to us from.
Well, from Dallas, but it was via a bunch of different places and divorces and all these different things, and you know how this business goes. I thought you did an awesome job in growing up in a place and then staying here and growing or climbing the ladder from there. I thought my best way was to go all around the country where people didn't know who I was and didn't hate me, and then the minute they did, I would leave.
Burn a bridge, baby.
Yeah. But no, and I thought the best way was, okay, I'm going to just keep going and try to get into these bigger and better markets. I'm from the West Coast originally, Southern California, and I kind of just did it a different way than you did, but we kind of all end up in this great place, So that's
how
you know
what? I was super lucky, John, and I've told people that my career has kind of been like a unicorn in that, this is where I'm from. These are the teams I grew up watching, and now I get to cover them. I mean, not too many people are named after a 49ers quarterback. I'm literally named after John Brody. So it's been like living the dream. And even now, as I search for my next venture, my next employment opportunity, I'm aiming for it to be something around here. I don't want to go away. And I'm looking forward to whatever's next. But no, it's been great. Can I just point out a few things here? We mentioned it's Election Day. This is also a message that I did not want to get here as I'm hosting from the home studio, which is tremendous, by the way. I love 2024.
I know. I need to come over to your. By the way, I need to come over to your house and fix
no, I just
lighting,
mean the convenience of it. I came into the studio last week with John. I got to see JD. That was a great show. But here in the convenience of the home studio, which is nice. However, I just got a text message that says, "Hi, it's AT&T. There may be a public safety power shutoff in your area. Check your power provider's
I'm
website."
right by you.
Yeah.
Do we have backup guys ready?
Says, don't worry, there will be cellular service. Like, do you really think that's the message I want to get on? And how about this?
Boy,
on Election Day? On Election Day? Forget this little radio program.
Right.
Election Day? And
you're already taking shots at the show? Yeah, we're not off to a good start, you and I, at all. No.
I've got some thoughts here on this. Like the NBA is not playing games tonight. I know the Sharks are playing a game tonight. The NHL is a little bit different, being a 7 Canadian team league out of the 32 total. Maybe they just, I don't know, they don't get it. But for the NFL to schedule their trade deadline today at 1 p.m. on Election Day. Now, two parts of this. I can understand that the election stuff doesn't really happen until tonight. I mean, voting is happening right now, and none of that should be distracted. And I get it, people will start paying more attention tonight to some of the first results and responses and all that stuff. But it's just kind of weird that the NFL would literally have all the dates they could. It could have been yesterday. It could have been last night. Could be tomorrow, I suppose, although then you don't get the full brunt of this week if a move is made. I don't know. I just think it's weird for the NFL to drop this and schedule this on Election Day.
I agree 100%. And just to, ever since the pandemic, we don't do a lot of political talk, but today, we won't do political talk per se. It's kind of like what you're talking about here. Is it's such an important day. I had trouble prepping for the show. I'll be 100% honest with you because
you should be distracted.
Yeah.
You should be maybe anxious. You should be, and you know what? It's not even, John. It's not even the presidential election. That is the centerpiece of what everybody's talking about, and most certainly. I mean, I get that.
Yeah.
But even where I'm at, where we're out here in the East Bay, there's propositions, there's measures, there's school board stuff. There are so many other important things too. And I think the whole point is like, well, people say, well, vote. It doesn't matter where we live in California, this and that. There are so many other things beyond just the presidential election. And so that's why when people say vote, I know there's a lot of young people listening here and there's a lot of guys listening here. And sometimes they say, well, everything will take care of itself. I mean, your voice on a lot of these other matters also counts beyond just the presidential election.
I agree 100%. Now go back to your original question because I was thinking of 10 different things and you asked me a question and it slipped my mind. So can you go back? I forgot.
I asked where you were from.
Politically. We were talking about something politically, and then I totally lost my train of thought because I got into this whole thing.
I was just wondering maybe about why the NFL scheduled their trade deadline. Literally smack dab in the middle of Election Day. We've known this day is coming for a while.
It's such a great question because here's what we could even make it a bigger conversation, which is, it's so important as part of this process, and everybody tells us how important it is, and it is. I don't love the system itself. It reminds me a lot of when they start doing this, because I'm not overly political, but I've been watching like the CNN. I watch it all the time. Every time there's any kind of election, and it reminds you a lot of sports where they're debating and they think they know, but they really don't know. And then they start making the states and they assume that each state is something. And then it comes down to Pennsylvania, right? And that's all they do. I really don't know why for such an important thing in our country, and not only this one, but every single one. I know that we're all, and this is again where it comes down to sports. This is the most important game they'll play. This is the most important election we're ever going to have. Well, they're all really important, but this one seems to be a little bit more important than maybe most, but it should be a holiday. I mean, there should be no sports played. There should be no work done. There should be no kids going to school. Like our kids woke up this morning and went, hey, it's an election. Shouldn't I have school off? And I'm like, you're too young to vote. Get your ass to school. Like, you're not staying home. And you know this better than anybody. I have a 20-year-old and then I have stepkids that are 15 and 12. And it's like, look, you're too young to vote. You're not going to sit around all day in your room and play with devices. Exactly. Like the first thing he walks out and says, we really shouldn't have school today. And I go,
that's admirable, though. I respect the attempt on that. They read the situation. They're like, we can feel the tension here. Maybe we shouldn't have to go.
Right. I mean, like you said, I admire the attempt, but just to expand it all, I just think it's such an important day that, like you said, to have, and I know how big the NFL is, but deadline day is today, really. Any of these different things, like you said, I mean, the NHL, as you mentioned, most of the teams now are American teams. I don't know why they're playing. I don't know why anybody's playing. I don't know why anybody's working. Like there shouldn't be any excuse to. And the way things are nowadays, you don't have to wait in the big election line. So you should be able to do it. But I agree with you 100% that everything should stop. It's really that important, and this one's really important. Maybe most important till the next one. But there's no way that anybody should be doing anything but this.
It's a weird thing, too, because, John, I think sports sometimes can distract us from life events personally, collectively. And I know sports is a great distraction sometimes for those things, even just simple stuff you're going through in life. But I think because this affects at least everybody in our country today, maybe this would be the day to step aside and say, all right, for the NFL, we're going to +1 or -1 day instead of today. Or again, the NHL, and this is not the Sharks' fault that they're playing a game tonight, but the Sharks will have a ballot box open until 8 p.m. tonight right outside SAP Center. So there is that, too. Yeah, I mean, and they've had that for years now where they put a ballot box, a couple of them, I think, on the north and south ends of the arena property. But no, it's a priority thing, right? I think we all realize, like, what will the 49ers do today? How about that Warriors win last night? You and I will get into all these different things. How about the GM's meetings for Major League Baseball? By the way, did you hear that Camilo Doval, apparently, according to Susan Saucer, a couple teams are expressing interest in, I want to say, the former Giants closer? I don't think he's in that role technically right now anymore. But as much as we'll get into all these things, I think it all goes with the overarching statement of our program today, John, is that what we're doing today, you and I, this is not the most important thing in the world. We're here for you. We're here for a couple hours. I'm glad that we're not here later at night when things are really going to get interesting and dicey and whatever.
Right.
But I'm glad we can do this in the afternoon. But I just question the relevance of sports on a day like today,
Yeah,
really.
I would agree. And look, we're going to have a bunch of fun because you and I always do when we've done shows in the past. And so, and for those who are like, stick to sports, I get it, man. Like I said, I've been doing this about 30 years, and you used to be able to mix a lot of different things. Now politics are we're the toy box, and you throw politics out, and there's a lot of people who are like, man, I've been watching it all day, or I've been listening, or it's everywhere, and I want to release, and I get it, and we'll give you that today.
Yeah.
I agree with you. It's just important, I think, to start the show this way, and acknowledge that, like I said, I love doing the show, and I love doing it today. And like I said, I was very excited to do it with you, and am excited to do it with you. But it is hard on a day like today where it's consuming your mind, and it should, because that's the way our country should work. So anyway.
Hey, by the way, I heard Alex Smith is already getting a lot of votes for president. Former 49er quarterback Alex Smith. You know why? I saw this on Twitter. He's the only person to have experience as both a commander and chief.
Oh, you're starting the dad jokes.
Get it?
It's so bad.
The delivery wasn't even good. I screwed up the delivery of the joke. He's a commander. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't even. Oh my God.
God,
Need
here
some more practice.
Here I built you up as best I could, and that's what you're leaving us with.
Flop.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. All right, we got a ton to get to. By the way, based on this first 14 minutes of the show, I just on Twitter got followed by the naughty Republican. That is nice, very nice. I'm going to have to block the naughty Republican.
Enjoy that.
Yeah,
Enjoy
that's
that.
not good. Oh my goodness. I scrolled down a little bit on the naughty Republican. Yeah, that wasn't safe for work.
Ooh, hey, I got an idea. I got an idea real quick before we go to break. You mentioned this on text to me last night. Maybe we should do an hourly poll.
I was thinking about that.
So I've got one to throw out there.
Oh,
I've got
you
a
do?
question. We can take texts on it. We can take calls on it. Let me do this to break.
I was thinking just an hourly poll, just because people are in the poll mood today.
The voting mood right now.
It could be on anything. I don't care. It could be on anything.
The Bay Area's GOAT of sports, the greatest of all time to ever do it in the Bay.
Wow.
Is it Steph Curry, Joe Montana, Barry Bonds?
That's a good question. All right, hit us up right now. That's our first hour poll. I'm glad you came up with that. I knew you would. You're so
The
creative.
Bay Area's GOAT of sports. Who is it? There
All
you
right,
go.
let's talk about it next. We'll set everything up today. We'll tell you what we know about the NFL deadline, if the Niners are going to do anything. Plus, like you said, Susan Slessor, a little breaking news that a year ago I think people would be up in arms with, but I think now people are going to be down with this. So we'll get into it coming up next. Brody Brazil, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, he is the one with the perfect lighting. I am the one with the pale face. We'll do it all coming up next over the next 4 hours. Having a great time with it. We're on YouTube and Twitch. Check it out. You can always text or call the show. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line is one and the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Silver with The Athletic. Join Murph and Marcus this morning. Discuss potential moves the 49ers can make ahead of the NFL trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam, which we called a laser.
That's right, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That is the place. In fact, that is the place that I went to so I could see. It's fairly important, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the experts in modern vision correction. So not only do they do CLR, custom lens replacement, which is what I did so I could see so well, but everybody is different. So maybe LASIK is going to work best for you. Evo ICL, that's going to get you out of glasses and contacts as well. So custom lens replacement worked for me. It worked for Papa as well, but you need to do this. There's a free, I tell you, modern vision correction webinar, and it's coming up this Friday, November 15th at noon, where the doctors that did my procedures, which were easy and very trustworthy, they've done thousands and thousands of these, if that's what's on your mind first and foremost, because it was for me. Dr. Craig Bindi, Dr. Joseph Ling, they'll explain the benefits of LASIK, Evo, ICL, and show you how the procedure Pop and I had, CLR, can eliminate readers, glasses, contacts, and plus, I don't know how this works, but it's the truth. You'll never develop a cataract after CLR. So all you have to do, and it's a free procedure. You can do it from your computer, phone, iPad, whatever the case may be. So it's very, very simple. Free modern vision correction webinar this Friday, November 15th at noon. You register, and then it's free. modernvisioncorrection.com. That's, again, November 15th at noon, modernvisioncorrection.com. Do it now. All the answers to all your questions so you can see like me.
every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. John Lund, Brody Brazil, happy Election Day. Hope you get out there. It is also NFL trade deadline day. Apparently there is no entity out there that they won't take on. We shall see, but everybody's going to be watching. They think they can just topple everybody because they generally do from a TV
Sunday's
standpoint.
ours, Thursday's ours, Monday night is ours.
Well, the state doesn't matter if it's Election Day. We'll take on anything.
The government is ours.
That's it. Everything. They take on everything. Latest trade in the NFL, Marshawn Lattimore, solid corner for the Saints, goes to the Commanders. That affects the 49ers because the Commanders are 7-2 and they look real. And so one of the positions that they needed to shore up was corner. Lattimore, former first-round pick of the Saints, has had a good career out of Ohio State. So that is the latest. Have not seen anything out of the 49ers, but if you know anything about the Niners, given their history, especially Christian McCaffrey a couple of years ago, started with Jimmy G in 2017, and guys like Emmanuel Sanders. And then last year, of course, you had two trying to cover the edge with Randy Gregory and Chase Young. Those didn't work out, but I would imagine that it's not through a lack of trying today if the 49ers get something done. But I would say this, that for every CMC, there's probably 20, Brody, that just go, and that was kind of been the case for the most part. I mean, Sanders was okay. Amenahue was a nice pickup. Jimmy G obviously was a changer. But generally speaking today, are you going to win a Super Bowl or not because of this player? Are you going to get into the playoffs or not because of this player? Probably not. But it's a lot of fun to talk about.
By the way, is Trey Lance on deck now in Dallas?
Oh, my God. I hope so.
And the timing of, and how about that for them? Like the timing of that right before the deadline, and even watching Mahomes last night, I was like, with a little injury scare there. Was it ankle or knee? I never actually. Yeah, I was watching on mute, so I didn't actually see and hear, but I saw him come back.
He had tweaked it before, and then he tweaked it again, and this goes without saying. I mean, there's the fortunes of the Chiefs. They're really good defensively, but they're still not great offensively. And if he comes out and he's out for an extension. So when he started getting carried off the field, and I knew he kind of had a tweaked ankle, I thought, because it was non-contact. He got it kind of got in the
No, it was all on his own.
Yeah. And when you see non-contact, you're thinking to yourself,
Right.
But he stayed in there. And for as many people, and especially 49ers fans who don't want him to play, I don't want to see Mahomes get hurt. I mean, he's just too fun to watch. Maybe that's the minority opinion, especially around here. But, I wouldn't want to win that way. But
I've seen enough of him.
For a minute.
I don't want him to get hurt, but I've also seen enough of him. So I think you're right, John. Just going back to the 49ers, I mean, and I think everybody's in agreement on this. Now that McCaffrey's window has started, 21 days, I mean, it's a certainty that they don't open the window unless he's coming back, and probably coming back right now. And this has kind of been the plan. You know what? I give the 49ers credit for transparency if this actually happens as played out. Now, transparency wasn't necessarily the case going into the season, right? The expectation was McCaffrey will be fine and it's no big deal. And then all of a sudden, on the IL and not going to play for, however many weeks to start the season. So there was kind of some questions there at the beginning, at least now, though, ever since. And everybody heard about the trip to Germany and getting things right with the Achilles tendonitis on both sides, by the way, not even just one side or the other. I guess what I'm saying is, if in fact this goes according to plan and goes according to the reporting that's been out there this entire time, I give them credit for at least guiding the fan base and guiding everybody who cares and pays attention to this team with a little bit of knowledge and insight. And yes, getting Christian McCaffrey back is like the absolute trade deadline. It's almost like acquiring him before the trade deadline a couple years ago. I have a lot of questions about what he can do instantly, how much you should use him. I also want to take a look at the upcoming schedule, maybe pan that out. Yep. Can the 49ers win 6 of the final 9 games? Yeah, I don't know. Is that, and it was that a 10-7 record, I guess? 10-7, yeah. Would that win them the NFC West? I mean, there's a lot of questions that remain to be seen here, but I agree with you. I don't think this trade deadline for the 49ers makes or breaks anything. And as much as I think sometimes standing pat is just boring, and I'm totally fine with that for them.
Well, and here's the thing, and you can give us a shout, by the way. We're going to have a voting poll every single hour based on the election today. Brody's first one is the GOAT, the Bay Area GOAT. I'm bad at these when I predict them, but I'll just say Curry just because of recency bias, but we've had so many throughout the year. So give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 as we're along with the conversation. We'll add that to it. But, my biggest thought waking up today was, okay, the second half of the last 2 years post-bye, Kyle Shanahan is 16-2. So it almost feels like, as we kind of look at Bay Area teams and who gets the benefit of the doubt and who does not, the Giants haven't done it lately. So when they're in this kind of situation as they were kind of this year, I didn't give them the benefit of the doubt. I didn't think they'd go anywhere. Anytime the Warriors have Steph Curry still on the roster and Draymond Green, I give them the benefit of the doubt. And anytime that Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, and the type of talent that the 49ers possess still, even though they've had a ton of injuries and just a weird year up to this point, I give them the benefit of the doubt. So this is weird to say because it's only based on what they've done in the past, but I expect the 49ers to go on a run, even though the second half schedule for the 49ers is much tougher than the first. Like they should have cleaned up on this first half. I don't want to say they should. Somebody called me out on this, and they made a great point, I think on Twitter or one of the many ways you can get a hold of us, where they said, look, and it's a Bill Parcellsism, but it's your record is what it, however that goes, your record is what it is, and that is they're 4-4. Yeah, they should have beat the Cardinals. They didn't. They should have beat the Rams. They didn't. They shouldn't be 6-2. They should be 4-4 based on who they played or how they've played. So does McCaffrey fix all that? Not necessarily, because my main concern is defense. With McCaffrey back, they're going to score 30 to 35. Now, defensively, they're not what they were. Like in that when they were at their best, this defense was one of the most dominant in the league, and they were giving up anywhere from maybe 14 to 18 points a game. And now if you look at just all the analytics, they're in the 20s or high teens in a lot of the categories: rushing defense, pass defense, all these different third down, red zone, all the defensive metrics. It's showing they're not a great defense, and we're 9 games into this thing, right? So there you go.
Well, I understand the defensive side. I also hope that Dre Greenlaw is sooner than later in his return. I don't know where exactly that stands. Talanoa Hufanga, I know, is also not far away from, a second major injury for this season. First it was the knee, now it's the wrist. So defensively, I think you're going to get better. But I just think, John, just watching the 49ers, like without McCaffrey, and look, I mean, they've had admirable fill-ins, and Garendo, I think, was huge in that last game. I was at that game, the Cowboys game, Sunday Night Football. But, I mean, to get McCaffrey back, you get your run game established again, and then that can help you set up the pass game. Also, all the short yardage plays. McCaffrey is good on 3rd and 2. He will get you there one way or another, and also the red zone, too. And I forget the exact stat of how many touchdowns McCaffrey was worth last year scoring inside the red zone. But, I mean, those are areas that I get it. Defense wins championships, and eventually you need that. But I feel like the 49ers and keeping the offense on the field and maintaining drives. And by the way, now you're on your 3rd kicker of the year, so I'd rather not settle for field goals. I don't know Carlson's range entirely yet. I haven't seen him line up for a 54-yarder yet with the game on the line. But to your point, and I think looking at the two things, looking at the schedule and looking at the division, if you look at the NFC West, how about points for all 4 teams? The Cardinals are at 207. The Rams somehow at 4-4 like the 49ers, only 170. The 49ers at 210 and the Seahawks at 210. Everybody is right there. Record-wise, points for-wise, points against-wise. I realize the Cardinals and Rams are, on 3-game heaters apiece. But this is like a second half of the 49ers season, if we want to call it a half, where there is some opportunity to win some games. Like, you have to go back and beat the Cardinals. You have to go back and beat the Rams. This upcoming game against Tampa Bay, that's certainly interesting. They've lost a couple in a row. They're coming off last night, short rest, maybe a bit of a deflating game, losing Monday Night Football to Kansas City. So it has to obviously start this weekend. But, I mean, you got to follow that up. You have to beat the Seahawks for a second time this year, right? That's a must win.
Oh, yeah. I think they have to win all the rest of the NFC West games. Like, you have to win.
I agree.
At Arizona, you have to beat the Rams here. You have to you got to make that up somehow.
The Bills and Packers, then it's going to be 2 tough weeks in a row. And then you got to come back against the Bears. But then you get the Rams and Dolphins, who have lost 3 straight now. They're 2-6. And then eventually you got to take on Jared Goff and the Lions, and they've won 6 in a row now at 7-1. By the way, at some point today, Can we talk trash about my fantasy football team? Kyler Murray's my quarterback. And I got Marvin Harrison Jr. Between that tandem, my kicker Brandon Aubrey got more points than them combined last weekend.
I can't wait to talk about this. This is beautiful.
What in the world?
Brody is here today just to get you caught up on the NFL trade deadline so far. And then we have a lot of great stuff coming in on your question of the hour, on your vote of the hour, it being Election Day and all. But the moves so far, this is probably one of the worst kept secrets. Mike Williams, the Steelers, have been looking for a receiver forever. So Mike Williams goes from the Jets to the Steelers. Marshawn Lattimore, corner, from the Saints to the Commandos. Jonathan Mingo, in a weird trade, the Cowboys pick him up from the Panthers for a fourth-rounder. He goes to Dallas. Khalil Herbert, running back from the Bears to the Bengals. And another poorly kept secret, Zadarius Smith, edge rusher from the Browns to the Lions. So that's the moves so far in the NFL. Nothing so far from the 49ers, but we will keep you up to date on everything. All right, besides the guy or person on Twitter, or excuse me, on YouTube, who says Brody is well-groomed, which is true.
Well, you don't know that. Wait a second. You don't know that entirely.
Well,
not to get too graphic. What you can see is maintained. Yeah.
You're wearing. You're definitely wearing shorts, though.
No, I've got some nice sweatpants going on here.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's whatever. By the way, not to get into that conversation, but that's honestly I'm not saying anything good came from the pandemic, but my whole wardrobe, I'm so lazy anymore, and everybody at the station can tell you this. I don't even wear jeans anymore. Like, everything is up, but not like Sunday, grease spot sweatpants. The people that men go to the store in. I'm talking about like nice, well-fitted types. Which have boomed since the pandemic. That's all.
I saw his ass, John.
Whoa, Papa!
Yeah, there you go.
Where is he? Get yourself a pair of Vuori. Is that the name?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Get yourself
I got like
a pair
10
of those.
pairs of those. That's all I wear around.
So comfortable.
Yeah. By the way, you know this from previous shows. What we do is, and it's translated to this show, throughout the 4 hours is we will take just out of context drops of Papa. We do it every time he's gone, and just sprinkle him throughout the show. So just you know that. Just be aware.
I've got a surprise for you since I'm in the home studio and since I've got some tricks and toys up my sleeve. I have the ability, John, I think, to auto tune my voice.
Oh, like really?
T-Pain style. And so what
that is cool.
As we were just in that last commercial break, what I was realizing I wanted to do was do the O'Reilly's commercial. O'Reilly. And they're sponsors, so this all makes sense. But I want to do the O'Reilly's commercial in auto-tune.
How great is auto-tune? So you can sing and everything. You would sing and it'll sound good?
I don't want to do this now live on the air, but in the break, let me set it up, and then I'll come back and do it for you. But it's
amazing.
You got to sing it the right way too to get the auto tune to kick in. And
I need that.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Hey, by the way, the Warriors are 6-1.
Oh yeah, we got to get to that.
Wait a second. Let me check my notes. Is that right? Did they? They beat the Wizards last night?
Yeah, and it seems it seems maybe I'm wrong. It seems like the beef between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green is fairly well squashed at this point. And
I mean, the little interaction before halftime, and Jordan Poole kind of pointed at him, and then
they're just having fun, right?
Dre kind of fought him off a little bit to give Steph the ball. By the way, Steph Curry comes back, hits the first shot of the game, a 3 for the Warriors, and then hits the last shot of the first half for the Warriors. Gosh, just watching him run around the court. I mean, I didn't forget. He only missed a couple games. But what I wanted to do last night, and I actually had to go back and DVR the game. I didn't get to watch it live, so I kind of sped through it. But if you were to draw a line on the court of where Steph Curry goes, for a lot of players, it's kind of straight lines or it's long oval shapes, or, it's not. There are so many little squiggles and cuts and turns. And, I mean, obviously running off screens, but there is so much deception and deflection for him on the court. Obviously, that's why he gets open. He's able to hit those shots, but he opens up playmaking because he'll draw a couple defenders to him and then find somebody that's cutting. And man, watching him and Trace Jackson Davis. And you know what? The one big thing about last night that kind of bummed me out is that when Curry's back, Pods is out. Pods is on the outside looking in. Pods only got 13 minutes last night, still managed to be a +6. I'm a huge Pajemski guy, by the way.
Steve said after the game he was sick, so I think some of that was related related to that. But yeah, I mean, everybody kind of adjusts. But, we've never seen anything like it. We'll get into the conversation, the way that they're using the depth and all those kind of things, and with Steph coming back. But they're going to be tested. I mean, there's no question. Boston, Cleveland, OKC combined have one loss. So
Klay Thompson, the first game back when they come back off the road trip. Yeah, no, their schedule's been soft.
Yeah.
The NBA Cup. I can't wait.
Oh, my God.
Schedule's been soft, but I mean, still, you got to go out there and win games. And how about the other night against Houston? They were up by 31 points in the first half and missed a couple free throws, a couple terrible turnovers in the final seconds of regulation, but then they find a way to win. So I give them credit. I really do.
All right, we'll talk to Mark Spears at about 10:50. So we got about 14 minutes to talk to Mark Spears. We'll get into a little NBA stuff. Let's finish up a conversation on what's going on with the NFL, plus a lot of reaction to our first hour poll. We'll get to all of it next. As our good friend Brody Brazil is hanging out with us. We are lucky to have him today on a Tuesday, the election day, only here on the Sports Leader.
$1 billion.
That's going to make sense in a minute. It is your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. Some not even based in the entire state of California. Now, that is not Chris Dolan. That is not the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years? They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, it's a beautiful day again today in the Bay, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than more than $8 billion. I had to take a breath there. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, John Lund, Brody Brazil. We appreciate you hanging out on Election Day Tuesday. Mark Spears, the great Mark Spears, is going to join us in about 9 minutes. We'll talk Warriors start, and they got a tough stretch coming up, and the rest of the NBA. Far too early, but we'll make some speculations on everything. Because it's Election Day, Brody, we decided to do an hourly poll, not the official, because people on the text line were asking if, because we call it Danny's Big Poll, and they were wondering if Danny could perform 4 times in a day and in 4 hours, and I don't know that it's possible. So I don't know that we're making it official as a Danny's Big Poll, but you asked the Bury a Goat, and again, as I am prone to do, I thought it would be recency bias based on Steph Curry, and again, we don't necessarily have a poll up. We're just asking the question. So 415-808 KNBR 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line. You can call in as well to make your case. But a lot of people going, it's not automatically Curry, Lund. Bonds, Mays, Curry, Joe, even one for Brady because he's from the Bay, but I don't consider him in that conversation.
He calls it San Fran still.
Right.
He's automatically disqualified.
Right.
Sorry, Tom. But we also, later on, I know you wanted to talk about his on-air criticism of officiating that got him in. Apparently, there's going to be no punishment there, but that's a whole interesting ball of wax and conversation. Really.
Well, I love having you on because you're like Greg in the fact that you guys know the broadcast and the TV broadcast industry so well and so much better than I do, and you know the numbers and everything. But my quick thing just was, I think he's going to be one and done. Not because I don't think he's going to be good or going to get better. You can't do this. And I think
one season and done?
Well, the only reason I say that, and look, it's a huge contract, so maybe
10-year contract.
Yeah, like 10 for $375. So maybe there's just no way he can walk away from it. That's possible. But in terms of the what he's having to live under right now, where you can't criticize because you're an owner, that's an analyst. I mean, they're not sitting there and criticizing constantly, but what we're talking about is Brian Branch went helmet to helmet with the Packers receiver, and he got kicked out of the game. And Brady simply said, I don't agree with it, and he explained why he didn't agree with it, and then that morphed into Brady's criticizing officials, and by the bylaws of the NFL, Brady's an owner, he can't criticize officials. Well, yeah, an owner like Jerry Jones or Jed York can't say after a game the officiating was terrible. That's not what Brady's doing. He's a commentator, and he's got to be able to say whether he agrees with one of the biggest plays of the game, which is Brian Branch being removed from it, and or he can't be an analyst. And so if they're going to stick by the letter of the law in that way and apply him as an owner commentator to the rest of the owners who can't criticize officials, and I see why, then he can't do that job, and he's going to have to make a decision of being a part of 10% owner or 5% owner of the Raiders, which is more than that $375 million, or he's going to have to be a comment. I don't think he can do both, I guess is what I'm saying, effectively.
You remember when it initially came out that Brady was interested in buying a certain piece of the Raiders from Mark Davis, and they were obviously in cahoots, and I think Tom bought into the Las Vegas Aces, the WNBA team that Mark also owns. But and there was some delay where the NFL owners, they didn't take a vote on this. It seemed like they were almost silently punting on this to say, you know what, Tom? And they were also concerned that Tom was buying in at a ridiculous price because Mark would do anything possible to get him in. Like he got a huge discount because, he's Tom Brady. By the way, is he really going to bring Shadur Sanders into Las Vegas eventually? Side story. But the point is it was almost like a fork in the road, and it felt like the owners were going to prevent Tom from being part of, they had to approve his investment and his ownership, and they let him do this. But it also, John, comes with the caveat that he can't even attend production meetings. So a production meeting before an NFL game is huge. You have complete access to the team facilities on both sides, the coaching staffs. You don't have to go to the media sessions. Like, you get those individuals on your own time in private. And honestly, they'll open up to you way more than they ever would in front of the media because they know Tom Brady can keep the right secrets and understand things, but he's trying to gain all the valuable nuggets for the broadcast. And so now he's almost hurting himself that he, as a part owner of a team, all the other league teams say, you can't even come in our facilities. You are banned from even attending the production meetings that every other announcer gets to be a part of. So when he shows up to the broadcast, he's not even on the same page as anybody else he's working with that's in front of the camera or behind the scenes of the crew. And I think it's also interesting, too, we talk about criticism. That's why they put Mike Pereira actually in the broadcast booth with Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady. And I think Dean Blandino was in there last game because what they'll do is on any type of controversial play, they'll be like, well, Dean, what did you see there? And Dean's the rules expert. But the point is like they're taking the weight off Tom Brady so he doesn't even have to be put in that position. And he still got himself into that position by saying, I don't love that call at all. Obviously, it's a penalty, but to me, that has to be serious intent in a game like this to be ejected in the way that Branch was. But I agree. He should have picked. It was a fork in the road. Quite honestly, they shouldn't let him do both. This is probably going to be some sort of an issue, but I don't know. I think Fox has got their hands too tight on him. They've invested too much in him. And I think unless Tom hates this, which I don't think he does, he is getting better. I don't think it's a one and done, but I do think something's got to give here.
Give us your thoughts, 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get back to the hourly. We'll have a chance to finish up the hourly, but really good stuff. I think it's got to be one of the tougher GOAT conversations. Again, it's Election Day, so our first hour poll, the Bay Area Sports GOAT, which, I mean, how can you go against Mays? How can you go against Bonds? Curry's in it. Joe's in it. Again, there was a texter who said Brady. I wouldn't put Brady in it, but I mean, if you're just going those four, I mean, and you could add even more to it, but Joe, Curry, Mays, and Bonds, I mean, that's a hell of a one to choose from.
At least we've isolated it to probably the top five there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've got it down to a couple 49ers, a Warrior, and a couple Giants. I mean,
Right.
I don't think it extends. We've identified who the front runners are, but is it an individual thing? I know Barry's going to get a lot of criticism for home runs and the era he played in. I think Steph, he's not done yet, but Steph has probably been the biggest ambassador, and the media has changed, right? Well, what if Joe Montana were the 49er quarterback and doing what he did back then in this day and age of the internet? You know, would that help him or hurt him in this cause? I don't know. Maybe Jerry Rice is more of an asset to Joe Montana, or the other way around.
Right.
Are they tied at the hip? And I think obviously Willie Mays, unfortunately, suffers from recency bias here because a lot of people even listening to this program right now never got to see Willie Mays play in person, myself included. So.
Yeah, right. All right, 11 o'clock hours on the way. We're going to jump in with Mark Spears coming up next. Of course, ESPN and Anscape. We talk to him every couple of weeks. The Warriors are off to a great start. They win again in Washington, but now things get tough. Let's talk about it with Mark Spears. Early season NBA thoughts from Mark next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, his work is global, but on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Always our pleasure to welcome Mark Spears to the show. Early season NBA, the Warriors on fire, but we're going to find out what they really are as they take on Boston, Cleveland, and OKC with a combined one loss between three. At Mark J. Smears, make sure that you follow him. John Lund, Brody Brazil, and Mark joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Good, man. Just a quick trip to LA going on NBA today.
Nice.
And then getting back on that bird and getting back home, man.
Nice.
Big timer.
Yeah, no doubt. So, by the way, happy Election Day. Hope you had a chance to vote. It's a big day. But give us your early season thoughts on the Warriors with using all this depth. They've only lost one game. They do a lot of it without Steph. A lot of guys are stepping up. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing?
You know, it's interesting you asked that because I was basically on our prep call for the show, and we were talking about the Lakers and their lack of depth. Mm-hmm. And how they're basically like wasting like 6 roster spots right now. With guys hurt, guys not playing, not using their two-way guys. And that's complete opposite with the Warriors. Like, I think that to me, always the key for a successful team is not wasting any of your roster spots, right? And, you know, I remember when Steve was saying that he thought that they could sustain Steph being out a week, maybe 2, because of their depth. And I was like, you know, I don't know about that.
Right.
But that's why he's the coach, and that's why I'm not, because he obviously was able to see something in them that we see now. Buddy Hield has basically been Klay Thompson. Everybody else has stepped up. They're not wasting any roster spots. They got other scores, and they were able to sustain and win. And, you know, now that Steph's back, I see those other guys have probably a little bit more confidence too. And so I'm really, really impressed with their roster. I'm still not going to give up on them getting a number 2 dog, because something does happen to Steph. I mean, it's cool for a week or two, but then, you know, it's going to sting. So, you know, but Kuminga's starting to kick it up a little bit, and I'm really intrigued by this Warriors team.
Hey, Mark, it's your favorite San Jose State Spartan, Brody Brazil here. Good to talk to you.
Oh, man, you're even bigger than Crazy George, baby. Let's go.
I'm more sober than Crazy George.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to talk about Buddy Hield, not new to the NBA, not even new to Northern California basketball fans, but man, he just seems like a really good fit. And I was thinking the other day, you know, he was good while Steph was out, but I also feel like Steph and Buddy, I don't want to go splash bros, I want to go splash buddies maybe, but I do feel like, you know, for any player that gets...
I got one.
Okay,
because
do it.
Because, you know, Buddy's from Bahamas, right?
Yeah.
What about Splash Bra? Splash Bra.
You know what? I hadn't heard that one.
Next level right there.
I just made that up, man. You like that?
Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Let's get it on a shirt and let's get that merch going.
I like it.
I just feel like the Buddy Hield Steph Curry thing. We haven't even scratched the surface on that yet, but I just feel like Buddy's really a good fit here with the Warriors.
Yeah, no, I think I saw a stat where actually over the last 5 years, and I could be wrong, Buddy is the only player that has made more three-pointers than Steph had. He's fitting seamless. He's a good dude. Known him for a long time. He's enjoying his role. And I think what's very satisfying to him now is like, the Sixers just let him rock last season. I just didn't understand it. Didn't understand why they didn't use him. Then they throw him in a playoff game and he goes nuts. And it looks amazing for him, which led me to believe why didn't they use him all along? But DeMarco's Chris DeMarco is a Bahamian coach and got to spend some time with him, and I thought that was a sneaky great pickup for him. Especially how the Warriors shoot threes and stuff. You added one of the best three-point shooters in the league, maybe even a top 5, right? Three-point shooter in the league. So that was a great sneaky addition by Dunleavy. I'll give him credit for that.
Mark Spears is joining us at Mark J. Spears, and of course Anscaped and ESPN talking Warriors early in the season. What do you expect here? Because, let me back up. I was going to jump ahead to these 3 big games, but I got to ask you this. It seemed like last night that Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, everybody was kind of getting along now that we're a little bit removed from that, and you obviously have much more insight than I do. Is that thing squashed, or is it still kind of bubbling? Is that over the Jordan v. Draymond Green thing?
I mean, they say time heals all wounds, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know that Jordan Poole and Draymond are going to lunch anytime soon. Maybe not. But I think that sadly, after Decky passed away, Draymond let a lot of stuff go too. He was already kind of distant, being a vet in the league, kind of been there, done that, and then after, the punch with Jordan Poole and the suspension, he got even more distant. And then after Decky passed, he realized, hey, man, I'm not in any of these pictures. I'm not, close to the team. I'm not ingrained with the team. And he decided to be more involved. And it started in training camp, really being a splash brother, getting in the ocean with his teammates, trying to get more involved and get closer with the guys. And so I think that was really, really something horrible to happen that he, kind of changed his life. So I see him being more and more. George Sedano, the great George Sedano. What up?
Shout out.
That's pretty cool right there.
Yeah. No, I just I think you're going to see how many checks does Draymond have? He seems like he's just lighter this year, doesn't he?
So far, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying there's not a fire there, but it seems like it's a controlled fire,
right,
and not a forest fire right now.
Are you buying the under 10 technicals that he promised?
No.
It's a long season.
Neither am I, by the way. I'm glad you said that. I'm over all day.
Yeah, sounds good. Is Vegas right? I mean, I'm not allowed to bet on the NBA.
Right, exactly. I don't want to get you in trouble, but damn.
Y'all go for it out there in Vegas.
Wait until January.
Right, exactly. Yeah,
Mark, I wanted to ask about. You mentioned how much the Warriors are using their bench, and it's just fun to watch to know that Buddy can come off the bench last night and hit for 20. Moody had 10. Kuminga had 15 off the bench.
Yeah.
Can this be a long-term strategy? I don't know that every NBA team with aspirations is out there doing this. Can the Warriors find a certain level of success relying on everybody equally? It seems like they should be able to do this.
No, I mean, I think the strength in numbers is back now.
Yeah.
Before, though, it was Durant and Clay.
Right.
Little different firepower there. Right.
Right.
But, but the one thing I'm when I was watching the game the other day, I'm like, this team is a bunch of OGs, man.
Yeah.
They're a bunch of vets that ain't won nothing like the new guys. And probably are really excited and happy to be part of this, and they're journeymen, and they just, okay, and they got their pension taken care of. They've been in the league 10 years. They're all right, They just want to win, hang out with Steph, hang out with Dre, have a great time. Warriors treat their players better than most teams treat their players, so they know the difference. And so, like, what's there to complain about, right? Like, you're winning and your numbers may be down a little bit playing time-wise, but it's got to be pretty fun. And you get to contribute and be a part of something cool, man. So, like, how is this a championship team? There's a piece missing.
Yeah.
There's a piece missing. But this is definitely a playoff team. This is definitely a team you got to show up for. And I think, though, in a week from now, we'll really see how good or where they truly are because, Boston's Boston. So don't get your heart broken if they get beat bad by Boston, right? But, I'm curious to see how they do against OKC. I think the Warriors have always played OKC well. The Cleveland game should be interesting. I'm just really curious to see how they grade out of these next three. So
Mark
I'm glad
Spears.
Steph is back for them.
Yeah. Mark Spears is joining us. Yeah, the three big games coming up, of course, Boston, Cleveland, OKC combined, one loss. You mentioned the chemistry going on right now, and when you're winning, it's easy to do, but there was early on when they said, hey, Kuminga, it's not because you're not playing well, it's chemistry-wise, it's spacing of the floor, it's just we're gonna bring you off the bench, and he didn't like it too much, but then in Houston the other night did a great job in overtime. Do you think that's going to bubble over? Because they're not. I don't think they're going to win at this level. And like you said, and I agree with you, and you've been saying it a long time, that this team, it's great to have all this depth, but at some point you're probably going to want to trade some of it and get a true number two. Yeah. So do you think this Kuminga thing is going to be okay? Do you think it bubbles over? Because if you're going to trade for a number two, Kuminga's certainly got to be a part of it, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, yes. But he needs more firing him every game to me. I mean, just more consistency. You want to prove people wrong? Just be. So I talked to J.K. before the season, and he told me he wanted to be an all-star at Chase Center in 25. Like, so for order for him to do that, I mean, obviously winning is helping him, but he has to be a 20-plus per game scorer, and he shows flashes of being that, and he is that here and there, but it's not consistent. So I think really and truly, if he wants to be mad at somebody, he got to be mad at himself to just be more consistent, be the all-star that he wants to be, prove everybody wrong. It's not like this is some dude that's trying to find his place in the league. He's secure in the league, but what he does will determine what he gets paid. Right? If he plays as great as everybody expects him to or thinks he can and he believes he is, then there won't be a problem. So I think this should be something that sparks him every day, but it's never really been a consistent spark there when that motivation to prove everybody wrong is sitting right in front of the face.
Mark, I want to ask you maybe the $60-something million question. Last week, the Giannis whispers kind of came back for the Warriors and for a lot of teams. And look, I know there's going to be a lot of suitors if Milwaukee really is thinking about blowing this thing up. What's your idea on, I mean, the Warriors would have to sell the farm. Probably 4 players, probably 3 top draft picks over the years, sequenced out every other year. Is this even interesting? And I say that from 2 perspectives. Is it interesting now to make the team better, to get that next piece? Is it also interesting to know that the Bay Area, maybe with the absence eventually of Steph Curry, could have another centerpiece type player playing at Chase Center?
Yeah, and that's why I like Markkanen, although Markkanen doesn't have the cachet that Giannis does, right? The one thing that kind of does bother me about Giannis is, I mean, look, he's great and he has gaudy numbers, but does he get any better? What is he adding to his game? Is he improving? Like, when is he going to take responsibility for this slow start? Everybody wants to beat up on Doc, but Doc ain't shooting no jumpers.
Not anymore.
Ain't playing defense.
That's a great quote.
Doc ain't playing in the post. Like,
he might have to. Like, he might have to get out there and get back in there.
I mean, they could use the Doc Rivers in his prime right now, but I just from a leadership standpoint, from a fight standpoint, from a responsibility standpoint, I definitely like to see more from him. And that's something that you see from Steph Curry on a nightly basis. that he's going to be a leader. He's going to fight every night, and he's going to get the best out of his teammates. And perhaps if the Warriors were able to figure out a way to get Giannis, I think he could learn a lot from Steph Curry, right? So maybe the Steph Curry impact has something on him, but when you're giving up a guy like Giannis, right? The way Kuminga is up and down, I don't know that the Warriors really, other than picks, have the assets to compete with the other suitors for Giannis as well. So I'm not too excited about that.
Good stuff. I know you got to run to TV, so thank you for a few minutes of your time. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks. It's always great, man. Thanks. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark.
Go vote, people.
Yep, absolutely.
Absolutely.
That is the great Mark Spears, at Mark J. Spears, and Scaped in ESPN. I think I have a I don't know why this came to me when we were talking to Mark, but I think I have a second-hour poll. I think I have a second-hour poll that we can do. Well, you know what? We got 2 minutes. I'm going to bring this up now, and then we can discuss it coming up next, because 3 minutes is not going to be enough. But I was thinking about this. If we had, and I'm not saying this in a political sense. I'm just saying because it's Election Day, like a president, vice president, or a 1-2. You know what I mean? I'm thinking of two guys, for example, the best in Bay Area history, Bob and Steve, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr, or, Boach and Sabes, or, Billy and Bob, or
Joe
Alan
Thornton,
Madden.
Patrick Marlowe.
I'm just thinking front office types, you know what I mean? Like you have a president, a vice president. So in other words, you can kind of do it however you want. Like I'm going kind of owner to manager, or sometimes GM to coach, or, like Kerr and Bob Myers, what they did together, or, what Eddie D and Walsh did together, or, you know what I mean? You could do any kind of thing. Bob and Billy had a pretty good run. Alan Madden, or however you want to put it together. I'm just thinking if you had a twosome, you know what I mean? And you could, I don't know, I guess you could put it into athletes or whatever, because as Mark was talking about, Steph needs a two. Steph is I guess if you put, you could put Steph with Draymond or something. It's almost like NBA Jam. Remember NBA Jam, and you had two guys?
Absolutely.
That's kind of like your president, vice president.
He's on fire.
Right. So you could take it any direction you want, but, Durant and Curry's pretty good. I guess you could go front office, you could go player, take it however you want. But I was just thinking
Papa and Lund?
Well, I mean, that would be almost the Jerry Rice of the receiver talk. I mean, that would just be, he's got to start at number 2. I think we started at number 2 with something the other day. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, I was just thinking president, vice president, and I don't want to get in, because, some people say that Steph Curry could be a great politician. It's like, please don't ruin yourself with that, because then this is why we don't talk a lot of politics on the show, because you and I could sit here with fans and everything, and we can debate all sorts of different sports topics, whatever. Like the first hour we talked about the GOAT, and I could say it was Bonds, or I could say it was Mays, and you could say it was Curry, or vice versa, and we could still be friends afterwards and go have a beer. In fact, we probably could have a beer doing it. But if you had a beer or a drink while talking politics, it could end up alongside somebody's head. I mean, in my family, I'm not even kidding you, my mom has 2 other sisters, and they don't talk. Like the 3 of them can talk about anything else, but if we have Thanksgiving or Christmas or something and that comes up, I leave the table and go to the liquor cabinet, because it just becomes knockdown, drag out. For some reason, and I think it's recent in our country, we can talk about anything else but that. So like you and I could sit here and debate something, and then we go into the next segment and we're fine. It's no big deal. Like, people love talking about sports at a bar. That's what we try to make talk shows, is just we're sitting around BSing about sports, right? And people can have different opinions and they don't get mad. But it's Election Day. And I don't know, it just works that way in my family. If somebody says something, then it's like, I'm out of there. Like, I'm leaving the room because they start, knock down, drag out. Oh, man. So I'm not talking about the 2 in a political sense. I'm just saying, the best 2, if that makes sense.
And that's why I mentioned earlier, today is Election Day, and yes, a president will be selected for the United States, and that is a big deal. But there are so many other important things to be voted on today for measures and, propositions. It's one of those days where it's more than just the president. It's all about these other things. And I agree with you too, Johnny. If you're a public figure in this day and age, I don't know, in terms of the political parties and the presidency, I don't know. Are you winning? Are you actually going to win anybody over? Do you think there are enough people out there who are even undecided, and you're the person to change their mind? I guess what I'm saying is 10 years ago, 20 years ago, maybe there was a bit of that. I don't know. I'll go this way. I'll go that way. I feel like in terms of the biggest question out there and the biggest race out there today, the presidential race, People are probably pretty well decided in most places. It's not to say that there's not a lot of undecideds. And I think to your point, and that's why when the conversation comes up, you can already instantly project that it's probably not going to go very far or very well because most people already have their opinion. They've been set in it for a while. And what's sad is sometimes you're not even willing to just hear it out for a second. You're just like, nope, we're shutting it down. We're shutting it down right here, right now.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about it. That's interesting. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. So we're doing a poll per hour. So the question is, give us the best twosome. Just, in Bay Area sports history, it can be a coach, general manager, owner. It could be Durant and Curry. Just give us the two, like a president, vice president kind of a thing you think that did the best in the history of the Bay Area, or just comes first to your mind. 415-808-KNBR, that'll be hour number two's poll today on election day. 415-808-5627. Give us your thoughts. You just brought up an interesting point as well. It's pretty much, do endorsements matter? Like with products, they pay tons of money. If somebody comes out with an endorsement, it's like, whoa, I never thought of that. So, Taylor Swift or whomever comes out and endorses something or someone. I don't know that I've ever bought a product because of somebody. You know what I mean?
The more important thing is to encourage people to vote, right? That's the best possible thing you could do. I'm just saying, beyond the fact that if you do have a feeling one way or the other and you do want to pass that along to somebody else, I don't know, in terms of the one main, like I said, race today, I don't know that it's going to sway a ton of people as it maybe used to. It still can. I just don't think in our day and age it has the power to sway like it once used to.
By the way, we have not forgotten about trade deadline day in the NFL. If you're tuning in for that, we will keep you up to date on anything and everything. They have made tons of moves throughout the years. But again, I'm not ignoring you as I'm staring at my iPad screen here. I'm just trying to
doing the same thing. I've got NFL Network on.
Yeah, because I just don't want to miss it. I'm like, these guys don't have it. So
hey,
anyway.
I also want to do my O'Reilly Auto Parts. I've got Auto Team locked and loaded.
Okay,
so eventually,
let's see. We don't.
Can you hear this right now?
Oh, come
Can you hear
on!
That?
Yeah. Oh, dude.
I gotta turn it off.
I gotta go to your home studio. I gotta see this thing, man. I gotta see.
Well,
that's awesome. Well, you did on social media send out a picture of it. It's very nice. It's very impressive. It is
really nice to be with you, John Lund.
Oh, dude.
How do you like that?
Very nice.
Wait until I'm saving O'Reilly Auto Parts, but after the we taking a break soon? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, let's do that.
After the break, I'll give you O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We'll do that. We'll get the second hour poll started and debate that as well. We'll keep you updated on anything that is going on NFL trade deadline day. Brody is in today. Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers insider Matt Mayoko joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed how Christian McCaffrey looked in his return to the practice field. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz on this election day. And Steve, this is a tough one. Unfiled, unpaid tax returns. What do people do?
They should call us. This is a situation that affects so many people. There's just so many people that don't file a tax return. Usually because they just didn't have the money to pay it. And then year two rolls around and they say, how can they file year two? And they didn't file year one. And then becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, always looking over your shoulders the day the IRS is going to get you. Or they don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Or you need your accounting, no problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to do that for you. Or you filed the returns and you just can't pay it and you're frustrated and you feel like you're under 1,000 feet of water. Folks, there's a lot of good solutions. Like see if you can qualify to just pay part and forgive the rest, or get the penalties forgiven, or get monthly payments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. The bottom line is we have a free consultation. We'll go over everything with you. And if you want, just say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess, and we want to take care of you.
That is the best. Steve, get me out of this mess. That's all you got to do. Unfiled, unpaid tax returns will take care of you. 888 Tax Deal. That's 888 Tax Deal or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Very important music for Election Day. Thanks for joining us. Brody Brazil is in. We are lucky to have Brody hanging out. Papa will be back, I think, tomorrow. I never know. Maybe. I don't know.
Any idea where he went?
No. I mean, you know how this works. He worked with him for a lot of years. Probably Earth, but you know how he does this whole thing. And by the way, we just added Mike Yam from the NFL Network, our good friend, who used to, I believe, be in the same building as you working when he was
upstairs
in
the
Pac-12
10/12/Pac-2 network. Yeah.
So he's going to join us, and we'll talk NFL trade deadline. And we're going to hear from you on Autotune in just a second. But, he normally will – I'll ask him, like, hey, and I know better by now, like, where are you going to go? He thought he was going to go to Game 6 and 7 of the World Series in L.A. That didn't happen.
Oops.
So he could be in Tahoe. He could, like, I have no idea. He could be out of the country. Like, he just all of a sudden decides, like, one day he wakes up and he's not like the rest of us who need to plan because, there's finances involved in getting last-minute tickets places. But anyway, He could have gone anywhere.
I'm
but I think
sure. I'm sure he's got a connection for baseball tickets. However, I bet you Game 6 and 7 would have been quite costly.
Oh, he had them. He even had.
Oh,
the
he
tickets
had
and
them?
everything. Yeah.
Oh,
I was in the
wow.
room when he secured them. It was during a break. I don't know, before the World Series started, and then, of course, that never happened, those games. So he was upset about that. But anyway, we'll find out. Again, this hour, because it is Election Day, hour number 2, best twosome in Bay Area sports history. It could be, Bob Myers, Steve Kerr. It could be Durant, Curry. You could go front offices, Boch and Sabes. You could go Bob and Billy, Al and Madden. Maybe
you
it'll
can't
be
do
Posey.
Montana Rice? Could you do Montana
yeah, you
Rice?
Could. Absolutely,
Okay.
you could. However you want to do it. Your choice, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Mike Yam in about 10 minutes. All right, what are you going to do here? Because I'm very jealous of your home studio already, and now you're going to show off more.
I think I heard Marcus doing a commercial for O'Reilly Auto Parts. Was it like a contest? Like you sing it and you send in the clip? Was that what it is? Or I don't even remember what it was.
Yeah, because what was funny was
such a catchy one.
I had heard it, and then what's funny about you saying this is I had actually heard the spot, and then I think I was doing a live spot next, and so I actually tried it. I don't think I did very well. If I'd had a minute, I think I could have done better. But yeah, that's exactly what you heard. I think you had to throw something in for the O'Reilly Auto Parts jingle, and so that's what you're going to attempt to do. You're going to live on air. This is your entry. This is your entry.
Here we go. O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Yeah. Doesn't it at the end have the the scream? Do you know, I think I saw a YouTube video on this.
By the way. I
saw a YouTube video. I think the actual quartet or quintet, whatever, the 4 or 5 humans that sang that, like 3 men, 2 women, they actually had a reunion. Like they did that decades ago, or at least 20 years ago, and I think they got back together and recaptured it, redid it, or whatever. But what a staple, huh? I mean, I know Cars for Kids is thought of differently, but I feel like people still go along with O'Reilly Auto Parts when they hear that commercial.
You almost
imagine the free pub they're getting right now.
Well, when you first hear it, you're kind of like, and then same with Cars for Kids, all due respect, but then all of a sudden you'll be in your car at some point and you'll be humming it or thinking it or singing it, and you're like, oh, how the hell did that happen? But that's their whole point of, if they drill you enough with it, even if it's annoying or whatever it is, or maybe you do like it, whatever the case may be, but you find yourself remembering it. It kind of goes back to your endorsement thing. What
do you think about doing
endorsement discussion?
Doing a whole show here in auto-tune, Wait,
that'd be tough.
On. I got to get it right here. Come on. Oh, it's not coming. Come on. There we go. The Warriors are 6-1. Is McCaffrey coming back this weekend against Tampa?
That would be tough.
Yeah,
there was a movie back in the day.
I'm done with
the
it, by the way.
movie. No, you're not. I know you'll bring it back. You think
there's some eye rolling going on right now in the KNBR studios. I know
is
that.
there really?
Probably. There's got to be. Who wants to hear that all day? It's a good. You got to know when to end the gimmick. You know what I mean? You got to use
that's
it.
true. That's true.
I'll do it again after the trade deadline at 1, like 1:30. I'll pull it out again in 2 hours.
Okay. So. By the way, for people who are listening, Marshawn Lattimore goes to the Commanders. That's kind of a big trade. Mike Williams goes from the Jets to the Steelers.
I saw the Seahawks are keeping Metcalf,
Smith.
huh?
Yeah, I never thought that he would go anywhere. A lot of people were saying maybe DK Metcalf. He's had a really good year, even though I think he has a high ankle sprain and has missed the last couple. But I don't think Seattle's trading him. I don't think they think they're done. They're only one. That's the thing about the NFC West. I mean, they're 4-5 and they don't look very good, but
anybody's in it.
Right? Yeah. So I don't know why you would not do that. But anyway,
we've kind of buried the lead. I know there's a lot going on with the rest of the league, but what matters most? I mean, I think it's one of those deadlines where you're pretty satisfied. If you're a 49ers fan, if you get one thing back, and just one thing back, McCaffrey, right? Yeah. Dre Greenlaw would be great eventually, and Hufanga would be great eventually, but if you just get one player back, and I know people say, well, this is the old general manager's excuse, is we'll treat a player's return as like a deadline piece. But in this case, they've been without a handful of players. And, Ayuk's gone for the rest of the season, and Debo's had some ins and outs of this and that and stomach illness and all that stuff. You're on your 3rd kicker of the year. This has been such an unnecessarily interesting season for the 49ers from a personnel standpoint. that getting Christian McCaffrey back is about the best absolute case scenario, and it seems like that's on target and that's on track. So I don't know that in any other year that you felt like something had to be done, but this year I think it's pretty easy to see that nothing has to be done for this team to have a chance. The division is what it is; it's winnable. The schedule is interesting. I mean, we can pan that out and project that out. Can they get 6 wins in their last 9 games? Can they finish 10-7? Is that enough to win the West? Does it get them a wild card? Do you feel confident about them playing an extra playoff game that they didn't have to last year? This is a very interesting season, but I don't know that it has to be complicated by a trade right now, unless it's a small addition. I think it's probably on the defensive side of the football, probably a pass rusher. I think that's probably where you're going to go here. Maybe you do want some type of insurance for a linebacker like Dre Greenlaw, just in case you don't know what you're going to get out of him necessarily. But I honestly feel like even if McCaffrey, even if you could get him at 85%, I think that they are well enough running the football to get him back only obviously adds to where they should be.
All right, we're going to talk more about Christian McCaffrey. And again, if anything happens, the 49ers front for NFL trade deadline day, we'll let you know and keep you up to date on that. Let's talk to Mikey M about it from NFL Network, not only about NFL trade deadline, the NFC West, the NFC in total, and then last night, another team letting Patrick Mahomes win the game instead of going for 2. So let's get into that conversation with Mikey M. We'll do it next. John Lund, Birdie Brazil, only here on the Sports Leader.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow!
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Lundberg of Brazil, happy Election Day. Hope you are well. Please get out and vote. NFL deadline day today as well. There's been a number of moves, nothing by the 49ers, but we'll keep you up to date on rumors and stuff. Could be defensive tackle, could be a linebacker. The latest one, Steelers trading for Packers outside linebacker Preston Smith, somebody that the Niners had been a little bit connected to, but that is the latest as far as the trade deadline. So let's talk about it. Mike Yam, our good friend, of course, NFL Network. You see him on the CW talking college football as well. Good friend of the show. We love talking to him at Mike_Yam, and Mike joins us courtesy of the guest line. Hi, Mike.
Man, I got to tell you, so I get a text from Walter, you guys' producer, a little while ago, and he's like, you got some time today? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. And he says it's John, he says it's Brody. And I like pause. I hit him up in the break when he just came on. I was like, is Brody now doing the show regularly? Like, he kind of gave me the lay of the land. Brody, dude, I don't think we've met in person. If we have, I apologize. I've been, when I lived in the Bay for 10 years, such a huge fan of what you did. I think you crush it on NBC. I saw you a ton. So when I saw your name, and John, by the way, I'm a fan of yours, so I don't want you to feel left out.
No, I don't feel left out at all. Believe me. Keep it going. Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
No. But seriously, I absolutely thrilled. Appreciate the invite. Things are going good, and like I said, I know you're just filling in today, but good to at least connect with you on air in some capacity.
I appreciate that. No, I think you and I were separated by a floor or two or whatever in the same building for a long time and just never crossed paths. So the respect and the feelings are mutual. You've moved on to bigger and better, and I congratulate you on that. And happy you're able to come on here and join us. Really appreciate it.
No, it's awesome. And what an awesome day. I mean, I think Niners fans are kind of, the roster looks the way that it looks, and it's talented, and if they get healthy, it is what it is. But I'm actually at NFL Network right now, just kind of getting ready for some of the stuff that we were doing around this trade deadline. And it's cool. It's got a little bit of that NBA vibe, right, where you're seeing some big names kind of swap, and there's a flurry of moves here and there. But it's keeping us on our toes for sure.
Yeah, and Mike, just to kind of widen it out a little bit, I mean, I think the hockey deadline is the craziest. Baseball deadline, certainly around that is. The NBA is getting more and more because teams get defined directions that, okay, we're going to rebuild. And, football's not like that because you got 22 guys. You got also, salary cap. So what happens is it gets expedited onto the cap, and there's just a lot of complications to it. But it used to be nothing, and now it is definitely something. And if you look at the history of the 49ers, from Jimmy G in 17 to CMC in 22 and Amenahue, and last year Chase Young and Randy Gregory. So the 49ers have been busy at this time of year. So it seems to me, though, that as we've been talking about today, they are getting CMC back, it looks like, this weekend against Tampa, and pretty soon Dre Greenlaw and Juwan Jennings. And I know that John and Kyle make the phone calls, but I don't know that there's something really big on the horizon for the 49ers.
No, I'm with you there. And look, to your point, they have been active the last couple seasons, and this roster is loaded. The whole point is when you're a team in the NFL, and I think the Steelers are a really good example. I would call them, a top 10 team, and the fact that, they're making some moves here. I saw the Mike Williams. They've been on the lookout for a wide receiver now for a while. It just in my inbox literally just 2 minutes ago. Ian Rappaport, one of our colleagues here at NFL Network, had said Preston Smith is now on the move to the Steelers. So once again, that defense gets bolstered. For those who don't know, that's Packers, big body pass rusher. So, that defense gets a little bit stronger. But I think there's some teams that are just trying to tweak for a stretch run. And I think the reality is that, Christian McCaffrey knocking on the door for a return almost feels like a midseason acquisition because we haven't seen him on the football field as of late, or as this entire season has unfolded. So to me, while the Niners I don't think are going to pull the trigger on a move, I just think once again getting healthy gives this fan base and that organization a sense of hope in a division that, quite honestly, guys, has not been great. The Rams were sort of snake bitten with some injuries. The fact that the Cardinals are in that top spot, I don't know how much of a believer people across the league are for that team to go and win that division. So I think there's a real opportunity for San Francisco by the end of the season to be exactly where we thought they were going to be, which is in first place in the West.
Mike, you took it exactly where I was going to go next. The division is confusing, and especially when the Cardinals are 5-4, but they've won now 3 straight. The Rams are 4-4. They've also won 3 straight. If you look at the points for and points against, and I mean, what is that a barometer of? Just, I guess, how teams have been doing in their own division and against the rest of the teams. They've all scored right around 210 points, and they've all given up somewhere between 180 and 214. Point is part of the 49ers decision-making today based on looking at the division? It has to be. I mean, internally, they want to feel good about themselves, and they have higher aspirations than just winning this division, but they have to punch that first ticket to the postseason. And honestly, if they win 6 out of their last 9, which could be doable looking at the schedule, they could go 10-7. They could have a chance to win this very mediocre division that way.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And by the way, like I've taken it even a step further. The NFC just in its entirety is just not obviously as strong, right? Like the NFC North, like I think is probably the best division in all football. And, you know, it helps that the Minnesota Vikings got to win and snap the 2-game slide. They still felt real to me, despite some of the lapses that we saw on those back-to-back losses on the defensive side. But, you know, to your point on the NFC West, the Cardinals right now are in first place. And I think if I'm John Lynch and I'm Kyle Shanahan, I go, okay, little less concerned about what that team can do. Quite frankly, like defensively, they've been pretty good. And James Conner, guys, like here's the one thing I love about watching Arizona. It reminds me of the football that was played when I was a kid. And they're just like, dude, let's run the football. For all the conversation about Kyler Murray, well, Kyler's been okay, and he's not turning the ball over a ton, which is why they're probably winning. But I think the Rams roster, now that they're relatively healthy, looks better. San Francisco's got to be saying the same thing. And for as much as Seattle's had some issues, you know, after a 3-0 start, you know, like I mean, if Geno's not turning the ball over, you know, in the red zone, maybe we're having a different conversation right now. Seattle's roster still scares me, especially on the defensive side. But the Niners, to your point, in the home stretch, they get to 10 wins. If they get there, still feel good about their chances. But I don't know. Like if I said to a Niners fan, you guys talk to him every single day, kind of the voice of the Bay Area. You guys know this. Like before the year, it kind of felt like Super Bowl or bust. I think we have to reevaluate the way the season is going. Sitting at 500 at this point at 4-4. Do they have a chance to get there? Yes. And I think that this fan base has to be taking a step back and going, we need to be playing our best football by the end of the season. We're going to be one of the scariest teams in the NFC. There's not one of these division winners that wants to play San Francisco if they're healthy at the end of the year. Now the problem is, how do you just make sure that you're in a good spot and to be able to punch your ticket after putting yourself in a hole sitting at 4-2?
It's great to talk to Mike Yam, NFL Network. He's right there in the midst of anything, so if anything goes, you just let us know. You let us know on Preston Smith going from the Packers to the Steelers. They've made 2 moves. Mike Williams goes there. Maybe Marshawn Lattimore, the biggest deal of the day. He goes to the Commanders, which they're already 7-2, so the Niners might have to deal with him as well. Mike, you know this area, and you know the Niners well. You were up here. Kyle Shanahan over the last 2 years is 16-2 after his bye weeks. They get it about the midway point of the season, and I guess – well, it's just been such a strange year with everything going on here, and it started with Brandon Ayuk and went to Trent Williams and just all the weird stuff, and the latest on Travarius Ward, which is so sad about his daughter. Just a lot of weird stuff, but I guess I just give them the benefit of the doubt because they've done it before, and the schedule is tough. No question. But getting McCaffrey, getting Jennings, I just think, well, they've done it the last few years. They'll probably do it again. What do you think of that line of thinking?
I'm with you because there's a lot of faith that I have in Shanahan and more specifically this roster. Look, guys, once again, I sound like I'm beating a dead horse here. Like this is one of the more talented teams in the NFL. I think what scares me right now, and you and Brody both touching on this, I'm a little concerned about the remaining schedule. Like we saw, Tampa Bay last night against Kansas City. I was doing the post-game show. I turned to Steve White, who I was working with, and I'm like, dude, like, Tampa Bay, I give them a ton of credit. You lose your top 3 wide receivers and you go overtime on the road against the Super Bowl champs, and they're not getting blown out. Like, it feels like they're in every game because of Baker. And to me, for San Francisco in the next matchup to have to go on the road, match up against that team, not going to be easy. Seattle in the division, not going to be easy. Road matchups against Green Bay and then Buffalo. Like this this is kind of a gauntlet here. You still have the Lions remaining on your schedule. You still have another cross-country trip against the Miami Dolphins, who, by the way, if the Bills too, I mean, the Dolphins are sitting there going, you know what, like, are we really out of it? Maybe they're looking like the Miami team that we thought by the end of the season, and that becomes must-see television. So I'm with you, and I will say I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. I think they're a postseason team. I think that they're going to be one of the scary teams by the end of the season. But when you put yourself in a hole, like week 1, 2, and 3 count as much as the ones at the end of the season. And I think this deficit right now gives me a little bit of pause and the desperation now that comes with every single Sunday that they're playing.
Mike, since you were there, if there is a way that the Chiefs ultimately lose a game this year, I guess last night was about as close as it gets for them. How will they actually lose a game? What will be that first defeat that they suffer? How would that even happen at this point? They've been steamrolling everybody pretty much.
I know, and actually it's funny, last night, Steve's like, yeah, they're not going to go undefeated. And I looked at him, I'm like, really? Like,
I think I agree with
I don't know.
Something's got to give. I just don't know how, when, where, or why,
No question. And I think that's what it becomes, because when I do look at their schedule, it's not easy. Like I'd say San Francisco's is probably a little more difficult if I'm eyeballing them side by side. They got a bunch of divisional games. In a couple of weeks, they also go, up to Rochester, or Orchard Park, I should say, to match up against Buffalo. The Texans are still remaining. They got a road game against Pittsburgh. There's some good teams remaining for the Chiefs, and I'm with you, because I actually think, I don't, I'm on talk radio in San Francisco, so I feel better about saying this. I would never say this on Kansas City radio, but I don't necessarily know, I don't know if the Chiefs are the best team. I don't know if they're I don't want to play them, if it's one of my squads, but Baltimore, I think if they can figure out that pass defense, is definitely on the short list of one of the scariest teams in the league. And Detroit figures out ways. It doesn't even matter how that roster looks. Hutchinson goes down. They're still figuring out ways to get pressure. They just traded for Zadarius Smith, who's an absolute beast. The Lions scared the bejesus out of me. They could pass. They could have 200 total yards and still, score 40 points in the game. It is scary. So I'm with you. I don't think Kansas City runs the table. I think last night was the first time they scored more than 28 points this season. They needed overtime to get to the 30 figure. Andy Reid, this is a masterful coaching job that we are seeing. And, Brett Veach, their general manager, think about the acquisitions that they've made the last couple seasons to make this look the way that it does. Defensively, we always talk about Mahomes, but that defense is tremendous.
The one thing in last night's game was giving me flashbacks to the Super Bowl, and I don't know when teams are going to wake up. And I love Kyle, but I put him in this. If you don't have to let Mahomes beat you, then you don't. You got to go for 2 last night. I mean, you're 2 yards away from beating Kansas City, and if you give them the ball in overtime, which they won the toss, and it's still, even though they changed the rules, if they score a touchdown, then the game is over and you don't get the ball. Mahomes can't beat you. I mean, that's just the whole thing. And they had a 2-point conversion to say our offense versus their defense, and Kansas City's defense is awesome, but I'd rather have that scenario from the 2-yard line to try to beat Kansas City's defense than Patrick Mahomes getting on the field again and beating me. And that's what happened last night. I know Aikman said it on the broadcast, but I'm sitting there going, you got to go for 2 here on the road. If you're at home, maybe it's different, but you got to go for 2 last night and not let Mahomes beat you.
My first gut was go for 2 because of the scenario that you're throwing out. If this game is in Tampa Bay, maybe I hedge a little bit. Rainy conditions, cold, kind of fortunate. Baker leads a really impressive drive late in that ball game to be able to tie it up. I'd probably we can Monday morning quarterback it, and knowing what I know now, hell yeah, I'm with you, John. Let's roll. Let's go for 2. What was he thinking? He's crazy. But obviously he didn't go for it. I actually, and I mistweeted it last night, Mahomes 6-0 in his career regular season. I forgot the regular season.
Yeah, you got it right here on the tweet, yeah.
For him. Look, when Baker calls tails and it's heads and I see Mahomes, gesture, we're taking the ball. I'm like, dude, these guys are done. Mahomes is going to win this game. I'm sorry. Good effort, guys. And Todd Bowles is probably thinking the same thing. Oh, you know what? I probably should have went for 2 to close this thing out.
When we were in Vegas and the Niners kicked the field goal to take the 3-point lead, and I knew Mahomes was getting the ball back and they needed to get a touchdown, we all were in the booth, in the radio booth, going, game's over. I mean, that's Mahomes. And you hit it right on the head, is they have not been dominant in their games like Detroit has been, but they know how to win. And Travis Kelce was saying it in the post game last night, was we've been there a million times. It's like the Warriors here in the Bay. You don't want to get in a close game. Curry's got the ball in his hands. You know how it ends. Night. That's right. And that's where Mahomes is. So anytime you give him the ball to say, if you can score a touchdown, you win, you're probably not winning. That's just how it goes.
Totally.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like a handful of those guys, right, in the league. And that's why whether you're Trevor Lawrence or Patrick Mahomes, like these deals are multi-$100 million contracts because there's a certain air and a level of confidence that when the game is on the line, you're going to be able to go and deliver. And last night, case in point, like he gets the ball and you just know, like he's on the short list and maybe he's the only guy on that list. Like you have confidence in a slew of these elite quarterbacks, but with Mahomes, it does feel different. Like he's going to deliver. You're going to win the football game, and you're going to move on with a W.
All right, we got to let Mike go because he's got real work to do as we get you going on NFL Trade Day. By the way, game day preview each Sunday, which you do a great job on. Like you said, the NFL app, Peacock, all these different places, Roku, which I have, all those. Make sure you're watching Mike. You're doing a great job. Also, I saw you on CW doing college ball. You're everywhere, man, and we appreciate the time because we know how busy you are. Go have a fun day, and hopefully we get some big trades.
No, I appreciate it. And you guys know, man, California ain't cheap to go and live, so we all need a couple different checks to make sure we're paying rent. So that's really why I say yes to everything. So, but
I'm hanging out with Lund for charity. You think I'm doing this for free with John Lund?
I think Brody likes me. You're the best, man.
Awesome, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Mike.
Take care. That is the great Mike Yam. That's
a pros.
Hilarious.
That's a pros pro, John.
Oh, man.
Some people you look across the way in media and you're like, oh, they do a good job, but some just have that polish, that professionalism, that delivery, that sense, that all that stuff. You've got it too.
He's good.
You got it
no,
too.
I'm kind of all over the place with ADD, but you and Mike, I can't believe you guys didn't meet. Like you said, you're like a floor apart. You guys were there like all the time.
I don't know if it was opposite schedules or, me in that building, it was get in, get out.
Right.
Yeah, it was just, we just never did. It's kind of crazy.
That's a good point. All right, noon hour on the way. 12:30, Dante Whitner's going to join us. We'll talk to him. Maybe we'll have a trade or not. No 49ers trade so far. We'll recap the trades. Also, this hour, we have a poll for you. So we got to, it is Election Day after all. We got a poll for you that will reset as well. Plus, we got to get into some Niners with McCaffrey coming back. We asked Mike Yam, just based on history the last couple of years, how Kyle and the Niners have been after the bye. Is that what you expect, or is this year different? We'll get into that conversation too. John Lund, Bertie Brazil, only here on the Sports Leader.
And John, by the way, I'm a fan of yours.
Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Thanks for joining us. John Lund, Brody Brazil. Just had a great conversation with Mike Yam. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com. That's where we house everything. Brody is the good-looking one on the right with the beautiful background and the wonderful setup. Make sure that you're checking us out on YouTube and Twitch as well, and you can see Brody's very cool setup. By the way, we haven't even mentioned this, and it's almost 5 minutes to noon, and we will finish up our conversation on this hour's poll because it is election day, and we'll get to a new one in the noon hour as well. Plus, we got to get into the 49ers, and if we believe that they'll do what they've done the last couple of years and get on a run, and if so, why? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. But for those who don't know, what are you doing as far as like the podcast and all the different things? Because you've had this set up, this really cool setup since like the pandemic, right? So I mean, and you pumped out so much cool stuff. I watch all your stuff. I subscribe to everything you do. I'm not just saying that. You had one of the first setups and best setups because you know exactly what you're doing from all your TV stuff that you've done. So like, what are you cranking out?
The long story short is that we had this space here in our house that used to be, when we moved in, it was like a storage area. There was boxes in here, and it was just a room, a very small room, and I didn't know what to do with it. And I don't know, 2017, probably into 18, I put a background in, and it looked so much different back then before I really dialed it in. It was very bare bones, very basic. I didn't do much streaming, but the room is wired perfectly for television, for high-speed internet, for all the connections I need. And so when 2020 hit, I remember at NBC Sports, they were like, were you prepared for this? Like, you already have the home studio. All they needed to do was drop in a box here to transmit back to the studio. So over the years, it's become, like a content creation studio, I guess. And I've been big on YouTube, especially in the last year. When I say big on it, like putting some effort into it. Like, you don't just get results. Most people don't by just being there. So I've tried to really put good thoughts and takes and insights and perspectives into videos on my YouTube channel. It's grown from, I don't know, like 20-something thousand people on there to, I think it just passed 55 the other day. So It's doubled in even the last year. And as the landscape of the job landscape changes for me, and there is some uncertainty of what exactly will happen for me next, I've kind of found some fun in knowing that YouTube is always going to be there. And it's up to me. When I want to make a video, when I've got something to say, when I've got a strong point to make, I'll do it. And I kind of just, I come out to the little home studio here and bang it out and put it on YouTube and see what the response is. So it's been a lot of fun.
No, I think it's awesome. You've done it a long time, and it kind of inspired a lot of people. We moved into a house a few years ago. I was in Walnut Creek for years, and then a few years ago moved down, and we bought a house in San Ramon. And one of the first things we did was, which is great for everybody, I'm a little much, like 4 hours. You're going to feel like it was 10 hours. So what we did was we built a studio separate from our house, which my wife very much enjoys, and it has improved our marriage immeasurably because then I can get out of the house. I'm not screaming and yelling or something in some other room because I'm loud. And
you have a separate structure. It's a separate structure from your house. Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to do it.
And it does help a lot of times because I got a couple of TVs and all that. I got everything kind of set up in here, like I said, the lighting and all this different stuff, so that they don't kind of have to deal with me. And I watch a lot of games out here, and then it just works out. But it's kind of like what you just said is you've got to be almost on. I mean, we're not doctors and we're not doing anything like that, but you're almost on call 24/7 because things break. And so like today. Yeah. It's NFL trade deadline day, obviously, and while the Niners haven't done anything, I still, even though we're by the way, I should remind people, we're an hour and a minute away from the trade deadline. It is 1 o'clock Pacific. Now, will things trickle in? Sure they will. But I do expect something minor. I don't expect a Christian McCaffrey. I don't expect, anything huge, but could I expect a Charles Omenihu type of thing, which they've done, or a Chase Young? Yeah, I could. They always say they're going to be aggressive. And, oh, by the way, if they're not, it's just because the other side of this whole thing is, and you look at the rookies they have this year, and then you go back to the, everybody knows this, Fred Warner, 3rd round, Kittle, 5th round, et cetera, Dre Greenlaw, 5th round, Brock in the 7th round. They're, for some reason, the reason why the 49ers are where they are and thought of the way they are is because their middle rounds, Debo 2nd round, from the 2nd to the 7th round, they've unearthed such great talent, and that not only is great talent, but that's also cheap talent, which allows you to sign guys and all these different things that you do. So when you trade a 3rd rounder, like when they got Emmanuel Sanders, it was Emmanuel Sanders and a 5th for a 3rd and a 4th. So you're giving up that ability to get labor that has been good labor, but also cheap labor when you're going to pay Brody Brazil, when you're going to pay Brock, that money. I said your name.
Freudian slip there.
Exactly.
We're both good looking. We are both
That's
good looking.
right. You are. But, $50 million, and it's like, how do you sustain that? How do you not turn into, like, I always make this comparison, like Russell Wilson was a third-round pick, and Seattle won a championship and they had the Legion of Boom and that great defense, and they could keep everybody together. Why? Because Russ wasn't making anything. The minute he started making something, it starts tearing apart your team, and what that means is your picks better come in and be good, because they're going to be cheap, and you're going to play them, and if they're not good, then you start slipping, and that's what happened to Seattle. Are you showing off with different angles, by the way?
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't know if you were watching the live stream or not. We're AM, FM, and all over the internet.
I love it. Seriously,
I wanted to show you the
serious setup, man. That's sweet.
I didn't mean to get back to this. I just wanted to see if you were paying attention. But I think to your point about the 49ers, if it's what you're giving up to get anything here, it's draft picks.
Yeah.
Do you really want to sacrifice future good draft picks for what? The rest of this uncertain season in an uncertain division, and you feel well positioned. I mean, even thinking of the last big draft pick, getting Ricky Pearsall back. I'll tell you one thing that I'm excited about. That's a little bit of an X factor for the second half of this season, and that's Ricky Pearsall and what he could be catching passes from Brock Purdy. And I mentioned before when McCaffrey comes back, the run game should help open up the pass game, and I look for more for Kittle. Certainly, I want to see what Pearsall is going to do, get Debo a little bit more on the catching side of things. And I think there's a lot of good things that can happen in the second half, but I don't know that any or all of it is guaranteed for the 49ers. But there are a lot of there are a lot of potentials. Right. I don't know how they'll play out.
Well, it just to your point there, I'll give you one most recent example. Chase Young didn't quite work out. I was very optimistic. I'll be honest. I thought with Nick Bosa here last year, because again, this is a guy who was the second overall pick. If people watched any kind of college football, he was the most dominant defensive player coming out that year. He was absolutely awesome. And I thought him being teamed with Nick Bosa again would light a fire under him, and it just didn't work. He had a knee injury, there's no question, but the way he came out before the knee injury out of Ohio State, he was living up to being the second overall pick. And then he had the knee injury, and then there's motivational questions and all those kind of things. And then you see him jog in the NFC Championship game against Detroit. And he did have a good Super Bowl, which shows you that if he was motivated, he'd be a good player. He is on the Saints under a one-year deal, and they're not bringing him back. He's not one of the guys that they're gonna look at. But that pick became pick number 100. The Washington Commanders got it, and they picked Luke McCaffrey. So they picked Christian McCaffrey's brother. Now, I don't know how good Luke McCaffrey's going to be, but some people like his potential. He used to be a quarterback. He has the potential as a wide receiver. Would you rather have Chase Young or the first year of a contract of Luke McCaffrey? You'd probably rather have Luke McCaffrey. So when it becomes tangible and real, you go, damn. But when it's a day like today, because as fans we get so excited about what could be that we want the Christmas present under the tree right now. We want to open it early. But then when the 49ers have been so good with draft picks, you got to think the other side, which is, is there really somebody that is going to make the kind of impact that is either going to win you the NFC West, get you in the playoffs? Probably not, right? That's no fun today for you and I, but in the long-term thinking of John and Kyle and the rest of the front office of the Niners, it's like they can't get caught up like we do as fans. Like, we got to make a move, You can't think that way.
I mean, weren't the moves made before the season started, hanging on to Trent Williams and getting that deal done and getting the Ayuk thing all squared away? And in reverse, John, think about how much talk and buildup there was about Brandon Ayuk holding in. All this back and forth. Turns out BA had one good game against Arizona, right? Stats-wise, numbers-wise, yards-wise. That was it. And then got hurt a couple weeks after that. It's just so unfortunate how that's played out. But no, I think in reverse, they've already made some of their big moves. They've already had some of the things that put them into position to be set this year. And so I agree. I don't think, and you hope that Dre Greenlaw, and everybody's talking about McCaffrey. I hope Greenlaw is not far behind in terms of a return. And I think even if you get those two players at a certain percentage of what they could and should be, you'll take it, you'll enjoy it, you'll appreciate it, and the 49ers will benefit from it. I don't know how many touches it is for McCaffrey per game, although I feel like Kyle only knows two speeds, 0 and 100. So I don't know your thoughts on that, John. Like when McCaffrey's in there for the first time, what does his day look like? What does the game plan around him look like?
I know as a person just covering this stuff what I would do, but you hit on the most important thing. This is not a democracy as today is in the vote. It is Kyle Shanahan as a czar. So
monarchy.
Right. So what Kyle Shanahan's going to do is he's going to, because this is what he's always done, and everybody that you talk to down at the 49ers says the same thing.
He's going to grind him out.
Right. Because their thought is we have him back.
Right.
It's hard not to use him. Now, I think
Right.
that Jordan Mason has a role. And again, it's to maybe save Christian McCaffrey from himself, but we have not seen since McCaffrey has been here, outside of the Kansas City game, which was the first one, we found out really quickly in his first real game against the Rams, he ran for one, he threw for one, he caught one. So it was like, well, this guy can do everything.
It's the Gordie Howe hat trick of football, yeah.
So that's what they've done, and I'm not saying this is their fault. I mean, the guy he has Achilles injuries on both sides of the feet. So my thought is what you're asking here is, would I ease him off? Yeah, I would, because I'm not a doctor, clearly. But what I think is because I and this may be wrong, but I think of it like Richard Sherman or Kevin Durant or something where it's a ticking time bomb. Now, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not that. But every time I hear an Achilles, that's what I think. Like at some point it's going to go, right? So I hope that's not the case, but that's how I feel.
I'll tell you, and I won't name names, and I won't tell you how deep these conversations went. But, I think a lot of people look at, well, I have tendonitis in my knee. I've got this issue. I think the real concern of Achilles tendonitis of McCaffrey is that in the same thing that happened to Dre Greenlaw, it could turn from tendonitis to an actual tear, partial, complete, whatever. And then now you're really in trouble with Christian McCaffrey to the point of who knows what's left in the career at his age and what he's already been through. So I get taking everything from a very proactive standpoint. I also think that if you look at McCaffrey when it was realized that he wasn't going to start this season, if I told you, all right, after the bye week, you'll be 4-4 and you get him back, you probably wouldn't be thrilled, right? With 4-4. No. And honestly, as you've said before, it could be 6-2 and or even 5-3 in a different world. But I think getting him to, like I said before, to some percentage of what he should be and the amount of touches he's going to get and what hopefully he does on short yardage situations and hopefully what he does in the red zone. And hopefully, like as soon as he's out there lining up on the field, he is a threat. That should change the dynamics of coverage and how other teams play the 49ers defensively, the fact that he's actually even out there. So I think presence alone, and that's another point, is it's not even how many snaps, really. It's how many times they go to him with the football. But I think just him being out there on the field changes the landscape for how to defend the 49ers.
I don't think there's any doubt. John Lundberg, Brazil, joined us. By the way, Dante Whitner at 12:30, so we'll get his second half thoughts of the 49ers as they'll go to the road to take on the Bucs this weekend right here on the Sports Leader. Somebody just on the YouTube channel said Todd Gurley, and that scares me. Like something like that where Todd Gurley was so dominant with the Rams, and all of a sudden it was like it was over. Now I don't know what to make of CMC. Maybe he comes back against Tampa and he's the CMC of old. The reason why today with the trade deadline being today, people have talked wide receiver. Now would it shock me if a guy like Kendrick Bourne, who Kyle likes, comes here? No. As an insurance policy, do I think that's going to make a difference? No. But defensively, I'd like to see depth at tackle or linebacker or something like that. But in terms of offense, the reason I bring it up is because, to me, if you add CMC to the receiving core now that they've got, and I know it doesn't have Ayuk, but it's got Debo and it's got Jennings, and it has Ricky Pearsall, who's shown us glimpses, and George Kittle's on an absolute heater. There's no reason they shouldn't score 30 to 35. That's the team they have to do that. But defensively, I don't have confidence in this defense like I used to. And I don't think there's a game changer that's going to give me that confidence. And Greenlaw's situation is different than CMC's. It keeps getting comped. But the thing is that he's coming off the injury. We're worried that Christian McCaffrey is going to have that injury. Right. He has it. And right now, as you well know, it's the most devastating injury in all of sports. They can fix knees, and guys come back pretty quickly and effectively. Achilles, he's probably honestly not going to be that guy, the regular Dre Greenlaw that's out there hunting. He's not going to be that guy till next year. Yeah. So
I don't want to say if ever.
No, you're right.
That's
you're
a terrible thought, but
it's right.
You're never certain. Fred Warner, a couple thoughts on that. Fred Warner can't do everything by himself, right? So that's established. I would say that the Achilles of probably the NBA, ACL and MCL are pretty bad too, but I think Achilles is right up there with Tommy John in terms of the all-time most difficult sports injuries because they take so long to recover from. And even if you get TJ'd in a baseball situation, it's pretty procedural, at least getting you back out there and getting you right. But the question is, do you have a relapse? Do you require a second one? Not too many people come back. Not too many pitchers come back from their second one. I mean, look, there is an epidemic in baseball of Tommy John, of the UCL injury and the associated Tommy John surgery, to the point where that's what Ohtani was going through when he just had a 50-50 season. It is a huge problem. I don't know that you can prevent the Achilles injury, like it's just a surprise, but if you have this idea of the tendonitis on both sides, certainly that is cause for concern, and that's why the 49ers, like all the bells and whistles and red flags are going off. Like we have to protect this asset. We know that the 49ers, even how they got Christian McCaffrey, a lot of questions about what could he do in the long term. I think he has, I mean, looking back when they got him, John, from then till now, overperformed. I mean, outdone what people's expectations were. Is that safe to say?
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
The expectations weren't low, but I think to the point where he's the Madden cover guy. He's the number one fantasy pick across the country, and it's been so upsetting that the 49ers and the league just haven't been able to enjoy him this year.
Yeah. No, I expect a lot. I almost think, and again, I have no insight on this, I almost think the 49ers tried to push this thing as far as they could push it in terms of getting him rest. He went over to Germany, like doing everything, because we know with this type of injury, at least we've read it and people have said this in all the Twitter docs and everything else, that rest was the only thing that was going to help. So I think they rested him and did all the therapies they could potentially do both in the U.S. and over in Germany. And then this whole time, from what I've heard, is they targeted post-bye to say, let's see where we are. Well, where they are is 4-4. And desperate, and they've decided that this is as long as they could possibly wait. And he's pushed them to try to get on the field and everything, and they're like, finally, okay, let's see where we are. Because I think if maybe they were, 6-2, 7-1, I don't know if he'd be coming back right now. But you know what? They're at the crossroads of the season at 4-4. The rest of the division, they gave the Rams life. They gave the Cardinals life, did the 49ers.
Absolutely.
And all of a sudden, both of those teams, the Rams are gaining confidence, as are the Cardinals. And they got to go to Tampa, which, again, if they go for 2 last night, maybe they beat Kansas City. They won at Detroit. For Detroit's only loss did Tampa. This is not an easy game. And then you go, in this thought of going across the country with a 10 a.m., which the old guys like Steve Young and those guys will be like, come on, we didn't care. But nowadays it's a thing. I mean, look at college football and the way that the West Coast teams are going to the Midwest and the East in the Big 10, Big 12, whatever. It's a struggle for those kids, student athletes and all going from – L.A. to New Jersey to play Rutgers?
How about
That's smart.
Stanford and Cal in the ACC.
Unbelievable.
By the way, I didn't know this. I saw this about Cal basketball, who opened up their season. Really big sidetrack here. They played their first game of the year against Bakersfield last night. They beat them 86-73. Cal has a walk-on named Stephon Marbury II.
Yes, I did.
Did you know that?
I didn't until the other day, but yeah, you're right.
And then how about Peja Stojakovic's son, Andrei Stojakovic, also on the team?
Isn't that wild?
Playing for Mark Madsen.
That makes you feel old, man.
You got to get out to Haas and check out the Golden Bears this year.
I know. That's crazy.
Anyway,
sorry,
I sidetracked you, but I think, you know what, looking ahead at the schedule, I'm also, I guess, thankful that I don't see a whole bunch of turf games coming up here for the 49ers. Because if you really are thinking selfishly about McCaffrey, you'd have to think that playing on plastic is just going to be another added level of concern for McCaffrey, cutting, running, all that stuff. And everybody. I mean, look, quite honestly, everybody. But I think especially considering his situation, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case until the end of the year against, the Lions?
Right.
And then if that last Cardinals game is on the road, depending on what the roof is open or shut. By the way, did you see they had the hailstorm? Was that Sunday?
Yes.
The hailstorm come through Glendale, and they had the roof open. They had to shut it in time.
Yeah, I was leaving that morning. I was down there seeing my kid, and I left that morning, and they said that was going to happen, so that was wild, man.
I blame Kyler's, how many 4 fantasy points on that?
Oh, we got to talk about that in the 1 o'clock.
I didn't get to rant on that.
No, we got plenty of time.
4.76 points. He was projected for 18. Thanks a lot, Kyler.
Look at how angry you are.
You should have. You know what, Kyler? You should have stuck with the Oakland A's. You deserve to be on the Oakland A's.
Oh, wow. That's where it comes from. Now I get it.
That's what
now
you get, Kyler.
I see where that's coming from.
I like the guy. You know what? Somebody else just somebody in the neighborhood, one of the dads told me this the other day. I forget, is it Call of Duty or one of the new video games?
Don't act like you don't know.
But did a new one just come out?
Yeah. Yeah, a little while
So they
ago,
said, you watch, as soon as this new Call of Duty is released, Kyler's season's going to go in the toilet. I'm like, wait, I don't understand the correlation. What do you mean? They're like,
he's a big
duh.
gamer.
And I realized,
So like Blake Snell too. Yeah, like some of these guys are big gamers.
Thankfully, it's the off season. Although I don't know if Snell's coming back. Did you also see
We have to discuss
another sidetrack? According to Shayna Rubin, the Giants are unofficially looking for a shortstop.
Yeah, we did hear that.
They want to move Tyler Fitzgerald somewhere else.
Probably
second base.
That'd be better. Yeah.
And
We gotta get
Luciano's
into that
going to the
'cause-
outfield.
Well, there's a story too on Buster, but we got to get you ready for Dante coming up at the bottom of the hour. But let's do that. Let's do that coming up next because there's something interesting going on with the Giants that is always a big debate. So let's do that. But quick, $50 gift card to Slice House in Walnut Creek. I know you live near Walnut Creek like I do. Absolutely great spot. Tune in today. It's 10 to 1. We're telling you again, the cue to call, not right now, but before 1 o'clock, when Danny plays the sounder. 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, and your win. That is furnished by our good friends at Slice House Walnut Creek. Official rules at KNBR.com. What is our cue to call, Danny?
Growing up in Brooklyn, I just like cheese pizza. I just like plain cheese pizza.
That's
right. Being in San Francisco for so long, and once Tony's opened up there, that's the go-to place.
There you go.
Richie, my second
Brooklyn
favorite
zone.
Italian. I am my
Brooklyn
first
zone.
favorite. I'm my own first favorite Italian. There you go.
The second
I love Rich
favorite
Aurelia.
Italian? Rich Aurelia is awesome. So when you hear that before 1 o'clock today, 415-896-KNBR, put that in your phone, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win thanks to our good friends at Slice House, Walnut Creek. All right, there is something going on baseball-wise. We'll give you that. Anything happens in the NFL, we'll keep it up to date. And then Dante Whitner at the bottom of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give his thoughts on the Giants' new GM, Zach Manassian. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
$1 billion.
Oh, that's going to make sense in a minute. It is your old friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? You don't want that. Some not even based in the entire state of California. Now, that is not Chris Dolan. That is not the Dolan Law Firm. Do you know that they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years? They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. If you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, it's a beautiful day again today in the Bay, so motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That is the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured more than here it comes, more than $1 billion. I had to take a breath there. $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but somehow you pay nothing up front. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal.
Only if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Thanks for joining us. I want to be able to write on the screen like that. Brody Brazil's with us, and Dante Whitner is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Still no trades for the 49ers on that front. We will keep you up to date if anything happens. How did you do that? Oh, see, there's a guy on the you got to see Brody's feed here on our YouTube and whatever other page we're on. But how are you? Oh, I see. You have like a Madden telestrator there. How do you? I want that. I want a Madden telestrator. I'm very jealous right now. You got to be kidding me. We got to get a picture of that. It's unbelievable. Oh, there. Wait, your mic's not working. What's going on here? I can't hear you. Is that me? Or is that
No, sorry. I was muting myself. My gosh.
See, you were showing off. You were showing off with the telestrator, and now and your mic wasn't working.
So, yeah, sorry. Let me say that all again. I threw a telestrator here in the home studio. I added it recently.
I want one of those.
It's not that special. It's a little Wacom tablet.
No,
it's a Mac. I can draw anything I want on here. Like, you know.
That
go
is
vote,
awesome.
Right?
I like that. Oh, I need that.
Yeah, it's honestly, so I started doing a couple YouTube videos with the telestrator, and then I realized I was trying to get my money's worth and doing every video, even when stuff didn't need to be circled. I'm like, yeah, circle this and that.
No more.
Yeah, they're like, hey, you're a little addicted to this thing. So telestrator's great.
Oh, that is awesome. Look at that. Oh, that is so good.
I love Lund.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best one you've clearly done, but still, I need one of those. Oh, do I need one of those? I wish I could write. Oh, there you go.
Papa's son. There we go.
You know what? What would be so cool? I'm sure we could do this. Is that if I could write on Papa Walt? You know how if he was just droning on, and I could write stuff on him. Ooh, that's good. Papa's son. Yeah, we did used to do that joke. We haven't done that today, but I guess we have to do that. We did make.
I know Papa's real son, and I'm calling myself, Papa's son. So
believe me, he doesn't mind. I don't mean to speak.
We're brothers. We're brothers from another mother.
Yeah. I know that he does that. Real quick, before we bring on Dante, we got to bring up a baseball point really quickly. Now, look, every team is into analytics. This isn't going the other way. It's not an either-or proposition. Everybody does it, but this is interesting. So the Giants head of analytics followed Pete Patella. We hardly knew you, Pete, the old GM of the Giants.
Right.
And he went to the
Atlanta.
to the Braves. Yeah, right. He went to the Braves. And then there was a big controversy that what used to be the press room turned into the analytics room. They took this whole big area and they made it the analytics room. And now it's been Buster said it today, some meetings, GM meetings in San Antonio, that is no longer the case, that they're not going to get this big room. So are we all under the assumption that they're doing less analytics because their GM Perry Manassian is the Angels, Zach Manassian is their new GM, and he's got more of a scouting background, so now everybody's going bananas going, oh, they're going to do less analytics. I don't think they're doing less analytics. Maybe that's what it looks like on the surface. I just think they're moving things around a little bit.
A couple things. First off, Zach and Perry Manassian, do not look like brothers. Can we establish that? They're both at the general managers meetings right now in San Antonio.
Right.
They do not look like separated at birth. They both fine looking human beings. Just they don't look like they're maybe fully related, like in a brother sense. It's my thing, John, that Buster Posey is a smart human being, and he's not going to disrespect the analytics community. He probably realizes, as he was a player and as the 2010s changed, how much more information he got, especially as a catcher, that he wants to use it to some degree. But I also think you have to look inside the dugout and look at Bob Melvin as your manager and understand that there is a balance here to be used, and not everything should be dictated by an Excel spreadsheet. And you know what? Most days, I don't think you're going to want to text in Bo Mel the lineup that you'd like to see. I think you want him to be doing that job. You want it to be a conversation. I honestly think that Zach Manassian is in the middle of all this. I think Zach is more involved in keeping the pipeline fresh, keeping the pipeline developing the right way. Buster can go out and work with the free agents. Bob can go work with the players on the field. Everybody kind of separates and divides into their own role, and instead of maybe everything coming from the top down. That's at least how I see it as of right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question, and I think that's 100% right. By the way, before we get out of here, we got plenty of time. We're going to talk to Dante in a second. We'll talk Niners. And then we got a foreplay at the top of the hour, the poor pieces of sound you need to hear. But at one point in the 1 o'clock hour, your fantasy team needs to be discussed. And yesterday I was thinking of you when they removed Oakland from A's, and we all knew that was going to happen. It's just, it's like being continually kicked in the groinal region. So we got to get that from you as well. So we got a ton to do.
Yes.
But what we'll do coming up next is Dante is very optimistic that the 49ers are going to do what they've done the last few years, which is a second-half surge. We'll ask Dante why. We'll get into Niners talk. If anything changes on the front, and again, we are about 31 minutes away from the trade deadline, so if any moves are made, we'll let you know. In the meantime, let's talk to Dante, and we'll get to the rest as Brody is cool enough to hang out with us today. It's always great. Make sure that you're hitting us up on YouTube and Twitch today, because you got to see Brody's setup. It is very cool. So we'll do all of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In essence, a sophisticated heat beam which we called a laser.
That's right, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That is the place. In fact, that is the place that I went to so I could see. It's fairly important, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. They are the experts in modern vision correction. So not only do they do CLR, custom lens replacement, which is what I did so I could see so well, but everybody is different. So maybe LASIK is going to work best for you. Evo ICL, that's going to get you out of glasses and contacts as well. So custom lens replacement worked for me. It worked for Papa as well, but you need to do this. There's a free, I tell you, modern vision correction webinar, and it's coming up this Friday, November 15th at noon, where the doctors that did my procedures, which were easy and very trustworthy, they've done thousands and thousands of these, if that's what's on your mind first and foremost, because it was from me. Dr. Craig Bindi, Dr. Joseph Ling, they'll explain the benefits of LASIK, Evo, ICL, and show you how the procedure Pop and I had, CLR, can eliminate readers, glasses, contacts, and plus, I don't know how this works, but it's the truth. You'll never develop a cataract after CLR. So all you have to do, and it's a free procedure. You can do it from your computer, phone, iPad, whatever the case may be. So it's very, very simple. Free modern vision correction webinar this Friday, November 15th at noon. You register, and then it's free. modernvisioncorrection.com. That's, again, November 15th at noon. modernvisioncorrection.com. Do it now. All the answers to all your questions so you can see like me.
It's time for Mr. Hittner.
Hittner, whatever you want to call him.
Former 49ers Pro Bowl safety and current NBC Sports Bay Area analyst Dante Whitner. Now here's Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Sean Lund, Brody Brazil. We've been waiting to talk to Dante Whitner because he is optimistic that the 49ers are going to go on another second-half run, so let's get into it. They take on Tampa after the bye week, 4-4, not exactly where they thought they would be, but they have a chance. Everything in front of them, and the division's not running away. The Cardinals 5-4. Rams also 4-4 after winning in Seattle over the weekend, and the Seahawks dropped to 4-5. So let's get to all of it. Our good friend Dante Whitner for our weekly conversation joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Sign. How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
Never better. Now, I was going to say, how did you enjoy your bye week? But you probably worked. Did you do more college ball this weekend?
I did a college game on Tuesday night. I did an FIU game, but I also purchased a condo recently in Fort Lauderdale that, I stayed here during the bye week. It gave me a chance to do some renovations and some things. So I'm still here. I'll be back in San Francisco on Saturday.
Very nice. All right, you know Brody Brazil. You guys worked at the same place in the same building. So
Yep.
Brody's with me today instead of
Hey,
Pop.
Dante, if you need a contractor, I have no experience, but I'm a big Home Depot guy, so you just send me to Home Depot, get all your nails and flooring materials, whatever you need.
Well,
man.
I've dealt with those type of guys before, and I promised myself that I'll never go back. Only true professionals with permits and insurance and everything.
Oh,
so thank
yeah,
you. Thank you for the offer, though.
No shortcuts. No more shortcuts.
I'll be your
no
I'll just dri-
shortcut.
I'll
Yeah,
just
that's a good
drive to
call,
Home
bro.
Depot. I won't touch anything. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I
And I
get
fired
it.
so many contractors in the past for not showing up. Man, I learned my lesson at an early age.
Yeah, me too, bro.
Smart man. Smart
Yeah.
man.
All right, we've been playing a promo with you, and you do believe that the 49ers are going to go a second-half run like they've done. So why do you think that's going to happen?
Well, you get Christian McCaffrey back. It's almost like getting a player in free agency. He's going to be fresh. And we know how many different things and, how versatile he is to this offense. And then when you think about it, you have Kyle Shanahan, who accumulated the data from the first half of the season, and now he really knows how to attack defenses because it changes on a yearly basis, and, different number and data sort of stands out. And then when you get a guy like Christian McCaffrey back, you really dictate to defenses as to what they can call. You won't see a lot of teams playing a lot of man-to-man coverage because if you go man-to-man coverage, they motion and shift, and they see you're in man coverage, they're going to utilize Christian McCaffrey, who wins at a high rate, versus linebackers, corners, and safeties, which means you're going to be playing a lot of zone naturally. And this is when Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, and a lot of those receivers like George Kittle, who are really good after the catch, get to run through zone defenses unimpeded. So, that's why I felt like they're ready to go on their run. And then when you look at the track record over the last 5 years under Kyle Shanahan, I believe in 4 of those 5 years, they're going on runs in the second half of the season. They always start somewhere around 3-5, 4-4, and then they hit that switch. So I'm fully expecting that this year.
Dante, I'm just looking at McCaffrey even being on the field as a game changer, that other teams have to plan for him differently. They have to cover differently. It might open up something else to happen on the field, even if it's not going McCaffrey's way. What areas do you think Christian is going to have the most impact immediately? And I'm also going to ask kind of the side question of that is, do you just go to use him full 100% right off the bat, or do you ease him into this, or how do you do it if you're Kyle?
Well, I think you ease him into it with the way that Jordan Mason is running and Isaac Guerrero. You can start somewhere with 10 to 15 carries a game because of the way that those guys are in the production that they're getting on the ground. And so I think you really ease him into it, and then you go game by game basis. How do you feel? And he knows how he feels, and I'm pretty sure that he wants to play every play, so Kyle was probably going to have to protect him from himself early on. So I think that that'll be a huge issue. But then with opening up other guys, even in zone coverage, when you check Christian McCaffrey down, those guys have to have eyes on him, which is when, that play action RPO game comes into play, and you get Deebo Samuel across the middle to catch and run. So I think that's why he's easily going to affect his offense. But the most improvement is going to be in the red zone. Think about the 18 touchdowns he had in the red zone last year. They've been missing that production. And it's not just catching the ball out of the backfield. It's the way that he sets up his blocks. It's the experience. It's the cuts. It's the decisiveness. It's the efficiency and footwork. Those are all the things that you're going to get from Christian McCaffrey in the red zone, and it instantly improves your red zone offense.
Dante Whitner joining us. It is trade deadline day. Some deals have gone down. The 49ers, as of yet, with a 1 o'clock Pacific deadline, have not done anything. So we've got 20 minutes to see if anything happens. Offensively, even without Brandon Ayuk, Dante, I think they're going to be fine. They have a lot of weapons. Like you said, McCaffrey's coming back, Jennings coming back, Debo's there, Ricky Pearsall, Jordan Mason, George Kittle's on a run right now. So I think they're fine offensively. Defensively, I get nervous. Do you feel like Dre Greenlaw coming back from that Achilles, can he be Dre Greenlaw that we've seen this year, or do you think that'll take maybe a year with that Achilles injuries for him to actually be himself?
Well, that's an individual basis as to how you heal from injuries, and does he retain his explosiveness and ability to get to sideline to sideline. So I can't really speak on that because I don't know how his rehab has been. But if you can, take a little bit from what you've seen from Dre Greenlaw on the football field, I can almost guarantee that he attacked his rehabilitation. So I would expect him to be the same when he touches the football field, and that's what you need. They've been missing that energy, that physicality, the ability for just the backside linebacker opposite Fred Warner to hold his own, cover backs coming out of the backfield, tight ends, tackle at a high rate. So I think that, when Dre Greenlaw is just similarly to the way that McCaffrey is going to be used early, I think you mix him in there. You give him 25 to 30 plays a game. You make sure that he's trending up to be healthy, but you definitely miss Dre Greenlaw. So it's almost like they're getting a bunch of different free agents back after this bye week.
Looking at the schedule ahead, and obviously Tampa Bay is going to be on short rest and probably a little bit frustrated based on how last night went, but they're the 49ers' next opponent. I mean, they've lost 3 in a row. That could have gone either way last night. But then it's the Seahawks at home, but then it's on the road for the Packers and Bills, two tough and interesting opponents. You get the Bears, Rams, Dolphins, Lions, and Cardinals. What are you looking at in the rest of this season, just in terms of the opponents and what lies ahead? I know the division has a lot to be sorted out. I mean, 5-4 and 4-5 are the difference between first and last place right now. Does the schedule, I mean, we could talk about the 49ers individually and who's healthy and who's not. Does the schedule provide the platform that the 49ers can do something special here?
Yeah, there's going to be a tough schedule. But I think that when you look at those games, 90% of those games that they go into, they'll be favored to win those games. And when you think about the talent that they have on both sides of the ball, it's pretty much equal to what they've had in the past. Have they performed up to that talent level? No. And that's where consistency comes into play. And this is where self-evaluation is critical after a bye week. You go into that bye week, you get a bunch of people that's in the data analytical department, and they bring down this big list of numbers and what you guys have to do and self-scout and how you can tweak certain things moving forward. So I think the 49ers will be somewhere favored in all of those games. It's just about how well do they perform. Can they get those guys back healthy and performing at a high level, all pro level? And it's going to come down to the defense, in my opinion. We know that the offense can score points. They get in the red zone. You get Christian McCaffrey back. It's going to go down to the defense. Stopping the run on a consistent basis, and then the pass rush. I would like to see the pass rush incorporate some stunts like they did going into the bye week, standing Nick Bosa up, some exotic things where they're just not back there like sitting ducks. But if they can do that, stay healthy, and they can play with continuity in all 3 phases, I think the 49ers are still set up to, make a deep playoff push.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and I give them the benefit of the doubt like you do. I think that they're going to make a run in the second half. One of the things that has me that you were just talking about the pass rush, how about just playing the run in general? Because obviously they shut down Dallas. Dallas stinks running the football. They don't have a running game. They don't have a running back. But the Kansas City game concerned me just because Kareem Hunt is taking 2-yard runs and making them 4-yard runs. 4-yard runs were 6-yard runs. Mm-hmm. They're not tackling well. They're not they're not getting off blocks well. Can they do enough against the run? Because it's not only this season. This goes back to, obviously, we saw it in the playoffs. We saw it at the end of last year. And I think we can safely say now they're just not very good against the run. So can they stop the run well enough to make this run to make this run that they've done the last couple of years?
Well, naturally on the edges they have some smaller guys, but I think we can all agree that Nick Bosa has been playing the run phenomenally.
Yep.
And then you have guys like Malik Collins, who's 50-50 here and there, with the way that they expect him to play with technique, power, and get off the ball. But stopping the run has always just been attitude. It's seeing the gaps that's in front of you. When they pull guys to create extra gaps, make sure that you clear and get over the top, setting the edge. That's what it boils down to. So the 49ers, they have that and the talent and the capabilities in the room, and we've seen it on occasions where they stop teams and then they let a big run go through, or they start to wear down and miss tackles. It's championship mentality time. So that's what it boils down to in the playoffs, being able to run the ball at a high clip and stop the run. And the 49ers have the talent. It's just about doing it on an everyday on an every play basis. And I think they have that in the room. But until they get Dre Greenlaw back, I think it's still going to be a give and a take thing with the run. That's where you have to score points early. You have to score in the red zone, get teams behind so that you can unleash the pass rush and get exotic. So if they can do that, they don't really have to worry about stopping the run, but they have to score points early.
I like exotic, by the way. That's just one of my favorite things. Dante, as you look at the way teams manipulate their roster and acquire players and get better as a team personnel-wise, I mean, obviously the draft is huge. Free agency is huge. The trade deadline is within 15 minutes away now, 1 p.m. California time. Is any team really going to change their fate up to today and to today in these final couple minutes? Is any team really going to be that different because of any last-minute trade that they made?
No, I don't think it'll make a huge difference. One trade that I did see, and a guy that I know personally from my high school and college, that was traded from the New Orleans Saints to the Washington Commanders, and Marshawn Lattimore, I think that he'll make a tremendous improvement with the cornerback position there, only because he plays man coverage. He'll play cover 3 zone, cover 2. It's not that really difficult and intricate as a corner. So I think he'll make a tremendous impact, but a lot of people on the outside looking in think that a trade just automatically fixes the issues, but it doesn't. Right. Because these offensive playbooks and defensive playbooks are so intricate, and there's so much communication, there's so much lingo, that it's very difficult to come in and really integrate yourself and play at a high level and be where you're supposed to be and do what you're supposed to do. So it's really a long-term play a lot of times. I think Devondre Hopkins was the anomaly. And we saw that last night with the 80-some yards and 2 touchdowns, because you can plug and play him with a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, and he can tell him pre-snap exactly what route to run and at what depth. But if you don't have a guy like that, like Patrick Mahomes, I don't think it really makes a big difference on the offense and defense side of the ball unless you get one of those premier pass rushers that you can put out there first and second down and even on third down and say, hey, just go get the quarterback. So nobody really made that type of move. I did see Zadarius Smith from the Cleveland Browns get traded, but I didn't really think that was a huge impact move. So a lot of these teams are just going to have to play better. There's going to be some luck involved. And then the team that gets hot in November and going into December are usually the teams that enter the playoffs on a high streak and they're favored to win the Super Bowl. So it's going to happen with the guys that are in-house already. They just have to play better.
Great stuff. Dante, thanks for the insight. Safe travels back, and we'll see you this weekend. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You guys have a great day.
Thanks, Dante.
All right, that is the great Dante Whitner. He's down in Fort Lauderdale, just fixing up a new condo. That was nice of you to offer your services.
I mean, he read in pretty quick that I had no clue. I would be of no help on. Well, that's not true. I'm a big home improvement guy, but maybe not to the scale and the level of perfection and detail that his place would need. My house, I can fix anything.
Right.
His condo, it's probably very high end, and I have no business. But that's
great. Me too.
Home stuff gets difficult and messy and expensive. You know, when you want to fix something, repair something, especially repair, you got to do something on the quick, and you got to do it the right way, and you got to make it right. You're paying top dollar, to get that done.
I think my wife, if she's listening right now, and I hope she's not in the door to the studio is locked anyway, she would come running in here. I think I can do enough to be dangerous, small stuff, but when we get to like plumbing, electrical, that kind of stuff, then I bow out of that kind of stuff. Yeah. But I mean, I can do enough to where it's not embarrassing. I can change light bulbs. I can do basics. I can fix stuff, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you starting to get into, because I've tried to do some plumbing things, and you end up having to call a guy. That's very embarrassing.
Plumbing and water are difficult.
Yeah.
I would say your garage door, do not mess with that.
Yeah,
those springs will kill you.
Yep.
Electrical, I've dabbled. I've got a little bit of background in that, so I'm okay with that. But I would say for most people, don't even think about it.
No.
Yeah.
Did you have somebody come in and do your studio, or did you do a lot of it yourself?
I did it all myself.
You did? Oh,
Yeah.
that's impressive.
Yeah, people always tell me like, hey, let us know, who did your room, and we'll bring them in. I'm like, you're talking to them right now.
Wow, maybe that's
Johnny.
deal,
I'm
man.
a production guy. Like I got into broadcasting.
That is true.
I didn't
People
know
don't
I was going to
realize.
be in front of the camera. I thought I was going to edit, produce, a camera person. I didn't know. So these were skills I learned back in the day at good old Channel 36 that I've just never relinquished.
Very nice.
Really haven't.
No, it's good. Like I said, you mentioned this before. Like, you had the best background and setup forever, and you did it even before the pandemic because you were just like, well, I'm going to put this together and we'll see what happens and things, and it's awesome.
Thanks, John Lund. I appreciate it. Yeah. Sports leader.
You need to do some Lonely Island. I just every time you do that, I think Lonely Island. I guess we probably couldn't do Lonely Island, most of Lonely Island, but
I'm on a boat.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could do some of it. It'd be amazing. All right,
How about for today? It's my vote in a box.
Oh, very nice.
You put your vote in a box.
Very nice. That was solid. That was very solid. Look at everybody's freaking out. Channel 36, blast from the past. People are tripping on it. Very cool. All right, 1 o'clock hour. Foreplay is coming. Brody's got some stuff to unload off his chest, including the A's no longer have Oakland and the fantasy football game or teams and the such. And we got a few more things to get off our chest as far as the trade deadline is concerned, because as Dante said, Marshawn Lattimore, probably the biggest guy to move so far, because named to move from New Orleans to the Commanders, which could affect the 49ers if they see the 7-2 Commanders in the playoffs. We'll see if the Niners do anything in the next 10 minutes. We'll keep you up to date. John Lund, Brody Brazil, only here on the Sports Center.
Growing up in Brooklyn, I just like cheese pizza. I just like plain cheese pizza. But being in San Francisco for so long, once Tony's opened up there, that's the go-to place.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Silver with The Athletic. Join Murph and Marcus this morning, discuss potential moves the 49ers can make ahead of the NFL trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, I've dealt with those type of guys before, and I promised myself that I'll never go back. Only true professionals with permits and insurance and everything.
Oh,
so thank you for the offer, though.
Dante doesn't want your help. I don't get it.
I got a lot of DeWalt tools, Dante. I could help you out. I don't know what I'm doing with these tools, but we'll have an impact driver. I don't know, chainsaw if we need it. Miter saw. I got a router. Got a lot of fun stuff.
We redid our house here. I'll tell you, man. I didn't try anything. We had kitchen put in, bathroom, all this different stuff. I didn't do anything. It was like, you guys have at it.
Look at you getting the whole house redone.
No, this was a couple of years ago. I mean, it was like, and my wife, she's got the money. I don't have it. But, yes, we had everything done. So, and, I did a little bit of stuff. I painted like a wooden bridge, and it was like this stain. And, of course, I spilled it all over the driveway, and you can still see spots. So at that point, she said, you're done. And
thank you for the offer.
Yeah, she just said, that's it. Like, no more for you. I'm like, no, I can do this stuff. She's like, no.
I repainted all the bedrooms, including my son's bedroom, before he was born. And honestly, even still to this day, I look around at the trims and all the ceiling versus wall colors. I'm like, I did a pretty good job on all that stuff. And then, of course, now he's 7 and has totally destroyed every wall by putting tape and stickers and throwing his water bottle at the wall. I mean, it's just I'm going to have to redo this all over again in 5 years. So
yeah, that's true. I mean,
just give me another project.
That's a good age. By the way, I'm not getting anything through email, so we may have to push foreplay until like 1:15, but that's no big deal for you and I. It is Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. It's great to have Brody Brazil hanging out. Please hit up YouTube and Twitch today because Brody's got a great studio that you need to see. He's even got multiple angles in this studio, which is very. Yeah. Would you like? Are you going to do that? Can you do that like at the click of a button? Like show.
I just did. Yeah, I know you're watching on delay eventually.
Oh, there you go. Now I got it.
I did it. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's cool. I mean, I like that. That can really. Somebody tweeted in a little bit earlier. They said, you're showing off, but no, showing off was maybe when you did the telestrator. But that's not
or
off.
the auto tune. I've tried to pull all the tricks out of my. All the rabbits out of my hat today. No, I can do a lot. I can do a lot of stuff here. I'm just worried about doing too much. And actually, most of it you can see on my YouTube channel. So I do a lot of like keynote presentation where the graphics are all nice on the side and we talk about different topics. Oh, like the A's and maybe what A's fan. I should take this back. What Oakland baseball fans should do now. Like what do you do? I was on with John Dickinson the other day, and I took my Giants citizenship test. I'm like, I'm ready. I got I'm not hanging on to old times and old memories. I need to move on with my life, But I wonder what they're going to do.
Okay, give me 1 second. Just because it's 1 o'clock, it doesn't mean because moves haven't been made they can't be made. But I'm reading all the insiders and players that the 49ers wanted to, that we're looking at. Devon Godshaw was one of the guys, defensive tackle with the Patriots. He's not moving. We're not hearing that they're doing anything. Does not mean they can't, because it's just got to be in the NFL offices, and then it can be announced, 15, 20, could be 30 minutes later. But some of the players that we heard they were after, there's a lot of teams and insiders for those teams saying that those players aren't going to move. So at this point, I would be surprised if they made a move. So we'll keep you up to date on everything. And there's people tweeting in, texting in, all this kind of stuff in there on the YouTube chat as I'm looking in right now going, are there any moves? I don't see any moves. Doesn't mean there won't be any moves. But as of right now, the 49ers have done nothing. But we will keep you up to date.
But it is 1 o'clock. At this moment, it is 1 o'clock. The deadline has officially passed.
So we will keep you up to date if anything happens on the 49ers front. But right now, it doesn't look like they've done anything. Here's what we'll do. At 1:15, we will play some sound, but we'll also keep you up to date on things and react if the 49ers do nothing. There have been a few moves, but let's hold that for 1:15. Since you brought it up, and again, Buster's at the meetings, and the biggest thing to come of it is they're not going to have that big, giant analytics office, and the head of analytics is going to the Braves. Make of that what you will.
Wait a second. Right. I think the biggest things might be that other teams are interested in Camilo Doval and that the Giants are looking for a shortstop. But to your point, analytics. The analytics room is gone.
That big where it used to be this big, beautiful press room, and then Farhan's like, we don't need that. We need a analytics room. So make of that what you will. But I brought this up at the beginning of the show, and I would, just because you're on it, it's not like I would bring up the A's just to bring up the A's. But you're obviously closely associated with them, and you did a tremendous job through all of these dark days in Oakland and keeping us up to date on everything in this whole process. And you and I have been doing this together for almost 15 years, doing shows off and on and being friends in that time period. Hang on one second.
Something happened?
Yeah, let me just get this. But the fact is that we've talked about this a lot. And yesterday I thought of you because they did away with the name of Oakland, and so they're just the A's, and in fact it's ATH. So when you see Brent Rooker next year, and he's top 5 in home runs, it's not going to say SAC, it's not going to say LV, it's not going to say OAK, it's going to say ATH. That's all it's going to say. So that's a little bit weird.
You knew it was going to happen. It doesn't necessarily make sense to have no name and just be called the Athletics. I think people in Sacramento, 3 years is not 3 months or 3 weeks. Don't they deserve that? I also don't think anybody would have taken exception if they already just started calling themselves the Las Vegas A's, who happen to be playing in Sacramento.
Right.
I think to
the
go
Las
to
Vegas
this
A's of Sacramento.
Yeah, well, or just call them Las Vegas A's, and then right. They. Oh, by the way, they play in West Sacramento. They were very clear about that too. It's not Sacramento. Technically, we play in West Sacramento, but the point is there was, like a lot of things with the A's, there's 5 ways to do it, and they pick the one that just doesn't necessarily make the most sense, or people can't figure out. Or I also realize it's a symbol of significance to take away the name Oakland off of all the social channels, but this is a social channel for them that hasn't even allowed comments or replies for
Isn't that wild?
Almost a full year now. What other team in professional sports literally turns off the comments on all their social media? So I think I'm looking at it this way, and I was about to make a video and talk about this eventually on YouTube, is, if you've been a fan of Oakland baseball for a short period of time, for a long period of time, for all your life, what are you going to do now? Are you going to, I've heard a small faction of people say, you know what, I will stick with them until Sacramento is done, and then I'm out. And one of the reasons behind that is that they're convinced that Sacramento either is the end of the line or only is the parking spot until the team comes back here. So they want to have that continuity. There's an even smaller group of people who are not even from around here that say, well, it doesn't matter where they play. I'll follow them anywhere. That's my team. Again, I think those are people across the country. They're not Bay Area people. I think there's a lot of people who say they might even give up baseball for a while. They're that turned off by the way things played out. There's a lot of people who are going to switch over, I think, to being Giants fans. And I think the Oakland Ballers of the Pioneer League, I think they're about to have a surge of people this year. I think last year was very awkward. It was still tense and hot and all the emotions of the A's leaving. And they played their first full season over at Raimondi Park in West Oakland. But I think they're going to have a little bit more of a following and a turnout this year too. So there's no right answer here, John. There's no playbook for this. But I feel like at this point, it doesn't even matter what the A's do next. Until they actually break ground in Las Vegas, until they provide funding, until they figure out how they're going to make that happen with the Bally's property there, anything is up in the air. And honestly, I'm almost at a point of disinterest, to be perfectly honest.
Well, and like you said, to have Oakland taken away, and it's just kind of the final straw, and I think a lot of people are just desensitized by it because everything has gone down, and this is just the latest weird thing. And then, as you well know better than anybody, John Fisher is not to be trusted. And if I'm in Las Vegas right now, and I've talked to a number of people who are dialed in Las Vegas, and I'm sure you have too. Yeah, they don't even want him. They don't want to be. They don't want to be the landing spot for an organization. And I don't mean the players, and I don't mean, as you know, a lot of these people in the front office who are very good at their jobs. I'm just talking from the ownership group and Dave Cavill group, where they don't want this circus coming into town because, like you said, they don't close deals. They're looking for handouts, all these things. So I think that's one of the reasons, as you said, they're not calling themselves anything, because I don't know that they
don't even know for sure.
They're going to go anywhere.
Imagine calling yourself the Las Vegas A's right now, and if something happened in Southern Nevada and you never actually step foot as a team down there. I mean, what a crazy thing in sports that would actually be if it played out that way. No,
so that's just the latest.
Yeah, I echo what you say, and it has been such a question mark this entire time, and I want to see how it unfolds. I want to see how it plays out, but at this point, I think so many people. I think desensitized is such a huge word.
Yeah, because it's been going on forever, and now it's finally they take the name away. The 49ers did make a move at the 11th hour. Khalil Davis, defensive tackle from the Texans, 6'2", 315. He was a sixth-round pick of Tampa in 2020. And again, I'm not going to say it's not going to have any effect, but essentially what this is a depth piece, having lost Javon Hargrave. Only 6 tackles and a sack this year, but last year he was very effective. 15 games, 32 tackles, 16 solos with 2 sacks. So, again, this is a depth piece, a guy that came out of Nebraska, Khalil Davis. I remember him in college. He was an effective player in college, but he's more of a run guy. Again, 6'2", 315, sixth-round pick in 2020 from Tampa. Has played the last couple of seasons in Houston. This year, not a ton of time, which is why Houston, which is an AFC contender, would trade depth at defensive tackle. Haven't seen what the 49ers will give. Probably a late 6th or a 7th-round pick, conditional type stuff is what I would imagine for this type of a player. But again, not a McCaffrey, even in my case, probably not even a Charles Omenihu, who they got from the Texans in 2021. But a move nonetheless. I think defensive tackle depth, which is something we had talked about with Hargrave getting hurt and seeing inside, trying to get some run stuffers inside to rotate inside. So again, 6'2", 315. He's 28 years old. He's out of Nebraska, 6th-round pick from the Buccaneers last couple of years. In Houston, not playing as much this year. In 9 games, 6 tackles. But again, in 15 games last year, had 32 tackles, including 16 solos and 2 sacks. So he's got a little bit of upside. He's 28 years old. It's not going to be overly flashy, but as the 49ers tend to do, some defensive tackle depth is not going to be something that you're going to say, hey, that's obviously something the 49ers needed. So there you go. Khalil Davis coming to the 49ers, defensive tackle from the Texans.
That just broke. That is not a surprise. That was an area that we talked about, right? Defensive side of the football. Do you have your tickets booked now to New Orleans because of this?
I do not.
Is this the no? But you had the feeling, right? If anything was to be had, this is probably a good deal. To your point, I don't know what goes the other way.
7th-round pick is now.
Oh, did you say that? I'm sorry.
7th.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I just saw that 7th-round pick.
Oh, okay. So there you go. I mean, it's almost exactly what most people would have expected. So that's fine. Look, the NFL's trade deadline, I'll go back to the very start of our show. It's weird being today. It's weird how, of all the sports, it maybe doesn't impact teams as much as, this deadline day in other sports or other type of free agency opening situations. But it happened, and it's done. And I think for the 49ers now we're seeing it on ESPN, Khalil Davis from the Texans. But I also wonder how fast it's going to take Khalil Davis to integrate into the team, into exactly what they're doing, probably quicker than somebody on the offensive side of the football. So I think all that plays into it too, right? Like this is an easy move. This is an easy benefit and bonus, and they'll have him probably ready and active this weekend. Ready to go.
I would imagine so. And again, one of the teams that they were trying to talk to, and I'm getting this through Diana Rossini online, Devon Gottschall was a guy they looked at. They're not going to move him, so don't expect anything late here. Kendrick Bourne was a name because Kyle liked him, and he's a former 49er. Maybe has some insurance at receiver. He's not going to move. So it doesn't look like they're going to make any moves at receiver or offensively. Again, looks like the only deal, and they could be announced anytime, even though the deadline is over. It's got to go through the office, so it might take a minute. But it looks like Khalil Davis, a defensive tackle from the Texans to the 49ers, 6'2", 315, 28 years old, came into the NFL with Tampa. More of a run type guy. I just hit up YouTube real quick on the iPad, and he's a big guy inside. So that's some depth for the run, which we were just talking about with Dante Whitner. Doesn't like most of these. It's not going to change your opinion of whether the 49ers can go on a run in the second half.
No, but you're right. If it helps stops the run, I mean that's been a pesky part of not just this season for the 49ers, but even going back to last year. The inability. I think it's the short runs too. It's like when you got a team third and short and you can't stop them. I think that's where they can get a little bit of help. But no, look, if it's not a bad move. I guess we'll find out if it's a good move and to what degree over the long term.
All right, I'm going to ask you the question we've been thinking about now that the trade deadline is officially over. Will the 49ers do what they've done the last couple of years? And if so, why do you think that? Let's get into it with Brody next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers insider Matt Mayoko joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed how Christian McCaffrey looked on his return to the practice field. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're gonna bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7.5 minutes after that, you're gonna bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
All right, thanks for joining us. Like I told you, I'm having email problems today, so no foreplay today. But we will tell you this.
What?
I know. I think some people are confused. So the 49ers have a defensive tackle by the name of Kalia Davis, and now they are acquiring Khalil Davis. Okay, so just so there's no confusion here, the 49ers have Kalia Davis, who they took in the 6th round a couple of years ago, and he had a knee injury and he came back. Remember, he's the guy who batted down a pass and intercepted it a couple of weeks ago. That's that guy. That's Kalia Davis. And they are acquiring Khalil Davis, who's a 6'2", 315-pound defensive tackle from the Texans. Hadn't played a ton this year, but last year had a pretty good year. Again, run stuff and kind of a guy at 6'2", 315. So just letting you know, and that is for a 7th-round pick. So Kalia and Khalil. So, just to get any kind of confusion out. Are you clear?
They'll have different numbers, but the same name on the back of their jersey. So that,
yes,
we'll sort it out with
Kalia
numbers.
And Khalil Davis. So that is
broadcaster's worst nightmare to have all the confusion points.
And Kalia Davis. So that is who's wearing the green dot. So anyway, that's what we've got right now. I was just trying to clarify everything that got. All right, so now that the trade deadline is over, maybe the biggest name, Marshawn Lattimore going from the Saints to the Commanders. I think that is probably the biggest impact player that moves. Mike Williams goes from the Jets to the Steelers. Preston Smith goes from the Packers to the Steelers. So there's a few moves, but names that you've heard of. But Dante at 12:30 told us, Brody, that he is confident that the 49ers have another second half run in them. Are you confident? And if so or not, why?
I'm confident. I don't know where to start here.
That was a huge sigh.
Oh, I'm not. But see, I guess a couple things worry me. Closing out games has been, even the last game Sunday night against Dallas, that thing should have been in the bag, and all of a sudden it got a little bit more interesting than it needed to be with about 3 minutes and change left. So I like, it has to start here. Like here are the non-negotiables, right? In the last game of the year, you have to beat Arizona. You have to beat the Rams, who you've already lost to. You have to beat the Seahawks, who was probably, I would say, maybe outside of the Patriots game. Like, what are the most convincing 49er wins of this year? Monday night, the season opener, they looked pretty good against the Jets. Against, obviously, the Patriots, that's New England, so they did their thing. And I guess in Seattle, they looked pretty good, too. But you have to basically beat you got to beat the division in the second time around. Mm-hmm. I'm really worried about the Packers and Bills back-to-back, both on the road. You think they'll stay out east? You think they'll stay out east in that week?
Yeah, I would imagine they've done that in the past. I mean, to go to Green Bay home and then back out again, to go to Buffalo,
they've ended up in Ohio a few times, I know. But anyway, the point being is that
DeBarlos.
You're going up against a 6-3 right now Packers team and a 7-2 Packers team. Eventually, you got to take on the Lions. I feel like, I've penciled out here how they can get to winning 6 of their last 9, and I've got against the Lions at home. I've got against the Packers and Bills on the road. I've got L's next to all of those right now.
Yeah, and I guess what we have to do is identify what is successful because, he's dominated. He's 16-2. Kyle, and I should say the 49ers, not Kyle. He didn't run out there and make those tackles and plays like Mark Spears said earlier. Well, he didn't
in his
make
era,
jumpers.
though.
But Kyle's teams in the last 2 years, the 49ers have gone 16-2 post-bye. Dante's rationale was he takes all this analytical information that Buster Posey apparently now hates, and and puts it together, comes up with this game plan, and they play great in the second half. My analysis of it, with all due respect to Dante, is they have somehow been injured early, gotten healthy late, and they get rolling, they get confidence, and they roll. The difference in the last couple of years to now, to me, is in the NFC is I always thought they had the most talent. This year, Detroit's better. Right. Detroit's flat out better. They just are. I think Minnesota's better. Maybe not on a neutral field, but certainly I wouldn't want to go there and play them there again because the 49ers.
Not again.
Yeah, they haven't won in Minnesota since, I think, 92. Green Bay, I'm not sure because Jordan Love is starting to throw some cracks. I went to Utah State, watched a ton of him in college, and just never really believed in him. And what's starting to happen with these young quarterbacks is there's an initial like Jaden Daniels where it's like, who is this guy? And then he's really successful. Then teams start to adjust, and how they adjust is it's the teams in division who have to play these guys. They get an off season and they start saying, okay, what can't this quarterback do? It's happening to Brock Purdy. It's happening to Jordan Love, where teams are forcing them to do things that they don't want to do, and then they've got to readjust. It's kind of like baseball. When somebody jumps onto the scene and all of a sudden it's like, wow, and then teams get a book on them, and then it's about constant adjustment. And so that's what some of these young quarterbacks are going through is the constant adjustment. Like what'll happen with Jaden Daniels in the second half when teams get a second shot at him in their division, and then will that provide a blueprint for teams then to beat them? Because that's what starts to happen, especially given that everybody runs kind of a version of Kyle's offense. So everybody has a lot of looks at that offense. So I'm not saying the 49ers won't go on that run, but what I am saying is if you combine still injuries with the toughness of the schedule, going across the country twice, Tampa, Miami, Buffalo, Green Bay, those are really tough games. And the fact that, Brock, I like Brock, and I'm not saying don't pay Brock the money, but what I am saying is he's got to make some adjustments here because even though there's been a lot of injuries with the offense and with a lot of the skill position players, which provides an explanation to me, not an excuse, he's still got to make an adjustment because teams are adjusting to him.
Again, at 4-4, I see in their last 9 games, I think they can win 6 out of 9. And I think the question marks to me are this upcoming week against Tampa. I also put a question mark next to the Bears. I don't know why. That should be one in their bag. But I just think you're going to run through that really tough stretch of those 2 road games. And that's what makes the non-negotiable part super important, those divisional teams. Maybe to your point, maybe the 49ers are better at closing out Kyler and the Cardinals. Maybe they're better at closing out the Rams. And you got to hope that the Seahawks game in 2 weeks goes the exact same direction. This is sure interesting. Like they didn't buy themselves a lot of wiggle room here. And the couple games that they lost, could have and should have won earlier this year, they're not in a very comfortable position here. I think the division being what it is, being winnable, the fact that 5-4 and 4-5 is the difference between first and last place right now, that's assuring. The fact that you're getting McCaffrey back, probably Greenlaw back, those things are reassuring. But nothing is a given. And even looking back at last year, John, it was those 3 losses in a row that was the entirety of the 49ers' adversity. Between that and maybe the end of the Super Bowl, how much adversity even existed in the 49ers season last year?
Right.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
So this is like facing adversity. There's no question about it. And I think, we're all sitting here assuming that McCaffrey is going to be 100%, will be a key contributor. I certainly hope that's the case. But until he gets out there and actually does it, I don't know that we can all bank on that. So.
And look, the schedule game is it is problematic, even though every time the Niners schedule comes out, I try to do it, and I'm way off. But I'm just going to look at the Cardinals, for example. We just mentioned all the tough games that the Niners have at 4-4. The Cardinals are 5-4, and I think that they're still young. They're inconsistent, so they could lose or win any game, to be honest with you. But the Jets coming up, for example, they're kind of a mess. At Seattle, they're a mess. Now, at Minnesota is going to be tough for them. Then the Seahawks again. But then they get new because they were the last place schedule versus the Niners being the first place schedule. What happens is you're playing the NFC East, but they might be playing a worse team from last year. So still on the Cardinals schedule, New England,
the Panthers. You know, those are teams that the 49ers do not have. You know, they already played New England and beat them, but they have that left. And then the last 2 games for the Cardinals is at Rams, a team they beat 41-10, which might be different now because the Rams are healthier. And then the 49ers is that final one. So, you know, could it come down to the 49ers going to the Cardinals for the NFC West as much as we talk about all those other games? And I thought it was going to be the Detroit game being the biggest one, and it might be. But I think Detroit is going to win the NFC, or at least have the best record. Not necessarily win it, but everything's going to go through Detroit to me. So would it actually be for the NFC West? And I'm not sure that there's going to be a wild card. In fact, I don't think there's going to be a wild card out of this division. So could it be at the Cardinals to determine the NFC West in the last game of the year?
So here's another question. I mean, are we talking about the 49ers absolutely needing to win the West to get where they want to be? Can they get in a wild card situation? Last year, not having to play that first playoff game.
Oh, huge.
I mean, the 49ers' margin of victory. Do you remember the final scores of their 2 playoff games to get them to the Super Bowl? Do you remember how much they won by? 3 points.
I was at both of them, and I thought they were going to lose both of them.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, Packers and Lions, like they could have lost and should have probably lost both.
They just a couple defining plays of each of those games. I mean, it's the slimmest of margins. They in reverse last year looks and feels easy, and it's all procedural as we think about it now. But I guarantee you, it will not play out that way when we actually get there. And the other point is, I mean, it would be such a benefit to win the division. I don't know that they're going to have the best record in the NFC. Like clearly, that's not even in the cards of the conversation here. So this journey this year, this time around, if they even want to crack at it, is already going to be much more difficult than it was.
Well, the NFC playoff picture right now, we're halfway through the season, so we can start doing this. Lions are 7-1, Commanders are 7-2. That's the 2. They're NFC East. The third, which Seattle won at Atlanta, but they're 6-3, so they're the NFC South champ. The Cardinals are the NFC West champ at 5-4. I know it's not over. I'm just saying. Then the wild cards: Vikings are 6-2, wild card 1. Eagles 6-2, wild card 2, and Packers are wild card 3, and they're 6-3. So, you know, it's going to be tough if they want to be a wild card. They're going to have to beat the Packers. You know, that's a team that they play. You know, so. Of the teams left, they play the Lions, they play the Cardinals, they play the Eagles. Or no, they don't play the Eagles. They play the Packers. So, you know, right now as it sits, they're the 9th. They're 4-4. The Bears are 4-4. The Rams are 4-4. The Bucs this weekend, as you know, you look at 4-5 and say, okay, the Bucs aren't very good. You go across the country. They could have and maybe even should have beat Kansas City last night. They already went to the Lions and won. So this isn't a Bucs team that you're going to say, okay, that's in the W column. You looked at this schedule and you said, even the Bears scare you. If the Bears scare you, then there's not a given on the schedule at this point, right? I mean, because Tua's back for the Dolphins, they're better.
Absolutely.
So you can't look at this schedule right now for the 49ers, which is at Tampa, Seahawks, at Packers, at Bills, Bears, Rams, at Miami, Lions, and at Cardinals. If the Bears game scares you, maybe the Seahawks is the closest because you get them at home. Right. But there's not one where you go, it's an automatic throw your cleats on the field. Seattle and Chicago would be the closest ones, and they're both at home. But any game on the road, they could win or lose, honestly. At Tampa, at the Packers, at the Bills, at Miami, at Arizona. They could lose any of those games or win any of those games.
As I look at this, I don't know where the easy part is. I know where the hard part is. Packers and Bills back-to-back on the road, right? 6-3 and 7-2 right now, and the Bills have won 4 straight. I don't know where the easy part is. Like, there's no, there's the cushion, right? There's the spot where you go on a little bit of a run. Nothing's guaranteed here. So, I don't know.
So, do we still feel the same way that they're going to go on a run? I think we just went total depression. Like, this is going to be fine. Oh, my God, the schedule.
I don't know. I feel like they could and should be better than 4-4 right now, too. And you just, I guess it's the course of a couple things going different that you have to hope happens in the second half of this year. And I don't know. I mean, what do you even think about the bye week, right? You're coming off as much rest as you're going to get all season, and you've got Tampa on about the shortest possible rest that they're going to get all season. I mean, I don't know that this Sunday's game is going to decide how the second half goes, but I feel like it could be a template. It could be a starting point. You don't get to start the season all over again, but man, when you put CMC back there in the backfield, it's going to look a lot different than it did in the first 8 games of the year. It really is.
Yeah. how optimistic, how pessimistic. We just said we think they're going to go on a run, and then we kind of just made a pessimistic argument. So
they could, but I don't know how likely it is.
Yeah. No, I mean, what I'm basing it on is not so much the football that they've played, but the what they've done because it's Kyle, because it's John, because it's just a recent history of what they've done. They deserve the benefit of the doubt.
Sure.
But that's what I'm basing it on, to be honest. I'm not basing it on anything I've seen consistently, and you put it right on I think you're 100% right. The Jets, they played well an entire game. They've played halves. They've dominated Dallas to a point. They've dominated Seattle to a point, but then they let those teams back in the game. The Rams, Arizona, but they haven't consistently done it.
Against the Vikings, I mean, I don't think they played terrible. They gave up that one, the Jefferson touchdown with 97 yards. But the point is, that was a very good team on the road where they struggle in Minnesota. They have for 30 plus years. But the point is I don't know how, when you put them up against a really tough team, I don't know if they match up better.
We're certainly going to find out.
That Lions game, to your point, Lions and Cardinals to end the year it's weird, but it's huge, right? You got a really good team in Goff and Detroit, and then you got the Cardinals, who are a huge question mark, but could easily decide the division.
All right, if you're just tuning in again, the trade the 49ers made, minor trade, acquired defensive tackle Khalil Davis. Again, they have Kalia Davis. They also now have Khalil Davis from the Texans for a 2026 7th-round pick. Diana Rossini, 7th-round pick. We reported it earlier. Just wanted to make sure you knew. More of a run-stuffing guy, 28 years old, came into the league with Tampa as a 6th-round pick in 2020, 6'2", 315. Has played kind of sparingly this year, but did have a nice year last year, about 32 tackles, 16 solos, a couple of sacks. So, again, defensive line depth for Khalil Davis coming over from the Houston Texans. All right, we don't get Brody nearly often enough. So here's what we'll do. You've got some things on your mind that we need to get off, that we need to get going. And one being, of course, your fantasy team. One, I've got to ask you a question about someone who is returning tonight. And if you have questions for Brody, since we don't have it, let's do a version of Ask Brody Anything at all. Are you okay with that? The anything at all part? Anything at all.
I'll just turn my mic off if I lost my power
like
went out. See you later. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, I'll forget to turn the mute off.
So hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 415-808-5627. Hit us up for an Ask Brody Anything. I've got questions. He's got a rant, and we'll do it next only here on the Sports Leader. Brody.
It's time to ask
Brody
anything. Anything. Anything.
Anything. Brody.
That's right.
That. See how he edited that? I didn't edit it.
I was like, "What are you talking to me?"
Yeah, that's you. Ask Brody anything.
I see what you're like, Brody. I'm like, yes. Hello?
Yeah, it does. It's usually Ask Papa, but we changed it just for you.
Oh, I see.
God,
I didn't know what was going on
what
there.
the hell happened to you?
Sorry,
What's wrong with you?
I'm doom scrolling over here on Twitter. I feel like I've been, I'm like, when I jumped in the home studio here, it was 10 this morning, and I know like the election's going on.
Oh, I know.
A lot of world events, and I'm like, for 4 hours, it's just me and you, buddy, and all of our listeners here on KNBR, and we're just kind of like in this time capsule. And I know that as soon as I walk out the door here, I'm going back to real life, so kind of preparing myself for what's next.
What's funny is because I just can't help it. So I'm out in the studio. I got a bunch of TVs and stuff in here, and I go right to the election coverage when we take breaks. And then I'm glad to come back to this. And this is why, like I said, we learned this a long time ago. Really, pandemic drilled it the most home. But was that people, if they want to get, this is very similar to that, in that when people want to go to it, they'll come to it. When they're sick of it, they come to us. Yeah. It's like during the pandemic, we didn't really know at the beginning. And by the way, it's Ask Brody anything at all. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Hit us up, text line, phone line, and we're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so we'll check those. But so we didn't really know how to handle it when all that went down. How much do we talk about it? How much do we not? And we found out very early in the process by, people screaming and yelling at us in a lot of different, however they can get a hold of us, that if they wanted to hear pandemic, they would go to a news channel or go to a different radio station or whatever. They can listen to podcasts, and they would consume that. But then soon they got sick of consuming all that, and then they came to us. And if we would talk about it, they're like, I'm not coming to you for that. So really since then, I mean, it's always been that way, but really since then it's been drilled home. And so a lot today, if you're expecting a lot of election talk, I didn't feel like we wanted to do it today only because when people get sick of it, they come to us, if that makes any sense.
Steve Kornacki will not be appearing on Papa and Lund today.
Even though I really am a big fan of his. Really big fan, but I'm going to keep it.
I feel bad for the guy because he gets pigeonholed into doing one thing.
So good.
I'm here at the touchscreen only on election night. I only break things down with my telestrator. He's been very much angled into just doing one thing. I don't know that he'll ever have a different career now, at least in media, but there you go.
Yeah. No, but it's amazing. And sometimes during the NFL playoffs, they do bring him on, and he'll do like that, do his election stuff. But with NFL teams, it's incredible. Yeah. So anyway, all right, here's a couple of questions. Again, I'm just going to read them, go off the wall, do whatever you want. It says, hey, Brody, this is from the 408. So these are your people. Hey, Brody, what salon do you frequent, you handsome devil, you? That's what somebody's writing. I'm telling you. Somebody's asking that. Is there any is there any thought on where you go to get your stuff done? And by the way, the background is amazing. Looking tan, looking nice, looking healthy. Just saying.
Two things. I get my hair cut by EJ the barber. That's pretty much the only professional
salon
cosmetologist I see. Mm-hmm. And I did get a pedicure with my wife. Now our anniversary is back in August, and because of just craziness of life, I don't think we got around to actually doing anything with or for each other, and we just keep it simple and minor for what I think this is year 9. So we just said, let's go get pedicures, manicures together. And so I did. And that was the first pedicure I had in at least 15 years. Man, it's amazing how much skin comes off the bottom of a foot. It really is.
I feel so bad.
And it is disgusting. I'm like, is that off my foot? What's all that And I feel bad for the person doing it. I'm like, and she did a great job, and it was, it was very professional. I'm sure this happens to everybody, but man, my feet. I mean, we are like a month removed, and I'm touching my heel right now. It still feels pretty smooth, way smoother than it used to be. So,
by the way, you're not going to get. You might. I mean, we're going to find out here on the text line and YouTube in a minute, because obviously we're on a little bit of a delay, so it'll take a second. But I'm 100% behind you. I don't care if people get angry. I go out with my wife all the time. It is immaculate. You feel amazing, but I feel horrible. Oh my gosh! But I feel it's a mini vacation. But I feel horrible for the people who have to do it, because I'm definitely a groomer. I wouldn't call myself a metro, but I'm definitely a groomer. I like to make sure that everything's good. But my nails, my toenail, all that stuff. But I still, when they're rubbing the bottom of my feet and everything, I feel bad. I feel like I'm sorry. Or if they're cutting my toenails, I go, oh, and they're buffing them and everything, and I feel like, oh, I feel so bad. Because
that could go for anybody though. If you're a barber or you do any type of professional services like that, I mean, you are interacting with other people and their bodies a lot, and so they are. Or how about if you're in the medical profession, like they're probably used to that. But I agree with you from my self-conscious point of view. I'm like, ooh, I don't want you to have to deal with me, So.
Oh, believe me, no, it's not good. I feel.
I don't have a good answer. I don't have a good answer for that one. I will leave you this. Years ago, when NBC brought in a consultant one time and I don't think that this happens anymore because just the day and age. They brought in, there was a British woman who came in and she had just worked with Jimmy Fallon. She was saying, I just worked with Jimmy. I told him how to get his ties straight. And the first thing she said to me, she goes, what are you going to do with your eyebrows? I said,
I do. I get big, bushy eyebrows.
I said, what do you mean, what am I going to do with them? I'm going to leave him on my face. Like, hey, we got to do some work on those.
Yeah.
It's like, do you trim or you pluck? I'm like, I sound like Destiny? Is that?
Yeah.
Harmony. I sound like Harmony right now.
That's what you do.
Anyway, that's my
you got to
one.
do that.
That's my one personal care story. But I don't do anything. This is all natural.
There's a place by me, and my wife will get mad if I don't do it, because unlike Greg, who has no eyebrows, Papa has no eyebrows whatsoever, I have the bushy ones, and so every couple of weeks I got to go down to the brow place because they just
you
they
do?
Yeah, because I'll start looking like Anthony Davis or like an old like a 90-year-old man who's got the eyebrows that are coming out in all different directions and the ear hair coming out in every different direction. Like until I'll get to that point, it'll be like I don't care. But up until that point, you have to do something. By the way, I'm down. I understand on YouTube, 49ers Faithful says, I just puked in my mouth thinking about Lund manscaping. Believe me, I said it and I puked in my mouth. I mean, you don't have to, 100%. I agree
I'm fine with talking pedicures, but manscaping, now we're getting to the point where I'm going to ask for a little bit more to come on these shows. Like, I think I'm now or...
Because we're getting too personal for you? Yeah, all right, here you go. Here's a sports one. This will be good. 209 says... They're asking for top three, but in the name of brevity, they want a top athlete, your top A's moment, top Sharks moment. What do you got? Well, that's right on the spot, too.
Top A's moment, probably winning the last game of 2012, game 162. I mean, a season where they weren't supposed to be good at all, and they swept the final homestand, they swept the final series, they get in the playoffs, they win the West. Bob Melvin's first year as manager. Hamilton drops the ball in center field. It had all the feelings of like, this is why you love baseball. Now I can tell you the story of why you hate baseball, your team up and leaving. But I feel like in that moment was the exact opposite of like, let's say the last home game the A's ever played. Top Sharks moment. I mean, being at the Stanley Cup in Pittsburgh before a game had ever even been played. And to know that I was, that the team had a chance and I was there, I get to cover all that, seeing like the Sharks and Penguins logos and the cup right in the middle and like, wow, this is it. And kind of being at the center of the hockey world, that was definitely it. I would also say, though, that the round one, game 7 against Las Vegas in 2019, and, being down by a bunch of goals and the 5-minute major and Pavelski got hurt, scoring, tying the game up on the power play, eventually taking a lead. All that was amazing. So I hope for better Sharks ultimate ones down the road, but as for right now, there's a couple good ones for sure.
Yeah, well, the thing is that year or two with the Sharks was, the Warriors are obviously in the finals, and it was every other night. So
it was Warriors, Cavs,
Sharks. That's what I mean. Like every night was something, and it was just so cool. And everybody was into it. That was such a cool time. And then, you and I have actually talked about this too. Is while the Sharks are down, there's no question. I prefer, in terms, let me big picture this a little bit. I like this reboot when you're a fan of a team, and it's kind of where the Giants have gotten to, and where they got to at the end, where it was kind of like in 2021 it was miraculous, but then the next year was kind of like you kind of knew that they all had a career year, and it probably wasn't going to happen. And so what you're waiting for is that reboot of young players when you've kind of reached your peak, like the Sharks did, and it was like the same thing year in and year out. And so you thought to yourself, okay, when's the reboot so I can start getting excited? And then you have that really bad time where you're trading players away, and these aren't the players that you're going to rebuild with and everything.
Right.
And now, and by the way, I'm not breaking any news to you, Macklin Celebrini is coming back tonight. So it's like, oh, yeah, exactly. So, but it's a fun time. I know they're not winning at the level that you want them to win, but it's like you start to see the pieces that are going to be there. And I think that's where some of the frustration is for Giants fans, for example, is because they don't know. They don't know who, like, even though Ramos was great and last year he was an all-star, it's like, is he a building block? Maybe, maybe not. Is Harrison? I don't know. Is Birdsong? I don't know. Like, you just don't know. Whereas when you get a guy who it's kind of like when a quarterback enters the building and it changes. Like, even we were at Greg and I used to do all the Raiders stuff. And, I know what Derek Carr has become, but they were so bad at the position that when he first entered the building, it was like, oh, my God, like there's somebody competent at the position. You start knowing who the building blocks are, and you start getting excited as a fan because it's a reboot. But until you're to that point and you don't know if there are young players who are going to help you rebuild, it kind of sucks. So now the Sharks finally have a few pieces led by Celebrini where you go, okay, we've hit rock bottom and we're coming back up.
Go Sharks.
I'm sorry. I thought when you were talking Raiders, I thought you were going to go full Jamarcus there. I didn't know you were going to stop Carr. No, I'm kidding. No, you know what? I was also piecing this together. Think about the Bay Area right now. You just got Steph Curry back off the quick ankle injury. Only missed a couple games. Warriors 6-1. You get Macklin Celebrini back tonight. It's weird. They're playing on election night, but he's back. He only played in the season opener. He looked great, scored a goal, had an assist. I mean,
that was an awesome goal.
Look, they've had a rough start out of the gate. They won 3 in a row. They lost their last one, but getting Macklin is what fans want to see, right? They want to see the toys. They want to play with the toys a little bit. And then you're going to get Christian McCaffrey back this weekend for the 49ers. So it's all about the comeback right now. But how about Draymond Green, by the way, last night? Now, this is on the road. Mm-hmm. In our nation's capital, Draymond packed the Sharks sweater in his Warriors suitcase. Think about that. Did you see that at the press conference?
I did. Wearing the 71. That was pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. And Draymond has always had the relationship with Macklin because of his dad, Macklin's dad, Rick, obviously Warriors trainer. But Draymond last year when Macklin was in college on a road trip, went out to go see him play. I think it was one of Macklin's road games in college, but they were in town. The point is, how cool is that there is a Bay Area connection so strong as that one, that Draymond Green is like basically the unofficial fan club president of Macklin Celebrini. That lets you know that, and I've been around Macklin just a little bit, enough to know he's got a great head on his shoulders. He is way more mature than 18 years old. And to your point earlier, and I was thinking about this as one of our hourly poll questions that we didn't get to today, but it's an interesting topic. Like, who wins the next respective sports title between the Giants and the Sharks? And the Giants were a 500 team last year. And the Giants have, a handful of players. You got a Matt Chapman already on your team. You got a Robbie Ray who's probably sticking around and should be. You got a Logan Webb as the ace of your staff. The point is, I think the Sharks, although they're not there yet, they're poised for the future. They're built for the future. They've got a lot more promising pieces. Should it all play out on paper or in real life like it is on paper.
No doubt. All right, let's get to a few remnants before we get out of here as well. It is always great to have Brody. We've got some questions I didn't even get to, so we can hit those as well, plus a few more remnants before we let Brody go, and we're all back to election coverage. So we'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports City.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brody, dude, I've been, when I lived in the Bay for 10 years, such a huge fan of what you did. I think you crush it on NBC. I saw you a ton. So when I saw your name, and John, by the way, I'm a fan of yours.
Yeah, I know how he slipped that in there. He was just he was loving you, and then he went, oh.
Thank you, Mike Yam.
I gotta
love
tell
you back, buddy.
This guy, too. Mike Yam earlier. The trade for the 49ers, Khalil Davis, defensive tackle from the Houston Texans, 6'3", 315, run-stuffing type, was a sixth-round pick of the Bucs in 2020. Has kind of played sparingly, and again, don't confuse him. Khalil Davis, already on the 49ers. Khalil Davis, defensive tackle, traded to the 49ers for a seventh-round pick. So, there you go. That's what's happened today. Marshawn Lattimore, probably the biggest name to go from the Saints to the Commanders. If you see the Commanders in the playoffs, then it becomes relevant. But other than that, not a lot of big trades today. Much like many trade deadlines, you hype them up, and then it's
Yeah. Well, and good thing for the 49ers, they didn't need it, right? They didn't need anything special. This is fine. This is exactly kind of what you wanted from them. Not that they were going to do something stupid, but I think to give up regrettably a couple draft picks down the road that you would have wanted to have later, hang on to those, right? You are going to need those for the future.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So there you go. That was the big story if you're tuning in for that. We talked a ton of dubs today with the win over Washington. Expected. The thing that came out of that, before we get into real quick, the games are going to maybe prove some points here with Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. It seems to me that the beef is generally squashed between Jordan and Draymond Green. And it's too bad because, as I was watching that game last night, it's not that I didn't understand the trade. I did. It was a chemistry type of trade. Maybe there were some finances involved as well because Jordan just signed that extension. Maybe the Warriors were having some regret there. And obviously a big part of it was the chemistry with Draymond Green. And so I understand all those things. They get Chris Paul. Chris is gone. But as you're watching Jordan, who had a really horrible year last year in Washington, kind of settle in a little bit, it sure would be nice to have a Jordan Poole around. I'm not saying the trade was wrong. I understand it. It's just he's playing a lot better in year number 2 in Washington.
What did Draymond say in the press conference? I was so distracted, by the way, by his Macklin Celebrini hockey sweater. But they asked him about Jordan Poole, and he goes, oh, yeah, he looks good. In fact, he's playing better.
Yeah.
And which to your point is obvious, but I felt like, usually if you had that kind of run-in with somebody and it's still not under good terms, maybe you'd kind of leave that one alone. You wouldn't even offer any specific criticism, or I guess that was a compliment, but it also is not a compliment because it's like, oh, he's playing better. To the point, he had a rough last year. So, I think it's over. I think it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, as soon as the trade was made, the chapter was done, right, for him and the Warriors, and you can't really look back on it other than what they got out of it and how it played out. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I don't know. Crazy things happen. Who would have known Buddy Hield would have jumped in and fit in so well like this? I still think the Warriors are probably they're an interesting team. 6-1 start. I don't know that anybody could have seen that coming. Soft entrance to their season, maybe, but they had to go out there and win games. Even the one in Houston the other night, that was was in the bag. Then it wasn't, and then they made sure to find a way to win. They're just a piece short, They're a couple things short, maybe a piece short of actually being a good team, and maybe they'll get that somehow, some way down the road.
It is always my pleasure hanging out with you. I'm not just saying this because we're sitting here. We've known each other a long time. And it's a lot of fun, and what you have is impressive, and I want people to make sure that they follow you. So tell people how they can get a hold, because you're really pumping out a lot of really cool stuff, and not only that it looks cool and you have a telestrator and all those fancy schmancy stuff, but it's your content has always been great, whether it's on TV or online or however you're doing things. But how can people get a hold of you, because your stuff is awesome, really?
Well, if you're an employer out there and you're looking for a Brody Brazil to come work for you, and you've got some benefits to give, and you've got a livable salary here in the Bay Area, I am ready to, as they say on LinkedIn, I am ready to work, John.
Yes.
No, I'm working on a few things. And people always ask when I come on KNBR, is this your new thing? Dude, I love coming on here. I love the different shows and selections that I've been on with Copes and JD and you, and we'll see. I did a little sports fun. So we'll see what the future brings. But this is something I maybe wasn't able to do before. I love coming on here and doing radio with all of you.
Thank you for the offer.
Sorry, Dante. No, I really appreciate it, though. No, find me on YouTube. The YouTube channel is popping. That's where I'm putting my best stuff these days. Not really a Twitter guy as much anymore. So Instagram and YouTube, I will see you there.
Yeah, it is awesome. You're putting out great stuff, and like I said, and I mean it. It's always my pleasure. We've known each other so long, and I just enjoyed it. And you and I just clicked from the start. So,
likewise, buddy.
You're the best, man. I got to come by and see your studio. We're right by each other, so let's hang out. But again, it's always great to have Brody, and we got tons of great stuff, whether it be YouTube or Twitch or through the text line or my Twitter right here that I'm looking at. People just loving it. So anyway, great stuff today. We will see Brody soon. They are next. And again, one trade for the 49ers. They'll talk about it. Lots of words and other things going on right now. An election day. Tolbert and Cope's coming up next. Thanks, as always, to Walter and Danny. We'll see you tomorrow. Pop will be back. It is KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
O'Reilly's Auto Parts.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes.
Let's get it on!
Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaggin'? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Be with you right up till 6 o'clock. Steve Kerr going to join us at 3:30. Never fear. If you miss it at 3:30, you can enjoy it at 5:30. KNBR, the replay leader. And then Cam Inman will join us. We'll talk a little Niners at 4:50. And remember, don't vote. I always feel like that side's underrepresented. Like everybody says vote. I'm going to be the don't vote guy. Don't vote. Don't go out there and vote. Don't do it. It's not worth your time. Why do I say that? I don't know. I just think that side doesn't get representation.
Because you're Tom and you're a contrarian.
I'm Tom.
Yeah.
And I feel like if we got to beg people, if you got to beg you to vote and remind you today to vote, we don't want you voting anyway.
Tom?
Thank you. I wear that proudly. Almost as proudly as a Bay Area. Anyway, moving on.
Nice. Nicely done. I will say this. Look, a lot of stuff divides us. Today's a huge day. And I think the one thing that everybody has on their mind, and you're probably the same as me, is why didn't Todd Bowles go for 2?
Yes.
To win the game?
Yes.
Why did he call the timeout when he called that timeout?
And is Central Michigan worth a play at plus 14? I don't know. Those are things we really need to discuss.
It was last night. I was sort of beside myself. I'm like,
we
dude.
need to discuss.
By the way, I've turned a corner on Baker. I think I mentioned this to you earlier. Like, I used to have I didn't care about him at all. And you talked about the
commercials,
the
progressive
and all that
commercial.
Crap. I think it's progressive or whatever.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Whatever. Farmers, whatever the hell his insurance company was he was with.
Yeah, who cares?
And the whole moving
That's
out.
the whole point. Nobody cares except the fact you did it.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have been doing it.
And I didn't love him as a quarterback anyway. I thought he had, he was sort of brash, had a lot of bravado.
Yeah.
And I just didn't think he was all that good. I watched that Browns Hard Knocks that season he was there and didn't really like him. Didn't think he was, again, I don't know how much work guys put in. But for the career that guy's had as a number 1 pick, for the great college player that he was, I think he's the truest gunslinger in the NFL right now, in that he can put up tons of yards. Doesn't really matter who's out there catching passes for him. He's got a chance at the end of a game. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Phil Rivers at like the middle or the peak of his career, where he can make stuff happen at the end of games. He's running around, plays break down. He had a play where before they punted it away late in the game, a play broke down, he rolled out, and he tried to pick up a first down with his legs. And, dude, he just took a beating when he tried to dive for a first down. Didn't really have any shot, but that guy's keeping them in games and giving them opportunities. He's been more fun to watch, I think, I've had this year with him than any year in the past. And think about him going to Carolina and then being a cast-off from there and then showing up, getting off the plane and winning that game for the Rams, and now all of a sudden he's got a career again. Dude's a fun quarterback.
Yeah, no, he's a quarterback now.
He is. He's figured it out.
He's not like Baker Mayfield, pitch man, or Baker Mayfield. I'm going to show you I'm going to talk about how tough I am, or I'm going to my bravado. I'm going to just go play quarterback. And he actually does it pretty well. And he's actually a guy that you'd like to play with. I don't think there's any question about that. Like, I think he's transformed his career. And you look at what he's making this year compared to what other guys are making. They're making like double what he's making.
Like 25 or something.
I'd rather have that dude.
Yeah.
Give me that dude. Like, I want that guy being my quarterback, because you're right. Man, he just lays it on the line. There's not a lot of talking. You don't see Baker off the field all the time. You don't hear him chirping all the time. He just goes out, plays his ass off. So I'm with you. I used to be kind of an anti-Baker guy, but now I would be in the pro-Baker camp. I was undecided there for a minute, but now I've made up my mind.
Me too. Yeah. I've turned a corner on him. He's at 2 years, $50 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, it's like stealing.
And by the way, like 60 is what he can get to. So it's 50. Yeah. Like that's basically it. Like he's going to get a big deal after this year. He probably should after this year. He should.
I mean, he's been everything you'd hope for, especially for that price tag. And you're right. Like, after Cleveland, it was like he was on the scrap heap.
Carolina?
Anybody could have had that guy.
Yeah.
You wanted him. Anybody want Baker? Not really. All right, I'll just go to Carolina and try to resurrect my career there, and then takes over for a legend in Tampa and leads them to a division title. So, and they may be on their way this year. They're the best. I think they're the best team in that division. If they were healthy, they might even be if they're not healthy.
Falcons are playing okay. Like Kirk Cousins is playing all right.
Yeah, when they play each other, I'd still rather have, even though the Falcons beat them, but they were banged up. I think I'd still rather have Tampa. But yeah, the Falcons. I still don't trust the Falcons. Something about the Falcons, I don't trust. No, I mean, Cousins is fine. He's all right. I think their skill positions are fine. Drake London a little banged up. I don't know if he's going to go, but Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, I mean, they got really good skill. I'm just wondering about that defense, if that defense can get it done. Like, I don't care who like Tampa has on their defense. I think it's better than Atlanta's defense just because they have Vita Vea. That dude is a man's man. Like, he just throws dudes around like NFL dudes.
He's a big.
He's just like, rah, and he like grabs you with one hand. And it's like, gotcha, and you're not going anywhere either. Like, he makes such a massive difference in that defense when he's available to play. Man, he's a stud, absolute stud.
Are you with me on that decision? Because like I've always been a believer. At the end of a game, especially on the road, you're going up against. By the way, the other layers to this is it's the undefeated Chiefs, the defending champions. They've now won 14 games in a row going back to last season, 8-0 in the Super Bowl era. 30 teams have started 8-0. 100% of them made the playoffs. I saw this note: 69% of them have made it to the conference championship.
69.
if you start 8-0. You have a chance as the Bucs. By the way, you're 4-5 now. You're sitting at 500. You have an opportunity to go win the game. Why give Mahomes the ball in overtime and then not have a chance? I'm beside myself as to why. Well, after they get the ball back and they get the stop and they get down there and they score the touchdown, to not go for two didn't make any sense.
But you didn't have. I mean, it wasn't for sure you didn't give him the ball in overtime.
No,
you could have won the coin toss.
You take it out of your hands, I guess.
I still would have gone for it.
Yeah.
I still would have gone for it. Now, even at that, I'm not sure that Mahomes couldn't have got down there in 27 seconds and got him in field goal range to kick a field goal. He's done it in 14 less seconds. He did it in 13 seconds against the Bills.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, was that it? Not sure if that was the AFC Championship game or the divisional game. I know it was a playoff game, but it's like, oh, Bills finally. Oh, damn.
That was
you almost had him, but you didn't have him. So I like, here's the biggest problem I have.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes.
Thank you. Not just that, because I agree with you. I would have gone for it there. But why call the timeout with 27 seconds left?
That was the more bizarre thing.
What are you doing?
As bizarre.
What are you doing? You got all the time in the world. Like, come on. If you're going to call a timeout, like, if that's what you want to do, let it run down an extra 10 seconds. Or huddle up, run it, and then call a timeout if you don't get it. Like, you didn't need to call the timeout there. You could have very easily taken that thing down a little bit more and still had some time left over. So the timeout was, I thought, even more egregious. But now I'm with you. Well, as soon as he scored, I'm like, I'd go for two. You get the defensive mind of head coaches sometimes. They don't want to roll the dice and go for it. It's almost like you get scared. I mean, you were 9-point underdogs, right? And by definition, if everybody's healthy and all that, the longer a game goes on, the better chance the favorite has of winning. By definition. So why have it go any longer?
To a fifth period, yeah.
Yeah, why have it go any longer than it needs to? Like right there, you have it in your hands. If you score, you're not for sure going to win, but you stand a great chance of winning. And if you don't, then, well, you lose. And then you lost anyway. You just had to play extra time to lose. So I'm with you. I would have gone for it.
The Chiefs, by the way, after that win, I believe the note now is they've played 29 consecutive games, including the playoffs, without allowing an opponent to score more than 28 points.
Wow.
So the Chiefs' defense has not allowed a 30-point game in at least 29 consecutive games, which is pretty alarming. Going back to the
That's definitely
pretty alarming, dude. Like, That's a wild. By the way, now another note: Mahomes 8-0 against the NFC South. He's never lost to an NFC South opponent.
Never lost.
Just crazy.
And even more alarming, D-Hop looked like D-Hop last night. I mean, if he's like a legit like then you're like, oh crap. Now they actually have a legit receiver to go along with Kelsey. Because now they got a guy on the outside. Now Kelsey can do his thing. What did he have, 11 for 140 last night or something like that? So, yeah.
Kareem Hunt running. Like, now all of a sudden the offense is going to start cooking. And they get to 7-0 with their defense, and now the offense is moving.
Good luck.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are, by the way, still giving away 2 box seats for Golden State Racing. It's going down Friday through Sunday now through December 15th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Tune in between now and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those pair of box tickets furnished by Golden State Racing. The rules are at KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Here we come in. Down the stretch they come with number 3, One and Win on the outside. Sectors. Game.
Knew it was coming.
Number 4, Red State. On the picture, though, let's go back to number 3, One and Win, and here comes number 5, Sectors on the outside. Can he catch One and Win? One and Win. One and Win, followed by Sectors, Red State, divorce attorney.
When you hear that, you hear Tom on the race call. Tom just left the studio. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win those pair of box seats. When we come on back, the NFL trade deadline has passed. The Niners have acquired a defensive tackle, and some other big names were on the move today. We'll talk about it next. Tolbert and Copes, it's a Tuesday on the Sports Leader. The 49ers came away with a defensive tackle at the trade deadline. Texans Khalil Davis for a 2026 7th-round pick. Should the 49ers have done more at the deadline? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
NFL trade deadline went down at 1 o'clock today. It does feel like, who do we have on yesterday? Adam Kaplan was talking to us yesterday at SiriusXM, and he said it's not quite like MLB's trade deadline, which, by the way, isn't even as cool as it used to be. But it does feel like the NFL is one of the more exciting ones now because you get teams that genuinely do feel like they're trying to rebuild. Like you see names out there. Bryce Young was a name that was mentioned for a couple weeks. There was a headline today that said the Colts will not trade Anthony Richardson. And I was like, man, our team's calling on these young quarterbacks. I mean, the Niners have made a series of trades in the last couple of years. They today, for a sixth-round pick in 2026, added a defensive tackle, Khalil Davis. A 2026 seventh-round pick, Khalil Davis. They now have both Khalil Davis and Khalil Davis, and they play the same position. So he comes over from the Texans, was drafted in 2020, parts of 4 seasons, has 3 career sacks, but he's just going to be a big body dude I think they plug in there. Some of the other names that were moved that could impact the 49ers, how about the Lions getting Zadarius Smith for a 5th and a 6th-round pick? That's probably one of the biggest ones. The other one is the Commanders landing Marshawn Lattimore for a 3rd, 4th, and 6th. I was concerned yesterday that Lattimore could end up with the Chiefs. I was like, that's the last thing anybody needs is just more players like that helping a defense that's as elite as it is. Anything move you today in terms of the moves that were made?
No. Not really. I mean, Lattimore's expensive next year.
Yeah.
I think he might be expensive this year, but he's had some injury problems. What is it, like hamstring, something like that? So I don't know if that was.
They cleared money last year, though, did the Commanders.
Yeah, but I'm saying for the Niners,
yes,
that's like you can forget that. And the Chiefs probably were thinking we don't. I mean, look, they got Hopkins, didn't pay anything for him, so they're not looking to spend a lot of money. Zadarius Smith, I don't know. He seems to be having an okay year, but. Yeah, I mean, the Niners also have to factor in, like, what kind of draft capital they want to give up. Like, I hate grading trade stuff. 'Cause, again, I do this with the baseball trade deadline all the time. I never know what anybody's offered. Like, what do you offer? Like, it doesn't mean you don't want something. It just means that the price was too high. Like, you don't want to pay for it. Like, everybody loves names. Like, if you any name you recognize, I noticed this. In just about any sport, if the vast majority of the people recognize the name,
it's a good trade.
Exactly.
Do people think Chris Bryant acquired by the Giants was a good trade? I mean, I like them making that move. They went and they got one of the best available bats that was out there, but he wasn't a great.
No, he wasn't.
Great.
I liked it at the time.
I did too.
Just because of his versatility.
But in hindsight, it wasn't like it.
In hindsight, it was like,
yeah.
But people knew him from the World Champion Cubs, so it's like, oh, Chris Bryant's incredible. Yeah, this is so. Anytime you get a name, people are pumped. They're like pumped. And I don't know that there was a name out there that made sense for the Niners, but I don't know. I don't know what they were asking for. I don't know what was discussed. I don't know what the compensation would have been. Until you know those things, it's really hard to say. Like, should they have given up a 5th and a 6th for Zadarius Smith? I don't know all the economic. Like the Lions wouldn't have got him if Hutchinson wouldn't have got down. It was like, okay, we need a defensive end. Hell, the Niners have needed a defensive end for a long time. I mean, Leonard Floyd really hasn't done a whole heck of a lot this year. And they talk about other teams only having like one pass rusher, like the Lions with Trey Hendrickson.
Hendrickson, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, what do you think the Niners have? Like, it's like Bosa and like kind of nobody. It's like Bosa's like just fighting like hell to get to the quarterback, and they can marshal all their resources towards him because they don't really have anybody else that's been able to get to the quarterback. Like that was Hargrave's deal. He wasn't a great run stopper, but he was good at getting to the quarterback from the interior. So not having him hurts in that regard. But again, I don't know. I still think they have enough. It's going to be like this game will be really, really fun to watch because they're going to start to get whole, hopefully, on Sunday against Tampa Bay. And I mean, I'm glad that Tampa Bay had to go deep into overtime because now the shorter week just got shorter, having to travel home now and play the 49ers. So it'll be interesting to see, what they look like, hopefully with McCaffrey out there, and see if they can get the second half off to a good start.
I like seeing what some teams do where you're like, what is this team doing right here? Like, I get why the Panthers are tearing stuff down. I get why the Browns are tearing stuff down. You look at the Cowboys, and you're like, well, they're not really built to tear anything down, but they went and they traded a 5th rounder today for Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah.
Receiver, who was like, by the way, he was like the 4th or 5th on the depth chart, on a depth chart that was bad with receivers that were injured ahead of him. Like Adam Thielen was the top guy. He was there. Deontay Johnson was there. And Mingo was still like 3rd or 4th at this point. I don't know what
that was a weird one.
I don't know what the Cowboys are. I never know what the Cowboys are thinking.
Never know what the Cowboys are thinking.
Like
it's Jerry.
Jerry's trying to add to
Who knows what Jerry's doing?
We won't get us a guy like CD and Amari Cooper. I was like, Mingo's not the dude.
We like Mingo.
We like
we like Mingo.
Give me Mingo.
Yeah, Mingo's good.
But in general, some of the other moves were made. Packers traded pass rusher Preston Smith to the Steelers for a 7th rounder. How did you feel yesterday when Adam Kaplan said, we were talking best teams in football, and he kind of surprised me when he brought up the Steelers. And he said, they have Russ, so we don't really know what their ceiling is offensively. Yep. They need a receiver. They added Mike Williams, which I think it's a fine guy to add for them. Again, it doesn't move the needle a ton, but it's a professional. It's a guy who has a lot of experience, so I think is going to be a nice blanket for Russell Wilson to be opposite Pickens. They did need another receiver. They're running the ball a lot better than they had with Najee in the last couple of years. I just think that they're kind of an intriguing team in the AFC North, considering the Bengals are not as good as we thought. The Ravens are tough, but the Bengals and Ravens play Thursday night on Prime, so that'll be a fun game too. But just thoughts on the Steelers. They've been kind of I
don't know.
A good coach, a quarterback who's been to a Super Bowl.
I kind of wish there was a receiver out there in the NFL or even in college they could trade for named Grinnin. Because they go, he's a Pickens, he's a Grinnin. That'd be an incredible wide receiver combo. You kidding me? Come on. I mean, are you kidding? The T-shirt alone, I would need that. I mean, not as much as I need BYU, but I would need he's a Pickens and he's a Grinnin. Like that would be an incredible T-shirt. I'm not sure. Russ looks pretty good. I mean, I got to admit.
The hee-haw Steelers, yeah.
Exactly. Get the straw coming out of your
You got Tomlin with the straw, dude. Yeah.
Yep. Then you got the hat with the price tag, like Minnie Pearl. Incredible.
He's
Absolutely.
a pig and I'm a grinning.
That'd be awesome. Anyway, he's made the offense look a lot better. There's no doubt about it. And he's getting back to throwing the deep ball. Like, he's always thrown a really good deep ball. That's the one thing you could always say about Russell Wilson.
The moon ball.
Throws a great deep ball. Just drops in the bucket, gives his receiver a chance to go get it. And with a guy like Pickens, that's perfect. Guy's big. He's athletic. He can get out. He's got great hands. So, well, maybe not great, but good. And to give him the opportunity to go up there and get the ball, and I think it'll work well for Williams as well. So I'm not there yet on that. Like, I certainly wouldn't put him in the category that we talked about yesterday with Baltimore and Buffalo and Kansas City. Like, they're not in that group, I don't think. Although they are leading the AFC North, which, I mean, the schedule still says something about why they're leading the AFC North. But they are, and give Tomlin credit. Dude's never had a below 500 record, so he can coach. Whatever you want to say about him, go ahead and say it. But the guy just wins. So if Russell Wilson continues to play like this and Williams is pretty decent, we know what the defense can do. I mean, look, I don't know how they could beat Baltimore, but they beat Baltimore last year in Pittsburgh. I remember watching that game. Like, no business winning that game. None. And they found a way to win the game. You know, like a turnover, Lamar would do something that he wouldn't normally do. It's like, yeah, how they winning this game? But that's what Pittsburgh does, man. They just win ugly. They just find a way to win games. So I still think Baltimore's better, Buffalo's better, Kansas City's better, but I wouldn't sleep on them.
It's not a comfortable game to play that.
It's not a comfortable game.
I mean. It's like they're not, to me, they're not like the Cardinals. because the Cardinals are just they're more combustible, and Kyler beats you in a different way. But the Steelers, like, they hang around. They're down 8 points, and they're down 6 points. Like, they can hang around games, and they play pretty damn good defense. So, I mean, you've got the best defensive player probably in the league in T.J. Watt. Maybe the second best behind Aaron Donald since he got to the league.
Yeah.
Effectively, I mean, he's a monster. So they have the makings of it. We always talk coach and quarterback, and they've got a defense. They can run the ball.
Yep.
I expect them to go to the playoffs and be problematic for somebody. It wouldn't shock me if they won a game.
No, not at all. I mean, especially if Wilson keeps playing like he's playing right now, because that's really that was the missing piece for them. I mean, their defense is solid at all three levels, and Najee's actually running the ball pretty well this year. So I think Warren's going to get healthy, and he might even be back this week, if not next week. So that gives them the two-headed monster back. So
they don't have the easiest schedule, the Steelers.
They don't?
They have a fun one this weekend, by the way. Sunday they play the Commanders at the Commanders. That'll be a good one.
They do.
And then the Ravens are at the Steelers next week. They get the Browns at Cleveland. They get the Bengals at Cincinnati. They get the Browns at home. They get the Eagles in Philly. So their schedule, they do have some out-of-conference games that are a little tough here.
Yeah, it sounds like they're actually starting to ramp up on their in-division games. Oh, they got the Chiefs,
on
too.
Christmas, yeah.
When did the Chiefs play the Lions?
They
got to play the Lions, don't they? I mean, they're both number one
No,
teams.
they don't play. That's not the division. No, but you don't just play every division's number one because they're AFC, NFC. No, because the NFC West is playing. Sorry, the Niners play them because they were both first-place teams last year, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, the Chiefs are playing. It's just not the way the division matches up. Like
AFC West is playing the NFC South this
That's
year.
it. Because the NFC West is playing the AFC North. That's where the Niners go to Buffalo and played the AFC East, excuse me, and New England and whatnot. So they just don't match up this year.
But you don't just play one. You play two divisions, right?
You play one division, then you get one random opponent for that 17th game, and that rotates division.
But don't you need more games than that?
No, I think that's enough.
Is it?
Yeah, you get your 6 in division.
Yep.
You get the same place of the team in every other division in your conference. That's 3 more games, right? So
in your conference. That's why they don't play.
And then you play an entirety of another division from the opposite conference, and then you get one more.
Yeah, got it.
That's it.
Got it.
They played them last year too, I believe, on the opener.
They did.
Yeah,
they did. Lions beat them.
Yeah.
All right, very good.
There you go. Figured it out.
I got that. Get that all straightened out now.
Well, this is your team, 49er fans. This is it. Khalil Davis comes in, and this is the move they made. Did they do enough? We'll talk more about this. Niners going into
Khalil.
Going into the second half of the season.
Wasn't he in House of Dragons or Game of Thrones or something?
I'm thinking about Khal Drogo.
Yeah, that Khal Drogo. Yeah.
He fell on hard times.
Aquaman.
After that witch.
Yeah.
Put that spell on him.
That was too bad.
Yeah.
Felt bad for him.
I didn't feel that bad.
No.
He was like pillaging and stuff.
I know.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kerps.
Tolbert, Kerps, how you guys doing, man?
Okay, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. NFL trade deadline went down at 1 o'clock today. We'll be joined, by the way, a little bit later by our guy Cam Inman. Talk to him about the trade deadline and the Niners opening the second half. And at 3:30, Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And if you miss it...
But Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
Yeah, it is. It is.
That makes me laugh every
We'll talk
time.
to him at 3:30. And then we'll replay it for you at 5:30 if you miss it. Okay, so Niners needed a defensive... They needed some D-tackle help. And they just went... They this, to me, is the equivalent of, like... In 2010, the San Francisco Giants went out and they added like a slew of guys. They got Javi Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
They got, who else did they acquire at that deadline? Oh, Ramon Ramirez is the one that comes to mind. I was like, not really a guy who moves the needle. Pitch big innings for him. Like, you need guys who are going to be depth pieces for you.
He's an innings eater.
Down the stretch. Yeah.
That's what he is.
They got some middle relief help is what it feels like. Like early inning middle relief help. He's a guy who's going to come in when things go bad, like the 5th or the 6th. But their whole thing with Chris Kasarik and the defensive line for years has been, if we can rotate enough guys in to keep the starters playing like 70 to 75% of the snaps, you're going to keep dudes fresh enough and bodies fresh enough to be able to do some things. And the hope is that not just this edition, but Dre Greenlaw. It'll be like making a trade for a linebacker when he comes back.
You already have him.
So some other names that were rumored that weren't moved.
Like a first-rounder.
He's like a first-round pick.
It's like a 35th pick. It's just like a first-rounder.
It's like getting him back. Adam Thielen was not moved. You mentioned that. You asked about him
I thought he might be moved, but yeah.
Darius Slayton was not moved.
Okay.
Azeez Ojulari and Calais Campbell also not moved.
Okay.
So some bigger names that didn't go anywhere. Shanahan and Lynch have made it clear they wouldn't be going after a receiver. I think we all kind of knew that. Juwan Jennings expected to be back this week. Ricky Pearsall, I think what you saw from him in a couple of games gives them enough confidence that they'll be okay. And if McCaffrey is in fact back and all right, then you've got another pass catcher there. So for fans who are expecting to see similar moves like you have in the past, you have to consider what's happening this offseason. Like you were just talking about acquiring talent that would be expensive.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners have tons of expensive players, and they have more expensive players coming like Demo Lenore and like Brock Purdy. So they have 7 picks for this coming draft. Based on the draft we just saw and the immediate instant impact we're seeing from some of these guys, it's going to allow some transitional things to happen this offseason. Going into this offseason, they'll have a first, a second, 2/3, a 4th, 5th, and 7th. So you don't have a 6th, but you have 2/3.
Okay.
Otherwise, you got 7 picks. They need these.
I like them better with 6.
I kind of like the
better
6th
in the 6th round
than they are in the 3rd. I'm
they
with
do
you.
Some of their best work in the 5th.
I prefer
and
like
6th.
4/5 is what I want. I forget like 4 5th-round picks. I'd be like, Kyle's going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going all pro. But they need to start using these picks to save money. Are you confident in what they have with the guys coming back? It is crazy to look at the list of guys who they expect back. McCaffrey, Juwan, Greenlaw, Hufanga, Eder Gross-Matos, and of course, the great John Feliciano.
Yes.
Don't
forget about him.
They keep wedging him in. John Lynch.
exactly.
And Feliciano.
Lynch doesn't want to forget about him.
He can play some center, too, if things go bad with Brendel. They always mention that. Like, to me, there's maybe no team, and again, we follow this closely. I don't know that there's another team out there missing 5 players, and again, of the impactful guys here, obviously McCaffrey, Juwan, Greenlaw, Hufanga, and you'd like Gross-Matos, but who's missing 4 guys they're expecting back of this level? I can't
I'd
imagine.
have to go through all the rosters.
But I mean, it's like, to that end, there are teams who have lost big players like the Lions and haven't missed a beat.
Yeah.
But they haven't lost. They lost Hutchinson. They may lose Jamison Williams now for more. He just got reinstated from his 2-game suspension for PEDs and is now being investigated for a gun charge. So there's other stuff with him. But you'd be hard-pressed, I think, to find a team who's expecting 4 impact players back. 4 guys, like 3 of which are starters, potentially. 4 of which are starters.
This isn't apples to apples, but because they're already back. But when the Rams didn't have Puka and Kupp, that was massive.
That's comparable.
To get those guys back, it's like, bam, we're kind of whole again.
Their whole offense changes.
We can kind of do what we do now with those 2 guys back there. But no, I mean, you're talking about an impact linebacker, a all-pro safety, offensive player of the year running back, and a really good number 3 receiver who will have to step in as number 2, but he did that down in L.A. and killed it. Like 150, 60 yards, whatever he had that day. So, yeah, I mean,
3 touchdowns.
Yeah, and Feliciano. So they do have a lot of guys that they're expecting back. And I think Eder Gross-Matos is like a really good player, and not like a Pro Bowl guy, but a good player. We just haven't seen him.
Yeah.
We don't even know what he can do. But he will definitely impact that defensive line and give him more depth on the defensive line. So as far as like getting him back from this point on, I'd have to really think about that. I think about teams that are missing all these guys. Whew. That's a tough one. I was thinking Philly because A.J. Brown might be out again, but really that's as far as I know, he's like the only impact player on the team. By the way, speaking of Philly, did you guys see Barkley go Jackie Chan? Like, I mean, that was like amazing.
What does that mean, go Jackie Chan?
Like the reverse like karate kick,
No,
like when he jumped over the dude? You never
you're
saw
saying Saquon Barkley. I was like, Charles Barkley did
No,
what?
not
you're
Charles
I was like,
Barkley.
what happened? Dude, I was so confused.
No, Saquon, when he like jumped and spun.
I was watching it live.
Like a
It blew me away.
karate movie. Like I was like, oh, he's going to like snap some dude's head off. That was the wildest thing I've ever seen. I was like, what did he just do?
And he did a spin move before that.
Yes,
He
he
juked the
did.
guy, did a spin move, and I was like, he keeps picking up like 3-4 yards each move here, and then he jumped over a guy backwards. It was like an Air Jordan splits in the air, but he was moving backwards.
Wild.
Couldn't believe that.
Just like the wildest thing I've ever
It's
seen.
one of the coolest runs you'll ever see.
On a football field, yeah. They had on Twitter today, they had a shot from behind the Eagle bench, and they were all going nuts like, oh, my gosh,
Yeah.
you believe, like, when you get athletes to do that kind of thing, you know you did something special. But anyway, they're not really missing anybody. Boy, I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of anybody. I don't know if anybody can think of anybody.
I think that's
like
kind of my
another
point.
team.
It's just that there's so much coming back for a team that's 500.
Yeah, no
It's
doubt.
a lot of talent. It's a lot of talent
It's
coming
a
back.
massive amount of talent. If they can, hopefully they can stay on the field when they get back. So, no, I think they have enough. I absolutely think they have enough. I mean, the NFC is, to me, the Lions are the class. And then after that, everyone's kind of in it. Like, of the teams that are actually, like, pretty good. Like the Vikings, the Packers.
I've come back on the Vikings
the
a little bit.
Niners. So,
A little
yes
bit.
or no? Like,
But
higher
I've
or
come
lower?
lower a little bit.
Okay,
than they
yeah.
were, yeah.
Okay. No,
Packers, too.
I think they're good. I still don't know about the Commanders yet. I don't know if their defense is quite good enough, but I mean, it's still scary when you're going against Jaden Daniels the way he's playing right now. And that's why they went and got Lattimore, because the back end of their defense is not good. So, although they have been playing better, their defense has been playing better, but you start looking at who they've beaten, and it's not all that impressive, but you watch them, you're like, they're pretty impressive. Like, they can score. And Brian Robinson Jr. is a good running back. He'll probably be back this week. McLaurin's a really, really good number one receiver. And then Daniel's kind of doing his thing. So I don't know, though. I mean, I'd still put those other teams ahead of them. I'd probably put them there with Minnesota. I think I'd put Green Bay and the Niners ahead of them. And maybe, I don't know, maybe the Cardinals, I guess. Maybe I got to start including them. They're 5-4, but I'm kind of basing the Niners off what they've done in the past, like in the talent that they have and the talent that's coming back.
Yeah.
Now, if they don't do it in the first couple of weeks, then I'm going to be like, well, maybe it's just not their year. That's a possibility, too, because you can't keep middling around at 500 and expect your talent's going to show through at some point. Like, I don't want to see this team get to the playoffs at 9-8, and everybody said, oh, you don't want to play the Niners. Well, yeah, you do. They're 9-8. They're not that good this
Still
year.
has 4 more
Like,
after the bye, yeah.
I love when people say that. Hey, I don't want to play this team. Well, no, actually, I do. Who I don't want to play is the Chiefs. I don't want to play the Lions. Those are the teams I don't want to play. But they always pick like a team that's kind of like mediocre. Like, be careful with this team. Why? They're not that good. So they're going to have to show me something and probably show themselves something. And it's going to start early on, because the first 2 games I think are gettable games. I think Tampa Bay is gettable, and then Seattle at home is gettable. And then you go on the road to Buffalo and Green Bay. And look, if they are the team they think they are, if they are the team they want to be, if they are the team they have been in the past, they'll win one of those. They could even win both of those. Like the Niner team last year could have went in there and beat both of them.
Yeah.
I don't. It wouldn't have been easy.
Josh Allen's playing really well.
But they could have.
Yeah.
They absolutely could have. Can they this year? We're going to find out in a few weeks. But first things first, got to get to Tampa and get a win, and then get home against Seattle and get that win.
415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. We'll put it out to the callers here. How confident are you? Niners didn't make a big splash here at the deadline, but a lot of talent coming back. After the bye week now, we can sort of calm the waters a little bit and look ahead. And I'm with you. Tampa and Seattle, those are 2 games I think they should win. And then if you win one of the next 2, you go 3-1 in your next 4. you're in pretty good shape.
Yep.
Sitting there at 7-5, and then you kind of go from there with some more of your division games. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How confident are you in their ability to turn things around and get back to the quality of team they were at the end of last season? Here's the other question. We all were like, how's Ayuk going to perform after not playing all preseason? How's Trent Williams going to perform? I think we'd all agree, not great, not being out there for training camp and preseason. What leads you to believe Christian McCaffrey will just show up and be the same guy? We'll talk about it next. 808 KNBR, only here on the Sports Leader. On the Sports Leader. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr is going to join Tom and myself at 3:30. You can't hear it then. You can listen again at 5:30 or watch on KNBR, the replay leader.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
The window is open.
Christian McCaffrey's practice window opened yesterday. We'll catch up with Kyle Shanahan. Is he joining us on tomorrow? Is that right? Thursday? Thursday. I always forget which days of the week. I don't know. They all run together during football season. Day 2 of me and Tim back on our bogus journey. We do get a Saturday off, though, which is nice. Niners going into the second half of the season against the Buccaneers. Saw them last night. And Baker's problematic. It's not going to be a super easy game, but it is nice that they're coming off of an overtime loss on a Monday. Niners coming off of the bye. That's got to feel good, and they could be getting a lot of guys back this week, like Christian McCaffrey, Juwan Jennings, etc. How comfortable are you 49er fans going into the second half of the season with this roster? But before we do that, before we get out to the phone lines here at 808 KNBR, I was thinking about this last night. We're all stoked McCaffrey's coming back. He'd be the most impactful player to come back injury-wise or join a team, I think, right now in the NFL. In terms of guys who can come back. Chris Godwin, I think, may come back at some point if they make the playoffs. Mike Evans is going to come back, I guess, at some point, week 11 or 12 for the Bucs. But in terms of impactful players, McCaffrey is at the top of the list. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what fair expectations are. And if I had to err on a side of what I think he'll be, I think there's going to be a ramp-up period. Like we talked about using J.P. Mason and even Garendo maybe a little bit with McCaffrey out of the backfield. But in terms of pass catching, I sort of feel like he's going to be there. In terms of running and finding rhythm and speed and endurance and everything he's going to have with Brock Purdy chemistry-wise in the pass game, I think it's going to be a minute. I think he's one of the best and should be able to slot in and do what he does as one of the best players we've ever seen. But without training camp, without weeks and months of actually playing football, I don't really know what's a fair expectation. You kind of fall off.
I just want him to be healthy at the end of the game.
Yeah.
That's it. Because I know he will have an impact. I don't know what he's going to be like. I always think it's dangerous just to assume you drop a guy back into the lineup like he's been playing the whole season, or drop him in like he finished off last year. That's just not the case. That didn't work that way. So I don't know. I don't really have any expectations of him. I expect the offense will be better because him being on the court. And I mentioned Steph Curry all the time. It's just the gravitational pull of greatness that those type of players attract more attention and make it easier for everybody else. So even if he doesn't put up big numbers, the fact that he's out there will help other people do their job a little bit easier. Everything will be a little bit easier because he's out there. But as far as expectations, I have none. I just hope that he's healthy. I just hope that was it. He's back, and he'll be back to the end of the season, wherever that may lead. And if they have to use him in any limited capacity, I'm like, you're fine between the 20s. You know what I mean? You're confident enough to move the ball. They get to the red zone as much as anybody in football. It's to your point, even if he's not touching it in the red zone, just being down there is problematic, having him on the field for other teams. Absolutely.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. How confident are you in this Niner roster for the second half of the season? 916 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says, I'm very confident in the team. The only worry I have is Brock. He's still reading defenses quickly, but he's throwing the ball late. That could cost us against good teams. What do you think of that evaluation? He's somebody I'm not worried about.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about Brock. I don't know. I haven't dug into it that deeply.
Doing great against Dallas, I thought.
But yeah, I don't worry about him. I don't. I think he'll be fine. Again, every throw is not going to be great. It feels like when you're the last player picked in the draft, you're graded on such a tough curve. Like everything's got to be great because as soon as it's not, people are like, oh, see, I told you that's the reason he was drafted last. So there's enough of a sample size out there to not really worry about him. Not to say it couldn't happen in the future, but it would take some doing for me to start thinking, don't know about him. Like a half a season's worth of crappy-ass games, which I don't foresee coming.
Like we've had to get through a while of Trevor Lawrence for us this year to be like, I just don't think so. But it's still been like 8 games or whatever, and the back of last season, but he's taken steps backwards versus Brock, who doesn't appear to be doing that. 408 checks in on the text line, says, maybe the league has just learned to not get fleeced by John Lynch anymore. It's a good point. I mean, John Lynch, it's not quite the Tampa Bay Rays calling you and saying, hey, you want this guy?
Yeah.
But John Lynch seems like he's seemingly in on every player that's available, especially key players.
Yeah, Tampa Bay, I'd just look at the area code.
Yeah.
Nope. Sorry, nobody's home.
Or you ask who they want, and you're like, and then you promote that guy to the majors.
He's not here.
Let's go out to the phone lines, 808 KNBR. Let's go to Emilio in Walnut Creek. Emilio, how confident are you on the 49ers second half?
Hey, gentlemen, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you, man?
I'm good. Good, thank you. You know, I don't want to be a pessimist because I've followed this team for, 40 years, and I pray for them. I'm going to say 50-50. I think their defense is, if you remember the 94 defense, we just had the guys up front interchanged. I just don't think we're strong there.
No, look, that's a worry. That's why they went out and got reinforcements. And again, more of an innings eater, I think, than anything. But yeah, you're not the only one. The Niners share that concern. I think the Niners are hoping the defensive front can hold up. But that's the biggest question mark I have going forward is the front four.
Got it. I got a quick question.
What you got?
Are you doing a pregame or postgame show this Sunday anywhere?
You mean before the 49er game?
Yeah. You know how sometimes you go to a bar or you go to a place and
you mean a tailgate show? One of our tailgate shows on Fridays. Our next one is next Friday. We're going to be at Fieldwork Brewing in San Leandro. That'll be next Friday. And then on Friday, December the 6th, we'll be at Fieldwork in San Ramon. So next Friday the 15th and then December 6th. No.
I'm going to shoot for San Ramon. That's next to me.
We'll see you. All right, we'll see you out there, bro. Thanks, man. Talk to you soon. Good stuff there. 808 KNBR is a number to call. Let's go to Scarecrow. Scarecrow's in Sacramento. How confident are you, Scarecrow, maybe in McCaffrey or in the team itself?
I am not real confident in that the season literally could end up circling around 3 very bulky Achilles tendons. And I hope that they're not thinking that McCaffrey's going to be able to come right in there right away, and they'll be able to platoon that workload a little bit. I'm really very interested in seeing how how his mobility is. And once that's been determined, I might be a little bit more confident. It might be a little bit too late, too little too late, but you definitely want to make sure you've got McCaffrey for next year for sure. I'd hate to have him go out on the field and blow out one of those Achilles tendons.
Yeah, I think you meant Greenlaw, not
Greenlaw.
Kinlaw.
Yeah, right.
Kinlaw's playing for the Jets now, and I don't think I don't think you care.
I don't think he'd be impactful anyway.
I don't think you care one way or the
I think
other.
we'll be all right. I'm with you. I think Greenlaw.
Yeah.
I think we all agree that Greenlaw coming back, because the concern that I appreciate the call, Scarecrow. If anybody has concern, and that's 2 callers now, it's all on the defensive side. We said this yesterday. It's all about third down. And in red zone, it's execution in the red zone and putting up 6 instead of 3.
Yep.
I feel way more confident in their ability to start doing that. Because to your point about even last night's game, when a team is a 9-point underdog, like the Buccaneers were, and you can hang around for as long as they did, the longer the game goes and the further you play into it, into overtime, the better chance that the favorite has to win the game or come out on top. I sort of feel that way about banging your head against the wall in the red zone. If you can get down there that many times, you got to believe at some point that levee's going to break.
Yeah.
It's kind of a shoot thing. I know it's not the same comp, but I just sort of feel like if they can get down there and they have the talent, you'll finally start to break through. The defense has not shown us anything except they're missing players, and there's no confidence in what they have out there now to change things around.
Yeah, it's almost like the hitting with runners in scoring position. When you bat like 290 as a team, you bat 215 with runners in scoring position, you're like, this is going to even out at some point. Just ask.
You would hope.
You can't keep going this way. So I'm with you. Now, there could be something kind of systemically wrong with the offense in the red zone that McCaffrey can cure. You put him in there, and it just, boom, it clicks, and you're good to go at that point. So we're going to find out, because I'm sure they'll get in the red zone a few times against Tampa Bay on Sunday. And when they do, we'll see what it looks like. If they hand it to McCaffrey the first time and he scores, you're going to go, yep, that was it. And they're off and running. They're good to go now.
Was that good?
It was that simple.
808 KNBR 831 checks in and says, just having Christian McCaffrey on the field is like having a dealer showing a face card. It's kind of nice.
I hate that feeling.
Yeah, and he says, I'd feel pretty confident if I were the dealer, right? Yeah, if I'm the guy with the face card and you're the guy with McCaffrey sitting in the red zone with him, you're like, yeah, try to stop this.
How come you always assume, like everybody always assumes, including myself?
If there's a face, there's another face?
Yes, you just assume. I've got a 20. They got a 20.
You have to assume the worst.
Yeah, that's the bonus, the benefit of being the dealer. You can have a 16. Nobody thinks you have a 16. So what do you do with the 16? Hit it because you have to. You bust, and they go, I had a 16 too. You could have stayed. You could, if you wanted to. Oh, let me just take you outside and kick you in anyway.
Kick you in the beans.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, here's the thing, too, is if you got a 6 showing, I still assume it's 16 under there.
So do I.
Yeah, right. You always assume a 10's under there.
You always assume a 10's under there. Always.
By the way, per Adam Schefter, we get some breaking news on the 49ers defensive front, and you tell me what you think this means for Talanoa Hufanga, or if this is just a depth move. The 49ers are making another defensive acquisition. They're bringing back veteran safety Tashawn Gibson and signing him to the practice squad, per a source. He spent 22 and 23 with the 49ers. I don't know if that's just a depth thing, saying, hey, let's get another vet in here, or that they're not as confident. Don't forget, the initial report on Hufanga, per Mike Silver, was that the people in the 49ers organization weren't totally confident he'd play again this year as a pending free agent. His agent immediately said, oh, no.
Oh, no.
He may be playing with a cast.
Oh, no.
And so they're hopeful, but I'm okay with this. I'm okay with a guy who's been in the organization. Depth piece. They signed him off the street a couple of years ago, and he was fine, but I don't know.
Here's an idea. Why don't you give me half the money you were going to bet? Then we'll go out back, I'll kick you in the nuts, and we'll call it a day.
We'll call it a day.
If I'm hurting after that, we can't call it a day because I'm still dealing with the pain of this. Anyway, so there's another defensive addition to the practice squad. Tashawn Gibson has been signed by the 49ers. 808 KNBR, how confident or concerned are you with the 49ers the second half? And did you think maybe they should have done more? Would you have given up more draft capital this year to try to land something in what we talked about could be the, quote, last dance for this 49er team as it is constructed right now? Niner Ted is in Salinas. Niner Ted, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing? Getting ready to get my workout on. But real quick, I'm not really too confident about the Niners' second half because of the defense, the special teams, and the tackling. I felt they could have probably got maybe an edge in addition to the tackle. I heard Buckner was available, but he's inside. So I think the main concern is the defense. I have no issues in the red zone once McCaffrey's in because they could probably deke him a little bit and give Correndo and Mason a chance to get in there and ball in good. But the defense, to me, as it showed the first half of the season, has been the main concern. Special teams, of course, and tackling. And tackling really been a big concern. So with that being said, you know, that's my opinion.
No, I agree with
second
you.
half.
What's the, before I let you go, what's the workout consisting of today? What are you doing today?
Well, today I'm doing back and bicep today. Okay. I did bench and tries yesterday, do a little bit of abs, finish up with some bicycle.
Nice.
And then take a break tomorrow and do it. It's kind of like a push-pull 4 days.
Got it.
I'm 63, so I got to do what I can.
Hey,
you know?
well done. Well done. Light weights, a lot of reps?
Kind of medium. I can't really do any heavy stuff because, to add to this, I had an Achilles injury last year. Okay. Now, granted, it was partially torn, but I'm 63, so I'm double the age of Christian, and I ain't got no rehab like these NFL athletes do. So it's taking me like a full year exactly to really get back into like workout mode, you know. And
are you 100% now? You feeling good?
No, I would say I'm about 90%.
90?
And that's like, I'm like normal dude, you know. I don't have that rehab and all the good stuff that the NFL players and athletes do, but I mean, for the good part, I've been maintaining, doing my workouts, staying the same weight.
Diet good?
But Achilles injuries, and that goes with Greenlaw too, because that's a highly violent sport, and that quick movement that they got.
No doubt.
Hey man, that's I don't know.
How you do? How's the diet? You work the diet good? Low carbs?
You know what? I do more protein every day. You know, the chicken, the steaks, fish once in a while.
Yep.
Good fats,
good oils. I try and stay away from carbs, but I'm Filipino, so you know I gotta get
do it.
in there.
What are you gonna do?
You come home and there's a pot of pancit. You're eating that.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
I mean? You got to get after it, bro.
Actually, I got pancit burnout. I'll do a lumpia more or less.
There you go. Absolutely.
But it's got to be chicken. It's got to be chicken lumpia.
Maybe some dinaguan for you, huh, Ted? Ted knows what I'm talking
about. You like that stuff?
A little chocolate
I got
meat,
the
bro.
good recipe. One of these days, I'll hook up your recipe with you guys.
There you go.
Hey, have a great workout.
Have a good workout, Ted.
You the same. Take care. Be safe.
Thanks, bro.
Appreciate
Niner
it.
Ted. He's one of my favorite callers, dude. I love Niner Ted.
Oh, my God.
We'll break it down for I like, too, he's talking his own Achilles. Like, by the way, Greenlaw, too. Just mentioning that. I was like, yeah, he did.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing? Getting ready to get my workout on.
That's my guy.
Love it.
9 or 10.
63, getting after it.
Hell
baby.
yeah. Oh, yeah, hitting the grunt. 808 KNBR. And here's a caller I like. He has beef with Tom. It's Dwayne in Stockton. No, it's our guy. What's up, Dwayne? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up? What's cracking?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
Yeah, listen, man, I just gotta. It's making me crazy. This Boxani thing will not end, man. This is end. You know what I'm talking about? So I'm gonna put it to you like this, man. I'm gonna dumb it down for all the 49ers faithful out there and put it in perspective once and for all. If you had a chance to trade Purdy for Baker Mayfield, would you do it?
No.
What about Matt Stafford? What about Matt Stafford?
Yes.
Yeah, I would trade for Stafford.
Well, I mean,
right now?
Right now, no, because Stafford's older. But if they're the same age, yes, Stafford's better.
No, I mean right now. You wouldn't take Matt Stafford to run this team?
No.
Oh, my goodness. How about Kyler Murray? He's in your division, too. Would you take Kyler?
That's a hell no. You haven't listened to you got to listen to the show more. You should know I'm a noted anti-Kyler guy. So you take that for what it's worth. But I can't wrap my head around Kyler Murray. Sorry.
Okay, so if that's not gonna penetrate, then let's talk about the AFC teams.
Okay.
Brock Purdy's not gonna beat the Chiefs. We know this. He's not gonna beat Baltimore. He's not gonna even beat Joe Burrow and the Bengals.
Okay.
And he's definitely not beating Josh Allen and the Bills.
Okay.
So what are we talking about? What window are we even talking about?
Well, he doesn't have to beat all of them.
He doesn't even play the Bengals this year.
He doesn't have to beat all of them. All he has to do is beat one of them.
We'll see what Josh Allen does against them, which is going to be ugly. But I'm talking about if they were to somehow make the Super Bowl, what does it matter? They can't beat any of the 4 top AFC teams. So let me know what you think, fellas.
All right. Hey, do you ever take a nap? Do you ever take a nap on one of your beds when you're working?
I actually did this morning.
Yeah, I knew you did.
Hell yeah, dude.
I knew you did, Dwayne. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
A little Tempur-Pedic. Huh? Yeah. Dwayne. Here's what I would say, where he's like, he can't beat this team, he can't beat that team. If he goes to the Super Bowl against one of them, he'll lose. My thought is this: if the Niners go to the Super Bowl, they're not the same team right now that we're going to see in February. You know what I mean? If they were to do that, I'll have far more confidence in their ability to beat quality teams because it means something is turned for this team right now at 4-4. I don't like projecting whether or not you're going to beat a specific quarterback. That's more about the defense. That has nothing to do with my confidence in Brock.
And let's remember, Brock wasn't even on the field last year when they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So, and it wasn't like Mahomes was tearing things up last year in the Super Bowl. Am I comparing the two? Of course I'm not. Not dumb.
It was 19-19.
I mean, I just look. Obviously, Brock is not Dwayne's cup of tea. That's okay. That's okay. He's my cup of tea. Kyler's his cup of tea. Kyler's not my cup of tea. Could you see Kyler running Kyle Shanahan's system?
Dude, he would just break everything down and just start running around in it. I was yeah, he's fun to watch, but he's not the type of quarterback Kyle wants in the. Don't forget, Kyle wanted Kirk Cousins to run this offense, or some prototype for something like Kirk Cousins. Matt Stafford would have been an awesome one because he's a field general.
Great, yes.
And that's kind of what Brock is. He's more of a field general type quarterback.
Yes,
right?
And right now, do I think Stafford's better than Brock Purdy? Yes, I do. Going forward, I'm not sure. I mean, maybe for another year, but I mean, again, I think Brock Purdy's really good. Really good. Although I might have to move him further down the rankings. I think I had him at 6. Now I might have moved him down to 7. Herbert's pretty good. Herbert's good.
He's not putting up the numbers, but they're just running the ball more. He's also first year of a new offense, which I always kind of give a guy a minute to figure it out. And the Chargers are decent, you know.
Yeah, Herbert's pretty good.
Herbert's pretty damn good.
He's nice.
He's a guy I would take. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be close. But yeah, there's so many guys out there that I would rather have Brock Purdy than, and Kyler Murray is absolutely one of them. Again, I mean, Stafford's better. I put Stafford ahead of him. I think Stafford's one of the, top 3 or 4 quarterbacks in the league. Stafford's incredible. He really is. That guy was doing work when nobody was paying attention. When he was in Detroit, Detroit was garbage, and all he had was Calvin Johnson to throw it to, and he still wrecked teams. They just would lose 38-30 because they couldn't stop anybody. But Like, there are just some people that aren't going to be, that aren't going to buy Brock. They're just, that's just the way it's going to be.
His name's Dwayne.
Doesn't matter. Well, there's more than Dwayne. There's a bunch of other people out there, too. Dwayne. They give him the endorsement, but kind of a tepid endorsement. Yeah, he's good in the system. He's good for Kyle Shanahan. Yeah, he's good just delivering the mail. Yeah, he's good, but it's just like, whatever. At this point, it's like, okay, like you're not coming off that one. You're dying on that hill. That's fine. It's just not a hill that I'm even close to. So whatever. It is what it is. Can't convince everybody.
What about Goff? Would you take Goff?
This year's Goff?
I mean, here's the thing.
The man that never throws an incomplete pass, but let's also remember Goff has the best offensive line in football, too. So
and one of the best run games in football.
You can't tell me Purdy couldn't do the same thing in Detroit as Goff's doing.
It's kind of what we talk with Amon-Ra and Ayuk. Yeah. We talk about that swap. We're like, he'd put up those numbers there.
Like Goff has a stronger arm, no doubt about it. And there's things Goff could do that Purdy probably can't do. But play breaks down a little bit. Goff ain't getting you those 6, 7, 8 yards like Purdy is. Like Purdy can do those things. So that's a close one for me. Like some people would call me nuts for saying it's even close.
It is kind of right.
But I think it is. I mean, I absolutely think it's close, and I don't think it's a no-brainer at all. So, whatever.
415-808-5627. You want to continue with the conversation? Steve Kerr is going to join us in about 20 minutes. Get his thoughts on this Warriors. I'd say rotation, but it's different like every single day. Warriors get a win last night. Steph Curry returns and scores 24 in his return, and you got your fifth different starting lineup. In what's their record now? 6-1.
6-1.
So 7 games, 5 lineups.
Yep,
we're gonna hit that. We're gonna hit that 9. We're gonna hit like we might hit 9. Might hit like 14 before Christmas. We'll talk about the Warriors' win last night over the Wiz. Nobody beats the Wiz except everybody on the Sports Leader. Warriors won last night, 125-112, and Steph Curry's return scored 24 points. What are your thoughts on how Kuminga has played off the bench? Let us know on our KNBR YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans' sports sound off instantly on the Sports Leader.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Final 4 seconds. Draymond to Steph to end the half. And he got it. Steph will never be more open. He was already running back because he doesn't miss those. You can count it up. And he's that open. Curry! Drop it in a three. If you sleep, that man is your worst nightmare. That step back is the best in the league, bar none.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday. Warriors get another win, and now things start to get fun. Boston tomorrow night, Cleveland on Friday, and then OKC on Sunday to wrap up the 5-game road trip. By the way, 3 road wins already. Is that right, or is it 4? They beat Portland.
Yep.
They beat Utah.
Yep.
They beat Houston. They beat Washington.
Yep.
They didn't have like 4 road wins until like March, I feel like, of last season. Remember how bad they were on the road?
But that was 2 years ago.
That was 2 years ago. Were they
2 years ago? They
sorry,
were
that was 2 years ago.
Atrocious.
Yeah, that was right about 500 they were at, and we were.
Yeah, last year I think they were close to 5, maybe a little under 500. But the year before that was like 12.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It's 2 years ago.
It was like absurd. They were so bad on the road. Oh my god.
Yeah, that was the play-in season against the. Yeah, that's right, against the Kings and all that. Excuse me, the first round series against the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were terrible on the road. Anyway, 4 road wins already. Haven't lost a road game. Steph returns last night, goes for 24. Thoughts on how he looked? First time in 3 games.
Look good.
He looked fine.
Look good. Yeah, I mean they look good. It's just a good team win. You know what you should do to a team like that. And they did it. You know they kind of hung around for a little bit, stay within striking distance, and the Warriors open it up in the second half. But just a much better team, way more talent. When they're missing Kuzma, they're missing their best player. I mean, they have a few guys. Like Poole's playing pretty good for them, and you put Poole and Kuzma together. At least they have a couple guys that could, get you 20-plus points. But without Kuzma, they just don't have a lot of options on that team. So, no, the Warriors do what they're supposed to do. And I was going to look up real quick because I know the Warriors have, I said yesterday, they're like they're second in the league in defensive efficiency, which I thought was key. Like, that's big. Now I'm going to look at the NBA stats team. Let me look at offensive efficiency. And I'm kind of curious as to how the teams they've played, where they rank. So they played Portland, 28th in offensive efficiency. Utah, 29th in offensive efficiency. New Orleans, 25th in offensive efficiency. And Houston looks like they're 7th. So they played one good team.
One good offensive
team. And now they play Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. Let's see where they are offensive efficiency-wise.
I'm going to go like 1, 2, and 4. Like maybe 1, 2, and 6.
You're really close. Cleveland's 1.
Yep.
Boston's 2, believe it or not. And
OKC's got to be high, too, because they're undefeated.
OKC's 21st.
In offensive efficiency?
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, they're number 1 defensively. Like, OKC just crushes you defensively.
They're so long.
They're very, very long. But I'm surprised at that, too. I figured they'd be top 10. But they are playing the top 2 teams in offensive efficiency. And the Warriors are 4th. So the Warriors might be the only team.
Top 5 in both categories.
Yeah, let's see. Denver, New York, Boston, Cleveland are the teams that are top 5. And let's see what the other top 5 teams are in defense. Warriors, OKC. Okay, Boston. So Boston's 2 in offense, 3 in defense. And then Orlando and Cleveland. So they're actually going to, there's the 3 teams that are top 5 in offensive and defensive efficiency will be playing. The Warriors will play both of them, and then the Warriors are the other one.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out exactly.
In the next 5 days, kind of what you're going to get a real measuring
what do those numbers
stick
mean?
Yeah.
Like whose numbers are legit? And again, I don't want legit may not be the right thing to say because we're not even 10 games into the season, and they're not going to be 10 games into the season until the end of the road trip. So, and what do I always say? Give me 20. That's a quarter of the season. But they're looking good right now. Yes, the competition isn't great. Other than Houston, it's like 25, 28, 29 in offensive efficiency. So the defensive efficiency numbers should look pretty good. But now they're going to play Boston, and now they're going to play Cleveland, who are also top 5 in offensive efficiency and defensive efficiency. So I wonder what they probably should have the lineup for the Warrior game tomorrow night, because there's no games tonight. Because remember, I used to hate the old days when I checked the schedule. I go, the Warriors are playing tonight. I can't vote. It's too taxing. The NBA is so kind to not have any games because it's so hard to watch an NBA game and go vote in the same day.
You guys were tipping at 7. I was going to get that done early anyway. I was going to.
Like Adam Silver, that's too much. Like, can't vote, so we're not going to. They are 7.5-point dogs in Boston tomorrow night. So, sounds about right. So we'll see how that goes for them. That should be a fun game, though. Like the NBA season is full of games that are like, right? Like, Utah, New Orleans was kind of cool until everybody got hurt. Then it was like kind of not cool. Houston was that was fun. Actually, a lot more fun than it needed to be.
Well, because they had to put it away after blowing a 31-point lead.
Exactly. It was a lot more fun than it should have been. It shouldn't have been all that much fun at all, and then it became really fun at the end. And now the next 3 games are games you want to be in front of your TV for. Because now, don't you feel like now we're going to find out a little bit about this team?
Yes.
Right? They're healthy. And I believe Boston's healthy. Porzingis is out, but he's going to be out for a while. So, and I think Cleveland's fairly healthy. And I think OKC is fairly healthy. The Hardenstein's out, but he's going to be out for a while. So I feel like we're going to get this is a nice little, like, where are we now test in the next 3 games. Like, it doesn't mean a ton, but it gives you a little bit of a measuring stick. Like, okay, where are we? We're 6-1. We haven't played the toughest schedule. Now we're going to play the toughest 3-game stretch that you could possibly play. I don't think right now you couldn't play a tougher 3-game stretch. You just couldn't. Those are 2 of the top 5 teams in offensive and defensive efficiency, and the best team in basketball, in my opinion, in Oklahoma City, the number 1 defensive efficiency team. So this will be a test, and these games are the ones that, like, I can't wait to sit down, grind these games, watch these games, see how the Warriors perform in these games. Should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, the combined record of the next 3 opponents is 22-1.
Yeah, no,
Boston's lost 1 game.
And then throw the Warriors in there. Was that 28-2?
Yep.
Between all the teams that are playing in the Warrior games the next 4 games. So, yeah, it's pretty wild, man, that you're getting 4 like really good teams early in the season playing one another. So as far as like November basketball goes, doesn't get a whole lot better than this.
So GP2 got the start last night.
Yep.
That was a funny way to go after Jordan Poole. Hey, Poole, guess what?
Yep.
Have fun with GP2.
Exactly. Enjoy.
Just have a good one. Because we're talking about that. How do you just slot Steph back in there and stick with the same starting lineup? And they did. They kept Kuminga coming off the bench, which was another solid performance. 7 of 15, 6 boards, and 15 points. It's almost like they found the sweet spot for Jonathan Kuminga.
Might have. Maybe good for him, and he may come to really enjoy that role. But it doesn't surprise me. I didn't see that one coming last night. I didn't really think about it too much because I was kind of thinking, was it Moody? Is it so-and-so? What are they going to do? But if I'd have thought about it, I should have been able to get that one. Like, okay, you're going to bring Steph back. That's get a defensive guy out there. Put him on Poole, somebody that knows Poole very well. And he was just all over him.
We got to guess the lineup every day, I think, now. We got to start doing that for every game.
Yeah, I don't think this one's going to be – I don't think this one will be – GP2 in Boston.
Me neither.
I don't think it'll be GP2 because, I mean, well, I guess it could be. Maybe put him on Brown. Tatum's too big. But maybe Brown, possibly. I don't know, though. I don't know.
It's really about who's the 5th guy because you're going to go TJD, Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins.
Yep.
So it's about who's the 5th guy and how do you plug and play there.
Yep.
And like, is it Moody? You could go GP2.
You could.
That actually wouldn't be. I would.
You could.
What's interesting is, and I was going to ask you about this, like we're already at the 5 different starting lineups, and you said, we were sort of joking, but we know, because we had Steve on a couple of weeks ago, and you said, we know you love to tinker, and you have so much depth, and obviously a couple of injuries to Melton and Steph early made them have to get creative with some of the lineups. But is it it's obviously a luxury to have depth like this because you can sort of game plan game to game, like by matchup. You can sort of look at what your matchups are and look at the depth you have and see what the best options or situations are that you can build for a game. But is that an advantage over a team that has the quality players like Boston who don't have maybe the same level of depth? I mean, they're a great team. It doesn't really matter.
Oh, they have depth. If Boston has depth. They might not have 13 deep.
They don't have 13 deep. But
they got guys that could play.
You don't need 13 deep.
You don't. No, you don't need it. And God, Pritchard's playing his ass off this year. That guy's rolling. Like he's really playing well for him. And obviously they're not as deep because Porzingis is out. And when Porzingis is in, that kicks somebody else to the bench, and then your bench becomes deeper. But yeah, I mean the Warriors play more bodies than anybody in the league. They have to. I haven't checked OKC. They probably play a lot of guys, but a lot of their games are probably over by the end, so they put in guys. But they've always been a team that played 10. 10 guys would easily 10 for them. So, that's definitely an advantage. There's no doubt about it. And I think it really becomes an advantage when guys get hurt because other guys that just step in, they've been playing, right? They don't have to kind of get up to speed. They're like, no, I've been playing 10 minutes a game, 12 minutes. Now that I'm up to 18, that's fine. We're good to go. So that is definitely an added bonus this year.
Tolbert and Copes with you Tuesday afternoon. Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, is going to join us for his weekly conversation, and we'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Dr. Junk is back, baby.
KNBR presents the best hoops hangout in radio.
Stephen Douglas Kerr, or as we like to refer to him around here, Dr. Junk. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Tom.
The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It's time for a weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
What's up, Steve?
Hello, Tom. What's happening? How you guys doing?
Oh, fantastic. I don't got to watch my Warrior games anymore, and you and the rest of the coaching staff telling me to vote with your T-shirts, do I?
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy walked in the locker room yesterday, and he goes, I watched the game on TV last night, and it looked like you guys were going swimming, like a swim top. He goes, that wasn't the greatest look. I'm like, I agree with that.
Yeah, well, you know what? I thought it would have been better if one of the assistant coaches, preferably the one to your left, would have had a shirt on that said "or don't." Like, just do what you want to do. I'm not gonna preach to you, because I've always said this, Steve. If you don't know November 5th is like the day, like it's time to vote, and we have to convince you or remind you, I don't know if I want those people voting anyway, to be honest with you.
Well, I got to be honest too. I thought to myself as I put the shirt on, is there anybody out there who's going to vote because they saw me wearing the shirt? Did somebody turn the Wizards Warriors game on last night and go, I got to go vote tomorrow?
That's
for
right.
the reminder.
That's right. That's right. And on the back of your shirt, it should have said, "Remember the NFL drafts." Like, no, the date. I mean, those are the two things we get. I know the NFL draft. Okay, you tell me about it 1,000 times, like a month before it happens. And November 5th is like, make sure you vote. Steve, I always feel like there's two sides. I'm like, or don't. I don't care. Do what you want to do. I'm going to tell you what to do. I need a different point of view on that one. So let's talk about the team. I want to go back to Houston first. I want to know exactly what you were thinking at the end of the game when Draymond threw that pass and it was just hanging in the air, and you kind of knew Wiggins wasn't going to get it. Exactly what were you thinking? You can leave the expletives out, but was it like, oh my gosh?
All right, well, I was actually beating myself up because we drew the play up in the timeout. We didn't have any timeouts left, and we thought we were only going to have a couple of seconds to advance it. And the ref poked his head in at the very end of the timeout and said, "You got 4 seconds." But the team was already, and we thought it was going to be like 2, and that's why And so as if I had known it was 4, I would have drawn something up a little different. And so we put Draymond in a really tough spot. And so as soon as I saw the pass and I saw the trajectory, I'm like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. So that was I was beating myself up at that point.
Got it.
But
Got it.
It all worked out
thanks
to JK in overtime. And our defense, Loon was great. Kyle Anderson was great. It was a hell of a way to finish a potentially calamitous.
Yes. It went from disastrous to party time. It's one of those ones you can say after, well, I'm glad we went through that. That was fun. But if it would have gone the other way, it would have been one of those where it's like, I don't want to talk to anybody for a week. Just leave me.
For a week.
Isn't it funny? Like, I don't know if you feel this. I find the dynamics fascinating when you're up that big. Like 30, 31, 28, whatever. I mean, we've seen teams lose those leads before. Hell, I was down in L.A. when the Lakers came back in a playoff game against the Mavericks. They were down 28 going into the fourth quarter and ended up winning that game. But an interesting dynamic happens. Like, if you can ever get it down to like 10, like 12, 11, 10, 9, right around there, the team that was losing and now is cut into the lead has the momentum, playing with house money, and they're just on fire. They're not really thinking about much. And the team that has the 10-point lead, 12-point lead, doesn't think to themselves, hey, we're still in great shape. We're up 10 or 12 with like 8 to go. All they can think about is we're up 30, and now we're only up 12. So it's like it's hard to get yourself out of that negative mind space, and the other team just keeps on coming. And you see it happen all the time. Like, it's almost like, hey, they were going to make a run. This is extreme, but just let it go. We're up 12 now. Let's play basketball. But it's really hard to get out of that, isn't it?
You can feel it. It's an avalanche. And I played in a game the year we won 72 games in Chicago. We played Denver. We were 41-3. I remember this well. And 41-3. We're on the back, like 4th and 5 nights in Denver. Back to back, the whole deal.
Yep.
And they go up 30 at halftime. And we come out in the third quarter, and it's just a classic game where, the schedule gets you, it's just not your night. But that team was so ferocious with MJ and Scotty and Rodman. And our team came out and scored like 20 straight points. And I've never seen this before, but Bernie Bickerstaff was the coach of Denver. He ran out of timeouts by the end of the third quarter. So it was incredible. He literally called like 6 timeouts over and over again. And we came back. We actually took the lead, and we ended up losing at the very end. We just kind of ran out of gas. But it was these games happen. We remember the Clipper game we lost in the playoffs 5 years ago. We had a 32-point lead in the third quarter and lost.
That's right.
So it's bizarre. It's like the weirdest feeling, but you just hit it on the head. There's a human nature aspect to it that's so difficult to overcome. And when you feel it slipping away, man, it's hard to get it back.
It really is. So what do you make so far of the DB? I just noticed that you are Warriors are top 5 in offensive defensive efficiency, and you're playing the other 2 teams that are top 5 in offensive and defensive efficiency in the Celtics and the Cavaliers. I was a little surprised the Thunder weren't. They're number 1 in defense. They're like 21st in offense, which I was shocked when I saw that. I was like, God, I thought they'd be much higher than that. But what kind of stock do you put in that right now? Because the Rockets are really good. They're like 7th in offensive efficiency. Right. But the other teams you played, I think New Orleans is 25th, and then Portland, Utah, 28th, 29th. So what do you take out of it's so early in the season anyway. Right. What do you take out of that number? Who knows if it goes up or down, but what do you like about your defense so far?
Well, what I take from it is that we've had a good camp and we've established the identity that we wanted coming out of camp, where our team is doing a good job defensively and we're getting spaced offensively and running more and getting a lot of threes up. So we're doing all the things that we envisioned for our team we're doing, and that's a great sign. But, grain of salt, I mean, we've had a very kind schedule. So, let's look at it again in a few weeks.
Sure.
We're about to be threatened, and like we haven't been yet. Obviously, the world champs tomorrow and all that, and the rest of the week's going to be tough. But I love the path we're on, but we have a lot of growth ahead of us, and we'll see where we are in a few weeks.
It's amazing, though, isn't it, when you have a team that's capable of keeping the ball in front of them, what the defense can accomplish. Yep. Because, I mean, when teams talk about, like, we're good in rotation, bad in rotation, I'm like, well, it's bad that you're ever in rotation. Like, unless you're planning a double team, you really shouldn't be in a rotation when you're in one-on-one. And last year, you guys found yourself way too often in rotations and then a wide-open corner 3 because guys were just scrambling around. This year, guys aren't getting beat as much, and the other team isn't touching the paint as much, and that's been an enormous upgrade and probably the biggest reason why I think your guys' defense is better.
Yeah, I totally agree. Our ability to stay in front of the ball is better personnel-wise. And then I think the other factor is that Draymond playing the 4 instead of the 5 means that he's constantly playing center field and clogging things up so that when we do get beat off the dribble, Draymond's there to thwart it. Last year, for the most part, he played 5 for us. In the second half of the season, he was our 5. We played small with J.K. and Wiggs, and it was effective, but I never felt like we had a great defense. And Draymond at the 4 is that's the best version of him. And having Trace or Loon behind him this year just adds another layer to clean up any mistakes. So I like what I'm seeing, but again, we're about to step up in competition, big time, and it'll be fun to see how we respond.
Talking to Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on the Yuma guest line. Tom and I were joking last week. Actually, I think it was before one of the New Orleans games when the news came out that you were going to bring Kuminga off the bench, and we were laughing because the graphic that came out from ESPN was like benched. And we're like, it's like day 4 of the NBA season. What are we talking about? What goes into your decisions into having into that decision and having him start or come off the bench? He's been great of late in that role.
Well, we started the season, trying to play that front line with J.K. at the 3, with Draymond and Trace. And the whole idea is early in the year, we're trying to establish our defense. And ultimately, to be a great team, you got to be two-way. You got to be a two-way team. And when you have Steph Curry in the starting lineup, that can offset the spacing challenges that come. As soon as Steph went out, I wasn't going to play that front line. I mean, that made no sense. Because now you're putting way too much of a burden on a backcourt to generate offense without much spacing from your 3, 4, and 5. And so Steph goes out. We just changed the lineup to make more sense, get more shooting out there, and it clicked, and we stayed with it. And I don't know, it's called coaching.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
There you go.
And by the way, we laughed. We laughed when I set the over/under on lineups at 9.5.
By Christmas, I think was the
we might get there by Thanksgiving, Steve.
We might get there next week. Yeah, whatever it takes, guys.
Whatever it takes. Did you did you start Gary Payton yesterday just because you bring him in? He's got Jordan Poole to kind of just stick him on, and you got Steph back. So Steph's back. He can take care of the okay.
Yeah, so Steph and Gary are elite together. They have been for 3 years. When they're on the floor together, great stuff happens. And we watched Washington, and we knew, basically starting 3 rookies, maybe even 4 rookies yesterday. Jordan is definitely the head of the snake, and Gary was our best option against him. And I also wanted to continue the theme that we've established, which is, strength in numbers. Like we're going to do whatever it takes, and so I felt good about that. And then we'll adapt tomorrow, and we'll see who's available. And Melton is on his way back soon, not tomorrow, but maybe by the end of the trip. And he's another great option in a situation like that. So. We've got to figure out what we have, but we also have to empower the guys that we have and establish that whatever it takes, we're going to do.
Could that be like that position? Could that be kind of starter du jour based on what the matchups tell you?
Game planning, yeah.
I would prefer not to do it that way, but as long as we have guys out, then that definitely is a possibility.
Got it. We're talking to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Off to a 6-1 start. What have you noticed? I mean, Healed, good Lord. I mean, that guy is just, God doesn't miss. I mean, it's amazing the heater that he's been on this year. What is it about him that makes him fit in so seamlessly? Because it feels like when I'm watching him play, it feels like he's been here 5 years.
He is such an easy fit into our offense. Remember, he played for Luke Walton in Sacramento years ago when he was a young player, and they ran a lot of the same stuff. And Clay and Steph, their ability to run off screens, I mean, that's Buddy's specialty. I mean, he loves to run and transition, run to the corners, and he's generating so many good looks for us, whether they're for him or somebody else, just with his movement. So he is a great fit in our style of play, but he's also bringing great energy and joy to the building every day. It's a really good fit for our team on and off the floor, and he is just an absolute blast to coach. What a great guy.
I guess tomorrow, I mean, obviously will be the biggest challenge. You're playing the champs, but as far as keeping the ball in front of you, like I was talking about, like that's a team that loves their 5 out. They just go 5 out and see if they can break it down, get to the rim, let Tatum and Brown do their thing, and then, kick it out, and then they have you on the string. Pritchard's playing really good ball. Like that will be kind of the ultimate litmus test early in the season, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. Now, Jaylen Brown is out tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
We just got that report. So they've been starting big the last couple of games with Horford at the 4 and then a more traditional 5. I think Keita started at the 5 last game. Anyway, it won't be, the version of the Celtics that we saw in the playoffs where it was true 5 out with Porzingis launching from 30. I mean, trying to guard that spacing is so difficult. But they're still obviously, one of the best teams in the league. And this will be our biggest challenge to date defensively for sure.
And you probably, I would imagine, get a super, super warm reception there in Boston tomorrow, won't you?
I'm excited. I think the fans are really going to cheer for me because you know what I did this past summer. I played Drew Holiday and Derek White a ton, and given that both guys are Celtics, and the fact that Tatum also played a huge role in the proceedings. All 3 guys, major fact. We won the gold medal. This is America. It's the day after Election Day. I think Celtics fans are going to welcome me with open arms and just maybe even like bouquets of roses.
Maybe, you know what I'm going to call it? It's going to be loving.
Yeah.
A loving embrace.
A warm embrace. Yes. Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah. Heartfelt. Yeah.
Talking to Steve Kerr, the most beloved man in the city of Boston. I was going to ask this about NBA media as it related to starters, but maybe it's Olympic media. Does the media make too much of who's starting, you think?
Yeah, I do. I especially these days, I think teams are playing faster. In general, I think teams play deeper. They play more people because of the pace and the 3-point shooting. I mean, so I don't know. I think the starting stuff is overrated.
Ask any player; they'd rather close than start.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's put it this way: any player worth his salt would rather close than start. If they want to start rather than close, then you probably don't have the right guy. And that's all I'm saying. All right, we know you got dinner to get to. It's awful nice of Adam Silver to give everybody the night off, because I was telling Copes earlier on, I used to hate it like 4 years ago when I had to look at the schedule and say, oh, the Warriors are playing tonight. I can't vote and watch an NBA game on the same night. Oh, it's so irritating. I wish someone would cancel the schedule so I could vote. It takes all my day. It takes my whole day to do that.
It's a 7 p.m. tip right in the heart of my voting clock.
It's great that Adam Silver could accommodate everybody for doing that. So, I mean, that's
to be fair, not everybody has a really comfortable, friendly voting precinct in your leafy suburb where you just waltz into the voting precinct, cast your vote, and leave as you eat a sandwich. You know, some people have to wait hours in line. Tom, let's remember that.
Oh, so you can't get home and watch your NBA game, please? Silver puppet. Oh, man, unbelievable.
Silver spoon voting booth, yeah, right.
Have a good dinner. Good luck on the rest of the road trip. We'll talk to you next week, Steve.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
See you later, Steve.
Head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Missed any of that?
A leafy suburb, yeah.
We'll have it for you again at 5:30. By the way, that game he was talking about, where he goes, when I was on the 72-win Bulls, we were 41-3 playing on a back-to-back against Denver. Yeah. I had to see this game. They were down 68-43 at half.
68-43 at half.
They come back in the third quarter and they outscored Denver 39-16, and then Denver ended up pulling away and winning it in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
Running out of timeouts. And by the way, Dikembe played 47 minutes.
Did he really?
He had 17 rebounds, Dikembe.
That's insane, playing that many minutes in Denver.
47 minutes.
Who played the most minutes for the
But
Bulls?
Steve Kerr, that's some straight bull.
Who do you think?
Jordan,
42.
40. I mean, even that on a back-to-back?
Put up 39.
Steve said it was back-to-back. Wow.
That's wild. Scotty played 42. Steve was in there for 23.
Yeah, that's the last. I used to look at that on the schedule. I always used to look at the holidays, see what like Christmas and Thanksgiving is going to be like, see if we're going to be home or not. So if parents want to come out, something like that. But it always do we have any back-to-backs in Denver? Back-to-backs in Denver were just rude, especially the ones where you go from the Pacific time zone to Denver. You got to travel and then play, and it's 40 minutes from the airport to downtown. It was
sucking air.
Oh, yeah. You're just sucking air. It was horrible. You're like, please don't give me any of the Denver back-to-backs. If you didn't get any Denver back-to-backs, you felt pretty good. If you did, you're just like, you thought about it all day, too. You did.
It's going to be hard to
Your lungs would just burn. I mean, seriously, it would hurt for the first 3-4 minutes. And then after that, you were good. But it was no fun.
Tolbert and Copes with you. We can talk more about what's going on across the NBA and how it could relate to the Warriors in that there are some teams that are off to bad starts, and people are saying that there are teams circling on Giannis and Butler. Warriors seem to have figured this out in terms of some depth. We'll really get a benchmarker of where they are with these next 3 games against Boston, Cleveland, and OKC. But is it worth considering moving some of this depth? We're going to keep talking about this as Kuminga doesn't have a contract. Would you move some depth in Kuminga for Giannis or Butler? That's next on the Sports Leader. according to Susan Slusser, the Giants have received calls on Camilo Doval for a potential trade. How would you feel about the Giants trading Doval? Let us know in our YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans, sports fans, sound off instantly. The sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, something that people always have questions about, unfiled tax returns. How can you help?
A lot of help. You know, it's such a common situation. People don't file returns. And usually it's because they didn't have the money to pay. And then that first year just rolls around and the second year comes along and people say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Then all of a sudden it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle. People looking over their shoulders today, the IRS is going to get them. And another reason is people don't have their records. No problem. Not only can we make a deal for you with the IRS, but also we can get all the records the IRS and state has on you. And there's a lot of good solutions, whether we ask them to let you pay part and forgive the rest, or make monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford, or get the penalties forgiven. The bottom line is, there's so many good solutions. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Pick up the phone, call us for your free consultation, and if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. All you have to do is, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve can help, 188-TAX-DEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, we started the season, trying to play that front line with JK at the 3, with Draymond and Trace. And the whole idea is early in the year, we're trying to establish our defense. And ultimately, to be a great team, you got to be two-way. You got to be a two-way team. And when you have Steph Curry in the starting lineup, that can offset the spacing challenges that come. As soon as Steph went out, I wasn't going to play that front line. I mean, that made no sense. Because now you're putting way too much of a burden on a backcourt to generate offense without much spacing from your 3, 4, and 5, and so Steph goes out. We just changed the lineup to make more sense, get more shooting out there, and it clicked, and we stayed with it. And I don't know, it's called coaching.
Yeah, thank you. There you go. That's a great line from Steve. It's
called coaching.
It's called coaching. That's kind of why I did it. There was Steve Kerr just a few minutes ago with us, talking about why it is that Jonathan Kuminga's gone to the bench, and not really much to question, why would you do that? It's working. Things are going well for him. Now, while things are going well for the Warriors right now, I think it's fair to ask, and Steve even said, we've had he didn't say soft schedule, we've had a favorable schedule, I think was the terminology he used. We've had a schedule to this point that has not represented the top teams in the league, and that's why these next 3 will be really kind of a look at where the Warriors' depth and what their ability and firepower offensively and their ability to stop some of that defensively is going to come into play here against 3 of the top teams in all of the NBA. The question you have to ask is, could they be better? And we just don't know where they stand against these teams right now. But with the depth the Warriors have and the expiring contract of Kuminga, didn't sign the extension, is the NBA trade deadline time for them to strike or make a big move? Because we know that Dunleavy was looking for that this offseason. They were in on there was reports recently that they may have been in on Karl Anthony Towns even. They were in on Paul George. Markkanen was a name that was out there this offseason. So I wouldn't be surprised if the value of Kuminga is there to land a franchise-changing player, and that they were to pull, and that they would pull the trigger on that if it became available.
Yeah, the question's going to be, because I think they would be involved in those. They're the Warriors. They're always involved in those.
Steph's here,
deals.
you have to be.
They're always involved in them. It's Joe Lacob's nature to be involved in those type of deals. I mean, let's remember, that was the guy that called the Lakers last year and asked about LeBron.
Can I have LeBron? Not Dunleavy. Joe Lacob called. He's like, give me LeBron.
So that'll let you know right there. I mean, we knew it before, but if you didn't, now you do. He's always going to want the big fish. Always. So, yes, they will be involved. And it'll be a kind of a balancing act, because the better Kuminga plays, the better they're going to be. And that is like kind of optimal circumstances for a trade, because then more people are going to be interested in Kuminga.
I don't care what the rules are.
Thank you. So, are they going to be able to give a better package than Miami, than the Knicks, than, whoever? Name a team. Can they come up with a better package to get some of those players? But yes, do I think the team as constructed is a championship team? No, I don't. I think they're behind probably 4 or 5 other teams. But, and again, we'll find out a little bit more about this team in 3 games, and then 10 more after that once we get to 20. We'll kind of see where they fit in. But I didn't have them in the top 4. They're there now. I had Phoenix in the top 4, but I'm still not convinced that they're like a top 4 team. I thought they might be, but the only team I was sure about is the team that's undefeated with OKC. I was really sure about that team, but the rest of them and the Lakers have looked good. Then they go get whacked by Detroit. Memphis looks good. They lose to Brooklyn. They're like 4-4. Denver's kind of muddling around. Dallas, I watched that game last night, gets beat by Indiana. They couldn't get a stop to save their lives in the 4th quarter. Indiana was just score. And so I don't know. I think it's good. It's deep. I didn't think the Rockets looked great for like a half. I was like, really? That's the team that beat Dallas in Dallas? But then they looked a lot better the second half, and the Warriors get that win. So that was a good win. That was like a really nice win. So I guess what I'm saying is, same thing I said before the season. It's OKC and everybody else right now. And not that everybody else is bad. It's just everybody's pretty good. but no one really separates from one another. So if you're the Warriors and you can get a little separation from those teams, I've always thought that's the time to strike. Like, if you think you're a championship team, make yourself an even more viable championship team. Like, I never love the trades where you're kind of you think you're pretty good, and then you give yourself another really good player, but that doesn't even put you near the top. It's like, then what are we doing then? We're trading away assets to try to be a 4 or 5 to maybe give ourselves a roll of the dice at it. I always want a team that's like in 1 or 2 and like, hey, if we're 1, let's make ourselves a better 1. Or if we're 2, let's get better and see if we can be the number 1 team. So we'll see where they are. We got a long way to go from here until then. But, yeah, I absolutely 100% think they're going to be involved in those type of deals. I don't think there's any doubt about it. You see a big name pop up, you'll probably see the Warriors attached to them one way or the other.
Well, and when you talk about what are other people offering, and my thought is, what's Kuminga's value come deadline time? The trajectory right now has been
a lot on how he plays.
If he continues to play like this, he's going to have a lot more. I think there'll be more teams interested, or there will be more value in Kuminga than there was this past offseason, where you go, okay, we've seen some of it, but we didn't see a lot of it until partway through last year. If he proves now into this year, coming off the bench or whatever role they have him in from now through the trade deadline, he could grow some of that value. And if the Warriors don't think he's going to come back on a big deal, or that they want to hand him a big deal, it might behoove them to trade him. So here's
possibly, but you also have to remember this too. He's been playing really good, but he's still only like 15, 16 points a game.
Right, he's not going for 35.
He's not a guy everybody's looking at going, oh, he can be our number 1 option based on this. He's just playing good basketball. He's helping them win, and he's just kind of fitting into team basketball right now. But he's certainly not a guy anybody's looking at going, boy, if that's a headliner, we can get the deal done. Like, you're still looking at like him, Pajemski, 4 number 1 picks, depending on like if Giannis is a guy where that Milwaukee completely goes sideways, and you want to get involved in something like that. Like, it's going to take a lot, because he's not that guy that can headline that type of deal. He can be the best player in the deal, but it's going to be a whole bunch of other players with him too. And I mean, what the Warriors are probably going to have to ask themselves at that point is, how much do we believe in our young guys, and how much do we think we have a future with those guys? Again, still a long way to go. But the one thing I can assure you is that Joe Lacob and the Warriors will be involved in those discussions, because they live for those discussions. Absolutely.
By the way, somebody checked in. Kerr, you were saying, I think you'll get a warm reception, Steve, after not playing Jason Tatum a whole lot in the Olympics when he gets to Boston. 209 says Kerr's definitely going to get a tribute video when he shows up to the arena tomorrow. So here's
it's going to be a scene from The Departed.
That shootout scene at the end.
Steve is Jack Nicholson in the at the construction site.
It's going to be Jack Nicholson hammering Steve's hand when he's Leo DiCaprio.
That's exactly what it's going to be.
By the way, last week, CBS Sports NBA reporter Bill Ryder, here's his report on what's going on in Milwaukee with Giannis. He reported or suggested that Giannis could force his way out of Milwaukee. The Bucks are 1-3, and sources told Bill, quote, "It's a mess."
But they were 1-3.
They were 1-3. Now they're 1-6. Excuse me. Now they're 1-6.
It's just brutal.
They were. Yeah, this is last week. This all went down. But they're now 1-6.
Yep.
They said it's a mess. This is before they were 1-6. It was a mess. Doc Rivers is taking control of the front office, and it's not sitting well with Giannis, is what they've reported. Okay? Then the teams linked to Giannis from Miami, Brooklyn, but the Warriors, I think, would absolutely, to your point.
They would be in there.
They'd have to be.
They would be in the mix.
It's like if a player becomes available, John Lynch is calling.
Yes.
So also Sam Amick, friend of the show, believes the Warriors could be interested in Jimmy Butler. Quote, while rival executives believe the Warriors are more willing than ever to include Kuminga in a trade of significant magnitude, the fact remains that they're setting their sights very high in terms of possible trades. One name to monitor is Jimmy Butler, the 35-year-old Heat star, who league sources say drew interest from the Warriors this offseason and who did not come to terms on an extension, though he will be an unrestricted free agent next summer. Both of those guys are available. I think the Warriors are in on them. I mean, to say is one a better fit, Giannis is a fit wherever.
Of course.
So, I mean, Jimmy Butler is going to be great wherever, but that's the level of player you need to make this a championship caliber roster, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Butler makes him better. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's
a dog, too.
He's the type of two-way guy you love to have on your team. Yeah. Like, you said it, he's a dog. He just gets after it. Like, he gets after it. And you better be working. If he came, you better be working your ass off, because if he doesn't get you, Draymond will, and if Draymond doesn't get you, he will. that'd be a rough one, too, to
Talk
go
about
up
a great
against.
defense to have.
Oh, man.
Those two guys on the court at the same time alongside Steph, and he can score.
Yep.
I mean, you talk the two-way ability of him.
Yep.
That's like an A-plus version of what they'd hope to be getting with Wiggins, you know?
He gets to the foul line. He gets to the paint. He draws fouls. He's a mid-range scorer. Not really a three-point guy, but, you have Steph to space the court out for that. Now, he'd be a great fit. Again, it's all contingent on, is he available and what are they asking for? Like, you better be able to sign him, or you better know you're going to be able to sign him to at least a couple-year extension. What does he want? What do you want to give him? Because am I giving anything up for him for, like, 3
a rental
months?
player?
No.
I don't know.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm certainly not doing that, because I don't think it gives me as much assurance as I would like that we're going to win a championship with a guy that's only going to be here for a few months. Like, I couldn't do that unless I could come. I don't even know if in the NBA you can come to a contract. Like, I know in baseball you can sign an extension.
Weird rules, yeah.
I don't know if you can in basketball. I don't know if you could trade somebody and sign an extension like right there. Maybe you can. I don't know. But yeah. Now that's the type of guy you would really like. Just a two-way guy, but really a tough SOB, a defensive guy. That would certainly be a big add. But again, the Warriors will be in the better. Here's the one thing, Warrior fans: the better start they get off to, the more likely it is they will make that type of deal. Because I don't know if they're ever going to be so good that they're going to be able to look and say, you know what, we can win as is. I don't think they're going to be able to say that. Now, I could be proven wrong, because they're playing better than I thought they would play. Pretty light schedule so far, mostly easy landing spots. So again, 20 games, we'll get a better idea. It'll be a better mix of opponents, tough opponents at home, easy opponents at home, back-to-backs, tough opponents on the road, stuff like that. So we'll get a better idea after 20 games what this team is about. But if they give themselves that chance, there's no doubt in my mind they'll be aggressive come trade deadline time. No doubt.
And if it's a player like Giannis is available, like, I sort of feel like Joe Lacob's on board to give up 4 first-rounders.
Oh, yeah.
And things, because he's here beyond that. You know that he's the future of your franchise now, and then you just start building around him.
He's a guy that gets people's butts into the stadium, right? And that you need butts in that arena. So absolutely. I mean, it's always been the dream, right? How him and Steph would fit together would be incredible. Now, I mean, I'm sure everybody was thinking, yeah, it would have been nice 5 years ago, but they weren't getting rid of him 5 years ago. They might not even get rid of him now. Yeah. Again, they're 1-6. It's super early. They could turn it around, and all you need to do is be close to 500 to make the playoffs. So we'll see how it all shakes out.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Should remind you, if you have not heard the cue to call, stay tuned if you want to win 2 box seats to Golden State Racing, going down now through December 15th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, and you can win that pair of box seats furnished by Golden State Racing. Get the rules at KNBR.com. All right, some good NBA talk there with Steve Kerr. If you missed the interview, we'll replay it for you on the replay leader, KNBR, at 5:30. We're also going to check in with our guy Cam Inman at 4:50. Talk Niners second half and some NFL trade deadline with him. Niners added Khalil Davis, a defensive tackle from the Texans, and they added Tashawn Gibson. They re-signed him to their practice squad at safety. So when we come on back, though, I walked by the mailroom today, and there it was, the big old potato sack stenciled on it. It said NBA Grab Bag.
Oh, yeah.
We'll go through it next on the Sports Leader. Since 49ers came away with a defensive tackle at the trade deadline. Texans Khalil Davis for a 2026 7th-round pick. Should the 49ers have done more at the deadline? Let us know. 415-808-KNBR, 808-562. This hour of KNBR is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Every week on Tolbert and Copes, we get a big mailbag delivered to the mailroom here. You walk by it, it's got a big stencil on it, some letters, and the letters spell out NBA grab bag. Let's open it up.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag. NBA grab bag.
The NBA grab bag for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. It's an election version of the NBA grab bag. It has nothing to do with it. We'll start with Joel Embiid on the hardwood.
NBA grab bag.
Joel Embiid has showed up a handful of times in the last couple of weeks in the NBA grab bag. The NBA was investigating the 76ers, and then they fined him like $100,000 or something, $150K for not disclosing proper injury designations, I guess, for Joel Embiid.
Yep.
After him saying he could not see himself playing back-to-back games for the rest of his career. I can't see him playing the next 3 games of his career because he's been suspended for the next 3. Embiid shoved Philadelphia Inquirer columnist Marcus Hayes during a profanity-laced altercation in the 76ers locker room following their home loss to the Memphis Grizzlies on Saturday. While moving from his locker toward Hayes, Embiid yelled his disapproval that Hayes had mentioned Embiid's late brother, who's passed away, and his son in an article. Later that day, Hayes removed these references from his column, and he posted it on Twitter. Said, quote, "I can see why so many people were upset about it. Sorry about that. Thanks for all the constructive criticism." Hayes then
Sorry about that. My bad.
My bad, y'all. Put his hand to the scores table. That's on me. I'll take the foul. Hayes then attempted to apologize to Embiid on Saturday, but was rebuffed before the confrontation turned physical. Embiid has now been suspended by the league for 3 games.
Wow. It's going great in Philly, isn't it?
It always is.
It's going great. He's done enough for that city, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's won how many? Oh, no.
What has he done for that city, by the way? I'm curious what he's done.
Are we still trusting the process, or are we?
Not really.
I don't know.
Not really. I think the process went away like a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's been gone for a while.
I mean, they've been good, but they haven't done anything.
It's like Jahlil Okafor was around for the process.
Yes. Jahlil Okafor.
I thought that was going to be an insane front line, dude.
Brett Brown, head coach. Ugh. Who else was on that? We should go back and look at the process team. The one that went like 12-7, whatever the hell it was.
Trust the process.
Trust the process.
You gotta trust getting better players.
What a mess.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of physical altercations with media and athletes, we were running through some off there.
Yeah, we should play some of those.
It's great audio. Oh, by the way, apparently that's what we're getting. We're getting altercations between athletes and media in your sound soiree later.
Oh, we are.
Derek put it together.
Nice. Very good.
We got a bunch of them. Let's go.
We got some good ones too.
Oh, dude, you're gonna see.
We got some good ones.
Dude, just love looking at the list. It's great.
The list's incredible.
So coming up a little bit later, you'll get the sound soiree featuring fights between players and members of the media. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
San Jose's own Aaron Gordon is going to be out multiple weeks with a hamstring strain. I mentioned this a little while ago. The Milwaukee Bucks are 1-6 to start the season. Even worse, they started 1-0.
That's right.
They've now lost
That's right.
6 in a row. I didn't anticipate this was going to go this bad.
You remember who they beat?
Opening night?
Yep.
No.
Philly.
Oh, yeah, no Embiid, right?
Yeah, that's the only team they've beaten. Philly.
That's right.
Oh, boy.
Bummer. Boy, I don't like.
Yeah, bummer.
What do you think about Doc Rivers, man? We talked about this when he got fired from Philly last year. Was it 2 years ago? At the end of a couple seasons ago from Philly. Now he's in Milwaukee. He took over midway through the season last year. He's fallen on hard times, man. It's not the 2008 Boston Celtics anymore. Like, I know Doc Rivers is one of the most respected coaches in the league, but he's been with a lot of different teams with not a lot of playoff success or like rebuilding success. That's why I don't know about him being in charge of the front office and Giannis forcing his way out. I'm like, then where do you go?
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I don't know. I mean, he has, I don't know what kind of reputation he has, but he got a job, and I don't know. He hasn't done much. Let's put it that way. Won one championship, right? One championship with an absolutely loaded Celtics team, and that was it. Period. LA, they were okay. They're all right, but yeah. I'm not sold on him at all. And I'm becoming less sold on him the more I watch him coach.
Same. Who would you rather have as a coach, Doc Rivers or Tom Thibodeau?
Probably Thibodeau.
Thibodeau, too.
Yeah, probably Thibodeau. So. Now, as a player...
Whose hairline do you want?
Definitely Doc Rivers.
He just is like spray painted on it.
Thibodeau just, they don't put a. Thibodeau does not have a chair saved for him on the bench. They just take it out. Because he stands up the whole game.
Yeah, he's a maniac.
He doesn't need one. I was like, how do you not have a chair? It's like, oh, man. Like, I don't know if I'd want a coach that's always standing up. It's like, just relax. Let us play a little bit. That is not his style, though.
He doesn't know if they'll know to play defense the way he wants if he's not yelling and standing the entire time.
Yeah. Well, Thibodeau was his, I don't know if that's why you brought it up, but Thibodeau was his defensive coordinator.
Was his number 2, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. In Boston.
They're both guys who just kind of bounced around lately with some success. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
So during the Saints-Panthers game on Sunday, did you see any of this? Free agent wide receiver.
I saw some of the game.
Outfield stuff. Free agent wide receiver, former Saint Michael Thomas, decided he was going to send out a series of tweets directed at Derek Carr.
That's a bad look.
He's just taking out Derek Carr for what he...
how long you been out the game?
He thought he's perceiving, I guess, that Derek Carr got Chris Olave hurt.
Yes.
Much like Kyle Shanahan got Trey Lance hurt.
Yeah.
But anyway, he puts out some tweets. He goes as far as to film himself talking to random people on the streets of New Orleans, filming video about how much he hates Derek Carr. Here's Michael Thomas on the streets of New Orleans talking to Saints fans about Derek Carr.
Tell me about Derek Carr, man.
I don't like that.
You don't like him?
I don't like him, man.
What's wrong with him?
He doesn't know how to play. He just always keep the ball like this.
Man, that's crazy. You know that.
Yeah.
You smart. You get my respect. I gotta show my dad this.
You gotta trade the quarterback, man.
Yeah, trade him?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, Michael Thomas? Just go hide somewhere. Like, I didn't even know that guy was still around until Sunday. I mean, that was a brutal throw, by the way.
It was bad.
What did Brent say yesterday? Just throw me the ball.
Just throw me the ball.
You're gonna every once in a while they're gonna get away. Just throw me the ball.
Light me up.
I
Just
don't
throw me
care.
the ball.
You light me up. That's okay. Just keep throwing me the ball. He goes, they'd apologize to me. That's okay. Just throw me the ball. I think Olave wasn't quite as critical as Michael Thomas. Oh, wait. He wasn't critical. He's the one that got cracked. And I was watching at that time for whatever reason. And, man, woo. It was one of those ones you just go, oh. It's like he got smoked. Got a high, and he reached for it and just got cracked. But he's not out there trying to do it. And Michael Thomas coming out of a cave somewhere, deciding he's going to let his voice be heard and interviewing people on the street. How you feel about Derek Carr? I mean, come on. The
tweets
Go
were
back
even,
to your cave.
Tweets were even more ridiculous. First one is like, dude is scared and panic and just throws the ball. Get him the F out of there. He's so ass. Next one said, dude tried to lie and say I was jealous of them making Chris wide receiver 1. Whole time he can't even get him a decent ball. He need his ass whooped. They fired all the coaches trying to cover up his flaws, and he's still doing the same S. Man.
Damn.
That year his buddy won first-team All-Pro in 2022. He needed 180 targets just to catch 100 passes. He is ass. I don't know, Michael Thomas. Yeah.
Jeez.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
So our guy who was in stepped in it last week, Tyreek Stevenson, you might remember he was the cornerback for the Chicago Bears who was yelling at Washington Commanders fans during the 52-yard walk-off Hail Mary pass from Jaden Daniels into the hands of Noah Brown, who he was supposed to be boxing out in the end zone. Instead, he gets there late, tips the pass, and he catches it for a game-winning touchdown. Well, Stevenson, after that, was told by head coach Matt Eberflus that he would be demoted against the Arizona Cardinals. He wasn't going to get to start the game. They were still planning to activate him and play him, but he was going to share time at cornerback. Because of this, and finding this out, he pulled himself out of practice last week. He left the practice field. Quote, his actions were not well received by the team. He had to then put out an apology and say, look, I know the game goes till the clock hits 0. Like, well, when does practice go till?
Yeah.
Anyway, Eberflus not happy with it, but he's still active. He's still out there. So,
wow.
Walking off the practice field after that? Wow. Come on, bro. You just got to own up.
Who is this guy?
Just wear it.
Exactly.
Just wear it.
They just wear it. Guys get embarrassed and they do stupid stuff. They compound the air, and it's exactly what he did.
It's not the crime, it's a cover-up. Right?
Just brutal.
Sometimes it's the crime. Moving on in the NBA.
He stepped in it twice.
He stepped in it twice.
Yeah.
He stepped in it, and then he stepped off the practice field. That's what he did. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Bill Belichick was seen on Halloween. Do you see his Halloween costume?
I did not. I know.
No, last time we saw him take a photo with his girlfriend, 25-year-old girlfriend. He was wearing a Taylor Swift Eras Tour sweatshirt. Remember, he had like the hoodie on?
Oh, so excited.
So they posted a photo from the beach where she's dressed in like a very scantily mermaid costume. She's like laying on the beach like she's a mermaid.
Always popular. I enjoy those.
He's a fisherman, dude. He's got like the bucket hat on. Bill Belichick's like holding the fishing pole. Like he's like, look what I caught. It's the goofiest, weirdest thing.
I thought they were going to show her in a schoolgirl costume and he was going to be in cuffs. That would have been a funny costume. That would have been a funny costume. Because the age gap.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear. I was hearing something. Derek was telling me more about the NBA grab bag. I was actually going to dress up as Tim for Halloween. But Tim, the line is what? You live too close to a school to do so? Yeah. That's
I'm going to dress up as me, but I live too close to a school.
Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
At least he gongs himself.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good one. We've got the first released CFP rankings.
Oh, okay.
So the first ever 12-team college football playoff is going to go down. And I don't really know exactly how this is all going to shake out. We know who the top teams will be, but the first rankings of the top 12 teams, of the top 25 teams, and then how does it work? Is it not just the top 12? Because it's
top 12.
It's conference winners first.
Yep.
And then what? Next best.
Yep. Then it's just like whoever is the best or whoever they decide is the best goes at 5, and then 6, and then 7. I think the winner, the best record of the group of 5 gets in, and I think they can get it. That one's a little goofy.
It's a little complicated after you get the winners.
I don't know if they're 12 or 10 or 8, kind of depending on where they're ranked. Like right now, it's going to be Boise, I'm sure. And I'm sure because I was sure of it anyway, but then Tim told me. So now I'm really sure it's going to be Boise. But I'm not sure exactly where they slot in. But yeah, conference winners are 4. And then go from there.
So, like, first team out is number 13?
Yep.
SMU,
SMU. Okay.
Yeah, I saw him play.
Yeah.
It was actually, SMU's, like, kind of scary.
The Stangs?
Yeah, the Stangs.
They whooped Pittsburgh last week. I mean,
that was their last real difficult.
To the woodshed.
That was like their last real difficult game. They might go to the ACC championship.
Yeah.
They could very well. They've been pretty good. Their only loss is to BYU, I think, who's undefeated, aren't they?
No, they didn't lose to BYU. They lost to... Oh, yeah, they did.
They did. That's their only loss.
18-13.
18-15.
18-15? Okay.
I think, something like that.
I should know I had BYU.
Yeah. That's their only loss.
Double digits.
And since then, they switched to Kevin Jennings, the quarterback, and they've been... Yeah. He's a dual threat. They've been insane. Anyway, SMU first team.
Good.
The first team out at 13.
Okay.
Here's your 12 from 12 to 1.
Okay.
Boise.
Okay.
Bama.
Okay.
Notre Dame.
Okay.
BYU.
Yep.
Indiana.
Yep.
Tennessee. Penn State. Oh, James Franklin. Texas. Miami. Georgia, Ohio State, and Oregon.
Okay. Yeah, I like that.
So first three out are SMU, Texas A&M, LSU. Then you go to like Ole Miss, Iowa State, Pitt, and all that.
Yeah, Bama, are they the only one with 2 losses on there?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And I would imagine they'll stay on there if they can win in Baton Rouge Saturday. They play LSU. Because I think that's their last really tough game. I mean, they'll have Auburn. But I think they should beat Auburn. But that's always a wild game anyway, the Iron Bowl. So that sounds about right. I'm just kind of pumped that Indiana's in there.
Yeah.
Like, how do you not like Indiana? How do you not like Signetti? I win. Google me.
They're still undefeated too, aren't
the
they?
best. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, they're 14-point favorites against Michigan this week.
Michigan stinks.
Against Michigan. Like, when's the last time does that ever happen before? Indiana's been a 2-touchdown favorite over Michigan? Like, that's wild. But yeah, no, it's awesome. I can't wait. Right now, who is 5?
Texas.
So Texas versus Boise. Who's 6?
Penn State.
Bama. That'd be incredible.
And 4 is Miami.
Okay, well, they get buys.
Oh, yeah, the top 4
get buys. So who's 7?
Tennessee.
And who's 10?
Notre Dame.
Okay, Tennessee,
and then
Notre Dame.
Indiana, BYU.
I mean, that'd be...
How cool is this?
That'd be incredible.
On college campuses,
yeah.
dude.
I mean, who thought of something like this? This is crazy.
We did. It was me and you. We put this out there a couple years ago.
A 12-team playoff.
Who would have thought this would be great?
Who would have thought it'd be exciting? It'd be super fun.
One more note here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Bill Walton passed away earlier this year.
Yep.
Today would have been his 72nd birthday.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw those tweets today on Twitter. Roxy put out a couple tweets.
Tom,
and,
are you there? Hello?
And Dan put out a couple
Dave Pash
tweets.
put out a good one.
Pash
put out one of
him eating a lit.
Eating a lit.
It was a lit cupcake.
He's got a candle on it. He's eating the whole thing. Go on this. So Chris said, missing my buddy.
Man.
Lighting a candle.
The world isn't as joyful a place without Bill Walton.
No, it is not. Always thinking about Bill Walton, and that is an NBA grab bag for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, how about a November 5th dive into some baseball talk? San Francisco Giants ball. After hiring a general manager, there's a thought that maybe Buster Posey is not going to be as hands-on and as present as we initially thought. We'll talk about the way the Giants front office is structured going forward, and we'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Here we come in. Down the stretch they come with number 3, 1 and win on the outside sectors. Game number 4, Red State. Not in the picture, though. Let's go back to number 3, 1 and win. And here comes number 5, sectors on the outside. Can he catch? 1 and win. 1 and win. 1 and win, followed by sectors, Red State, divorce attorney.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. And Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it a fun and easy place to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. You can make a play with only $1, or you can go big with much, much more. With their pick'em game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on a player's stats like passing yards, touchdowns, three-pointers, double-doubles, etc. You've got all your favorite leagues and teams to choose from. You can customize it by going cross-sport with MLB and NFL or NHL even, or you can just go with a single sport. Underdog now puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out on whatever you want. With Underdog's Double Flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win. This season, Underdog is going to be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day. Profit boost to pump up your winnings in just a tap. When you apply the boost to eligible entries, discounts, you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W. And free picks are basically a sure thing. All the player has to do is get higher than half a point, half a rebound, whatever the stat may be for your pick to win. All new users get a free pick. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older. Present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday evening, afternoon. God, I was never saying evening last week at 4:30. But now it feels like it. See? It's dark. I know it's already dark.
Sucks.
Terrible.
This sucks.
So this Niner bye week last week and building up to the Buccaneers game, we'll get into a little bit more as we get through the week, but we're officially into the baseball offseason now after what happened last week. After he shan't be named.
Dodgers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're into the offseason. Well, that was what I was joking with you about when the Dodgers were up 3-0.
Yep.
I started turning on the Giants. Personally, I was like, what the hell's up, Buster? We're going to get out. What's happening here? And everybody goes, it's not the offseason. And I go, I know, but it could start tonight, and I'd like to have a general manager. The fact that they hired somebody in Zach Manassian who's in-house, I mean, again, I don't know what's a good move. And I was in North Beach, a couple bars this past weekend, and that was the most frequent thing people ask me is, what do you think of the new GM? I was like, what does anybody think of a new GM? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know if Buster's good at this. I don't know if this guy's good at this.
Yep.
I don't know what's going to make them successful. I was encouraged by what Farhan's track record was coming in. It just didn't work out to the way and level of success that they needed. So on Friday, Zach Manassian was introduced as the Giants' new GM, and Buster Posey and him both discussed the roles that each of them will now play and how involved they'll be. And we should state this, like, in the era post-Brian Sabian, where Bobby Evans became the general manager, and then they went on to Farhan, baseball kind of changed structures of front offices. And you see this in football now, too, where, like, I'm starting to hear more John Lynch is the GM, but he's also the president of football operations. They've just now given that, like, above title in addition to the guys like Scott Harris was the GM, which really was more of like a traditional assistant general manager is what it felt like.
Yeah.
Because Farhan was the guy on top and was the president. So Buster is the president. Is he going to operate the same way? Is he the face of how front office and baseball operations do things? Is he going to be the guy we hear from? Or is it going to be a guy like Zach Manassian? Here's what Posey had to say about who will be the face/voice of the baseball ops team.
No, I think it's going to be a shared responsibility there. I mean, I think some of that will play out naturally, and but most definitely a shared responsibility. I think again, John, that as we get to know each other more, we'll kind of address certain areas where I think that we feel it best suits the organization, but. You know, I don't know if you're getting at, am I going to just kind of be in it just in watching, but that's most definitely not going to be the case. I think Zach knows just within these last 4 weeks, you know, I'm in this to try to be a part of putting a great team on the field. And that involves, you know, being present and being in rooms with people and having conversations. And that's the way that I intend to operate.
We have no idea. Like you watch anybody that's ever been to the track. I use this analogy every once in a while. You get the racing form and you look at the past races from each horse, and that's how you try to figure out what the horse may do, what it might not do. And then you get the maiden races where they haven't had any races. That's Buster Posey. He's like a maiden. I have no idea because he has no track record. And he doesn't know. We're not going to know until probably a year into this thing, like what he's comfortable doing, how much his voice is going to be heard, how front-facing he will be. Like we won't. And a lot of times we'll be relying on like John Shea and Baggs and Susan, because we're not going to know. You got to be down there every day to figure this stuff out, but I have no idea how this thing's going to work. And again, I don't think he's being coy. I just don't think he knows either. He doesn't really know how this is going to all shake itself out and ultimately what the roles are going to be. I mean, the one thing I do know is like he's the top of the pyramid.
Yes.
Like, right, if he wants something, that's going to get done because he's going to be the voice that resonates closely with the board and the owners and all that. So, but day to day and all that, and I don't know how it's going to work. So we're just going to have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah, and I sort of feel my thought on this anyway is when hiring a general manager is why I was like, they got to have one. They've got to figure out who it's going to be. The fact that it's somebody who's been in house and knows the organization already in terms of what the player and pro scouting looks like. And I believe that was Manassian's previous role. I think he was the head of pro player scouting, like looking at talent around the league, which is a traditional. I think it's a normal transition from a role like that, just like they do player development if you're the head of the minor league system and you're doing that to jump into a GM or a baseball ops role. But because Buster has no experience in front office player management whatsoever, except the experience he had as a player and how he was dealt with, it makes sense to me that he's going to be, at least early on, a guy who can delegate to people and find people to put around him who know more about how to go about flipping this thing than he does.
You know what would be interesting to do, and I don't know that any one of us could pull it off, would be spend a couple days with each of the GMs in the Bay Area just to kind of see what they do. Because we always say Buster's not going to want to handle a lot of the minutia that goes with that job, but I don't even know what that is. Like, it's got to be pretty extensive when it comes to baseball. You got a 40-man roster. You got a whole minor league system.
So many players.
You got so many coaches that you're dealing with.
Future scouting, international scouting. You've got.
So I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure I would imagine it's quite extensive. Like, his day is probably pretty full, and Buster probably doesn't want to have to deal with like all the smaller stuff. But I don't know what that is. Like, I'd be curious to find out what a GM's days are like in each sport, to see what consumes their time. I would imagine baseball's probably the busiest, just because you always have minor leagues going on. Like with Dunleavy and Lynch and maybe even Greer, once the season starts, the teams are set. Maybe Greer, it's a little tougher too, because they have minor leagues too. Like, they got all kinds of stuff they need to keep track of.
The amount of players is still not the number of baseball players.
No, like football, what do you do as a GM? Like, what is Lynch doing as a GM? You got scouting to get ready for, because you got a draft. You always get the draft.
He's always hitting college games. Like, when he'll stop if they're in another city, he'll stop and see a game.
Trade deadlines, probably on the phone, talking, stuff like that. But after that, it's like, what are you doing? You're just kind of watching at that point, because the trade deadline's over, and it's like, okay, we now got to get ready for the. So it would be interesting to find out what kind of takes up their day in each sport, and kind of see how they compare with one another. That'd be pretty cool.
Here's what Buster said when asked how often he intends to be around the team. Is he going to be a hands-on with the team guy, or again, is he going to put people in position and delegate some of that? Here's what Buster said.
You know what? I think, again, like I couldn't say, right? This is the first year that I'm going to be doing it. I don't want to say, hey, I'm going to be here, and then I'm not. And I know how you are, John. You'll call me out on it. You'll say, hey, Buster, you said you were going to be here. But we'll see. I mean, I intend to be around. Could I give you specifics of to the minute at this point? No, but I'm going to be at games. I'm going to travel some with the team, but I don't know the complete flow or cadence of that schedule yet.
I think that's a reasonable answer, because, again, it's completely new. And that's why getting people around him, or people within the organization already who know how to do some of this, is a bonus.
I think it's all being completely honest. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to be, if I'm not going to be here, what I'm going to do, because I've never done this before. Again, there is no track record of him doing anything like this. So everything's going to be new. And by the time, probably, I don't know, mid-season rolls around, have a pretty good idea of like what he wants to do, how much he needs to be around, how much he wants to be around. But even at that, you probably need to go through a full year before you have the full experience of a whole season, and then kind of understand like what you're going to be willing to do, or what you're going to have to do, what you're going to need to do to get the team where you want to get them to.
I sort of envision this being like the way Derek Jeter was, and you hope for more success, but the way it worked with Jeter in Miami. I don't think Jeter was the one on the phone trying to make trades.
Yeah,
I think that was Kim
exactly.
He hired somebody who was a baseball lifer in terms of scouting and evaluating of talent, and then went from there. But they want somebody stable at the helm, and I think that's why Buster's going to take some time to figure this out. And I think his role could evolve over time. I don't think it's going to be set in stone the way it feels right now. Just a couple of notes. Both Posey and Zach Manazzi and the new GM were at the owners' meetings in San Antonio. According to Shayna Rubin of the Chronicle, Posey said, quote, the Giants are looking for a shortstop. He said Fitzgerald did a good job there last year, but can play multiple positions. For Marco Luciano, the hope is to move him to the outfield, and maybe that can help unblock him at the plate, but they will discuss it more. Also, Susan Slesser reports that teams are calling about Camilo Doval. How about that?
Well, that might be worth exploring then.
That light show was short-lived.
Yeah, I know. Maybe they should have never had the light show. The light show got to his head.
It
ruined everything.
Got real weak when it wasn't him anymore. And then
it just ruined everything.
Somebody else jogging out. Like, this was.
Yeah, we may have jumped the shark with the light show.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe don't need the light show.
We didn't need it.
San Antonio, they just what is it, a Riverwalk retreat? Or maybe they're going to have dinner at the Alamo, hang out there? Like, that seems like a weird town to have a GM's meeting. Like, that just seems weird.
Baseball GMs descend upon San Antonio this week.
Guarantee the owners ain't going to be in San Antonio.
That's not the owners' meetings. That's
They're
the
going to be like, you scrubs are in San Antonio. You think we're going to San Antonio? Hell no.
They're always in weird places.
Antonio.
They do it in places where there's like no baseball teams too. They were in Orlando a couple of years ago.
Were they?
I think they were in like North Carolina at one point. I was like, what the hell is this about? What are we? It's like the NFL draft. Just different cities now.
Where are the owners? Can we find out where the owner meetings are going to be? I'd be curious.
Hawaii,
San Diego,
yeah,
Vegas, something like that.
MLB owners meetings will take place in Lake Buena Vista, Florida, February 6th to 8th.
Okay, I stand corrected then. That doesn't sound like a great.
It's not a great upgrade. I don't think it's a great upgrade.
Doesn't.
No. Anyway, there you go. Let's get back into some football. Trade deadline went down today at 1 o'clock. Niners did acquire. I keep wanting to say Khalil Davis. It's Khalil Davis. They have them both. We'll talk to Cam Hinman about whether or not the Niners were in on anybody else and if they did enough to give you any confidence in the second half of the season. Cam Hinman next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Warriors won last night, 125-112, and Steph Curry's return scored 24 points. What are your thoughts on how Kuminga has played off the bench? Let us know on our KNBR YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans' sports sound off instantly on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, letting you know that you can close out the summer with the Good Guys 34th Fuel Curve Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend, November 9th and 10th at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. You can check out over 2,500 of NorCal's baddest American-made and powered show cars of all years on display, including hot rods, muscle cars, trick trucks, lowriders, and more. Make sure you grab a spot in the stand to experience the Good Guys CPP Autocross Racing Series action all weekend long, featuring the Fall Shootout on Saturday. And don't miss the Veterans Day celebrations all weekend long and the Metal Crunchin' Hayward Firefighters Local 1909 Smash for Cash Charity Demolition Derby on Saturday. There's an indoor truck show with vintage trailers and Cruiserama displays. Plus, there's something for everybody. Bring the kids out. You can enjoy live music in the free kids zone featuring the Auto World Model Car Make and Take on Saturday and Sunday while supplies last. See which rides take home the top awards of the weekend on Sunday. Plus, you should know this, active and retired military members get in free all weekend long with a current and valid active military or veterans ID. For complete details, register your vehicle or purchase tickets, again, at good-guys.com/AGT. That's good-guys.com/AGT.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. NFL trade deadline went down today at 1 o'clock, and Niners made a move. Khalil Davis comes over, a defensive tackle from the Houston Texans for a 2026 7th-round pick. And here to talk about that, among other things, our guy Cam Inman of the Merc. What's going on, Cam? How are you?
I'm good, guys. How are you? Thanks for having me on.
Doing well. Dude, so trade deadline goes down. Nothing really exciting for the 49ers today. They did add a depth piece, I guess, on the defensive line. A guy who's played parts of 4 seasons, comes over from the Texans. I guess the funny way to ask is, did they get their guy?
I don't know about that. I mean, you kind of went into this figuring that they would – it's not like past years where they got a blockbuster and a Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Chase Young last year was a big name, right? And they had Garoppolo and Sanders in the past year. So, it's just if they did it, you'd say, okay, it's kind of par for the course. But the fact they didn't is understandable. It's like they added defensive depth by getting Khalil Davis from Houston. The guy actually played with Malik Collins, who's one of their starting defensive tackles, so they got that going for him. But then they also they brought back Deshaun Gibson, who was their starting safety the last couple of years. The Jaguars released him yesterday, and he hasn't played yet this year because he was suspended for PEDs. But so you addressed your defensive depth, but I think the biggest midseason acquisition is going to be the Niners if Christian McCaffrey's healthy. So, I mean, they got that going for them, and that's kind of under the radar. But, I mean, obviously everybody around here, that's what this whole week's about is how's Christian McCaffrey doing, and is he going to start and play and get his comeback going Sunday in Tampa?
Well, don't they? I mean, I've always thought they had enough. Like, they didn't need to go out and really get anything. Like, I like the defensive line depth. I mean, they could use that because that's the weaker side of the ball, the defense, especially the run defense. But, I mean, if everybody's healthy, and that's a big if, obviously, but if they are, they have enough to win. I don't think there's any doubt about that, is there?
No, especially, I mean, offensively, they have everybody in place, right? You don't have Ayuk, but that's why you drafted Ricky Pearsall a few months ago for wide receiver depth, right? So you hope that pans out, and you still got Debo and Kittle and Juwan Jennings should be coming back from whatever hip muscle injury he's dealing with right now. But, I mean, defensively, that's why, like we talked, the last couple of weeks is they got to address the defensive line, and they didn't add another defensive end, and it's like, well, all right, you look and the Lions got one because they had to replace Aiden Hutchinson, and they kind of got, what's his name, Zaire Smith.
Yep.
Anyhow, he's kind of a mercenary, and they already have that in Leonard Floyd. They just need to get more out of Leonard Floyd, and he's healthy, and so is Bosa. And then the defense is – you have to look at it this way. They're halfway through the season with really a redone defense. You still have Bosa and Warner, but there's so many new parts around them. Lenore and Ward have done really well at corner, but you have young safeties, and that's why you got Gibson back there as a veteran. So I think the first half of the season, they're trying to get their defensive back in shape for what's going to be really a critical stretch run, and these next 4 games are going to be really tough ones to test them, too.
I actually like the sound of that. Zaire Brown from the Cleveland Smiths. I like that. I think we should go with that.
I don't know. Hey, Cleveland changes their sports teams' names. I can change their players' names.
Cleveland Smiths. I like that. The Cleveland Smiths. That's just they got to have better helmets and those things, don't they? Like the Smiths wouldn't have just like orange helmets.
Real quick,
they have. Didn't they have the elf on the midfield logo?
Yeah.
They do. I do like the elf. The elf is pretty cool.
It's like a Keebler elf. By the way, it is Zadarius Smith we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Zadarius
Smith. I like botching it all. It's good, talking to Cam.
It doesn't matter anyhow until the Lions come to town in Week 17.
So. And then by then, it'll be like
I'll be figured out
right there.
Talking to Cam Inman on the UMA guest line. What does the Tashawn Gibson signing tell us about what the Niners think about the health of Talanoa Hufanga?
I guess that's one way to interpret it I mean, they needed the defensive depth, right? And he was available. Was it a week or 2 ago they brought in Adrian Amos, a veteran safety, and he kind of got in, just did some special teams. But when you're playing these 2 young safeties in Jair Brown and Malik Mustafa, there's a lot of excitement that goes with it, especially Mustafa's just been a missile and just goes in there with reckless abandon and into tackles. It's been fun to watch, but at the same time, your safety needs to be able to communicate and get everybody on the secondary on the same page. And there's been instances this season, too many of them, where there's some breakdowns in the secondary, and that happens during a year. And Gibson, his best trait was he was a great communicator. He had some interceptions 1 year ago. That was okay, but it was more about tying things together. So if either one of those guys goes down, then you're in trouble. So now that you got Gibson in place, that fits that. Does it matter whether that, or does it signal whether Hufanga is going to come back or not? I don't know if that necessarily does, because it's almost like you don't want to shut the door on that comeback because he's going to keep trying and working for it. And there could be 2-3 months left in the season if they make it in the playoffs, right? So you don't want to rule out Hufanga, and he's going to work towards it. But the fact that Gibson was available just makes way too much sense for them to bring him in.
We were talking yesterday, Cam, about just the two things that if they just tighten those two things up a little bit, they should be good. Red zone offense, which McCaffrey ostensibly will help with, and then third down defense, which, Greenlaw should help with when he comes back. Like, they still got a ways to go before they get him back, but though it's almost hard to look at, because I looked at yesterday, they're number 2 in offensive efficiency in the league and 12 in defensive. So not terrible defensively, but they're way down, like 28th, I think is what it was, or 25th on getting off the field on third downs. And then offensively, you're second in the league in yards per play, but you're like in the 20s, like 25th, 28 again, like in red zone scoring. So like you can see where they have like the makings of a team that could go on a run and do some things. But if they don't tighten those two things up, then it may not matter.
Yeah, and the touchdown is glaringly obvious in terms of what they miss with McCaffrey.
Sure.
Because the run game's been fine with Mason, Garendo, but they're just not that nose for the goal line that McCaffrey brings. So I think that's one of the biggest keys that we're going to be watching for, is if they can start scoring more touchdowns. And by the way, Jake Moody is basically cleared to play now for Sunday because they released Anders Carlson off the practice squad today. So it looks like Moody's all good to go. We talked to him yesterday at his locker, and he was feeling good. But that also brings another point into this, is the special teams were atrocious the first 7 games. And there were so many breakdowns, and that led to a lot of those losses, and they need to tighten that up. They did last game really well against Cowboys, but again, that's something that that's kind of the beauty of football. So much of it's tied together, but you're right. You got to score touchdowns in the red zone, and you got to get off the field on defense, and they have had trouble doing it, but it's not just they know what they're doing now. This is a franchise that's always struggled in October's under Shanahan, and that month is gone, and they're into November and December, and they usually get the post-bye bounce, and they're going to have to try to do that in Tampa Sunday.
Yep. Talking to Cam Inman on the UMA guest line, we were talking about Mayoko yesterday, and I asked him who he thought a bigger threat was between the Rams or the Cardinals to the 49ers in the NFC West. You have a thought on that?
The Cardinals have something sneaky going because they're making all these field goals and winning at the end of games where you're just going, what is going on with this team? And it's one of those sports things that you just pay attention to. And I knew going into the year that they were somewhat talented, because there was a player in the Niner locker room who asked me, he goes, who's the worst teams in the league this year? And I said, well, Carolina's going to be one. And then I go, and I threw out Arizona. He goes, no, Arizona's not that bad. He's like, Arizona's got a lot of talent. And I said, I don't dispute that. I go, but it just seems like it's one of those franchises that's always toxic, and somehow it trickles down into the field. And, they've gotten off to good starts in the past, and then they've fallen apart down the stretch. So that's going to be interesting to watch. I think they're really good. Kyler Murray's just the next factor, and you figure that Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to kind of catch on here to the NFL. The Rams, they got Matthew Stafford, and it's just like the guy is just a fun gunslinger to watch, except when he's playing on the Niners, and if he can beat you that way. But, the Rams also have a pretty good running back in Kyron Williams. Mm-hmm. So, and they got some young defensive linemen that the 49ers could have used, but instead they didn't draft any this year.
Is Detroit the best team in the NFC, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem that close right now either. I may change my mind in 2-3 weeks, and there's still 9 weeks to go, but it feels like Detroit is at least a head above everybody else. And then you got Green Bay and Minnesota and the Niners. And I guess if you want to include Arizona in there, Arizona to me is one of those teams. They got to prove it to me like for about 15 weeks before I buy into them. They just too many times I go, hey, they kind of figured out. They haven't figured it out. They're not very good at all. And then Washington. What do you think of Washington? I mean, they go get Lattimore to upgrade their defense, which they really needed to do. I'm just wondering if it's a little too much, a little too soon for them, or maybe Jaden Daniels is just that guy that he can continue on throughout the last 9-10 games of the season.
Well, I really dig what's going on in Washington for a couple reasons. I mean, Dan Quinn's their coach, and I've known Dan for almost 25 years because he got his start on Mariucci's staff on the Niners. And then Adam Peters obviously took over as general manager, and Adam Peters is a fellow Monte Vista High Cupertino graduate. And then they found a quarterback that is ready to play in the NFL. And it's just like you put those things together and get some talent around them, and then you just get on heaters. I mean, they went on a 4-game win streak, and now they're on a 3-game win streak, and they do have some tough games coming up, though, because they're going to be playing the Steelers, the Eagles, the Cowboys aren't that tough anymore. And then they can coast a little bit, so they can get hot too. Detroit's got a pretty soft schedule, and so Detroit should pretty much walk through and get to the number 1 seed. And for the Niners' purposes, they got to win the NFC West. I mean, they can't worry about Washington or Detroit, and they know that, especially by losing those divisional games against the Rams and the Cardinals, regardless of how they did it. The fact that they did it, they need to run that table and win the NFC West so they can get a home game to enhance their playoff and, just get in the tournament and see what they can do.
It's that damn Bob Myers guy.
We forgot about Bob Myers, didn't we?
Magic dust to the nation's capital.
I saw something that somebody said that ESPN was talking about how great Bob Myers' addition is, and then somebody's like, yeah, but he works for ESPN as an analyst. They should have disclosed that. And I'm like, okay. We all have a hand in everything. We're all hustling, trying to make a buck somehow. Let him be.
Absolutely. Let him be. Let him be. If anybody needs a buck, it's Bob Myers. Let the guy make a buck.
Yeah, right.
Maybe get a championship here or there. See what he can do.
Yeah, you know what? I always feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, local boy almost made good.
Yeah.
Well, kind of. I mean, it's pretty incredible watching, though. What about Philly? You buying Philly? You think
I never buy Philly.
Okay, never buy Philly.
No, and you know what? Last year when we were in Philly, it was my Uber driver picked me up from the airport, and he started talking trash about Jalen Hurts, and I said, oh, gosh. I go, this is when they were doing well before the Niners beat them, right? And I'm like, what do you mean you don't like him? He's like, oh, this guy, he's a runner. He's not a quarterback. He can't play. And he was pretty spot on. And then our Uber driver after the game, he was crushing the coordinator. He's like, they got to fire I go, you realize the team's pretty darn good, but that guy was dead on too because the coordinators got fired then too. So for all future sports analysis, just listen to Philly Uber drivers because they know it way better than any host.
Cam Newman with us on the UMA guest line. Just circling back to the trade deadline, did you hear anything about anybody else they might have been in on, or were they really just in there for a depth and ancillary piece?
Well, but when you're looking at the depth and ancillary pieces, I think a lot of people were wondering if they would reunite with some other guys like DJ Jones or Arden Key or Kendrick Bourne, and none of those guys were moved. And so we don't know whether the asking price was too high or not. I kind of look at the trade market this way: is like, did anybody get picked up by another team today that really could have helped the Niners? I mean, DeAndre Hopkins last night looked pretty good for Kansas City. And you go, well, that would have helped without Ayuk. But it's like, okay, well, it's the Chiefs. The Chiefs are making the run. They got Mahomes. And Zadarius Smith, is that what we're going with?
Yes.
Yes.
For now, yeah.
I think
that's
he would
where
have
we'll
helped.
go with that.
I think he would have helped, but I mean, the onus is on Nick Bosa to really get that pass rush going, and he certainly can. I mean, he's healthy, and Nick's having a really good year. He just doesn't have a ton of sacks, and those could start falling their way.
So, prognosis, what do you got for the I think they have enough to win the West, but I'm not quite. I mean, God, those 2 losses are just killers. They were bad enough the way they lost them, but they happen to be division games, make it doubly worse. It really does. Like I feel like these 2 games are going to tell us a lot, right? Because if they can win these 2, it starts to give them at least a little bit of a cushion. If you go 1-1, then you're 500 heading into Green Bay and Buffalo, both on the road. So I just feel like they really need a 2-0 start out of the gate here.
I think it helped them a lot that Tampa Bay had to go through overtime before losing to Mahomes yesterday on a short week, right? So those guys really, I mean, that's a big emotional letdown because you almost beat them in Arrowhead, and you did it without Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, which kind of puts the 49ers on alert going, hey, they may not have their two best wide receivers, but they were able to go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. So I think the Niners won't take that for granted. So I think they can go into Tampa and win. And then you host Seattle here, and Seattle is you beat them 36-24 last month. And I think you can take care of them again because I don't think they're that good. I think they're still kind of rebuilding and have some issues on their team. Green Bay, Lambeau is such a spectacle. It is one of the greatest places. Tom, did you ever go to Lambeau on one of your guys' football trips?
I've never been. I wanted to go. Well, that's one of my places. Yeah, I know. I need to get it. Everybody says it's awesome just walking through a neighborhood, and there it is. Boom.
Yeah, but you know what? It was way better 20 years ago before they surrounded it with like 5 levels of suites on top of it for keeping all the clientele, all the business people warm.
Yeah.
Because back then it was like a college bowl stadium, and it was awesome. You like walking through the concourse, and remember the payphones that are shaped as helmets? I remember calling my buddy.
I love those.
It was awesome. So that was the old Lambeau. The new Lambeau is a little bit more corporatized, but it's still spectacular. Like you say, you drive through the neighborhood, and all of a sudden there's this big giant stadium. But I don't know how good Jordan Love is, and I don't know how great the Packers are. So I think they can be had. It's the start of Thanksgiving weekend. The Packers are going to have family coming into town for the week, so maybe they're distracted. But that game in Buffalo on Sunday night on October 1st, I mean, the Niners got to get there with a couple wins under their belt these next few games, right? You don't want to be limping into Buffalo on a primetime game. That's going to be a hard one. And then you come home and you play the Bears and the Rams and the Dolphins. So I think you can pick up some momentum before you get the Lions and the Cardinals at the end of the year. So I definitely think that they could be playoff bound. This, like we said, there's still so much talent on this team. They've been down this road before. And they just got to eliminate a lot of these mistakes on special teams and tighten up that defense.
Cam Edmond, the voice you hear on the Uma Guest Line. Make sure you're reading him and following him as we get into the second half of the Niners season. And make sure, by the way, you're picking up a copy of his book, The Franchise, the San Francisco 49ers, a curated history of the Niners. Cam, always fun catching up, man. We'll talk to you down the road.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Have a great night. And I'm going to go watch some Cal Poly basketball on TV tonight.
Look at you.
They're playing USF. Mayoko tried to get me to go over to the Hilltop. He's like, we got to avoid watching election coverage. Let's go watch basketball. But I think I'm going to watch it on TV and pop a Pliny and enjoy that.
Go Stangs. Yeah, I saw you had the Pliny for president. That's a very, very, very tasty beer, by the way.
That's as political as I can get.
Yeah, that's about as political as I can get, too. But I'll be getting political when I get home. 16 ounces at a time, Cam.
There we go. Love it. All right, thank you, boys.
All right, Cam, have a good one, man.
See you later, man. Great stuff from Cam Edmond of the Mercury News. Make sure you read him and follow him. Good stuff. Always throughout the 49ers season, just because he mentioned some college basketball. I saw this on ESPN last night. Did you see the Grambling women's basketball score last night?
No.
Dude, the ESPN did a whole segment on this. They won 131-30. Dude, at one point
I'm guessing they covered.
At one point they were up 40-4 or something in the first half. It was something crazy like that. I'll get you some more of the details later, but it was wild. Putting up they won by 100 in a college basketball game.
That's sick.
131-30. We will take a quick break. Oh, by the way, they went on.
Who are they playing?
Grambling State. They scorched 72% in the first half of the field. They went on a 41-0 run. I don't even know what this other school is. Centenary? I don't know.
Centenary.
They had no answers defensively. The Tigers led 51-6 after the opening quarter. The opening period, which is incredible. Showcasing intensity on both ends of the floor.
Oh, absolutely.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We are at 5:30 going to hear from Steve Kerr. He joined us earlier, but we'll hear from Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. We'll play that for you, the replay leader at 5:30. And then after that, by the way, I got to remind you, everything went wrong with Harmony last week, and we need a new Harmony voice. This isn't a joke. So we've got 3 different voices.
No joking matter.
It's no joking matter. If Harmony's involved, it might be a choking matter. We've got one voice today, one voice tomorrow, and then one on Thursday. We'll put it out to the listeners for reaction, and then after Thursday, we'll know who the future voice of Harmony is or what she'll sound like going forward.
Is it still Harmony? We made that decision.
We haven't decided yet. Your first Harmony candidate is coming up at 5:50, but when we come on back, we've got a sound soiree, and it's featuring all fights between pro athletes and members of the media in honor of Joel Embiid. That's coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
According to Susan Slusser, the Giants have received calls on Camilo Doval for a potential trade. How would you feel about the Giants trading Doval? Let us know on our YouTube chat. The only place to let Bay Area fans, sports fans, sound off instantly. The Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you for today's Sound Soiree, Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors. We spoke to him earlier. We'll play that for you in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes or so at 5:30. And then we'll get our first Harmony candidate for the new voice before we get you to Niners Nightly coming up at 6 o'clock with Larry Krueger. So Joel Embiid had a physical encounter with a journalist who offended him and then walked it back. And then the journalist went to go, for the Inquirer, went to go like confront him and say he was sorry. Before he could do that, he got rebuffed and they got into a physical altercation. Joel Embiid has now been suspended 3 games. So in honor of that, we thought, well, that's a good spat, but
in honor of that,
we've got some better spats. I mean, in honor, it's what we do, man. It's what we, yeah, we have the Diggs and D's nuts last week with the reporter. That didn't go physical though. Yeah. And then they made up. They ended up eating D's nuts.
That was minor league compared to some of the old school
stuff.
Yeah,
well, let's get into some of the old school stuff. 1992. Deion Sanders and Tim McCarver.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Atlanta Braves, yeah?
Yep.
He's on the Braves.
Yeah, it's when, remember, Tim McCarver was getting on it for playing 2 sports at once.
And McCarver's a broadcaster, of course, at this time. And he's like a reporter. He's like in the locker room with Deion. And Deion gets into it with McCarver and dumps water on Tim McCarver. Here you go.
McCarver's right here. Right now. Here you go. I got a real man. You know that? You are a real man, Deion. I'll say that.
He says, "Where's McCarver?" You can hear him at the beginning. Where is he? You're a real man.
You're a real
Deion.
man, Deion.
Like,
I'll say that.
Talking to him for playing 2 sports, and then they get into it. Deion dumps water on him. He says, "You're a real man."
That was pretty weak.
That was pretty weak, my Deion.
It was pretty weak. But it was funny.
Yeah.
It's good for us. That's all we enjoy is content.
Still good. It was 1992. Yep. It's still working.
Still holds.
On KNBR.
Like Led Zeppelin still holds.
How about Bobby Bonilla?
Oh, yeah. This is a good one.
This is a New York reporter when he's playing for the Mets, right? Yeah. Here's Bobby Bonilla getting into it.
Make you move. Make you move, big man. I'm a little bit more grown up than that. Well, so am I. I told you to leave me alone, didn't I? Was that nice to you? Doing my job. Shove that mic up as far as you can stick it. Make you move, partner. Because I'll hurt you. You fighting me? Whatever, you take it as you see. It's just, like the homeboy said back home, we just chilling. Make you move.
What the hell? Make your move. Like, what are you doing?
Says I'll shove that microphone so far up your ass.
I mean, come on.
Make you move.
Oh, that's
we just chilling. Take it how you want, but like we say, we just chilling.
Oh man. Remember when he used to put the earplugs in out in right field?
Yeah,
that was so good. So good. Didn't want to hear the fans. He had yellow earplugs in. You could see him from space. Like if he was trying to hide him, maybe skin tone would be the better way to go. But no, he went yellow. Oh, my gosh. What a mess that was.
That's pretty funny. This is one of my all-time favorites, and one of the most famous ones, 1994. Jim Rome, your buddy.
Yep, my buddy.
And Jim Everett, quarterback of the Rams.
Yep.
And he messes up his name. I still, to this day, is he doing it on purpose initially?
Yeah. Oh, he used to call him that on the radio all the time.
Chrissy.
So he came onto the show. And it was Roman's Burning, and I co-hosted that for a while too, by the way.
Did you?
Yes, not with him though. It was when he was on vacation. I had to do a hockey interview with Martin Brodeur, and I forgot who else. I was like, oh man, I got to study up on a little hockey here so I can make it through this.
Bone up on your hockey.
I asked him about the left wing lock. Steve Kerr called me after they talked. He goes, "The hell do you know? What's a left wing lock?" I go, "It sounded pretty good, didn't it?"
Yeah, fake it till you make it, baby.
But so he used to call him that when he played for the Rams on his radio show all the time. Like way back when Rome did all. I mean, he was a little more aggressive.
He was an instigator
than he is now, no doubt. So he invited Jim to come on the show, and Jim was like, "Well, you're not going to call me that." And of course
he
Jim
does.
felt like he had to. So here we go.
Here's what happens.
Jim, good to have you on the show.
Good to be here, Jim. Thank you.
Check that. Chris Everett, good to have you on the show.
You know what? You've been calling me that for about the last 5 years.
About 2 years, actually, Chris.
Well, hey, you know what? Let me say one thing. In that game, how many sacks did I have that we came back and won?
How many sacks did you have?
How many sacks?
Let's see, but this was back in 1989.
Okay, that was about
you may have even been Jim Everett back there, but somewhere along the way, Jim, you ceased being Jim and you became Chris.
Well, let me tell you a little secret. That you know, we're sitting here right now, and if you guys want to take a station break, you can. But if you call me Chris Everett to my face one more time,
I already did it twice.
You call one more time. We better take a station break.
Well, it's a 5-minute segment, or a 5-segment show. We got a long way to go.
Well, we do.
We got a long way to go.
We do.
I'll get a couple segments out of you before.
Well, it's good to be here with you, though.
Well, it's good to see you,
because
too.
you've been talking like this behind my back for a long time.
But now I said it right here.
Right, exactly.
Well, we got no problems
then. I think that you probably won't say it again.
I bet I do.
Okay.
Chris?
Flips the table, dude. Dude, Jim Rome that is prime Jim Rome right there. That's like his fastball's coming in at 150.
I don't think it was his proudest moment.
Check that. Chris Everett.
Yeah,
When he says
I know,
check
right?
that is the greatest dude. Jim Everett, good to see you too, Jim. Check that.
I bet I will.
Check that. Chris Everett.
I bet I will.
Yeah, I bet you will call me again. I bet you I do.
So that was the whole thing. People were saying, "Oh, you'll call it to him on the radio, but you won't say it to his face." So it was like he had to. He painted himself into a corner.
You probably won't say it again.
I bet I do.
I bet I do.
Chris?
What are you guys paying? Like, I bet I do.
My best is he goes, you can call me that for 5 years. Actually, it's 2 years.
2 years.
Again, at some point you cease being Jim, started being Chris.
We got a long way to go.
I know for a fact.
I just said it to you twice.
Not one of his prouder moments. I don't think he's going to put that in the time capsule.
I will.
Oh, God.
We sent audio out for like aliens to hear, the history of
that one
of humanity.
Yeah, they'll leave us alone.
Jim like jumps over the table at Rome too. It's hysterical.
He did. He flipped the table and then went out. Yeah, it wasn't great.
How about 1998? Ryan Leaf.
Oh, this is a good one.
Ryan Leaf, former number 2 pick of the San Diego Chargers, goes off on a San Diego reporter. Here you go.
He had a little incident in the locker room where he yelled at a cameraman who happened to be a club employee who was just trying to do his job. I wrote a very small note about it the next day that I just felt that Leaf was out of line.
Jay came in to interview him, and he went off.
Don't talk to me, all right? Knock it off!
Later that day, after he yelled at me, he read an apology on camera.
I misdirected my anger after the Kansas City game. I was extremely disappointed in my performance, and I let it show.
He read the piece of paper, and then he crumpled it up and threw it back into his locker.
So sometimes that's kind of rehearsed.
And at that point, the Chargers knew we're screwed.
We got the wrong guy.
We're screwed.
We got the wrong dude.
I actually, and those are my 2 biggest misses ever as far as like who do I think's going to be better. I said I would have taken Leaf over Manning. Tremendous call by me. And that I would have taken Odin over Durant.
Yeah.
Equally tremendous. Like both of those just fantastic foresight by me. At least with the Odin thing. Not that he wouldn't have been hurt anyway. Or not that he would have been better than Durant if he wasn't hurt. But he did get hurt, so he didn't get a chance to be any good. Leaf was just, who knew? Who knew that's who they were going to get? Chargers didn't even know that's who they were going to get. But as soon as that happened, I was like, oh, so screwed. You're just so screwed now. Oh,
he's not the
guy. Get away from me. Don't talk to me.
And I love that he reads the paper and like it clearly was written by the team, and he just throws it away into his locker. All right, now that's over with.
Oh man, what a mess.
Yeah, I think I told you my big misses were I thought Michael Beasley over Derrick Rose.
Yep,
was the move.
Yep.
And then I always bring this one up. I wanted Jordan Hill.
Jordan Hill over Steph.
I was like, Steph Curry, no way.
Yep.
Get me Jordan Hill.
Not good. And Stan Van Gundy over Steve Kerr.
That's one I'll never live down. Yeah, that's one I'll never live down.
We all have them.
I was like, what are we doing?
You do this for
Steve Kerr.
You do this for any period of time. You're gonna have.
Joins the show next, by the way. Yeah. We'll hear from that head coach next.
Yeah.
Thanks. Van Gundy doesn't come on with us.
Yeah.
Not Stan.
You should say right before that Steve Kerr's coming up next. I wish it was Stan, but it's Steve. Here you go. Here comes Steve.
Yeah, Stan Van Gundy, who I still want to be on the show, but we got Steve, so here it is.
Oh, man.
One more here, 2011. Floyd Mayweather beats Victor Ortiz, and he comes with a cheap shot afterward, near the end of the fight. Helps him win the fight. He goes after Larry Merchant for questioning a cheap shot at the end of his fight and his win over Victor Ortiz. Here you go.
We touch gloves. We back to fighting hook. Right hand. And that's all she wrote.
So for you, it was just an automatic response. Let's get on with the fight.
It's protect yourself at all time. He done something dirty. We're not here to cry and complain about what he did dirty or what I did dirty. I was victorious. If he want a rematch, he can get a rematch.
you were in charge of the fight. You were aggressive and trying and taking advantage of what you know.
You know what I'm gonna do? Because you don't ever give me a face shake. You know that? So I'm gonna go and let you talk to Victor Ortiz. All right? I'm through. They put somebody else up and give me an interview.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You never give me a fair shake. HBO needs to fire you. You don't know about boxing. You ain't you got
I wish I was 50 years younger and I'd kick your ass.
That was so great. I was watching that. That was so great. I wish I was 50 years younger. I'd kick your ass.
My favorite thing is that he definitely like pulls the mic back to say, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to get this into the microphone here to the crowd.
That was so good. Larry Merchant.
That was a fun soiree today.
That was a really good
bet
soiree.
I do.
Bet I do.
Doesn't Chrissy.
Yo.
We got a bonus?
Of course
It's
we want
not
a bonus.
a bonus fight sound. It's just Tom telling a Rome story, which is incredible.
Okay, more Rome from Tom.
Who would lie about going to UC Riverside? Reminds me of my good buddy Tom Tolbert. When he played for the Clippers, he used to listen to the show back in the day, and he called up and he wanted to be on. And there used to be moron clones that would try and pretend to be people they weren't to try to get on, to try to jerk with us. So I had my call screener at the time run through a bunch of questions to Tommy T. And he dutifully answered 4 or 5. And then he finally goes, dude, who would lie about being Tom Tolbert? Put me on with Rome. So great.
Dr. Boudreaux.
That's my guy.
That was true. And that's far. Like, I've had enough of this.
Yeah.
Who would be me? Who's calling up as me? Nobody. Put me on. So.
What do you mean, Irvine?
Huh?
Did you go to Riverside?
No, I think that was a story that led into that story.
I got you.
Because I didn't go to Riverside. I went to Irvine.
I got you. He was finishing a story.
But I think he was finishing a story about somebody that went to Riverside.
He said,
He's
who would
like,
lie
who would
about
lie
going
about
to
going to Riverside?
Who would lie about going to...
Exactly.
Yeah, who would lie
about being me?
Like, yeah, if you were going to fake to be somebody, with respect at the time.
You'd probably come a little stronger than that, I would.
Check that. Chris Everett.
That's your sound soiree for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Head coach of the Warriors, Steve Kerr, next, and then your first candidate for the new Voice of Harmony on The Sports Leader.
KNBR presents the best hoops hangout in radio.
Stephen Douglas Kerr, or as we like to refer to him around here, Dr. Junk. Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Tom.
The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
It's time for a weekly conversation with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Stephen Douglas Kerr. Hello, Steve.
What's up, Steve?
Hello, Tom. What's happening? How you guys doing?
Oh, fantastic. I don't got to watch my Warrior games anymore, and you and the rest of the coaching staff telling me to vote with your T-shirts, do I?
Yeah, Mike Dunleavy walked in the locker room yesterday, and he goes, I watched the game on TV last night, and it looked like you guys were going swimming. like a swim top.
Yeah,
He goes, that wasn't the greatest look. I'm like, I agree with that.
Yeah, well, you know what? I thought it would have been better if one of the assistant coaches, preferably the one to your left, would have had a shirt on that said "or don't." Like, just do what you want to do. I'm not gonna preach to you, because I've always said this, Steve. If you don't know November 5th is like the day, like it's time to vote, and we have to convince you or remind you, I don't know if I want those people voting anyway, to be honest with you.
Well, I got to be honest, too. I thought to myself as I put the shirt on, is there anybody out there who's going to vote because they saw me wearing the shirt?
or
did somebody turn the Wizards-Warriors game on last night and go, I got to go vote tomorrow.
That's
for
right.
the reminder.
That's right. That's right. And on the back of your shirt, it should have said, remember, the NFL drafts, like, no, the data. I mean, those are the two things we get. I know the NFL draft, okay? You tell me about it 1,000 times, like a month before it happens. And November 5th is like, make sure you vote. Steve, I always feel like there's two sides. I'm like, or don't. I don't care. Do what you want to do. I'm going to tell you what to do. I need a different point of view on that one. So let's talk about the team. I want to go back to Houston first. I want to know exactly what you were thinking at the end of the game when Draymond threw that pass and it was just hanging in the air, and you kind of knew Wiggins wasn't going to get it. Exactly what were you thinking? You can leave the expletives out, but was it like, oh my gosh?
Well, I was actually beating myself up because we drew the play up in the timeout. We didn't have any timeouts left, and we thought we were only going to have a couple of seconds to advance it. And the ref poked his head in at the very end of the timeout and said, "You got 4 seconds." But the team was already, and we thought it was going to be like 2, and that's why. And so as if I had known it was 4, I would have drawn something up a little different. And so we put Draymond in a really tough spot. And so as soon as I saw the pass and I saw the trajectory, I'm like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. So that was I was beating myself up at that point.
Got it.
But
Got it.
It all worked out
did.
thanks to JK and overtime. And our defense, Loon was great. Kyle Anderson was great. It was a hell of a way to finish a potentially calamitous.
Yes. It went from disastrous to party time. It's one of those ones you can say after, well, I'm glad we went through that. That was fun. But if it would have gone the other way, it would have been one of those where it's like, I don't want to talk to anybody for a week. Just leave me.
For a week.
Isn't it funny? Like, I don't know if you feel this. I find the dynamics fascinating when you're up that big. Like 30, 31, 28, whatever. I mean, we've seen teams lose those leads before. Hell, I was down in L.A. when the Lakers came back in a playoff game against the Mavericks. They were down 28 going into the fourth quarter and ended up winning that game. But an interesting dynamic happens. Like, if you can ever get it down to like 10, like 12, 11, 10, 9, right around there, the team that was losing and now is cut into the lead has the momentum, playing with house money, and they're just on fire. They're not really thinking about much. And the team that has the 10-point lead, 12-point lead, doesn't think to themselves, hey, we're still in great shape. We're up 10 or 12 with like 8 to go. All they can think about is we're up 30, and now we're only up 12. So it's like it's hard to get yourself out of that negative mind space, and the other team just keeps on coming. And you see it happen all the time. Like, it's almost like, hey, they were going to make a run. This is extreme, but just let it go. We're up 12 now. Let's play basketball. But it's really hard to get out of that, isn't it?
You can feel it. It's an avalanche. And I played in a game the year we won 72 games in Chicago. We played Denver we were 41-3. I remember this well, and 41-3. We're on the back, like 4th and 5 nights in Denver. Back to back, the whole deal.
Yep.
And they go up 30 at halftime, and we come out in the third quarter, and it's just a classic game where the schedule gets you. It's just not your night, but. That team was so ferocious with MJ and Scotty and Rodman, and our team came out and scored like 20 straight points. And I've never seen this before, but Bernie Bickerstaff was the coach of Denver. He ran out of timeouts by the end of the third quarter. So it was incredible. He literally called like 6 timeouts over and over again. And we came back, and we actually took the lead, and we ended up losing at the very end. We just kind of ran out of gas, but it was these games happen. We remember the Clipper game we lost in the playoffs 5 years ago. We had a 32-point lead in the third quarter and lost.
That's right.
So it's bizarre. It's like the weirdest feeling, but you just hit it on the head. There's a human nature aspect to it that's so difficult to overcome, and when you feel it slipping away, man, it's hard to get it back.
It really is. So what do you make so far of the DB? I just noticed that you are Warriors are top 5 in offensive defensive efficiency, and you're playing the other 2 teams that are top 5 in offensive and defensive efficiency in the Celtics and the Cavaliers. I was a little surprised the Thunder weren't. They're number 1 in defense. They're like 21st in offense, which I was shocked when I saw that. I was like, God, I thought they'd be much higher than that. But what kind of stock do you put in that right now? Because the Rockets are really good. They're like 7th in offensive efficiency. Right. But the other teams you played, I think New Orleans is 25th, and then Portland, Utah, 28th, 29th. So what do you take out of it's so early in the season anyway. Right. What do you take out of that number? Who knows if it goes up or down, but what do you like about your defense so far?
Well, what I take from it is that we've had a good camp, and we've established the identity that we wanted coming out of camp, where our team is doing a good job defensively, and we're getting spaced offensively and running more and getting a lot of threes up. So we're doing all the things that we envision for our team we're doing, and that's a great sign. But, grain of salt, I mean, we've had a very kind schedule. So, let's look at it again in a few weeks.
Sure.
We're about to be threatened, and like we haven't been yet. Obviously, the world champs tomorrow and all that, and the rest of the week's going to be tough. But I love the path we're on, but we have a lot of growth ahead of us, and we'll see where we are in a few weeks.
Talking to the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, off to a 6-1 start. What have you noticed? I mean, healed. Good Lord. I mean, that guy is just God doesn't miss. I mean, it's amazing the heater that he's been on this year. What is it about him that makes him fit in so seamlessly? Because it feels like when I'm watching him play, it feels like he's been here 5 years.
He is such an easy fit into our offense. Remember, he played for Luke Walton in Sacramento years ago when he was a young player, and they ran a lot of the same stuff. And Clay and Steph, their ability to run off screens, I mean, that's Buddy's specialty. I mean, he loves to run and transition, run to the corners, and he's generating so many good looks for us, whether they're for him or somebody else, just with his movement. So he is a great fit in our style of play, but he's also bringing great energy and joy to the building every day. It's a really good fit for our team on and off the floor, and he is just an absolute blast to coach. What a great guy.
I guess tomorrow, I mean, obviously will be the biggest challenge. You're playing the champs, but as far as keeping the ball in front of you, like I was talking about, like that's a team that loves their 5 out. They just go 5 out and see if they can break it down, get to the rim, let Tatum and Brown do their thing, and then, kick it out, and then they have you on the string. Pritchard's playing really good ball. Like that will be kind of the ultimate litmus test early in the season, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. Now, Jaylen Brown is out tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
We just got that report. So they've been starting big the last couple of games with Horford at the 4 and then a more traditional 5. I think Keita started at the 5 last game. anyway, it won't be, the version of the Celtics that we saw in the playoffs where it was true 5-out with Porzingis launching from 30. I mean, trying to guard that spacing is so difficult. But they're still obviously, one of the best teams in the league, and this will be our biggest challenge to date defensively for sure.
And you probably, I would imagine, get a super, super warm reception there in Boston tomorrow, won't you?
I'm excited. I think the fans are really going to cheer for me because you know what I did this past summer. I played Drew Holiday and Derek White a ton.
Yeah,
and
you did.
Given that both guys are Celtics, and the fact that Tatum also played a huge role in the proceedings. All three guys, we won the gold medal. This is America. It's the day after Election Day. I think Celtics fans are going to welcome me with open arms and just maybe even like bouquets of roses.
Maybe, you know what I'm going to call it? It's going to be loving.
Yeah.
A loving embrace.
A warm embrace. Yes. Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah. Heartfelt. Yeah.
Talking to Steve Kerr, the most beloved man in the city of Boston. I was going to ask this about NBA media as it related to starters, but maybe it's Olympic media. Does the media make too much of who's starting, you think?
Yeah, I do. Especially these days, I think teams are playing faster. In general, I think teams play deeper. They play more people because of the pace and the 3-point shooting. I mean, so I don't know. I think the starting stuff is overrated.
Ask any player; they'd rather close than start.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's put it this way: any player worth his salt would rather close than start. If they want to start rather than close, then you probably don't have the right guy. And that's all I'm saying. All right, we know you got dinner to get to. It's awful nice of Adam Silver to give everybody the night off, because I was telling Copes earlier on, I used to hate it like 4 years ago when I had to look at the schedule and say, oh, the Warriors are playing tonight. I can't vote and watch an NBA game on the same night. Oh, it's so irritating. I wish someone would cancel the schedule so I could vote. It takes all my day. It takes my whole day to do that.
That's a 7 p.m. tip right in the heart of my voting clock.
It's great that Adam Silver could accommodate everybody for doing that. So I mean, that's
well. To be fair, not everybody has a really comfortable, friendly voting precinct in your leafy suburb where you just waltz into the voting precinct, cast your vote, and leave as you eat a sandwich. Some people have to wait hours in line. Tom, let's remember that.
Oh, so you can't get home and watch your NBA game, please. Silver puppet. Oh, man, unbelievable.
Silver spoon voting booth. Yeah, right.
Have a good dinner. Good luck on the rest of the road trip. We'll talk to you next week, Steve.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you later.
Warriors won last night, 125-112, and Steph Curry's return scored 24 points. What are your thoughts on how Kuminga has played off the bench? Let us know on our KNBR YouTube chat, the only place to let Bay Area fans' sports sound off instantly on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, making the transition from work life to retirement, it can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't all have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and his team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Because sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to help you transition into retirement confidently and on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. Great dude, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. That number is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or you can visit them online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
All right, it's about time to get on out of here and head out into the night. Crap. I just looked over my shoulder. That sucks.
Can't see anything outside.
It is like pure, like I feel like I'm in a cave. That's how dark it is outside. It's like, and it's not even 6. Okay. What can help me? What can help me turn that frown upside down? How about some harmony? But is it harmony? We're going to find out. We're having auditions for Harmony, and these are unlike any auditions that Harmony has gone on before because she's going to have to keep her clothes on for these auditions.
Yeah.
So
she's usually like, I'm here for the audition.
Yeah. All we need is a voice this time, Harmony. Derek may want more future payment, but for now, all we need is a voice, and we're going to try to figure this out. We're going to let the listeners help us figure it out. We're going to try to figure it out. We're not even sure if it's going to be harmony anymore. We're not sure which way this is going, but we need to figure something out because, damn it, that Friday segment's staying one way or the other.
Get out there and vote for your favorite harmony voice. You know what I mean? It's election day. Get out and vote.
Get out and vote.
Here's what I said.
She's going to give you a very interesting sticker if you do. I'll tell you that right now.
I said bang the box, the ballot box.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so harmony, like this is a real thing. Last week,
yes, it is.
The way we do harmony is just not available.
This is as serious as it gets.
I told you yesterday when Derek said we had a harmony crisis, I thought, oh no, we got in trouble. And then we determined it would have been better to get in trouble than to actually have happen.
Yes.
Which is no access to the previous harmony that we have. Yep. So we've got 3 different voices. You're going to hear one today, one tomorrow, one Thursday.
Okay.
And by Friday, we will have the new Harmony 2.0 unveiled.
Okay.
So I don't even know what we're getting here. This is just our first candidate. This is a sample, our first candidate of what a new Harmony could sound like.
Hello, boys. Vote for me to be your sexy voice.
What?
Pants around your ankles, right suckholes.
Pants around your ankles,
Dude,
right suckholes.
That's like, what was that?
One more time.
What was that?
Hello, boys. Vote for me to be your sexy voice. Pants around your ankles, right suckholes.
I mean, it sounded like bondage harmony or something. Like, what is that? That's a no. I don't care what the audience votes. That is a no.
415 West on the YouTube chat says, I kind of like it.
I don't want to know anybody that likes that.
Tacky says it's better than last Friday.
That is true, but that